Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 301, Chapter 301, Spherical Thirds. November 29, 1994, Demstrang. Harry watched as the investigator, David Roche, very cool name, by the way, stepped out of the room feeling far more conflicted about his position than he ever did before. Harry didn't have it in him to be angry at the guy, especially when he scared the crap out of him just minutes prior. The guy was just doing his job, trying to balance not being an asshole and not losing his job, and Harry didn't really help matters by freaking him out. What it did serve was getting the men to talk to his superiors, to figure out what they wanted him to do and why the ICW had such hostile reactions to him. All it took was a sneaky eavesdropping rune discreetly applied to the men during their conversation, and he had gotten everything they needed. To be honest, if this was what the ICW was capable of, then he was sort of worried about their general competence. The moment they had taken his wand, they thought that he was helpless. To be fair, Harry wasn't exactly in an interrogation room, just some classroom in Demstrang, and while family crests were a thing, Harry didn't have any signs of one on his arms. Atypical crest expressions, like in Harry's case, were very rare and often documented. They must have thought that Harry lied about having one and didn't want to press the matter to avoid setting a precedent. Still, these disadvantages were in Harry's favor, because he quickly realized why the ICW was acting this hostile. It wasn't because of the dead bodies, since it turned out that the dead mercenaries were mostly criminals and that a large majority of the Imperius victims were alive and well. It wasn't even because Dumbledore had asked them to, which was a big surprise since the men hated him with a passion. No, the answer was far more political. Harry had gotten very popular ever since the tournament started, and that, in turn, had made the citizens of magical Britain a bit more restless. The ICW was relying on the fact that Dumbledore wasn't there to protect Britain and that Fudge's administration ended up ruining most of the economy with his large projects that always ended in disaster. The Quidditch World Cup was a fiasco that allowed the ICW to gain some leverage to gain more influence in Britain to ensure the security and safety of its people. Britain had always been a very delicate entity to deal with for the ICW, essentially being members in name only. The sad truth was that the large concentration of family crests in one place and the nation's very extensive magical history made it very hard to influence. Britain had some of the oldest and wealthiest magical families in the world, and it showed with the way their government was structured. Nepotism was fairly common when it came to employment. People without a similar magical history were seen as outsiders, like Muggleborns. Changing Britain was essentially changing its culture, and in a weird way, Albus Dumbledore had done that for the better part of a century. Young wizards sometimes decided not to activate their crests, especially the progressive faction. The slow decline of magical experimentation just made British mages weaker with every generation, giving way for the ICW to intervene with Dumbledore gone. Harry had unwittingly become a symbol, a new protector of the British Isle, the next Albus Dumbledore, who was defying the ICW in its own game, defeating all the other schools and showing Hogwarts' superiority. That presented a large irritating conundrum for the ICW. Not only were they losing a lot of headway in Britain, contrary to their expectation of Hogwarts being a total failure and leveraging this fact to gain influence over the school, allowing them to gain more control over magical Britain. There was also some doubt all over Europe that the ICW's influence actively caused them to have weaker mages, and that allowed some countries to seek more independence from the international entity. All in all, Harry's actions had caused the ICW to get a lot of headaches that they didn't foresee happening, and they needed to stop his momentum. Honestly, Harry didn't give two shits about the ICW and its influence in Britain. As far as he was concerned, Dumbledore had already ruined generations of mages with his ideology, and the ICW couldn't exactly make it worse. Magical Britain was ripe with corruption and nepotism, especially in the ministry, and someone doing something to make things slightly better for people without a magical lineage was more than welcome. He wasn't Britain's babysitter, to stop the big bad ICW from interfering. Nevertheless, Harry was being used as a figurehead, and the ICW was responding by trying to raise suspicion on him, even though not a single court in Europe would try to convict him with such an obvious case of self-defense. No one would even be willing to risk prosecuting him, especially knowing that they would lose and take a big hit for their career. So, the plan was either to get him to confess to something and hold him for that, or just to stall until Arcturus arrived, but by then, word would have spread about his imprisonment. Unfortunately for them, Harry had called their bluff with one of his own, saying that he had already contacted the press, which would end up causing a lot of damage to the ICW's reputation and doing exactly the opposite of what they wanted. It was amusing to hear them debating about what to do, and whether or not Harry was bluffing. They ended up just deciding to take their losses and let him go after his extensive witness testimony, to have a good understanding of what happened. Anyway, Harry was out in less than an hour and his wand returned to him without any issues. Finally, Harry got to enjoy walking around Demstrang. The school was a stark contrast to Hogwarts, with its imposing, Gothic architecture. Towering spires pierced the sky, and the heavy wooden doors creaked with age as he passed through them. The corridors were lined with dark, polished wood and lit by flickering torches that cast eerie shadows on the stone walls. Despite the cold, there was a certain rugged beauty to the place. Outside, the grounds were vast and wild, with snow-capped mountains in the distance and a thick forest that seemed to get darker the further it got from the fortress. Out of all the schools, Demstrang was, by far, the more mysterious one. No one knew where it was, not even which country, and access to the school was only achieved using an exact route that could be magically locked by the school. In the centuries of its existence, Demstrang had never fallen to outside attackers, not even once, which was very impressive. Harry followed the ICW representative who went to get him until they arrived at Durmstrang's equivalent of the Great Hall. The hall was enormous, with high ceilings supported by massive stone pillars that were intricately carved with various scenes and symbols. The room was dimly lit by an assortment of wrought iron chandeliers hanging from the rafters, each one holding dozens of flickering candles that cast a warm, golden glow across the space. Long, wooden tables stretched out in neat rows, showing signs of countless meals and gatherings over the years. At the far end of the hall, a grand fireplace roared with a crackling fire, its mantel decorated with impressive trophies and relics from Durmstrang's past. Bright tapestries depicting the school's history and heraldry hung from the walls, adding splashes of color to the otherwise serious environment. Harry quickly found where the Hogwarts delegation was sitting and he quickly made his way there, ignoring the stares that everyone was giving him. He sat next to Daphne who asked, "Is everything all right?" "Yeah, they just wanted to know what happened." Apparently, having 5 dragons attack a school delegation is pretty bad. And since I'm the one who witnessed most of it, they needed my help, and that took a bit of time. It's a shame that I missed most of the welcoming feast, though. The blonde visibly relaxed. "I was worried they would try to pin anything on you." "And say what?" "That I should have somehow stunned the attackers and somehow protected their falls, whilst being outnumbered by a small army and 5 dragons. On the ground, sure they could have had a case, but everyone who died did it by falling to their deaths, and since the dragons were responsible for a large majority of them when they lashed out and pushed them off their brooms, they couldn't really do anything about it. Not that it matters, apparently the people who died were mercenaries who were wanted for a lot of crimes, including murders." Harry said this loudly enough for everyone to hear. He already noticed that people were whispering all around him. He expected that by the end of the hour, all the schools would know what happened, and by the end of the day, most news outlets would know the story. He had made sure not to say anything damning about the ICW or the investigative team since he didn't want to needlessly make enemies. It also essentially protected him, since the public would be on his side if anyone wanted to use the situation to cause trouble. With that done, he erected a few privacy charms, allowing him to speak privately to Daphne. The blonde immediately understood what really happened. "Harry." "Nothing much. They tried to pin anything on me, but I bluffed my way out of it, and they let me go. Apparently, they're under a lot of pressure. People have been using my name to reduce the ICW's influence on Britain, and they wanted it to stop. It's all just political." "I hate politics," she grumbled. "Me too. But unfortunately, it is a fact of life. What have I missed so far?" "Nothing much. They just announced the Yule Ball, and that the task will be announced at the end of it, and will take a week afterwards." That meant that they would spend at least 6 weeks in Demstrang, which was far more than either of the previous schools. They had more than 3 weeks until the ball, and then another week until the task, and finally, one last before they left. That was 6 weeks. They had spent around 2 weeks in France and around the same in Rome. Demstrang was really milking this for all it was worth. Still, that much attention in one place was going to be very beneficial for what he had planned. He couldn't really do anything with Dumbledore's plans before the task. He just didn't know enough to do anything beforehand. He only had that old blood sample of the girl that was sacrificed during the second task as his clue, and he was researching a way to detect any blood curses and find any blood relations to see where she came from. It was unlikely that such a magical release was done at the hands of a normal Muggle-born. He wasn't being dismissive of the option, but the truth was that powerful magic tended to have old origins. Hopefully, Daphne would help him on that front. What he could do was try to plan to get Hufflepuff's cup. Everything was already messy enough and he didn't need Voldemort coming back to mess things up even more. The men thrived in chaos and that wouldn't be good for anyone, especially with so many factions being involved in the tournament. Lily, Dumbledore, Grindelwald, the ICW, and now Voldemort. All with different goals, all with different methods. Things were about to be messy. Harry hummed, "This is good. We should have enough time to prepare." "Prepare what? Don't tell me you're going to bail on me with the ball." He shook his head, "Of course not. But why don't we make the ball a bit more exciting?" "And how is that?" the blonde replied with an unimpressed eyebrow raised. Chapter 302, Preparing a Heist. December 20th, 1994, Demstrang. Life in Demstrang was surprisingly nice for Harry. It was a nice way to decompress, after months of constant action and pressure. Despite the school's reputation, it remained as such, a school. There were combat classes and an entire class for the study of curses, but that was it. There were no hidden duels to the death, no lessons on the Cruciatus curse, no muggle baiting class. Nothing like what the average British wizard thought happened in Demstrang. To be fair, having a member of a terrorist group that ended up being exonerated for making a deal, and selling out his associates, was not a good look. Unfortunately, the man was very well known in academic circles and was a very successful ward specialist before joining Voldemort's organization. It took some time, but the man did prove to be a competent headmaster, and no one really batted an eyelash. They did keep a very close eye on his activities, and there was an entire board above him, in case he had to present any reforms or the like. Still, classes were normal, if a bit more advanced than the ones at Hogwarts. It mostly had to do that arithmancy wasn't optional in Demstrang, and some of the theories went over the head of anyone who hadn't taken the electives. In the case of Harry's classmates, they were around a year behind their counterparts in Demstrang, which was why they had a bit of trouble. Nevertheless, Harry appreciated the monotony more and more, even if the weather was frankly horrible. Even with warming charms, he could still shiver out of nowhere. The view was beautiful though. Sure, things had been a bit awkward after word spread around about the attack on the Hogwarts Express, and that Harry had personally defeated 5 dragons. He expected the number of deaths in the attack to make people wary of him, but for some reason, it was the complete opposite. At first, they were wary, until the ICW revealed a few days later that most of the causalities were mercenaries and criminals, and that was when everyone's attitude changed. They hailed him as some kind of hero who protected his schoolmates against an entire army. They turned him into a romantic story, and he couldn't help but be a bit uncomfortable about the whole affair. The stares that followed him everywhere he went were very bothersome, to say the least. Deciding to take some time to himself, Harry was currently standing on one of the balconies just watching the mountains. There was something just relaxing about the view, something that made him feel peaceful. His musings were interrupted by a small cough. He turned and saw a redhead wearing a Beauxbatons uniform. She looked hesitant but steeled herself and asked, "Hi. Would you go to the ball with me?" Well, that was direct. Normally, people introduce themselves first. "I'm sorry. I'm already going with someone else." Good luck, though. The girl looked disheartened, and he could hear her sniffling as she walked out. Great, now he felt bad. Harry had received dozens of those invitations ever since the ball was announced, and he got tired of it after the first day. It seemed like his actions during the last few tasks made him an attractive prospect as a date. He didn't think he had ever been more uncomfortable in his life, even during that weird dinner with Daphne's father. Harry didn't really see the prospect of asking a complete stranger for a date, but then again, he was horrible at that kind of stuff. And there was also the other side effect of his newfound female attention, and that was Daphne's reactions. The blonde entered the balcony with a snarl on her face. "Stupid harlot. Hey, Daph, there's no need to be rude. She knows you have a date. Everyone does." Harry rolled his eyes. "Let's just change the subject. Do you have any news on the blood?" He had given Daphne the blood that he found in the orphanage, trying to see if she had any curse. He could feel it in his bones that there had to be someone special in why she was chosen as a sacrifice. That kind of magical release was not normal. He thought that a blood curse could have been responsible, and Daphne, thankfully, had a way to detect those. She couldn't really analyze the curse, or else she would have been able to do the same to her sister's condition, but she could detect the potency of the curse, like the amount of life force used to stabilize it. Magic always left traces, and blood magic was no different. The blonde shook her head. The girl definitely didn't have a blood curse, that's for sure. There was something in her blood, something very old, probably the remains of some very old crest, but it's nothing really unusual. You see them a lot in the descendants of squibs or people who were disowned, where they can't activate the crest anymore. It's just an echo, nothing more. Harry frowned. That wasn't exactly bad news, and it wasn't really good news either. One of the few leads they had ended up practically useless. Maybe figuring out who her magical ancestor was could help things out, but that would prove to be very complicated. Daphne must have seen the disappointment on his face since she spoke up. "Is this really the time to do this? Especially with what we have planned during the Yule Ball. We ought to focus on that, right?" Harry sighed. "Yes. I was just so hopeful. It's close. I know it's so close. I can almost feel it. Sometimes you need to let go a bit, Harry. We could pick this up again after the ball. I'm already angry at you for the whole thing and ruining our first date." "Fine. I already have the portal set up. It took a bit of effort and a lot of power, but it should allow me to open a gate to Britain and one back without anyone noticing." It had been a challenge, to say the least. Harry opened his portal by morphing space and time, and the further he wanted to go, the more power he needed. He wasn't exactly able to create portals using an artifact. It was probably possible, but it was overkill for what they had planned. What he did was essentially create beacons in spacetime, one in Demstrang and another in Britain, which removed almost half of the energy needed for the spell. Adding in the fact that he made sure that both beacons would absorb magic for a few days, he essentially removed any suitable cost for the portal. He just had to cast the thing. Unfortunately, he only had enough energy for 2 trips to Britain and back at the most. He would need to compensate for any missing energy, but it was the best they could do. Daphne gave him an approving look. Good, I also got the polyjuice. Apparently, there's a small black market for banned potions in Demstrang. Don't worry, I put up an illusion before buying anything and I checked that the potions were the real deal. Harry nodded. That was the last part of their alibis. Unfortunately, he became known for doing unreasonable things with his magic, and so, just being in Demstrang wasn't exactly enough of an alibi to prove his innocence. He needed stand-ins for him and Daphne, who would impersonate them under polyjuice. Tracy and Blaze volunteered without any problems. Apparently, going to the Yule Ball would be romantic and they were getting bored out of their minds, alone in Hogwarts without any of the excitement that they experienced in the previous few years. Anyway, that was the alibis done, they needed to deal with the rest. What about our preparations in Britain? The blonde smugly gave him a hair and a small golden key, Dolores Umbridge's hair and Gringotts' vault key. Courtesy of Peter Pettigrew. You know, when you bound that man to serve me, I never expected that he would be so useful. To be honest, my father is the one who uses him the most. A rat animagus is practically made for corporate espionage. Harry stifled a snort. It was an apt punishment for Peter Pettigrew, to live out the rest of his life as a servant of some girl when he had betrayed his parents' location for the chance of being free of Voldemort and Dumbledore. There was something just poetic about it, and at least, now his existence is paying off. And there was also something beautiful about making Dolores Umbridge take the fall for it all in case anything went wrong. What about the wand? He'll be ready to acquire it when I give him a signal, and he'll also put the woman to sleep for the duration of the heist. So, that's my part done. What about you? It took some effort, but I crafted the spell we needed. It should work, but I won't really know for sure without trying it on an actual goblin. They do have a different constitution, but I should be able to change it on the fly just in case. I'll teach it to you after dinner, this way no one will interrupt us. Harry wasn't lying when he said it was hard. The plan was to create a spell that would essentially hypnotize goblins, like a specialized compulsion charm. It wouldn't give them control over the men, just change a few details, in case they started to suspect anything. He had adapted spells made to target goblins during the endless wars between them and mages. There were many of them in the Demstrang library, which didn't actually have a forbidden section. All knowledge was allowed, but knowing the magic and actually casting the spell were 2 very different things. He had isolated the sections of the spells made to affect goblins more effectively and mixed it with a common compulsion charm. The spell stabilized enough, and it was theoretically correct. Unfortunately, there weren't any goblins to test it on. I don't get why we need this spell, Harry. Daphne retorted. Because the Lestrange Vault is one of the older ones, meaning that they have custom protections, including the fact that it's a goblin who can open the vault door, no one else. We need one of them to do it. Other vaults were somewhat simple. Stealing the key was essentially stealing the vault. Sure, someone could technically go to the ministry to get some papers to revoke the key, which would be sent to Gringotts to freeze the vault until a new one was issued, but if someone managed to visit Gringotts before the paperwork was processed, then they could enter without any question. To Gringotts, this wasn't really theft, just stupidity on the vault owner's side. Older vaults, which happened to be the most expensive, were more different in that regard. A goblin had to personally verify the identity of the vault owner, and that provided more security. No one could steal the key because there was no key. But that also came to the cost that no one was allowed to know what was there, meaning that it was an artifact vault, not a coin one. A lot of features provided by Gringotts would be rendered useless by using this kind of vault, especially regarding the ease of payment. What most families did was to have 2 vaults, one that had enough gold to spend for a few lifetimes, whilst the vast majority were in the deeper vault. That gave Gringotts even more gold since the families now rented 2 vaults instead of 1. Anyway, they had most of the preparations ready. There was literally nothing else to do until the day of the Yule Ball, which was why Harry was using this time to focus on the dead girl's blood. It was his only lead when it came to Dumbledore's plan, and it was quickly slipping. He was just so close, and yet he was still stuck. Daphne walked forward and grabbed his arm. Are you sure about this? This isn't going to be as easy as we thought. This was all planning and something is bound to go wrong. We're acting with a lot of unknown information here. Harry nodded. Yes, but I've always been good at improvising. You can sit this one out if you don't want to. Hey, you promised that we'd be together during the Yule Ball. Are you going back on your word? Besides, without me, you'd probably end up blowing up the bank or something. He chortled before giving her a sly grin, ready to be the first witch to ever break into Gringotts. Do you even have to ask? She returned with a smile of her own. Let's go rob a bank. Chapter 303, Chapter 303, The Yule Ball. December 25, 1994, Demstrang. The atmosphere in Demstrang was very different on that fated day. Everyone was excited for the event, strangely, even more excited than for the tasks themselves. At least with that done, there would be a lot less love proclamations and desperate people wanting a date for the ball. It was a bit insane how much a simple ball created so much pressure. Honestly, it wasn't this tense during the tasks. The Great Hall had been completely transformed, taking on a cozy Scandinavian vibe with a touch of Norse mythology. Evergreen garlands with twinkling fairy lights and silver ornaments hung from the rafters, making the place smell like a winter forest. Instead of the usual long tables, there were round ones covered in white tablecloths, set with cool-looking rune-engraved silverware. Ice sculptures of dragons and wolves were dotted around the hall, glowing softly under the enchanted lanterns. The hall had been closed for the better part of the day for the preparations, and Harry could see why. They must not have wanted anyone to mess with their hours, maybe even days, of effort. Harry stood at the entrance hall, patiently waiting for his date alongside many others. Finally, he saw her. Daphne Greengrass stepped into view, and Harry's breath caught in his throat. She looked amazing. Daphne wore a deep emerald green dress that flowed gracefully to the floor, the color making her blue eyes stand out even more. The dress was simple but elegant, with silver embroidery along the neckline and hem that sparkled in the light. Her blonde hair was styled in soft waves, falling gently down her back, with a few strands pinned back with a silver comb shaped like a snowflake. Her makeup was just right, enhancing her natural beauty with a touch of color on her lips and a bit of shimmer on her eyelids. She walked with an easy confidence, smiling warmly at Harry as she approached. She looked beautiful. The blonde turned towards him with a smug smile. "Now, that's the expression I was going for, Potter. Do you still regret that we won't be spending the Yule Ball dancing?" "You look beautiful," he simply stated. "Do you think Tracy will be able to pull off all of this?" She blushed. "We, ladies, have our secrets. Don't worry, she'll be able to pull it off. I already have an extra dress ready, and I left Blaze a copy of your suit as well." Harry snorted. Daphne had also picked out his suit to match her robes. He didn't see the difference, to be completely honest. A suit was a suit, after all, but apparently, she disagreed. Seeing her now, Harry regretted not scheduling the heist to be on another day, but unfortunately, Yule was the perfect time for it. He had, at first, only chosen this date for the alibis it would have given them, but it turned out that the tri-yearly inspection of vaults happened during the least busy day of the year, Yule, and that provided a small vulnerability in their process that he planned on exploiting. Every vault is checked for security reasons every 10 years or so, but they weren't all checked in the same year, after all. They both sat for the feast, ate gracefully, made sure to have as many conversations as they could, and danced for a bit. It would have been a perfect date if they didn't have to leave right afterwards. They both left the ball hand in hand, Daphne having pretended to have hurt her ankle. Harry quickly put on an invisibility illusion the moment they were out of sight and created a portal to his room in the Hogwarts Express. When he arrived, he activated his beacon and used it to create a portal. Tracy and Blaze walked out of the portal, looking excited. The brunette gave them a mock outraged look, "You're late," before bursting into giggles. Harry quickly hugged them. He had missed them a lot more than he expected. "All right, I don't have much time until the portal closes. The polyjuice is on the dresser. We've already put in our hair and labeled the flasks. I enchanted it to vibrate whenever 55 minutes passed without you taking a sip, so don't worry. Anyway, Daphne left some instructions about your makeup and stuff. Have a great time." Blaze gave him a warm smile. "Thank you, mate. We really appreciate this." "Sure, but remember, we don't want anyone to know that we aren't at the ball. It's not our first time dealing with your shenanigans, Harry. We don't want to know what you're planning. We'll just go with the flow." Daphne whispered something in her ear and they both giggled. Deciding not to waste even more time, Harry stepped through the portal and grabbed Daphne with him. They found themselves in an abandoned room in Hogwarts. He had asked them to remain in the castle during the holidays because he needed a place that was rich with magic to power the beacon. The first they did was activate the signal for Wormtail to proceed with the plan. Anyway, they both changed their clothes into casual wear, and he created a portal to Diagon Alley. A few minutes later, they heard a crack of apparition and a familiar balding man walk towards them. "Wormtail. Harry. I got the things you asked for. Dolores Umbridge is asleep in her home." He handed them some hair and Harry quickly put it in the vial of polyjuice. When he handed the potion to Daphne, she grimaced. "Why am I the one who has to drink this?" "Because you're a girl. I don't know how to walk like a woman or act like one, really. If it had been a man, I would have gladly drunk it." "Yeah right," she gritted out before drinking the potion. The transformation looked unsettling, and more than a little disturbing. Still, by the end of it, she did look like Umbridge, meaning that Wormtail didn't screw up. She snarled and grabbed the hideous pink robes that the rat Animagus was holding, before casting some privacy charms and changing. As she did so, Wormtail came to him and asked, "Look, I know you don't like me, but I can't help but worry. Why did you ask for this stuff? Did Umbridge do something to you? Harry snorted, that's none of your business and it would serve your mistress well not to talk to anyone about it. He saw the magic take effect as the rat animagus glared at him. Yeah, he didn't like the man. Outside of betraying his parents, he also threatened Daphne to get him to enter the Gardens of Avalon. The magic that bound him to Daphne was strong and one that could not be broken. Blood oaths were tricky like that, especially when there was no way to dissolve it in the wording of the oath. Still, 5 minutes later, Dolores Umbridge came out and muttered, let's just get this over with. Wormtail, the wand, please. The men gave her Dolores Umbridge's wand, a frankly unremarkable one, all things considered. Daphne also made sure that she had the vault key on her before speaking up once more, wait here in your rat form until we get back. The man nodded before turning into his rat form and hid there. Daphne then turned towards Harry, how do I look? Exactly like Umbridge. The polyjuice did its job. I think we're ready to do to Gringotts. She nodded and started to walk there. Harry, though, activated his cloak and followed behind her in silence. As they approached the massive marble building, Daphne did her best to mimic Umbridge's stiff, self-important stride. The goblins at the entrance barely gave her a second glance, clearly recognizing the hated ministry official. Inside, the grand hall was bustling with activity, but Daphne stayed focused, heading straight for the counter. Madam Umbridge, the goblin teller greeted with a sneer, not bothering to hide his disdain. What can we do for you today? I need access to my vault, Daphne replied in Umbridge's simpering voice, holding out the key. The goblin took it, inspecting it closely before nodding. Very well. Griphook will escort you, he said, summoning another goblin. Daphne followed Griphook to the cart, with Harry trailing invisibly behind. As they sped through the twisting tunnels, Daphne kept her composure. It was impressive in Harry's opinion. He fully expected to have used more than a few compulsion charms on Griphook to avoid suspicion. Still, he reminded himself that this was the easy part. The real challenge would come once they reached the vault. Here we are, Madam Umbridge, Griphook announced, bringing the cart to a halt. He unlocked the vault door and swung it open, revealing a surprising number of piles of gold. Yeah, this woman was either taking bribes or stealing from the ministry because there was no way a ministry worker, no matter their position, could have this much gold. Still, they weren't breaking into Gringotts to prove Umbridge's possible embezzlement, but to steal from one of the biggest and wealthiest clients in the bank. Daphne entered the vault without saying anything to the goblin, which was honestly something Umbridge would do, and picked up a bit of gold into her bag before turning to Griphook and saying, I am done. Get me out of here. The goblin sneered at her, closed the door, handed her the key, and waited for her on the cart, and they returned to the surface quickly afterwards. The goblin escorted Daphne back and she exited the bank, but she did so alone. With Harry being still in the bank, he waited for Griphook to return. The goblin was mumbling in gobbledygook and Harry used this time to cast the goblin compulsion charm on him, where he remembered seeing orders for the inspection of the Lestrange vault. He groaned, kept grumbling once more, and summoned another cart. Harry quickly jumped on the cart, which began twisting and turning far faster than it ever did when Umbridge was a passenger. It glided through the underground labyrinth that was Gringotts, sloping downward all the time. They were going deeper than Harry had ever been, deeper than it should have been possible without magic. It was frankly insane how expanded space had to be to fit all of the vaults in the bank. Of course, that was when Harry noticed the waterfall ahead of him. He cast a spell to slow down his perception of time, then activated the cloak. He phased through the cart and cast a sticking charm underneath it, making him stick to it. The infamous thief's downfall continued, and the best part was that Griphook wasn't even affected. Harry crafted the spell as a way to make a connection at the time and would not persist. Griphook simply remembered something, and felt a single inclination to do a certain action. It wasn't an active enchantment, the mind itself being fooled for a moment, meant that the action would continue. It was a very delicate charm, hence why it took him so long to craft it. And since the enchantment didn't touch him, since he was underneath the cart, nothing happened. To be fair, it was unlikely that it could have messed with the cloak's magic, but to be perfectly honest there was no reason to risk it, and the water bouncing over him would have alerted Griphook. It was also why he didn't want Daphne to come with him. Polyjuice potion could easily be washed out by the security measures. Any sort of suspicion having been washed out, the cart continued downward until it arrived in front of a giant cavern. Griphook jumped out of the cart and Harry pushed himself up while phasing through it once more. The goblin grumbled, this time using English, where the hell are they? I swear if they make me wait. Harry quickly deduced that it must have taken more than a few goblins to perform the vault inspection. He quickly cast another compulsion charm to get him to just do the inspection by himself and complain to his higher-up later, hoping for a promotion. The goblin grumbled once more before stepping forward. The moment he did so, he heard a loud roar and wave of heat coming his way. Right, the dragon. That was also a thing. Well, at least things were going according to plan so far. surprisingly. However, this was the easiest part of the heist, and he now had to deal with the most troublesome part of the affair, the vault's security. Various security measures were offered by Gringotts and had to be personally selected by the vault's owner. Using dragons was a sign of luxury, but there were hundreds of security measures available too, and the goblins kept a tight lid on the security measures chosen by each family. And they could be very subtle, enough to take anyone off guard. First things first, he cast a compulsion charm on the goblin, getting him to daydream and ignore his task. It wasn't common knowledge, but the vault's security measures were often disabled during inspections. Harry didn't know if Griphook could do it, or if it had to be done remotely. It was better for him to handle them on his own quickly enough and then get Griphook to just open the vault. Harry sincerely hoped that it was just the dragon, but it was likely not just that. The stories in his old life have been wrong before, many times in fact. Neville Longbottom being the boy who lived was proof enough, and he needed to proceed carefully and not take any needless risks. Hopefully, the odds would be in his favor. After taking a deep breath, Harry slowly walked into the cavern. After all, he had a vault to rob. Chapter 304, Murky and Tabby. December 25, 1994, Gringotts. Hopefully, the odds would be in his favor. After taking a deep breath, Harry slowly walked into the cavern. After all, he had a vault to rob. Harry wasn't a professional robber. He never thought that he would ever have to do anything like this. If he needed gold, then there were hundreds of better ways to do it than breaking into one of the most secure locations in magical Britain. Unfortunately, he had no other choice, so he decided that if he was going to be a robber, he would be a good one. He had learned earlier that planning a robbery was similar to a stealthy infiltration of a place, something that he was pretty good at. The most important thing was, by far, the preparation. One needed to have a good idea of the place they were robbing to make an accurate plan. Unfortunately, Gringotts just didn't allow anyone to know the details of what happened in their endless tunnels. Relations between mages and goblins were often hostile, and the goblins were very adamant on anyone studying their secrets. To be fair, Harry had no interest in their secrets, just the damn vault. He had gotten as much information on a small scale during his research on the goblins. He had copied a large chunk of the Hogwarts library before, and more than a few wizards had documented their relationship with Gringotts. There were plenty of small facts that seemed harmless, but they gave Harry a better picture of the processes regarding the bank. But since all entrances were unavailable to the public, he had to exploit the only vulnerability they had, which was to sneak into the carriage of someone visiting the bank. It couldn't be someone Harry was affiliated with, since the vaults were enchanted to remember each time. They were open to be logged for security purposes, and also the goblin was present during the event, which was often reviewed on a weekly basis. This made the prospect of hiding the heist to be pretty unrealistic. The inspection could theoretically happen the next day, or 7 days away, and it wasn't something that Harry could really avoid without taking way too many risks. Anyway, Griphook was up for a bad time when the bank inevitably caught on to the robbery. They would also look at all his dealings, including the fact that he was there when Umbridge visited her vault just minutes prior to the robbery, making her a possible accomplice. Honestly, it was sort of petty of him to do this. Umbridge, while an absolutely horrid human being, hadn't done anything bad to Harry. He hadn't met her since his guardianship hearing, but he still disliked her massively. He also felt bad for Griphook. Unfortunately, Harry needed Goblin to get the cup of Hufflepuff. If there was another way to retrieve it, he would have done it, but a goblin was needed to open the vault. Anyway, the reason why Harry was so focused on preparation was that he found out quickly enough that the biggest threat for his robbery wasn't the dragon, but the actual alarm system that the goblins put in place. Dragons were not used for their physical might, but for the simple fact that their magical sensing was unparalleled. They had the ability to sense even the subtlest of magics and were trained to sound the alarm. Mages were so caught on the fact that they were the protectors of their treasure that they didn't even understand their true purpose. Which was weird because the dragon in front of Harry was pretty pathetic, all things considered. He never expected to feel pity of all things towards a dragon. He knew that it would have been probably mistreated, but he didn't expect things to be this severe. The dragon's scales were dull and patchy, with large spots where they seemed to have fallen off entirely, showing raw, sore-looking skin. Its eyes were cloudy and unfocused, looking more like a tired old dog's than a fearsome creature's. The dragon's wings were tattered and torn, clearly not used for flying anymore, and its claws were chipped and broken. Chains were wrapped around its legs and neck, leaving deep, painful-looking marks. When the dragon breathed, it came out in weak, shuddering bursts, barely producing a flicker of flame. It was painfully thin, its ribs sticking out sharply. He could fully understand why someone would foolishly try to release the dragon out of a sense of compassion. Unfortunately, a dragon, no matter its state, was still a fearsome creature, a possible weapon of mass destruction. Even if this one was chained to be nothing more than a prop and a fancy form of magic detection for the goblins. It was why Harry stayed under his cloak for entire minutes as the chained dragon kept looking around. It was frankly insane that the dragon understood that there was something magically unusual near him, but thankfully hadn't really thought that it was a threat, and he quickly returned back towards the cart when he almost felt detected. To think that a dragon's sense would bypass a deathly hallow. No, that wasn't right, Lily had done it too. The dragon had probably sensed a gap in magic or something similar and was weirded out. Still, it wasn't the time to postulate, he wasn't going to risk entering while the dragon was still conscious. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. That could have made things a lot more complicated. Now, the question was how to deal with a dragon without using any magic. No, that was insane. There had to be an easier way. Harry used his arcane hearing to analyze the magic around the dragon and how it was tied to the wards. It took a bit of time to focus properly. Gringotts was filled to the brim with magic, and it was hard to distinguish anything. It was like trying to listen to the lyrics of a song while 1,000 others were playing at the same time. Anyway, it didn't take long to find the resonance between the dragon and one of the runes. He couldn't really understand the language, but the feeling of alarm was very distinct. After making a quick calculation of the speed of someone sounding the alarm, Harry jabbed his wand to the ground and released a pulse of directed magic, like a modified anti-ward, that went through walls and deliberately deactivated the connection between the dragon and the rune. It was just a small glitch for a few seconds, but it allowed Harry to open a small portal above the dragon and shape his magic once more, casting a stunning charm at the dragon tailored to ignore its magical protection. The spell flew into the portal, hitting the confused dragon's head on the other side. He took a deep breath when that was done. The dragon was knocked out by the spell and fell with a thud. Harry tried to mask any form of possible magical detection by masking the portal with the dragon's magic, which any enchantment would be tailored to ignore to avoid too many false alarms. It had seemingly worked, and now Harry slowly walked deeper into the cavern. He slowly walked with his arcane hearing active. There were hundreds of enchantments being layered, ones that Harry couldn't really decipher without wasting too much time. Instead, he ended the compulsion on Griphook, allowing him to enter. It would be better to learn from the goblin directly. As expected, Griphook growled when he noticed that the traps were activated and continued, "Fucking incompetent idiots." At least they knocked out the dragon. The goblin pressed his palm into one of the walls and the runes started to glow one by one in some weird pattern. The process took a few minutes, but quickly, Harry could hear the intensity of the magic slowly fade away into its deactivated state. The grumpy goblin walked towards the Lestrange vault. The vault door was massive and impressive, made of thick, dark metal with intricate patterns of interlocking runes. As the goblin approached, the door seemed to shimmer and ripple, like water disturbed by a stone. Slowly, it began to melt away, the metal dissolving into a silvery liquid that pooled at the edges before disappearing completely. And the moment it did, Harry cast a quick compulsion charm, making Griphook look to his right, and cast a quick time-freezing petrification spell. The goblin froze in mid-movement, frozen in time, which allowed Harry all the time in the world to enter the vault. Inside, the vault was a dazzling sight. Piles of gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts were stacked high, glittering in the dim light. Precious gems and ornate jewelry lay scattered among the coins, their facets catching and reflecting the light in a mesmerizing dance of colors. Ancient artifacts, each with its own aura of magic, were carefully placed on pedestals and shelves. These included intricately carved wands, shimmering cloaks, and old tomes bound in rich leather. The first thing he did was remove the obvious curses on every item on the vault. He had analyzed them and there were a few disturbing ones. Then, he summoned the gold into an expanded pouch that he made, essentially emptying half the vault, with the artifacts being the only things remaining. And that was when Harry used his arcane hearing to locate the purpose of his visit, the Cup of Hufflepuff. It had been an immediate thing, the fullness and unnaturalness of its song could easily overwhelm anything else, like a loud screeching in the middle of an orchestra. Harry warped the space around the cup and levitated it into an especially prepared pouch. He was planning on destroying it as quickly as possible but not in the middle of a bank with hundreds of detection enchantments around him. That was a recipe for disaster. The rest was easy enough. He made copies of each item in the vault, and put the rest in another pouch. By the end, he left only a pile of gold, for the bank fees, and the temporary copies. He was tempted to put in some leprechaun gold, but an amount this large could easily be traced back. To avoid basic detection, he put up a fake illusion which also simulated a similar magical aura of the original cursed treasure, which would trick anyone who wasn't focusing too hard. It wasn't easy but he was able to make it semi-sustainable by using the ambient magic inside the vault to power the enchantment, making it possibly last for months at a time, without leaving any traces of his own magic, which could theoretically be used to track him down. With that done, he left the vault as a happy man and unfroze Griphook. The goblin quickly looked around and Harry cast another compulsion charm for him to think that everything was fine and that he had done the inspection. The goblin nodded to himself, closed the vault once more, reactivated the traps, and entered the cart. The ride back was far less stressful, especially since Harry hadn't been swarmed by angry goblins for stealing from them, a scenario that he was fully prepared for. When they arrived at the surface, one last compulsion charm made Griphook think that he had already filed any paperwork, and just like that, Harry exited the bank under his invisibility cloak, having probably committed the heist of the century. He walked towards his meeting point with Daphne and removed the cloak. He was immediately hugged by Daphne, who exclaimed, "Harry, you're all right." "Yes, I'm fine. Everything went according to plan. I had to improvise a bit with the protections, but we expected that since we didn't know much about them. Other than that, no one suspected anything. I was so nervous." Harry hugged her back. "Don't worry, everything went well. What about your side? Umbridge is still asleep." Wormtail put back her key and her wand without any issues. "The gold I withdrew is also in her money pouch, so we shouldn't have any loose ends." Harry nodded. "All right, let's just go to Hogwarts. The vault took a bit more time than I would have liked, and we need to hurry before Blaise or Tracy get found out." She nodded and Harry created a portal to Hogwarts but near the dungeons. Before Daphne could question him, he put up some very strong privacy charms, took out the cup of Hufflepuff and placed it on the ground. He took out a basilisk fang from his pocket and stabbed it into the cup. There was a moment of intense resistance as if the cup itself were fighting back. A high-pitched scream echoed through the dungeons, the sound of the Horcrux's dark magic being expelled. The cup trembled violently, cracks spreading across its surface as the venom from the basilisk fang did its work. Finally, with a shattering sound, the cup split apart, a wisp of dark smoke escaping before dissolving into nothingness. Daphne gave him a horrified look. Longbottom has one of these things in his scar. He simply nodded, grabbed the remains of the legendary cup, put it in his bag, created another portal near their beacon with a wave of his wand, and then with some effort, followed up by creating the final portal to Demstrang. The both of them landed in his room in the Hogwarts Express turned dragon, and Daphne groaned, "What the hell, Harry? Sorry, we're a bit late." "So what?" she growled. He shrugged. "I wanted to spend the rest of the night together at the ball since we missed most of it." Her features softened before she turned away with her cheeks slightly pinker than usual. Harry took that as a win and just activated the signal to get Tracy and Blaise to return. In the meantime, he changed back into his official clothes, and Daphne did the same in her room. By the time Tracy and Blaise had returned, they looked exactly like they did when they left. Harry opened the portal one last time and they left, looking grateful. They probably had a very nice time together during the ball. With that done, he bowed to Daphne and said, "Lady Greengrass, would you do me the honor of joining me for the rest of the ball?" The blonde snorted, "Stop acting like a snob, Harry. Let's just go." And just like that, they went back to the ball, as if nothing had happened. No one knew that they had essentially pulled off the heist of the century. After all, the night was still young. Chapter 305, Blood and Vines. December 30th, 1994, Demstrang. And just like that, they went back to the ball, as if nothing had happened. No one knew that they had essentially pulled off the heist of the century. After all, the night was still young. Harry smiled as he remembered the events of the Yule Ball. It was, by far, one of his most eventful days. He had broken into Gringotts without anyone even realizing it, had some great time with Daphne afterwards. If only he could have figured out the trick to Maria's blood, he would have achieved everything in just a single day. Still, he was making some headway with Daphne in that regard, so that was nice on that front. He had worked with Daphne to isolate the source of strange power in Maria's blood. It was very faint and needed a lot of effort, but it was better than nothing. They were planning on going back to the Hogwarts Express after eating their breakfast. The task was in just a few days, and they had yet to have any leads. Honestly, he had missed the announcement of the third task since he was too busy robbing a bank, but from what he had figured out, it was some kind of retrieval of some gem, in a cave at the top of the mountain. If Harry had to guess, there had to be some kind of mountain climbing involved, probably some magical creatures that would attack the champions, nothing really exciting. It wasn't really his problem. He was far more focused on dealing with Dumbledore. The man was bound to do something at the time. Daphne, who was sitting next to him, hit him in the shoulder, breaking him from his musings. "What is it?" "Look, I wanted to ignore it, but do you know why Bones and that Vila from Beauxbatons have been glaring at me for a few days?" "Not really." "I'm guessing it has to do with the ball." She snorted. "Of course, it has to do with the ball. What the hell did Tracy do? You could just ask Susan, you know. She's a nice enough girl." The blonde motioned to return but coughed as she read the main headline on the newspaper that Diggory, who was sitting next to Bones, was reading. "Gringotts Break-In, the Greatest Heist in History." By Rita Skeeter. In an astonishing turn of events, Gringotts Wizarding Bank has fallen victim to an unprecedented robbery during the Yule celebrations. An inactive vault, which was due to revert to the Ministry of Magic after a period of inactivity, was mysteriously emptied of its contents. This incident marks the first successful breach of the bank's formidable security in its long history, casting a shadow over its once sterling reputation. Authorities moved swiftly and apprehended a suspect, Dolores Umbridge, the undersecretary to Minister Cornelius Fudge. The involvement of a high-ranking official in such a scandal has sent shockwaves through the wizarding community and raised serious questions about the integrity of Fudge's administration. The vault in question, although inactive, was set to become ministry property, making this not just a robbery of private assets, but an audacious theft of government property, commented an auror involved in the investigation. The implications are severe, given the breach of Gringotts' supposedly impenetrable security. Minister Fudge expressed his shock and dismay at the possible involvement of Madame Umbridge. "I am deeply troubled by these allegations," Fudge stated in an emergency press conference. "If true, this betrayal by someone so close to my administration is unimaginable. I vow to ensure that justice is served, no matter where it leads." A few ministry employees also hinted at the challenges posed by the newfound influence of the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, suggesting that their recent involvement might complicate the pursuit of true justice. Upon searching Umbridge's residence, aurors found no trace of the missing gold, leading to speculation that the witch might have been coerced into participating in the crime. "We are exploring all possibilities, including the likelihood that Umbridge was under some form of duress or manipulation," said an insider within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "It's crucial to determine whether she acted alone or was part of a larger conspiracy." In a startling development, Goblin officials have confirmed that the stolen gold was not deposited into any other vault within Gringotts. This revelation suggests that a significant fortune is currently unsecured, making the thief, or thieves, likely targets for anyone seeking to claim the stolen riches. "The absence of the gold within our vaults indicates a high risk for the perpetrators, as they now possess a vast amount of unprotected wealth," noted a senior goblin. "The robbery has significant ramifications for Gringotts, a symbol of financial security in the wizarding world." A representative from the International Confederation of Wizards, ICW, expressed grave concerns about the impact on the bank's global reputation. "This incident is a heavy blow to Gringotts. For centuries, it has been viewed as the safest place for wizarding wealth. This breach undermines that trust and will require substantial measures to restore confidence," they stated. However, some citizens are pointing fingers at the ICW itself, blaming their recent involvement in British wizarding politics for the breach. "It's only after all those mandates and bills were put in place that Gringotts was robbed for the very first time," said one concerned witch. "Gringotts has spent centuries without any incident of this kind. The ICW's interference and sudden regulations could have easily created vulnerabilities that made the robbery possible." A ministry employee, speaking on condition of anonymity, revealed that the ICW had also investigated Fudge's entire administration and had vetted Dolores Umbridge. "If she truly is guilty, this doesn't look good on the ICW either," they remarked. "Their vetting process is supposed to be thorough, and this failure could have serious implications." Gringotts officials have remained tight-lipped, citing the ongoing investigation, but insiders hint at possible internal reviews and enhanced security protocols in response to the breach. "We are committed to ensuring that such an incident never occurs again," a spokesperson briefly commented. The scandal has also put Minister Fudge in an uncomfortable position, with calls for transparency and accountability within his administration growing louder. "This is a dark day for the ministry," said a senior official who wished to remain anonymous. "If Umbridge is found guilty, it raises serious concerns about our vetting processes and the overall integrity of our leadership." As the wizarding community grapples with the shock of the robbery and its implications, all eyes are on the ministry and Gringotts. Will justice be served, and can the bank restore its tarnished reputation? Only time will tell, but one thing is certain, this Yule will be remembered for far more than its festivities. For more information about the robbery, view pages 2 to 3. For more information about Dolores Umbridge, view page 4. For more information about Gringotts' statement on the robbery, view page 5. Harry hummed. This was about as much as he expected. He honestly didn't expect the ministry to actually admit that the robbery happened. Then again, Fudge was competent enough to know that hiding something like this was unrealistic. To be fair to the man, the article, while putting him under the fire, also puts the ICW's influence into question. He honestly hadn't thought the man had it in him to do something this underhanded. No one could say anything about him being responsible since he was just as criticized as the ICW was. A very clever move, especially considering that Fudge was usually as subtle as a bull in a china shop. Daphne was visibly flabbergasted by the article, and when people finally noticed what they were staring at, they did the same. Longbottom actually choked on his orange juice when he read the headline, "Merlin's Beard." How did someone manage to break into Gringotts? And just like that, everyone knew. Seeing that the blonde clearly wanted to speak with him, he quickly put up some privacy charms. Daphne looked slightly pale when she finished reading the article. "Oh, thank Merlin. They weren't able to find anything." He gave her a smug grin. "Of course they didn't. I'm a professional, after all. I'm surprised they didn't say who the vault belonged to. They probably don't want it known that it was one of the highest security vaults that was robbed. All of the old families in Britain would have been running to take away their gold. I'm already expecting a lot of people to do this, but not the old families." They probably think that having a dragon would help them out. She hummed, that makes sense. Fudge did a good job with the article. I honestly thought that they would have tried to suppress it. They probably couldn't. Since it was an inactive vault, and would have belonged to the ministry in a few decades if someone didn't claim it. Since the Lestrange brothers had no close blood ties, the only way to claim it would have been the Lestrange family crest. I think Fudge was planning on using a bill to hasten the collection of inactive vaults, hoping to fund the ministry and use it to kick out the ICW. Publishing this would pressure the Wisengamot to vote on a bill like this so that gold that would serve the ministry wouldn't be stolen. But that's just me guessing. So, we really did it, huh? The blonde stated. We robbed Gringotts without anyone even suspecting us. Harry snorted. We were sort of overprepared. I fully expected to screw up somewhere and end up fighting an army of goblins. Having an alibi here would have been very helpful if my face was somehow revealed in the fighting. There's very little known about goblin magic, but one of the fields they mastered was the removal of concealment enchantments. And you didn't think to say anything to me? You would have been out of the bank by the time any complication came up anyway, and I didn't see the need to worry you about the worst-case scenario. She looked angry and Harry could see the point. She didn't like it when he kept things from her, but sometimes, separation of duties was just more efficient. Suddenly an idea came up in Harry's head. It was absolutely brilliant. He gave Daphne a bright smile, making her blush slightly. I think I have an idea on getting from Maria's blood. Daphne immediately straightened up. Explain. Let's go back to the express first. It's getting a bit loud in here. Harry was right, of course. In just mere minutes, everyone, including the professors, was talking about the Gringotts heist. As flattering as it was, the countless conversations that started at once were making the hall noticeably louder. Thankfully, the walk back to the express-turned-dragon was a peaceful one. He fully expected Daphne to start yelling at him for keeping things from her. Anyway, they arrived in his bedroom, and the blonde spoke up. So, what's your brilliant plan? First try to extract as much of the blood and put it into a vial. I'll explain as I go along. He grabbed a crystal vial and carefully etched runes onto it. While doing so, he spoke up. We were trying to figure out what the magical anomaly in her blood was, but it was diluted by the fact that Maria is dead and that the magic is probably centuries old. So, what if we separate it from the blood completely? How? Life force is intrinsically tied to the blood, you can't just extract it. But is it tied to the whole blood or just a fraction of it? Daphne looked confused and Harry continued, just look. He put the blood into the vial he just enchanted, and made sure that it was securely closed, before charming it to spin around. What the hell are you doing? Harry smirked at her. Something new. I enchanted the bottom of the vial to make anything magical gravitate towards it using a variation of the runes used to take magic from the atmosphere. And so, when it spins, the blood is physically being pulled to the bottom of the vial. The magical portion of the blood would have the strongest pull since it's both being pulled by the magic and normal gravity. And since we're trying to isolate the source of magic, hopefully, it will work. He waved his hand and some of the runes started to glow now by removing the magicless liquid from the top slowly as it kept spinning. He sincerely hoped that he hadn't wasted his only lead on Dumbledore's plan. There were dozens of ways things could go wrong. The magic might be completely mixed equally with the liquid. The magical component might be so weak in the blood that it would be overwhelmed compared to the ambient magic. Hell, the theory might be completely wrong to begin with. This was barely more than a hunch that felt right for some reason. Suddenly, the vial stopped spinning and it almost looked empty. His heart leapt into his throat at the idea of failing. That was until he noticed the faintly glowing golden liquid in the bottom. It was barely more than a droplet, but it was very pure and had enough magic to act as a focus to scry its source. He quickly used the golden drop as a focus and channeled the power of the resurrection stone, using it as an anchor. He almost thought it wasn't enough until a shade of a blonde man in Roman armor gave him a sneering look. How unexpected. Who are you? Harry asked despite himself. You summoned me without knowing who I am. I wouldn't have asked if I knew. Well, you stand in the presence of Nero Claudius, 5th Emperor of Rome. Now, I wish to know the name of the men who dared to summon me from my rest. Harry's only response was, what the fuck? Chapter 306, Chapter 306, The Fated Sovereign. December 30th, 1994, Demstrang. Well, you stand in the presence of Nero Claudius, 5th Emperor of Rome. Now, I wish to know the name of the men who dared to summon me from my rest. Harry's only response was, what the fuck? The men seemed offended by what he said. I know that it's hard to deal with my magnificence, but there's no need for that sort of language. Wait, Harry said, shaking his head as if trying to clear it. Nero Claudius. The Nero Claudius. The emperor that burned Rome. Harry turned towards Daphne only to see her frozen in time. Ah, right. The resurrection stone didn't exactly summon a shade into the real world, just the illusion of one. A simple way to prove this was the fact that the shade was speaking in English, something that he wouldn't really expect from an emperor of Rome. In truth, Harry accessed something akin to an archive, a repository of the world's memories of people, one that wasn't exactly perfect. It was more akin to a form of scrying than anything. Theoretically, it happened inside his head. Yes, the very same, Nero responded, his sneer deepening. Although I do admit that the fact people remember me for this incident to this day is very upsetting. Still, you seem surprised, wizard. You are the one that summoned me. I'm surprised because this is impossible. Even if you're someone remembered by history, you died almost 2,000 years ago. Whatever imprint you left on the world should have faded in time. You shouldn't have been whole enough to summon as something as defined as you are now. I am not just anyone, wizard. I am Nero, Emperor of Rome. Harry snorted at the man's arrogance. Dude, no offense, but there's been hundreds of other emperors and kings in history. I wouldn't have been able to summon them. There has to have been something else to it. I do admit that my knowledge of the arcane arts is spotty at best, and so I cannot help you in that regard. It matters not how my presence is possible, only that it is. Now, who are you, wizard, and why have you summoned my august self? My name is Harry Potter, and I have summoned you through a connection to a girl who was sacrificed for a ritual. I isolated the magic in her blood and used it as an anchor to find its source. I never imagined it would have reached so far back. The men seemed oddly pleased, so, my line survived all this time. I had hidden my child well, but I fully expected my successors to have killed her to secure their reigns. I suppose that damned witch was right, after all. What witch? The Oracle. She came from Greece, and somehow found her way past an army of mages, just to speak to me. I asked her how I would be remembered. I remember that day as if it was yesterday, the way her voice changed and the world itself rummed at her words, the moment she proclaimed that I would be overthrown, but that my line would outlive the empire, and rebuild it in fire and blood. I was young back then, barely ascended. I found enemies everywhere, tried to stop anyone from gaining too much influence. I tried to make myself beloved by the people so that the mere thought of overthrowing me would have resulted in riots and massacres. Not that those useless plebeians did anything when I was betrayed and forced to flee Rome. I think I realized then that I could have done better in that regard, that they overthrew me because of how I made sure to stifle their influence as much as possible. It was funny in a way, I brought my own downfall. As much as the tale was fascinating, there was one main critical detail: you were involved in a prophecy. That actually explained too much and it made everything fit. How couldn't have seen it before? The magical release was too powerful, too raw, to be anything else. The goal of Dumbledore's ritual wasn't to kill Maria but to actually destroy the prophecy she was involved in. Maria, or one of her descendants, was prophesied to rebuild the Roman Empire, and now it couldn't. It explained why Emperor Nero was still relatively intact in the Sea of Souls. He was involved in a prophecy and the world remembered him for it. With that prophecy being destroyed, it was likely that he would start to fade away like he should have when he died. It also explained the dagger during the ritual. It was obviously created to channel the power of every single spectator in the task, because it could, for a fraction of a second, hold enough power to make things unpredictable, to take fate by surprise. It was a safeguard against any potential shenanigans Destiny could have used to save the girl. No wonder it slid through Harry's portal as if it didn't exist. It was blade meant to slice Destiny. He grimaced as he murmured, I got it all wrong. It wasn't 7 tasks, 7 schools. No, it was 7 prophecies. Or more accurately, 7 broken ones. But the energy release that I felt was just the overflow, the loss. What the fuck are they powering? The Emperor stiffened. Did you just say that someone broke a prophecy? Yes. Someone killed the last of your line to break the prophecy. They've been doing it for months. What could possibly need that much power? But fate is absolute. It is, Harry replied with a hollow smile, until it isn't. The world itself protests the idea of a prophecy being void. And if it is, it tends to react violently with a very strong release of energy. How strong? The shade hesitantly asked. My mother did it once out of desperation. It created a hole in space and time themselves, bypassed the abyss between dimensions, and the spillage vaporized an entire village in seconds. But using 7 prophecies for a ritual. The sheer power alone could wipe out a continent. The former emperor gave Harry a shrug in reply. That sounds like a problem for the living. I'm sure you'll be able to handle it, Harry Potter. And just like that the shade disappeared and the world resumed. Daphne gave Harry a weird look. You've been staring at the wall for a while now. Are you all right? Yeah, I think I figured out how Dumbledore chooses his victims. We were thinking about it the wrong way. He's not killing people, he's killing prophecies. People are just the unfortunate victims if it pertains to them. There was a prophecy about Maria, the blonde asked. Yes, either her or her descendants was supposed to build an empire or something. We thought that it might have been a curse because of the magical release. We never considered that it might have been a prophecy, but it would have been far greater. Only it seems like Dumbledore is very efficient with his energy. So, what now? Harry smirked. Now that we know how he's choosing his targets, we'll need to follow the same trail. We need to figure out if there are any prophecies regarding Demstrang. Daphne sighed heavily. To the library then. He nodded, agreeing with her. To the library. Minutes later the two of them stood at the library of Demstrang, ready to find records of prophecies involving the school. The fact that the entire fortress was hidden meant that Dumbledore had to use the school grounds to perform the ritual. The prophecy had to be local. Either something about the school or something about students who attend the school. Considering that killing a student isn't something one could just brush off, it was probably the former, hence their research. The library itself was very well organized and the books looked in good condition. Rows of towering shelves stretched out in every direction, filled with volumes on dark arts, magical theory, and historical accounts. The best perk, by far, was the fact that every single book was manually translated by someone, and you could access the translation by just powering a small rune matrix on the spine of the book. A large majority of books had English translations, so that saved them a lot of time. However, despite the neat organization, there was no specific section dedicated to prophecies. They found themselves wandering through aisles, pulling out various books that seemed only vaguely related to their search. Hours passed, and the lack of clear direction began to wear on them. The blonde, holding a particularly dusty book on historical predictions, cleared her throat awkwardly. Harry, she started, fidgeting slightly. Harry gave her a questioning look. Did you find something, Daph? No. I just wanted you to know that I figured out why the other girls have been glaring at me so much. Huh, sure. What was it? She looked slightly awkward. During the ball, Tracy and Blaze kissed, while they were pretending to be us. People think that we're in a relationship. Harry sat up, looking Daphne straight in the eye. We did go on one date. The blonde snorted. Robbing a bank does not constitute a proper date, Harry. Fine, we'll go to a restaurant next time. If you want to be boring, that is. Stop being a prat, Potter, she answered while her cheeks reddened. Look, what I'm trying to say is that since we don't want people to suspect anything, would it be so bad that we pretend that we are dating? To shrug off the suspicion, of course. The last Potter gave her a cheeky smile. Are you asking me out on a date, Daphne Greengrass? I swear, you're so not the effort. Harry's smile turned warm. Tell you what. About that dating thing. Look, how about we go out on a proper date after the task, just you and me in some restaurant or having a picnic? I'll think of something, and we'll see where things go. Daphne didn't look that happy by the prospect and Harry quickly tried to speak up before she could take things differently. I'm horrible at this kind of stuff. Look, if we just jump into this and not ease our way in, then we're risking ruining what we already have now. It's better to be patient now than to not be friends after rushing into things. Daphne's icy glare softened. Fine. I see your point. Moments later, Daphne murmured, I think I have something. She handed Harry an old book with a weathered cover and yellowed pages. Inside, they found a poem that seemed promising. By the heart of the mountain, deep and untamed. The hero with Graham shall conquer it all. Daphne looked confused. Sigurd. That name is familiar. It's the name of the first hero, the slayer of the dragon Fafnir. This is an old legend, one of the oldest in history. I never knew about a prophecy of someone succeeding him. His blade, Graham, was lost when he died. So, that's the prophecy, that someone would end up finding Graham and wielding it. It seems like something Dumbledore would be interested in. A prophecy like this is bound to be powerful. The blonde gave him an exasperated look. I can see where this is going. Harry gave her an innocent look. Whatever do you mean? We're going to end up looking for this mythical sword. Where you'll try to steal it from under Dumbledore's nose or something. There are hundreds of mountains around the school, Harry. We do not have enough time to look at each of them. I'll figure something out, probably try to craft something to help us locate it. Maybe some sort of tracking spell or a map that shows us the most likely locations. Daphne sighed, but a small smile played on her lips. Of course you will. I suppose we better start gathering supplies then. We'll need food, warm clothes, and some enchanted tools if we're going to search the mountains. Harry gave her a warm look. All right, let's do this. We have a legendary sword to find, after all. Chapter 307, Chapter 307, Tested Patience. January 4, 1995, Demstrang. The jagged peaks of the Demstrang Mountains jutted against the gray sky, their snowy tops looking like stern guards over the rough terrain. These mountains were wild and untouched, with rocky slopes diving into steep valleys covered in thick layers of snow. The dark pine forests were weighed down with fresh snow, the branches heavy with the pristine white powder. The air was cold and sharp, with a clean winter smell and a faint hint of pine. In the middle of this rugged range, one mountain looked pretty much like all the others. Its base was covered in snow, softening the rough edges of the rocks and trees. Hardy plants peeked through the snow here and there, and small frozen streams glistened like silver ribbons down their sides. There was nothing special about this mountain, it just blended in with the rest of the imposing landscape. Other than the portal that opened suddenly, of course. Two figures emerged from it, a boy and a girl, specifically, Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass. Harry looked around the cave they arrived in and immediately waved his wand, turning them both invisible. Seconds later, a vampire thrall ran out and sniffed the air. It shook its head before turning and returning. Thank fuck those creatures weren't very intelligent. He fully expected one of them to sound an alarm and warn Dumbledore. The blonde gave him an irritated look. Harry, this is getting ridiculous. You haven't slept in days and the task is about to start. We're not going to find Graham in just a few days. You knew that it was a slim chance anyway. Even if you did find it, then what? You'll fight off an army while sleep-deprived. And don't say that those stupid potions would help you. You've already taken a lot more than you should and I don't need to give you a list of the dangers, right? Harry winced at that. He had bought a few potions that stopped him from needing to sleep. Sure, using it more than 2 days in a row wasn't recommended and he was going to crash pretty badly after it's done, but he needed to find that sword. He didn't even know why he was so obsessed about it. It was some kind of instinct in the back of his mind, probably his fledgling seer powers giving him hints about what to do. Or maybe it was his obsession to find the answer to the puzzle, to figure out what Dumbledore wanted to achieve. He was about to protest only for Daphne to interrupt him once more. Harry, you almost got us found out in seconds. We've searched dozens of mountains, maybe even hundreds. We found nothing so far. And don't pretend that a vampire being here means anything. The others were full of them as well. Yeah, Dumbledore had outsmarted him in that regard, even if Harry didn't want to admit it out loud. He had stationed an army of vampires at each cave in every single mountain around Demstrang. The former headmaster was far more prepared than he expected. It was funny just how critical of an advantage having more time could bring in a fight. The men had expected that Harry would, at some time, figure out that the sword Graham was critical to his plans, and hadn't wanted him to follow Dumbledore's forces to discover where it would be. Harry had been so glad when he saw the vampires in the first cave he explored, only for it to be a dead end. He thanked all the possible gods that he had decided to sneak in and not fight his way in. Alarming Dumbledore was the last thing he needed. This whole thing was a frustrating nightmare. Every single mountain was unremarkable. Each had a small army of vampires and didn't have any particular sort of magic, according to his arcane hearing that is. Not that he expected any obvious traces of magic. People would have found the sword centuries before if they did. Still, the vampire's presence meant that their guess was probably right, that it was the prophecy of Sigurd's heir that Dumbledore wanted to destroy. If only they could just find that fucking sword. The lack of sleep was making him very irritable and forgetting the privacy charms was a mistake he shouldn't have made. Deciding that Daphne had a point, he released a deep sigh. All right, this is the last one. If we don't leave this place with a lead, we'll go back to Demstrang, and I'll go to sleep. We'll try to figure out if there are any relevant prophecies near Nebelheim and make do. Fine, Daphne replied while rolling her eyes, this is the last one we're visiting today. Harry nodded, and they slowly entered the cave. For the first time since they arrived, he took the time to observe his surroundings. The path inside was uneven, with loose rocks and patches of ice making each step a bit tricky. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like the teeth of some ancient creature, while stalagmites rose from the ground, forming natural columns that cast long, eerie shadows. The walls were rough and jagged, with patches of moss and lichen clinging to the damp stone. All in all, it was exactly like the others that he had visited. He easily walked past the thralls walking around mindlessly and more than a few vampire lords. While he did so, he subtly tagged them with a special runic matrix that he created. He had created them in a whim to make fighting vampires even easier. The rune absorbed magic and stored it, only to transform it into a conceptual form of sunlight. It wasn't anywhere as effective as actual sunlight, but after storing a lot of magic, the inefficiency was made up by the sheer amount of it. It wasn't perfect, but it was a great way to deal with a lot of vampires at once. Once tagged, Harry could activate the rune at any time, and they were dead vampires walking. Well, deader than they were. Did vampires count as undead? He didn't know for sure. They searched for any signs of the sword, but Harry couldn't find any. There was no ritual and to be honest, there was nowhere near the same number of vampires as there was back in Italy. He had almost given up until he noticed the leader of this pack of vampires. It was an elder vampire, a female one, which was a first for him. He supposed that it did make sense that there would be female elder vampires. Still, this was an inconsistency since all of the other caves were led by groups of vampire lords. He motioned to Daphne to freeze all the entrances and exit to the section of the cave. Before she could even do anything, the vampire elder ran towards her, with her claws raised. Harry summoned Daphne towards him, and she finished her spell trapping them all inside. The vampire elder froze with a smile on her face and loudly chuckled, "Dearie me. What do I have here? Your magic is quite exquisite, but there is nothing that is hiding your souls from me. I'd recognize them in a heartbeat. Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass. What a pleasant surprise. For some reason, I don't think you mean it," he replied with a sarcastic tone. Now. There's no reason to be more sensitive. When Albus Dumbledore said that there was a chance you'd search the caves around Demstrang, I couldn't help but be curious. I volunteered, of course. After all, you have probably killed more vampire elders than anyone in history. They do fear you, not enough to refuse to fight you, but enough not to actively seek out a fight. I suppose you should be proud to have such a fearsome reputation. I can't help but wonder how you killed us. We're supposed to be able to regenerate from just a drop of blood. And yet you killed your fair share of our kind. Yeah, I'm not telling you how I'm killing your kind. That sounds like a bad idea on my part. The vampire pouted and it looked so wrong on her face. That's too bad. I can't help but ask why you're going so much out of your way to go after Dumbledore. Sure, at the start, he was the instigator, but he hasn't really made any moves against you in a while. It's like you're aching for his attention despite saying that you hate it. Harry rolled his eyes. What are you getting at? I'm trying to understand you. You see, you're one of the most fascinating humans I've ever met. Oh, I've seen countless Light Lords and Dark Lords fighting. It's always been just the two of them going at it, creating armies, wreaking havoc, then the winner undoing the loser's life's work, and the circle goes on again and again. It was stable, it was predictable until it wasn't. That fool Drackle and his friend Flammel tried to make it so the Light and Dark champions would work together, and Europe burned for it. The whole thing would have been a lot tamer if there weren't actual feelings involved, but whatever. Aren't Dumbledore and Grindelwald working together now? The vampire's grin became even wider. Oh, what a clever boy you are. They are, but it's obviously against their nature. And why is that? Why are they working together? What ritual are they powering? He asked very quickly. Now, I can't tell you that. It would be far too easy. Harry growled, I could make you. She snorted, you'll do what exactly? Kill me. I'm old, Potter. I've experienced everything there is to experience, seen everything there is to see. You're a curiosity, something new, which is why I'm here. And if you kill me, then you do kill me. I'm not really bothered. After all, it's just one new thing for me to experience. You're insane, Daphne exclaimed. No, my dear. You're thinking of life as a mortal would. Vampires, especially elders, have a different view. Your first 1,000 years of life are, by far, the most exquisite one. You could travel the world, see new things, but that's the problem. The world is not infinite and eventually, you run out of new things to experience and after that, you just exist. Some find meaning in isolation, some just go to sleep, hoping to wake up centuries later and experience new things, some try to find meaning in servitude and it is fun, seeing the schemes and plans you humans come up with, but it gets boring quickly too. Harry turned and gave the vampire a curious look, so, let me get this straight. You're here because talking to me is curious and new. You want to figure me out. She snorted, of course I do. It's not every day you see someone challenge a champion of light and be actually effective against them. They often just die, quickly if they're lucky. You see, I have seen two kinds of challengers. They're either idiots with delusions of heroism, and you're not that, or they're just suicidal, which you're not either. I was so curious to see what made you tick, and I think I figured it out. Harry froze and she continued, it's not about Dumbledore at all, is it? If Dumbledore was waging war, you wouldn't have cared as long as no one you know would have been hurt. Sure, Dumbledore being involved is what made you curious, but you're obsessed with the answer, the puzzle. You can't stand the idea of not knowing something. Tell me, how right am I? The last Potter growled, all right, I haven't slept in days. I'm tired, I'm frustrated, and I'm just one little snap away from doing something very drastic. So, I'm not going to get into an argument with you. Instead, I'm going to ask you one last time and you won't like the consequences if I answer you. Where is the ritual taking place? I told you, child, you have no leverage here. Harry gave her a blank look and sighed, well, don't say I didn't warn you. The vampire didn't even have the time to react before she was petrified in time. Harry walked towards her casually and touched her stomach. A large rune matrix appeared and started glowing. Then he waved his hand, and 4 large ice pillars appeared, each one covering the vampire's limbs. He enchanted each of the pillars to freeze whatever it held through time as well. It was almost impossible for someone to even get out of this place. He created a portal underneath Daphne, taking her back to her room in the Hogwarts Express. He did not want her to see this. With that done, he removed the temporal petrification and tried not to wince when the vampire elder started to thrash around and scream. He deactivated the rune slightly and she shuddered, looking afraid for the first time since this confrontation. What did you do? Just a rune I came up with, or a variation of it, really. It uses ambient magic to channel conceptual light in your body, and as resistant as you are, it won't kill you, it'll just feel like you have fire in your veins. Harry neglected to say that he also channeled a bit of the resurrection stone to make it so that the light wouldn't be overpowered by her nature. Whoever made vampires had used some form of soul magic to make them, and it was what made them stronger the more thralls they had. The woman thrashed even more. I'm going to kill you. Harry waved his hand and silenced her. Let's just stop the threats right now. You see, you caught me in a bad mood. So, I'm giving you a choice. I could keep you here, reactivate the rune, keep you bound in this cave, silenced and alone. You would be in the dark, feeling nothing but pain, for eons. Your mind would fracture from the constant pain while you yearn for the sweet release of death even more with every passing moment. However, since I am a nice person, I'll spare you this pain. As long as you tell me where the ritual is taking place, that is. The vampire was trembling in fear. However, after a few seconds without an answer he shook his head. All right then, I guess you made your choice. As Harry began to turn away, she thrashed harder, her voice growing desperate. I'm not afraid of pain. You think this will break me? Harry paused, his back still to her. Maybe not now, but give it time. You have eternity, after all. The vampire's defiance wavered. I've endured centuries of torment. Your tricks won't work. Harry turned back, his eyes cold. You've endured physical pain, but this is different. This isn't just pain, it's isolation, it's helplessness, it's an endless void of suffering. And the worst part? No one will come for you. Not even death. She looked into his eyes, searching for a sign of weakness, a hint that he might be bluffing. But she found none. Harry's expression was as unyielding as stone. Harry took a step closer, his voice low and menacing. I know exactly what I'm dealing with. And I know exactly how to make you talk. He activated the rune briefly, and the vampire screamed, her body convulsing in agony. Harry deactivated it just as quickly, her cries echoing off the stone walls. Ready to talk now? He asked calmly. She panted heavily, her eyes filled with a mix of fury and fear. Fuck you. Harry activated the rune again, this time for a longer duration. The vampire's screams were ear-piercing, her body writhing in pain. When he finally deactivated it, she lay there, gasping for breath, but she still wasn't talking. You know what, Harry mused, I think you're right. I'll never be able to make you talk. Unfortunately, that means that you wasted my time, which is something I have very little of. Maybe it's better to just leave you here alone. Don't worry, I might be back, probably, sometime in the next decade possibly. I guess this is goodbye. He activated the rune once more and was motioning to walk away until she loudly yelled out, please don't. Please I'll talk, just don't leave me here. He motioned her to continue, the sword. Grindelwald found it when he was a student here. Dumbledore somehow moved the thing in the cave underneath Demstrang for better access to the crowd's magic. You'll find it there. There aren't any caves underneath Demstrang. I checked myself. She was rasping now, it's a secret one. Grindelwald used it as his personal laboratory back then. There's an entrance in the school, near the symbol of the Deathly Hallows is carved. Please. I told you what you wanted. Harry nodded and released the woman from her chains. She snarled at him, you're a fucking monster. You, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald deserve each other. She leapt at him and Harry conjured a blade of ice and channeled the resurrection stone through it. He activated the cloak making her go through him and stabbed her in the heart with the ice sword. In all this time, his expression did not change for 1 second. He then activated all of the runes that he put on the vampires he encountered in every cave. With a wave of his wand, he created a portal to Daphne's bedroom, only to see her glaring at him. I got a location. Dumbledore moved the sword from the mountain. He put it in a cave underneath Demstrang. What happened to the vampire? She's dead, he simply stated, so, the cave underneath Demstrang. Are you in or out? Chapter 308, Race Against Time. January 4, 1995, Demstrang. With a wave of his wand, he created a portal to Daphne's bedroom, only to see her glaring at him. I got a location. Dumbledore moved the sword from the mountain. He put it in a cave underneath Demstrang. Are you in or out? The walk to the fortress was a silent one. Daphne hadn't said much other than agreeing to come with him, and the expression on her face was a worried one. She was probably apprehensive about the fight ahead. So far, he had only faced the vampires on his own, meaning that this was technically her first real mission since the tournament began. A small part of him was worried too, but not about the fight ahead. It was more about the way he had behaved inside the mountain. His lack of sleep had made him very irritable, and his actions were very rash. There were probably better ways of getting information out of the elder vampire. He didn't really have to torture the woman. Unfortunately, he was quickly running out of time, and that frustrated him to no end. The woman's behavior and games with her knowledge didn't help. He couldn't deny the effectiveness of it all, but he had to control himself better next time. However, he could see why Dark Lords tended to prefer this method. It was just more efficient and faster. They walked down to the dungeon near one of the abandoned classes of Demstrang. Classrooms of Demstrang. The air got colder with each step, and the dim light from their wands cast creepy shadows on the damp stone walls. The corridor was narrow, the ceiling low, and the smell of mildew and age was almost overpowering. Harry and Daphne's footsteps echoed, a constant reminder of how empty and eerie the place was. The walls had old, rusty sconces that probably hadn't held a torch in decades. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling like ghostly curtains, and the occasional rat scurried away, its tiny claws making scratchy noises on the stone floor. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, the silence almost deafening. This was technically a banned place, but with everyone being busy with the task, no one really cared about it. Honestly, the reason it was banned was mostly just superstition, that Gellert Grindelwald would have cursed the place before he was expelled, or that he had hidden some very dangerous dark artifacts which could cause mayhem. For all the fact that mages had learned how to manipulate the fabrics of reality, to peer into the future and past, they were strangely superstitious. Finally, they reached a heavy, iron-bound door that led to the dungeon. It creaked open reluctantly, revealing a large, dark room lit only by the faint glow of their wands. The air was even colder here, like the room had frozen over from years of neglect and dark memories. At the far end of the dungeon, carved into the rough stone wall, was Grindelwald's infamous mark. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows was etched deeply, its lines precise and deliberate. The vertical line of the Elder Wand, the triangle of the Invisibility Cloak, and the circle of the Resurrection Stone were all perfectly proportioned, forming a hauntingly symmetrical emblem. Time hadn't worn it down, if anything, it seemed more pronounced, the stone around it darker and rougher in contrast. Daphne was looking at the mark in a daze. Grindelwald's mark. "That's not exactly right," he responded, happy that the blonde had finally spoken up since they left the Hogwarts Express-turned-dragon. "It's the symbol of the Deathly Hallows." Grindelwald was obsessed with them, so much so that he used it as his own personal coat of arms. "Are you talking about the children's story?" she asked, "the one about the three brothers beating death?" It was then that Harry finally realized that he had never actually told Daphne about the Deathly Hallows. "I don't know if the story itself is real, but the objects are. The three brothers were Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus Peveril. And you know this how? I'm a descendant of the youngest brother and the current user of his invisibility cloak." That seemed to have struck her dumb, and Harry could tell that she wanted to ask more about this. Not wanting to waste too much time, he spoke up. "All right, we need to find the secret entrance around here." Harry used his arcane hearing to locate traces of magic around the place. The entire location was saturated in dark oppressive magic, but there was something connected to the symbol carved in the wall. Some kind of recognition charm between it and a section of the wall. It could be anything, really. An object with a distinct signature, a person, or even just a passcode. The magic on the symbol wasn't one that he could decipher properly. He hadn't really seen anything like it before. But this was probably also a beginner's work, since while the symbol itself was something new, the enchantments on the wall weren't as well obscured. Grindelwald must have just started to master his magic as the champion of the dark at the time. Which was good news to Harry. He only needed to craft a quick spell to trick the wall into opening without dealing with the overpowered crap that was Grindelwald's magic. While he was creating the spell, Daphne spoke up. "Harry, what did really happen with the elder vampire? She was trying to stall us. I convinced her to speed up a bit." "How?" "I don't think she would have done this willingly." Harry nodded. "Of course, it wasn't willing. I just threatened her a bit. I bound her and said that I would keep her there for an eternity, chained without any sound, any light, or any sleep. She treasured new experiences, and I threatened that she wouldn't have any for thousands of years, trapped in this place. She caved in quickly afterwards." He told her an edited version of what happened. Torturing that woman wasn't exactly something that he was proud of. It had been a mistake. Not that the monster didn't deserve the pain, but that Harry had gone so far. He knew that, instinctively, and promised himself that he would not allow himself to lose control like this again. He was glad that Daphne hadn't seen him like this, even if she was obviously suspecting that he hadn't told her the entire truth. Daphne continued her questions. "Then why did you kill her afterwards?" "She tried to kill me when she was free." "Look, Daphne, you shouldn't really feel pity for someone like her. I don't think you know just how horrible elder vampires are. She was a monster, one that had probably killed thousands of innocent people, and that's me lowballing things." "Fine, but we're going to talk about this later." Harry agreed, after the task. With a final calculation, Harry cast a spell at the connection between the symbol and the wall, which slowly dissolved into mist, revealing a passageway. Harry entered, his wand raised, and Daphne followed after him. He whispered to her, "Try to remain hidden. You're my backup in case something goes wrong. The main priority is protecting the sword." The moment he said this, a loud gong spread all over the fortress. "Shit, the task has started. We're quickly running out of time." He ran forward, deciding that subtlety wasn't useful anymore. The small army of thralls was killed in seconds with a blast of fire that he spread around by warping space. He quickly followed with the sunlight spell to weaken the rest. The vampire lords at the end of the tunnel were trying some kind of shadow spell, but Harry had none of it. He warped space all over the tunnel to turn and twist, causing them to stumble and fall. He followed up by making the room fall down on them, squashing them into red mist. With a wave of his wand, the tunnel returned back to normal, and the blood faded away. He turned and saw Daphne gaping at him. What was that? Oh, right. Daphne hadn't really seen him fight seriously for years. She hadn't really seen him really fight when the Hogwarts Express was attacked, and she wasn't there when he fought the vampires in Rome. She knew that he was powerful, especially considering that he often won duels without really trying very hard. Maybe, at most, she had seen him fight off the vampires during the Quidditch World Cup, but he hadn't been going all out until the elder vampire showed himself. Harry quickly cast a wind cutter, killing a vampire lord that tried to sneak behind them, just applications of space manipulation and a bit of elemental magic. To be fair, someone who had mastered space magic like him was bound to have some great advantage in closed places. Really, a tunnel was his ideal scenario. The blonde looked slightly shaken. "This is way beyond my pay grade." "A tad, yes. There's a reason why I try not to involve you in major fights. But you were the one who asked to not hide things from you." "Yeah, I didn't think it would be like this. I haven't even cast a spell." Harry gave her a sympathetic look. "You could get back if you want. I wouldn't think any less of you if you do." She nodded. "I'll do that." Daphne turned towards the exit and then back to Harry. She quickly ran towards him, kissed him on the cheek and murmured, "Don't do anything stupid." Before leaving quickly. He decided to put that aside until he was finished with the mission. Shaking his head, he walked out of the tunnel and found himself around a giant cavern. In the middle, a ritual was taking place, where a vampire elder was raising a glowing dagger. In front of him was a small boulder with what seemed like a mundane sword stabbed into it, like some kind of caricature of the legend of Excalibur. He noticed that the dagger still hadn't been charged as much as the previous task. It was close, but he still had time. Encircling him were 7 vampire elders, dozens of vampire lords, and an entire sea of thralls. They noticed him the moment he stood out, and Harry didn't really care about that. He wasn't going to bother with stealth with this one. He had to let off some steam. The first thing he did was conjure a giant magic circle which spat out a giant wave of fire. Harry used his wand to also warp space around the flames, making it turn around the cave in a circle, burning everything in sight. The circle got smaller and smaller with time, as more and more thralls were burned to ash, unable to escape the firestorm. Finally, a group of vampire lords was able to conjure a shadow shield to protect them, only for Harry to use this to pierce a small hole that he widened with his space magic. He manipulated the fire to enter through the entrance, taking most of them by surprise. Harry quickly ended his assault and warped space in front of him to jump to the other side of the cave. He pointed his wand into the ceiling, which started to spit out giant spikes of stone. He warped space in front of each projectile, making them underestimate how close they were. The vampire elders conjured a beam of shadows that cancelled the spell, but that was exactly what Harry needed to warp space near them and stab 5 of them with blades of ice that channeled the power of the resurrection stone. He activated the invisibility cloak enough phase through a vampire elder trying to impale him with a blade of blood. He followed up by creating a portal in front of the last attacking elder vampire, which got him to hit himself with his own attack, and Harry followed up by just killing the beast with another enhanced blade of ice. Harry turned towards the ritual and noticed that the ritual dagger was complete. The man was about to stab the sword with it, only for the last Potter to send an ice spear enhanced by the resurrection stone into his heart, killing him. He looked around and gasped. He had done it. He had stopped the ritual. Now, just to make sure, he only needed to either wield the sword, which would fulfill the prophecy, or just hide it if he couldn't. He also needed to hide the ritual dagger. To say that it was dangerous would have been an understatement. He walked towards the sword, seeing if he would be able to pull it out, only for his arcane hearing to warn him just in time to shield against an incoming spell. From the shadows, a familiar woman emerged with a sad look on her face. He gasped as he recognized her, Lily. "I'm sorry, Harry, but I can't let you do this." Chapter 309, Chapter 309, A Hero's Journey. January 4, 1995, Demstrang. This was his moment. At least that was what Neville Longbottom thought as the cannon fired, proclaiming the start of the third task of the tournament. This was the moment where the entire magical world would start to acknowledge him, not for his fame, not for the fact that his parents sacrificed themselves for him, but for his skills as a wizard. Oh, sure, it was, pretty much, a gamble on his part, but it was one that he was confident in making. He wasn't the most skilled of mages out there, especially considering the competition, but he had more than enough raw power, and he could match a few of them from the whole thing with his scar. Adding in the fact that Hermione was very good, probably from skills learned in Riddle's diary, and Diggory being one of the best wizards in Hogwarts, things were really looking up. The three of them were definitely motivated and had trained together ever since the Yule Ball. They learned spells that were useful in mountain climbing and dealing with the cold and researched the magical creatures common to this place. They were as ready as they could be. Well, they were as ready as they could be without Harry Potter's help, and that was a glaring fact. It was something that was at the back of everyone's mind. This was the first task in the tournament that the last Potter had no intention of being involved in. He was a competitor in the first one, somehow tricked the champions into drawing in first place during the second task, and now it was the third. It was somewhat amusing to hear the spectators saying that they were looking forward to seeing what else Harry would come up with this time. Too bad for them. Harry hadn't been involved in the task in any way, and interfering during the task or doing anything to the environment would be considered blatant cheating and would be a good way of disqualifying Hogwarts. Neville shook his head. This wasn't about Harry Potter. He wasn't there, and there was no use thinking about him. No, he needed to focus on the task. Neville shook his head. He needed to focus on the task. It was a pretty straightforward one and didn't have as many rules. They needed to get to the cave at the heart of the mountain and get a large blue magical gem. There was only a winning team, Northwest second place, or anything like that. Demstrang was like that, simple and direct. He sort of liked that about it. There weren't a lot of rules for the task, only that they were only allowed their wands, some enchanted clothes, and 5 potions for each competitor. If they could find an easy way to the gem without assistance from outside the task, then there were no rules against them. Honestly, Neville couldn't help but think that if Harry had participated, he would have won the thing in seconds. The air was sharp and cold, breaking him from his musings as it bit at his face. He adjusted his enchanted cloak, which he was very grateful that the judges allowed. It would have been horrible to walk up a mountain while constantly casting warming charms to not freeze to death. Hermione was already scanning the snowy landscape with a determined look in her eyes, her wand gripped tightly in her hand. Cedric was next to her, his expression serious but calm, a reassuring presence in the face of the daunting challenge ahead. "Did you figure out what this is yet?" Cedric asked, his voice steady. The older boy was talking about the giant blizzard that was just in front of them. It was obviously magical. The wind whipped around them, fierce and unrelenting, carrying snow that stung their faces and made it hard to see. The cold was intense, even with their enchanted clothing, making every step a struggle. The snow swirled in chaotic patterns, creating a whiteout that made it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. Hermione cast Lumos Maxima, her wand emitting a bright light that cut through the snowstorm. "It's not a trick or a riddle," she said, her voice barely audible over the howling wind. "We're just supposed to shield ourselves and deal with it." That was such a Demstrang thing that Neville couldn't help but snort. Hermione must have understood his train of thought as she gave him a faint smile as well. "Neville, you're probably the more powerful of us, cast a shield. Cedric, lock the path forward, that's where the mountain is, and make sure we don't veer off. You'll also be in charge in case something attacks us." "I'll keep the light on so that we can see where we're going," she instructed. Neville cast a shield, protecting them from the storm, and Diggory cast a navigation charm, projecting a faint, glowing arrow in front of them, locked to look at the mountain. They moved slowly but steadily. Thankfully, nothing attacked them, which was a bit unexpected. Nevertheless, after a while, the wind died down, and their visibility improved. They had done it. The Hogwarts champions looked at the daunting mountain. Oh, they had barely passed the first step. Luckily, it didn't seem like the other champions had gone through the blizzard yet. Of course, that was when the ground shook and a giant wave of snow came down crashing at them. Thankfully, Hermione was able to cast a giant shield protecting them from the impact, but it was definitely a very near thing. By the time the avalanche was over, the Muggle-born was panting in exertion. Diggory gave her a warm smile, quick thinking, Hermione. She smiled back at him and waved her wand once more. Their shield started to push the snow back, creating a small path that they could walk to. Funnily enough, the avalanche had helped them immensely. It created a giant path that they could walk up, making them skip a portion where they would have probably had to climb up the mountain. This was some extraordinary luck. It was almost worth the scare. Almost being a very critical word. Still, they walked up the snow path without any issues until they found themselves in front of a pretty flimsy wooden bridge, which would take them to the cave's entrance. The bridge creaked ominously as they approached, swaying slightly in the wind. "That doesn't look too sturdy," Neville said, eyeing the bridge warily. "No, it doesn't," Hermione agreed. "We'll need to reinforce it with some spells. Let's use a combination of levitation to keep it up and strengthening charms to make sure it doesn't break from our weight." Cedric nodded, stepping forward. I'll go first. If it holds, you two follow. With a flick of his wand, Cedric cast a strengthening charm on the bridge. It was a pretty useful spell, also commonly known as the reinforcement charm. It temporarily made things stronger. While far less effective than the unbreakable charm, it was also far less complex and pretty easy to cast. Hermione followed Cedric's spell with a levitation charm to make it more stable. Cedric stepped onto the bridge, testing its stability with each step. It held firm, creaking less with the added magical support. "All right, come on," Cedric called back, reaching the other side safely. Hermione and Neville followed, with Hermione looking oddly calm, which Neville just didn't understand since his heart was pounding with each step he took. Thankfully, the bridge held firm. Once across, they faced the entrance to the cave, partially covered by thick ice and snow. "We need to clear this," Hermione said, already waving her wand. Diffindo, she cast, slicing through the ice with precision. It revealed a large stone door with some weird glowing runes carved into it. Norse runes, he recognized that, at least. Unfortunately, it was also a language that he hadn't really learned. He focused on hieroglyphs the previous year. Back when he thought that he and Harry had an actual friendship. No, this wasn't the time for this crap. Thankfully, Hermione took one look at the runes and quickly traced a rune in the snow in front of it. Just like that, the stone door melted away, revealing the path. Diggory gave her an incredulous look. "What the hell was that?" "Just a riddle. I wrote the answer in the snow." "I didn't even get to read it," he complained. "It's not my fault that you're slow," she teased back. The older boy grumbled but decided to just go with the flow and just enter the cave. Inside, the air was colder, and their breaths formed clouds in the icy air. They walked carefully, their footsteps echoing off the frozen walls. After a couple of minutes of walking forward, they found themselves in front of a lake, with dozens of chunks of ice floating around. Neville grinned. "Remember the task last year?" Diggory snorted and summoned one of the ice platforms. One by one, they stepped onto the floating ice. They cast some sticking charms at their shoes to avoid slipping. Neville followed him by conjuring a gust of wind, propelling them to the other side. Halfway across, the water began to ripple, and dark shapes moved beneath the surface. "Something's down there," Hermione warned, gripping her wand tightly. As if on cue, several tentacled creatures burst from the water, their eyes glowing. They jumped out of the water, trying to bite them off. Hermione quickly conjured a shield, protecting them, but somehow, they stuck to the shield with their tentacles and started freezing it. Hermione was quickly able to pulse the shield, sending them away, and Diggory quickly followed up by sending fireballs at the creatures, with Neville quickly following his lead. Hermione then yelled at him, "Neville, conjure the shield, I have a plan." He followed her lead and watched as she waved her wand in complicated patterns and conjured a glowing red ball that she banished into the water. An underwater explosion followed, but they all managed to stay upright, which showed them how useful the sticking charms were. And just like that, dozens of those weird ice squids floated to the surface, dead. They barely had time to celebrate, when a giant tentacle came out of nowhere and started batting at them. Neville reacted by overpowering the wind charm, sending them all at blinding speed towards the other side of the lake. Diggory cast a giant fireball at the tentacle, and Hermione cast some cushioning charms on the surface, making them land somewhat gracefully. Neville groaned as he got up. "What the hell was that? How did that thing even fit here? Did they seriously bring a kraken in this place?" Cedric commented, "The giant squid has been tamed for centuries. This thing really wanted to kill us." Hermione quickly retorted, "This mountain is filled with magic, and has been for thousands of years, probably. One of the ice squids might have mutated and grown very large. I don't think it was supposed to be part of the task. I think I woke it up with the explosion and it didn't like me killing the other squids." Cedric groaned, "Let's just finish this thing. I'm craving a warm bath, right about now." The trio continued through the icy tunnels, their breaths visible in the frigid air. After a few more twists and turns, they emerged into a giant clearing. In the center was a pedestal, and atop it sat a giant blue glowing gem, casting an eerie light around the cavern. "Is that it?" Neville asked, looking at the gem. He didn't know what to really feel about this. He expected more. In the first task, 2 entire schools ended up injured. In the second one, every school had essentially clawed their way, trying to survive for as long as possible. As a spectator, he could see their struggles, their plans, their desperation at winning. This wasn't like that. They just shielded themselves from a snowstorm, then the avalanche. Walked up a cave, solved some riddle, got past a lake, only attacked by some ice squids. Where were the yetis, the mountain lions, the mountain trolls? Where were the rumors of inferi and cursed locations? Where were the natural wards, the ice giants, the enchanted blizzards that turned people into ice? Cedric ran forward. "I guess so." They walked towards the pedestal, the air almost crackling with energy from the gem. Just as they were about to reach their goal, Hermione yelled out, "Stop. Neville did so immediately, but Diggory ignored her. Look, Granger, Longbottom, you're nice people, but I'm the one grabbing that gem. The former Longbottom didn't really care about that, it was a team task, and they had gone through the challenges together. It didn't really matter who was the first to take the gem. Diggory, you bloody idiot. Hermione yelled at him, only to be interrupted by the ground shaking. With a deafening roar, a giant white serpent with ice spikes all over its body burst from the ground. The damn thing was almost as big as the basilisk that Neville fought in the Chamber of Secrets. Its scales shimmered with frost, and its eyes glowed with a cold, menacing light. The serpent lunged at Diggory and Neville summoned him back, stopping him from being impaled. He rolled as spikes of ice were being sent at them and conjured a shield, stopping them from reaching him or Diggory. Hermione had gone to the other side of the cave, somehow, and sent a blasting charm at the serpent's head. It roared and sent a blast of ice at her, which Hermione countered with a blast of fire of her own. Both of them struggled for a fraction of a second until the serpent tried to sneakily attack her with her tail, which conjured spikes of ice at her. Stupefy! Neville shouted, but the spell barely fazed the serpent. He dodged as an ice spear shot past him, narrowly missing his head. Hermione, thankfully, waved her wand, and the ground raised up into a wall which started to send spikes of stone at the serpent. Hermione sent some kind of red spell at the distracted reptile, hitting it in the eye. The beast roared in pain and thrashed around, breathing beams of ice all around it. Diggory, who had tried to reach the pedestal, was hit with its tail and was knocked off his feet, sending him sliding across the icy ground. He had evaded being severely hurt, but he now held a large shallow cut across his chest. Neville ran at him and raised a shield enough to block the volley of ice spears coming at them. Ow! Cedric groaned, scrambling to his feet. This isn't going well. No kidding. Neville shouted, trying to get up. The serpent lunged again, this time headbutting his shield, breaking it in a single hit. They were saved when the ground morphed and brought them near Hermione. The serpent was preparing to attack them once more and Hermione was preparing another spell. Whilst it was leaping, Neville couldn't help himself and yelled, "Stop." Amazingly enough, the snake actually froze and hissed at him, "You speak." Oh, right. Sometimes, Neville forgot that he was a Parselmouth. He really should have tried to talk to the snake first. He really was an idiot sometimes. Yes, we need to get the blue gem. I am the guardian of the heart of winter. It is my duty to protect it from the unworthy. I'm a speaker. Isn't that enough? The serpent froze and then nodded. Neville slowly walked towards the pedestal while making sure not to make any sudden movements. Diggory tried to walk beside him only to scramble back when the ice serpent hissed at him, the speaker only. Neville turned towards Diggory and spoke up, he says only Parselmouths are allowed to get the gem. The older boy grumbled but didn't say anything. He walked forward and Hermione spoke up, Neville, wait. Something doesn't feel right about this. What is it? Don't you think it's a bit far-fetched that the final protector of the stone would be a snake? The fact that you're a Parselmouth isn't a secret. They'd know that you would be able to talk to it. It did make a disturbing amount of sense. The encounter with the ice serpent was the only time they had struggled in the task and Neville could have just started by just speaking to it. Unfortunately, this realization came a bit late, as he was pulled suddenly towards the pedestal and grabbed the glowing jewel by reflex. Just like that, he felt a pull in his navel. A portkey. The last thing he felt before passing out was intense pain in his scar as well as dread at the familiar red eyes gleaming maliciously at him. Chapter 310, Strained Family. January 4, 1995, Demstrang. He walked towards the sword, seeing if he would be able to pull it out, only for his arcane hearing to warn him just in time to shield against an incoming spell. From the shadows, a familiar woman emerged with a sad look on her face. He gasped as he recognized her, Lily. I'm sorry, Harry, but I can't let you do this. Harry gave her an incredulous look, are you seriously doing this? After all the talk about me wasting my talents, about using Dumbledore, here you still are, doing his bidding. Instead of being angry at him, she seemed to be prouder for some reason. Oh, look at you. You figured out that Dumbledore was using broken prophecies for his ritual. You definitely got that from me. James would have never figured that out even after 1,000 years. You also figured out which prophecy it would be and beat the vampires fighting them. You were so good, Harry. Absolutely spectacular. It really is a shame that I have to stop this. Harry couldn't help but get his temper to rise. Why then? Why do you have to stop this? Because you don't know what you're messing with and Dumbledore is actually in the right, for once. How is he in the right then? The older woman hesitated for a second before answering calmly, all of this is a giant ritual, one that both Dumbledore and Grindelwald are setting up. Something spooked them, enough for Dumbledore to abandon his designs for Britain, for Grindelwald to put aside his conquest. They worked together on this. Do you seriously think that they don't have any backups for one of the prophecies failing? You're fighting something that was at least decades in the making. You're not going to win. Not this time. Harry snorted, is that it? Dumbledore and Grindelwald are preparing for some great danger by using a ritual on a scale the world has never seen, with enough energy and magic to blow up a continent. And you're not questioning any of it. I know you wouldn't have cared about any of this. What made you join Dumbledore? I never joined him or Grindelwald. And you're right, I don't give a damn about his stupid ritual. My only deal with Dumbledore was that I would stop you from interfering in his plans, in exchange for him not trying to kill you. You really haven't made things easy, you know. I tried to remove traces of the girl's disappearance, try to keep you off the trail of Dumbledore's messes. But you're like a blood-chasing hound when it comes to that man. You're so obsessed with Dumbledore's motives that you forget the most important thing. It's not about you. It was never about you. So, please, leave this place, go watch The Task or something. Enjoy yourself. I couldn't be there as your mother when you grew up. At least, let me help you with this. Harry lowered his wand for a fraction of a second only for his arcane hearing to warn him. He ducked underneath a bright blue spell that was coming from behind him. He conjured a quick shield to see where it was coming from. Only to barely block a giant beam of darkness from Lily. Of course, this was going to happen. That woman was really like him. It was what he liked doing as well. Talking while preparing an assault to take the enemy off guard was essentially his signature move at this point. Harry quickly raised his hand and transmuted the beam into a ball of pure darkness which exploded between them, sending the both of them flying back, slightly. Harry landed on a magic circle he conjured, and Lily just landed on her feet. She followed up with a volley of spells that Harry weaved through easily enough. For the first time since the duel started, he decided to take the initiative. He conjured spikes of ice at his opponent who skillfully weaved through them. Funnily enough, she was running towards him, and it was only then that Harry noticed that her hand was bleeding. Right as he was prepared to banish her, a red glowing sword materialized in front of her. He was barely able to dodge at the blade's edge extended suddenly like a whip, but the platform he was on wasn't so lucky. The blade cut through the magic circle as if it wasn't there and Harry warped space to avoid being hit with the following slash. She ran forward with some very unnatural speed and Harry barely dodged once more. He conjured a large shield to protect himself from the following attack, but that blade of hers broke it in a single hit. Instinctively, Harry conjured an ice sword while channeling the resurrection stone and tried to use it to block the next attack. When the two swords met, there was this unnatural loud high-pitched noise, as if the world itself was screaming at the unnaturalness of it all. However, it seemed like the ice sword held up enough against Lily's blade. He relished the look of shock on the woman's face before he wandlessly sent her flying back, giving him enough space to think ever since the fight began. First thing first, this was definitely some kind of blood magic involved. Lily was faster, far faster than it was humanly possible. She was also stronger, his arms still hurt from blocking her attack. Her sword had some kind of anti-magic property, considering that it cut through magic. So, physical enhancements and a magic sword, and that was probably just the tip of the iceberg. It was probably the best mage killer equipment. The enhanced speed and strength to get close while the sword would cut through most shields and spells. Lily could also fight normally in case it didn't work, but there was no reason it wouldn't. Now, how to deal with it? Magic circles were out. They were too fragile for something like Lily's weapon. He probably wouldn't beat her hand to hand. He didn't have the sword skills and while he could try to match her with his magic, it wouldn't do to fight her on her own terms. No, he would do it on his own. He knew his advantages and it was time he leveraged them. Right as Lily was coming at him with her blade raised, he prepared and waited for her. He conjured a portal in front of her, trying to send her as far away as he could. Unfortunately, she swung her blade at the edge of the portal, destroying it. She made her way towards him, only for Harry to slow down time for him. With unnatural speed, he took her off guard by breaking her rhythm. She was barely able to conjure a small shield to protect herself from being impaled, which ended up breaking by the impact. His sword was able to make a small cut near her cheek. Lily touched her cheek, looked at the blood and smiled very widely. For the first time in months, Harry could finally see the madness in her eyes. It reminded him of the ones that were on Sirius Black's face. It was madness born of obsession and loneliness. It was a madness born of loss. Of course, that was when she started giggling like a madwoman. That was a very clever trick, Harry. So clever. Lily, please just stop. She didn't seem to listen to him, to think I would actually be hurt. After all this time. You're proving to me that I was right to come here. I need this. It's funny, I had my doubts before this. You only just made me sure that I'm on the right path. Thank you for that. Harry didn't have time to digest what she said. The redhead was already leaping at him with her unnatural speed, and he was barely able to morph space to avoid the blow. He sent a ball of concentrated space, which she cut through with her damn sword somehow. For the first time since the start of the fight, Harry truly used his arcane hearing on the sword. It was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Because it wasn't really a sword. It wasn't a magical weapon. He didn't know how he instinctively knew that, but it was something else. A weapon created by the world itself, a shard of life force given form, that imposed its will on the world around it. Was this because it was crafted purely using blood magic? Before thinking of a way to exploit this, Harry had to dodge once more, and followed up by carving quick runes on the ground which would petrify whoever stepped in it. The sword carved through it easily enough, but it wasn't able to react to the destruction clause, which released the stored magic as an explosion if the rune was destroyed. It was definitely not a good thing to put in a normal rune, but he couldn't deny that it was effective. Lily was taken off guard by the explosion and tried to conjure a shield to no avail. When the explosion settled down, Harry noticed a humanoid figure walking towards him. She was burned to bits, to say the least, but she was weirdly regenerating. He wanted to watch the scene, it fascinated him to no end how she did that, but he used the distraction to run towards Graham and tried to lift it. The sword simply would not budge. He tried again, and it just wasn't working. Damn it. So much for an easy way to fulfill the prophecy. The damn thing didn't choose him. He didn't even have time to study the artifact to figure something out. Damn it. Harry heard something attacking him using his arcane hearing and conjured a space pulse, which sent Lily back, but she landed gracefully on her feet. When he finally took a look at her, he was stunned by the lack of injuries. She had recovered from everything. Except for the cut on the cheek he had given her before. So, the resurrection stone stopped her regeneration somehow. She conjured spears of darkness and sent them at him. He was able to meet them with spears of ice. He channeled the resurrection stone and conjured an ice blade to meet Lily's own once more, stopping it, only to conjure another one in his left hand, stabbing it into her right leg. She winced at the injury, and Harry finally channeled his family crest into the blade once more. The ice blade started to darken, and the room grew colder. Lily tried to swing her sword at him, only for her sword to smash into pieces as it touched Harry's own. To be fair, so did Harry's for that matter. The two swords shattering created a violent pulse of magic that sent them both flying back. Harry had ended up hitting his head on the cave walls, disorienting him slightly. When he stumbled up, he tried to walk and stun Lily somehow, maybe even make a portal away. Only to see a bright red shield appear in front of him. Lily walked towards him, her arms dripping once more. He tried to get a portal to get away, but it didn't work. She gave him a dry look, it's no use, trying to get out. I'm sorry, it came to this. But I can't allow anyone to stop me. Not even you, Harry. Maybe one day, you'll understand. Lily knelt towards the charged ritual dagger, only for it to break down when she touched it. She had a confused look on her face for a fraction of a second before she snarled at him. He had rolled into it in the middle of the confrontation, getting it to stumble into his pocket while conjuring an illusion of the copy that would radiate a similar magical aura. It was logical to secure the artifact that could destroy the damn sword, even if it came with some pretty severe drawbacks. For example, he couldn't exactly make a portal out. He remembered what happened to his portal back in Rome. Really, fighting with unknown variables was really annoying. Harry quickly took out the dagger and used the dagger to stab the shield, destroying it, before giving her a wide grin. You were saying? Right as he said that, the dagger started to heat up and burned him. Before he could react, a white pulse of magic sent him flying to the other side of the cave. Damn it, Dumbledore must have put some kind of safeguard to stop Harry from stealing the dagger. He really should have seen this coming. Harry thought he was an idiot for not considering this. He didn't have time to contemplate this little fact as Lily was quickly running towards the dagger, which had fallen from Harry's hand. She grabbed it and ran towards the impaled sword. Lily. No, he yelled out. But she gave him a tearful look, I'm sorry. As she swung her sword, Harry channeled his family crest, asking it for anything to stop the dagger. A beam of pure darkness, pure entropy, flew towards Lily and hit her dagger right as she was swinging it. Unfortunately, it was too late, the dagger hit Graham and shattered it to pieces. And in response, the world screamed. Chapter 311 of Scaly Yields. January 4, 1995, Demstrang. Just like that, he felt a pull in his navel. A portkey. The last thing he felt before passing out was intense pain in his scar as well as dread at the familiar red eyes gleaming maliciously at him. When Neville woke up, he felt burning pain in his forehead, specifically his scar. When he finally recognized the feeling, all he could feel was dread. His scar had only burned in two scenarios. The first was when he channeled its power when he was almost becoming a second Lord Voldemort, and to fix this had cost him his position as the next Longbottom family head. The second time was in his first year when Voldemort was physically near him. By Merlin, this was so long ago. Had it really been 3 years since he last seen Lord Voldemort, the real Voldemort, at least? Did Tom Riddle, from the diary, even count? But the burning, it was pretty similar to what he felt when Voldemort was nearby. It was more consistent, like someone put some hot metal on his scar. Damn it, he really needed to get out of here. He tried to move for the first time, only to notice himself being chained to a wall in some sort of cave. He thrashed around many times, until a familiar voice interrupted him. I'm afraid that your chains are charmed to be unbreakable, young Neville, and you do not have a wand on you. A somewhat familiar man stepped up in front of him. He was dark-haired, pale with a somewhat slim body. He would have been unremarkable if it wasn't for the glowing red eyes on his face. He would recognize these eyes anywhere, Voldemort. In the flesh, the man retorted, well, in young Amycus' flesh. It was a shame that I had to deprive him of his own. He was so loyal, though, so very loyal. These kinds of followers are quite rare. But his sister will be compensated for his sacrifice. Ah, so that was why the face was so recognizable. Amycus Carrow. Neville's grandmother had practically drilled him on the Death Eaters who had bribed their way out of Azkaban. In the Carrows' case, it was probably because they were the last of their family line and the Ministry loathed to end those, even if everyone knew about their actions. Neville didn't say anything and just glared at the monster through the pane. You know, I had this very big ritual planned up. It would have been so complicated, would have had to have been performed during the summer solstice to have enough power, with some very complicated potion and everything. Imagine how lucky I was when I realized that there was an immense magical release during every single one of those pesky tasks. It was probably Dumbledore's doing. Who would have thought that the old man would be the one who gave me such an opportunity? Now, all I had to do was wait. Before Neville could say anything, runes from all over the cave started to light up and the red-eyed monster grinned. He took out a small bone in the shape of a spike and murmured, bone of the father, unknowingly given, to renew the son. Flesh of the servant, willingly given to revive the master. Then Neville felt a small sting on his foot, which quickly started to burn. He saw a massive snake. How did he not notice it before? Biting his leg, which slowly started to drip blood on the ground. The Dark Lord slowly soaked the spiky end of the bone in the blood and murmured, blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, to resurrect the foe. Suddenly, the man stabbed himself in the chest and the rune's glow turned red. Neville prayed to every possible deity that the ritual wouldn't have worked, that Lord Voldemort had made a mistake and killed himself. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case, as Amycus Carrow's body started to slowly morph. His features shifted grotesquely, his face elongated, his hair retracted into his scalp, and his skin became smoother. The transformation continued, bones cracking and reshaping with eerie sounds, until the figure standing before Neville no longer resembled Amycus at all. Instead, before him stood a man who looked remarkably like an older Tom Riddle, yet with a more sinister presence. His face was now more mature, with high cheekbones and a cold, calculating expression, but the same dark, piercing eyes that once belonged to the young man who became Voldemort. His lips curled into a cruel smile as he flexed his reborn body, relishing in his renewed strength. Ah, that feels good, Voldemort said as he stretched his body. You have no idea how uncomfortable it is to be in someone else's body. Everything just feels wrong. Now, what to do with you? The Dark Lord knelt towards him, looking into his eyes. Neville felt the legitimacy attack trying to sneak his secrets and did his best to clear his mind with his mediocre skill in occlumency. Seeing the Dark Lord being so close, a small plan formed in Neville's head. He suddenly thrashed and got his leg to touch the Dark Lord's own. He expected the men to burst into flames as Quirrell did. Imagine his surprise when nothing happened and the monster simply chuckled, "You're cleverer than most people give you credit, I'll admit that, Longbottom." "Well, not really, more like you're more resourceful. This would have been a nice plan had I not designed the ritual to specifically counter your mother's blood protection. After all, your blood now runs in my veins and your protection, bound in blood, cannot differentiate between you and me anymore. Which means, I can touch you now." Neville felt his enemy's finger touch his forehead and thought his head would explode from the pain. Sure, his scar had hurt him before, but not like this. Never like this. When Voldemort let go, Neville gasped in relief, and mumbled, "That's why you used my blood." "Of course. Although, it would have been cleaner if I had retrieved your blood during your trip here, to Demstrang. I wouldn't have had to resort to taking over poor Amycus' body to get inside and would have just been able to use the winter solstice with a bit of your blood to return. Abducting you was much louder than I would have liked." A memory just trickled into Neville's mind, the attack on the Hogwarts Express. That was you. Yes. They were only supposed to steal a vial of your blood. Amycus was the one to lead them, and he knew what the price for his failure would have been. To fail to attack a small group of teenagers with a single adult witch, one that happened to be overwhelmed while piloting the damned dragon, was more than disappointing enough. They had an army at their back, that's not to mention the dragons. Then again, Harry Potter was always going to be an unpredictable variable. But even with him being there, distracting the boy for enough time to take a vial of blood shouldn't have been that hard. Neville remembered something. Harry looked around his body when the Hogwarts Express was attacked, trying to find any sign of bleeding. Did he know about this? Did he know that Voldemort would have needed his blood to resurrect himself? No, this wasn't the time to ponder. He needed to find a way to escape before Voldemort inevitably got tired of talking and started killing him. Speaking of the Dark Lord, he continued monologuing. At least, he accepted his punishment with honor. He did not run away. That's more than I could say for most of my former inner circle, not that many of them are left. The Lestranges and poor Barty were killed by the damnable Evans woman. Lucius is also dead, at the hands of some serial killer. Rookwood, Dolohov, Rosier, and Greyback were given the Dementor's kiss, and McNair is in prison. Poor Mulciber died at the hands of Potter during the attack on the Hogwarts Express, and now even Amicus Carrow is lost to me. The rest have betrayed me, Snape, Nott, and worst of all, Karkaroff. He will die soon, even if he was instrumental in you easily coming here. Neville's confusion should have been obvious since the Dark Lord chuckled. Oh, don't be so surprised. Did you not suspect anything when there were no teams around you, where the other schools were attacked by hundreds of creatures while you only had to walk to the cave? Even the serpent was only instructed to let a speaker touch the stone. Every road you took led you to this moment, to my return. To think you're supposed to be my equal. If you hadn't survived my curse head-on, I would have thought that this prophecy was a farce. Perhaps, I simply chose wrong, and Potter was my equal all along. The young wizard gasped. What prophecy? You do not know. How surprising. I would have thought Dumbledore would have told you. Why do you think I attacked your family on that fateful night? I did many reprehensible things during the war, that I will admit, but my aim was not to end family lines. I always wanted one thing in life, and that was to kill Albus Dumbledore, to take away his hold over magical Britain and let it prosper once more. It's ironic, how he lost control over the country just by himself. But I still wish to kill him. To stop this endless cycle of war and death. It would have been more advantageous to simply take you, raise you with one of my families, and gain a valuable old family at my back. There is no logic in killing children, after all. And yet, I tried to kill you. And failed, for that matter. He sighed and continued. There was a prophecy of a child born at the end of July that would be my equal. I narrowed it down to two, Harry Potter and you. I chose you because you had the purer blood and tasked Bellatrix to kill the other boy. She would fail, and so did I. Sometimes I think I chose wrong. When I compare you and Potter, it's like night and day. You're just such a disappointment, Neville. But that's enough chit-chat. I don't even know why I'm talking to you. Perhaps, I am being merciful, giving you answers as you slowly succumb to Nagini's venom. Perhaps, I am giving you a kindness. You're going to lose, Neville simply stated. The red-eyed man looked amused. Is that so? You're dying now, alone. Well, with your only company being the men who murdered your parents. You're slowly wasting away until you die and fade into the abyss. If I die, then I'm not the prophecy child, am I? That means that you'll always wonder if you picked wrong. The question will keep niggling into your head and you'll have to face him. Harry Potter. The man's eyes glowed with his glare and Neville started to giggle. I see it now. You're not a monster, not like people like to portray you are. Maybe like how you would like the world to see you. You're just a coward, afraid of death. I see it in your eyes, the sheer terror at the thought. In fearing death, you have not found anything worth living for. You haven't found anything worth dying for. And for that, I pity you. When I die, my parents will greet me on the other side. Who would greet you, I wonder? Will anyone even care? Just like that, the smile disappeared from Voldemort's face, and he sneered at Neville. There is nothing on the other side, boy, just darkness and nothingness. When you die, you will not be greeted by your parents. You will not be greeted by anyone. You will fade away in the void until you become the nothingness around you. But now, I suppose it's time for you to experience that. Goodbye, Neville Longbottom. The Dark Lord raised his wand, prepared to cast a killing curse at the bound and dying boy, only for a large crack to resonate all over the cave. Voldemort cast a shield, blocking a bolt of lightning coming his way, and turned towards it with an amused smile on his face. Oh, how unexpected. Of all the people who would track me down, I did not expect you. Even through his blurring vision, Neville saw Hermione Granger's face looking at the Dark Lord with a neutral expression on her face. Hello, Tom Riddle. Chapter 312, The Owl and the Serpent. January 4, 1995, Demstrang. Even through his blurring vision, Neville saw Hermione Granger's face looking at the Dark Lord with a neutral expression on her face. Hello, Tom Riddle. Hermione Granger knew that she was in trouble. She had traced back the portkey that Neville had taken and followed it by operating there. It was a technique that the Unspeakables had taught her, a way to essentially backtrack the nearest portkey using a backdoor in the system, and follow to the destination. She knew that there was something afoot during the task. It was all far easier than it should have been, and considering that they hadn't seen any of the other teams, it was abnormal. Even in a rigged game, the organizers would have wanted there to be a challenge, something akin to a close race. And the organizers did have control over the task, even if no one liked to admit it. Considering what Harry did in the previous tasks, it was only logical that they try to make every event go according to plan. Still, she expected Neville to be kidnapped or worse. She expected many things, really. What she never expected was to see the familiar face of Tom Riddle staring down at her. She had nightmares of this day, to see his face once more. This was the man who had ruined her life, who had manipulated her whilst doing some very horrible things while possessing her. This was the person who had caused her to be trapped in his infernal diary, which was why she ended up in the Department of Mysteries and after that, at the mercy of Lily Evans. The moment she recognized him, she attacked him. It was out of pure instinct, to hurt the men who had destroyed her chance at a normal life. Tom had shielded against the attack, and looked back at her. Oh, how unexpected. Of all the people who would track me down, I did not expect you. She wanted to tear his face, to burn his body to ash. She wanted to see him scream and writhe in agony. Instead, she composed herself. She needed to be rational about this, even if his face aggravated her to no end. It all started and ended with the men in front of her, and she forced herself to calm down and replied to his previous comment, "Hello, Tom Riddle." However, that was when she met the man's eyes, and everything changed. Those red cruel eyes did not belong to Tom Riddle. He was a charming young man, who lured people with his darkness until they became consumed by it. The man in front of her was a monster wearing Tom Riddle's face. There truly was a difference between him and Voldemort. The man's smug smile melted, and Hermione felt a thrill at this small victory. Tom Riddle is dead. I am all that remains, Lord Voldemort. She nodded at that. I see. The Muggleborn looked around her and analyzed her situation. She was in front of one of the most dangerous men in the world, a man who had terrorized Britain for the better part of a decade. Her main objective was to save Neville. She recognized the snake-bite mark on his leg, probably from the large snake that she saw hiding in the corner of the cave, probably ready to take her by surprise. Assuming that Neville was bit when he landed, she had a few minutes, 10 at most, to take him to a healer to stabilize him. Now, how to extract Neville? Apparition was too risky given the high risk of aggravating his condition, but what about the portkey? If she hijacked it, she could change the destination a bit to the stands. That should be enough help. Alright, that was the objective and time frame analyzed, now the obstacles. There was the snake, obviously. But a bit of transfiguration could neutralize it until it came. The main threat was Voldemort. Which was sort of obvious. She didn't need to defeat him, just distract him enough for Neville to escape. She couldn't beat him in a straight fight, she would need to cheat. His advantage was very obvious. He was more powerful and far more knowledgeable than her. Her advantage was the fact that his body was new, and he still needed to acclimate to it. He looked different than the pictures in old newspapers. His body was slimmer, his fingers longer. He was also arrogant, which he had a right to be, but it was still something that she could use. Hermione needed an element of surprise on her side, and she did so by casting a lightning piercer at him, which the Dark Lord batted away like it was nothing. Still, she used the distraction to transfigure the wall on her left where the snake was ready to strike, blocking it from taking her by surprise. Still, she barely had time to dodge a blasting curse which blew up half of the cavern behind her. That level of raw power was worrying, to say the least. So, no shielding, then. She followed through with a small combination of attacks, trying to sneakily alter her surroundings, yet he countered them with an expression of amused boredom. You're good for your age, I'll admit to that, but you still have a long way to go. With a casual ease, he cast a blasting curse at the ceiling, getting the stalactites to fall towards her. She countered by releasing a pulsing shield charm which telekinetically sent them away. She quickly transfigured them into glass and banished them towards the Dark Lord. The red-eyed man just waved his wand, and all of the glass shattered. Then he sent a gust of wind that threw the thousands of small pieces of ice back to her. She conjured another shield to stop the assault. She did manage to do so, but a small piece did break through, which cut her in the cheek. She saw her enemy conjure a bolt of lightning of his own and conjured 2 lightning rods. One, she banished towards Voldemort, and the other was in front of her. Just as she expected, the Dark Lord dodged the rod and released the bolt. Her lightning rod absorbed the bolt of lightning and immediately sent it back towards the other rod, with Voldemort being in the way. Hermione had expected this would have been the perfect time to get Neville and run. She would have done exactly this if it wasn't for the fact that Voldemort just waved his wand and literally caught the lightning with it. The thing slowly turned into an orb of light, which transformed into a beam of energy that she was barely able to dodge. A cavern almost as large as the one previously was created by the explosion. She would have expected the damn mountain to fall apart at the impact, which sent her flying into the ground. She could barely see anything from the cloud of dust from the explosion, and so, she didn't notice until it was too late that the Dark Lord had conjured some kind of ropes of darkness and bound her to it. He raised an eyebrow at her. "You're definitely an impressive young witch, Miss Granger. You have such a unique fighting style. It seems almost familiar, a hybrid of two distinct styles, I believe. One of them was one I adopted in my younger years, one that I outgrew, and the other belonged to a woman that I have personally fought 3 times. That trick with the lightning rod was one of hers. It worked on me once, and I have adapted to it. It was what gave you away. One does not forget the tactics that actually landed a strong hit on my person. Lily Evans and Tom Riddle. Both dead people. I wonder how you learned their styles." Hermione used a wandless telekinetic pulse, one of the few spells she knew how to cast without a wand, and tried to cast something at him, only for her hand to freeze mid-cast. The Dark Lord looked amused more than anything. Now. That was a very sneaky trick, my dear. It's something Lily Evans would have done, and you, Hermione Granger, are no Lily Evans." She activated a small rune on her hand, which stopped petrifying magic and conjured a fireball at the man, which literally faded away with a wave of his wand. A surprisingly warm smile appeared on the red-eyed man's face. "This wand is a suitable replacement. It fits me far better than Amycus' own." Hermione finally noticed the wand that the man was holding. "This is Neville's wand. Ironic, isn't it, that my enemy's wand suits me better than that of my servants? Still, it is a good omen. Wands tend to change allegiance if their owners are defeated. This is proof of my victory." Hermione cast a wandless light spell, weakening her shadow bonds enough to break through them. She rolled as a sickly yellow curse hurled towards her previous location and sent a wind cutter at him. Voldemort dispelled it with another wave of his wand, and Hermione kept sending spell after spell. Unexpectedly, the Dark Lord chose not to attack back and instead took the assault head-on, literally dispelling every curse and spell before they hit him. In the middle of the assault, she had pretended to have missed a spell, which was a disguised animation one. It should have conjured spikes from behind him, but he dispelled it as well without even looking back. He snorted at the effort. Another stolen move. He shook his head with a disappointed expression on his face. "Is this it? Is this what you're capable of, copying other people's tactics?" Voldemort didn't give her a chance to answer. He just waved his wand, and a giant fist formed from the ground and punched her. Ropes of darkness appeared from behind her and pulled her back to the ground. She could hear more than a few bones breaking, and she was barely able to breathe through the pain. The men walked towards her, slowly, all that potential, and not a single drop of originality behind it. "You're exactly what I fought to stop and what I will have to change when I get back to Britain. You're exactly what Dumbledore wanted the magical world to become, and it sickens me. Where is the innovation? Where are the experiments? Where is the individuality in your magic?" Hermione snarled and conjured the biggest flames she could from her wand. A giant maelstrom of fire and ashes leapt out of it, swallowing everything in front of it. She was spent with that single spell. Unfortunately, Voldemort reacted the way an insane man would, by conjuring fiend fire of all things. There was a logic to it, of course, to have stronger flames swallow her own. It was an intimidation tactic, a way for him to see the hopelessness in her eyes. It worked. She did feel hopeless. Hermione knew that she was outmatched from the start, but she could barely even make him move, let alone distract him from Neville. Voldemort was enjoying this. Seeing the scared look in her eyes as hope slowly faded away into fear. She had to admit that the man's control over fiendfire was unlike anything she had ever read. It was like he had mastered this spell to a degree that the world had not seen before. The fire turned into a giant snake which started to leap towards her. Right as it did so, the Dark Lord was pushed to the side by an invisible force. Hermione looked at its possible source and saw a semi-conscious Neville Longbottom raising his arm towards his parents' murderer. However, it was enough for the fiendfire to get slightly out of control. This was exactly it, the distraction that they needed. Hermione ran towards the blue gem and grabbed it. It took less than a second for her to make her modification. Now she only needed to get to Neville. She noticed the Dark Lord gaining control over the summoned flames once more and decided to take a gamble. During the entire confrontation, she had noticed that he hadn't tried to free his serpent. It would have been an easy way to take her by surprise, which meant that he also wanted to protect it. She didn't know if it was his familiar or anything like it, but that didn't matter. What mattered was leverage. Hermione sent a blasting curse towards the place where she banished the snake, breaking the wall. The serpent was taken by surprise by it, and Hermione was able to capitalize by summoning the stone behind it. It dragged the serpent with it towards the fiend fire. She didn't really look if she was able to kill the thing. She didn't really care about it. What mattered was Voldemort being distracted. She limped towards the fallen form of Neville and activated the portkey back to the stands. The moment she did so, she heard Voldemort's inhuman cries of rage, but that didn't matter. As the familiar form of the stands met her eyes, she yelled out, "Healers! Neville! Poison!" She saw the look of alarm and confusion from the people around her before the world faded to black and she passed out from the pain and exertion. Chapter 3:13, Chapter 313, The Scattering Flames. January 4, 1995, Demstrang. As she swung her sword, Harry channeled his family crest, asking it for anything to stop the dagger. A beam of pure darkness, pure entropy, flew towards Lily and hit her dagger right as she was swinging it. Unfortunately, it was too late. The dagger hit Graham and shattered it to pieces. And in response, the world screamed. Time was a funny thing. Harry was probably one of the few mages who understood time the most, and he would agree with that. The way someone experienced time was always different. Sometimes hours could feel like minutes, and sometimes a single second could last a lifetime. For Harry, that second that lasted an eternity, the one that felt like it would never end, was the one right after Graham was destroyed. He felt the world hold its breath as if it was gasping at the transgression that occurred before it, the sheer blasphemy. Prophecies were just as wild, just as unpredictable. Sometimes, they sort of faded away in time, forgotten. Sometimes, they were even fulfilled without anyone even knowing about them. It was rare for them to be specific because it was in the nature of the world to fulfill it. The universe was chaotic, in its natural state, and prophecy tried to order this chaos, give it purpose, and guide it like a stream of water to a certain destination. And to do that, it literally pruned events in their track, blocked them from happening, and used its potential energy to force reality itself to accept its guidance. And to break a prophecy, one had to go against the world itself. For a prophecy to be specific was to use an insane amount of energy. Sigurd's heir was something old, something the universe had invested a lot of energy to make happen. Graham was supposed to be wielded. A new hero was supposed to be born. And yet, the shattered remains of the legendary sword said otherwise. The world looked at the travesty before it and screamed in agony. Harry was always sensitive to the magic around him, and magic was how the world communicated. His arcane hearing was more than just understanding magic but comprehending the will of the world itself. He wanted to flinch at the sound, he really did. Music was a very vague way of communication, and yet there was no distinction that the world mourned the loss of the prophecy, and then it roared in anger. The magical release expanded as quickly as possible, probably powering Dumbledore's ritual. It was far more violent than the one in Rome, far more violent. It was funny, really. The world cared more about an old sword than the life of an innocent child. Still, the magical release spread around Harry's spell, his beam of darkness that almost destroyed her dagger. It wasn't something he had ever used before. There was a reason why he rarely relied on his family crest, and that was that he knew he wouldn't grow if he used them regularly. That was a mistake. He should have practiced them more, mastered them even. He had essentially let the crest take over near the end of the fight out of desperation, and he shouldn't have. The darkness was akin to a disease, a way to destroy magic and matter by infecting them. He didn't really understand the theory, just some guideline from his crest, but it had a chance at destroying the dagger, but he didn't honestly know. He might have gone overboard by casting it, or it might have done nothing. He honestly had no clue what the properties of the magical dagger were and how its interaction with the spell would be, especially since it was one he never actually cast in his life. This was also why he was completely baffled when the magic release condensed around the spell and assimilated its properties. Somehow, the pulse of magic became visible, destroying everything in sight. The size of the earlier magical release and an estimation from the one during the previous tasks made it easy for Harry to realize the scale of what could happen. Demstrang would have definitely been wiped off the map, that was for certain, but there was a chance that countless settlements in the area would die as well. The range went far beyond the mountains, maybe even the entire region. All of that, in just a single moment, a single event. He had a hand in this. He might not have broken the blade, but he was the one who cast a spell that he did not understand. It was only right that he fixed his own mistakes. The dark pulse of magic was growing wider and wider, ready to swallow the world whole. Or at least, it would have, had it not been for the hundreds of magic circles surrounding it and stopping it in its track. As he said before, time was funny. It was hard to believe that Graham was destroyed less than a second prior. He never experienced something like this before, a moment frozen in an eternity. Space and time went hand in hand. They were a mighty force that was fundamental to reality itself. Harry used them to imprison the pulse of destruction. He had frozen it in time, bound it to a moment that became an eternity, and expanded the space around it into a fraction of infinity itself. It was hard. It was agonizing. The universe itself fought to make its anger known, and yet Harry was holding it back. But he didn't know how long he could keep doing so. "What are you doing?" a voice asked from behind him. "Ah, Lily Evans." It was funny how much one would forget when things look from a different perspective. He didn't have the energy to hate her, not anymore. She was such a loathsome individual, selfish and self-serving. He turned at her, trying to suppress his anger, holding it back. The energy was released. "You're just holding back its physical manifestation. Just shield yourself and leave." Harry didn't answer her and instead asked a question of his own: was it worth it? Was what worth it? What you just did? Betraying my trust. Working with Dumbledore. Fighting me. Are you happy? She looked honestly flabbergasted at this and was actively gaping at him. It took a few seconds for her to answer, yes. I never worked with Dumbledore. I told you that. But you still fought me here for a reason. Why is that then? My realm, the dimension I was tied to. The connection broke when I came back and faded away as I used it. It was a part of me for over a decade, and I needed it back. I came here to see if Dumbledore had any designs in Britain, to understand why he went to such lengths for the European tournament. I had planned on killing a prophecy in Britain and making a connection to my realm there. And since Dumbledore was already doing my work for me here, there was no need for me to interfere, really. It was me being resourceful and merciful. After all, it was unlikely that there would have been no bloodshed if I had to destroy another prophecy. Harry couldn't help but snort at that. That was what it was all about, wasn't it? You wanted to use another broken prophecy to open a gate once more, a more controlled one, and make a connection to your dimension. You essentially copied Dumbledore, huh? Lily didn't answer and Harry just burst into laughter. You wanted power. That was all it was about, wasn't it? That's all that mattered. You betrayed me, your only child, for a realm of fire and ash. What a fucking joke. I don't expect you to understand. This realm was just as part of me, as magic is a part of you. Losing it was like losing a limb. What would you do if you lost your magic? Would you not do anything just to get it back, even make a deal with the devil? Harry calmed down slightly. I don't know what I would have done, to be honest. And yet, that doesn't change anything. We're still here, alone in this place, and you know what the funny thing is, even if you're the one who did this, even if you're the one who was selfish enough to do something like this, I'll be the one who ends up paying the consequences. What consequences? She retorted with a confused tone. Harry didn't answer her and just kept speaking. You know, the funny thing was that I once would have craved to have a mother. I would have loved to have someone take care of me for once, to help me without asking anything in return. I look at you and I can't help but think that I dodged a bullet. Then again, maybe if I was there, you wouldn't have become such a spiteful, power-hungry, loathsome bitch that you are now. You're such a fucking disappointment. He was actually channeling his past life in this moment. He was always alone, always had to take care of people and rarely had anyone do the same to him. He had loved his mother, in his past life, but she had always been busy taking care of his brother to pay any attention to him, and when he grew up, he ended up taking care of them both. He honestly didn't know if he could have considered anyone else to be his mother. Maybe he would have. He didn't exactly remember his previous life until he was 11 years old, so it was possible. But Harry didn't really need a mother, he just wanted someone that he could rely on, someone that would have his back and give him advice. Lily was never that. But she was more similar to him than anyone he had ever met before. It was pretty telling that he was similar to a woman who had killed her own husband in cold blood, massacred an entire village, and took over half of magical Britain in the span of a few months. Lily actually flinched at his words. Look, Harry, I know I hurt you. I know I wasn't the perfect mother. But I'm done. This is it. I'm whole again. We don't need to stay here, you could come with me in Britain. I now have the power to finally bring order to this place, to make it prosper. We could do that together. Harry let out a bitter chuckle. No, we can't. That's the funny part. What are you talking about? Is this about the magical release? It's done, you're wasting your magic on nothing. He decided to just rip off the bandage. It interacted with my spell. It will unravel everything in the entire fortress in seconds and will go even further. I honestly don't know. And just like that, Lily Evans, the infamous Red Witch, paled as she quickly made the arithmancy in her head. You're stopping a magic pulse of this size from spreading. How? A ball of space and time. I'm expanding the very fabric of space around it as it moves, and I'm slowing them down as much as I can while doing so. You could just leave, apparate out. The moment I do anything, the spell will be broken and Demstrang will fall in a blink of an eye. I refuse to do something like this, especially since Daphne is still in the fortress somewhere. She protested. The spell will break eventually. Your body will shut down at some point. I know, he stated. You're killing yourself for nothing. They're all dead anyway. He yelled at her. I know. He took a deep breath. I know. All I'm doing is buying them moments at best. But it's the best I can do. Unless. Unless what? Lily asked hopefully. Unless someone else took my place, and contained the singularity until I got out. He was absolutely bullshitting this, to be honest. There was no way Lily could stop this. Harry was constantly dealing with alterations of the magical release as it tried to escape and spread. He wasn't using a spell, but actively manipulated space and time to achieve this. Lily had no knowledge of these concepts, and she would never learn if he had any say in it. However, he still wanted to make a point, and it was something that he achieved when Lily practically jumped back in panic with small tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Harry." The last Potter nodded at her with disappointed eyes. "I expected as much. Can I ask you something before you leave?" She hesitantly nodded and he continued, "Can you get Daphne out of here? Take her with you back to Britain." She looked sure this time. "I will." He gave her a slight smile. "Thank you. Can you get one with it? I'm sort of running on fumes here and I don't know how long I can hold on." The redhead walked out of the cave but gave him a sad look as she left. "Goodbye, Harry." "I'm sorry." "Goodbye, Lily." And when she left, he murmured, "And I'm sorry, too." Because he wasn't going to let Lily Evans' mistakes kill an entire generation of mages. A small plan had formed in the middle of their conversation. It was mad. That was actually understanding things. It was absolutely insane. But it could work. He hoped Lily would forgive him one day, then again, it was her fault. He couldn't really deny the sense of vindictiveness he felt as he was planning this. He had kept her talking for as long as possible, tracking her magic, understanding her connection with her dimension. He hadn't really gotten much, but it was enough to trace it back. A connection was a portal of some sort. And since Lily opened a door, other people could technically go through as well, especially as she still hadn't gotten a handle on it. Harry slowly yelled as he slowly shrank down the sphere before him. He, of course, had to compensate by making the internal dimensions even larger as he did so. He pushed and pushed with all his mind, warping time and space in ways that he never did before. Until he quickly traced back the rift that Lily made and threw it inside. It was a Hail Mary at best, but Harry pushed it into the rift. It resisted. The world itself resisted as he did so. But he kept pushing and pushing even further. He realized that he was screaming in exertion. But it was working. Somehow, the plan was working. When the sphere finally entered the rift, he felt another explosion coming, one without the darkness he had cast. Harry quickly created a portal to protect himself from the blast, trying to redirect it. There was a blast of white, and then, nothing. Well, there was nothing for a fraction of a second until he found himself thrown into a bunch of mud and grass. This definitely wasn't Demstrang anymore. Now, where the fuck was he? That was Harry's last thought before everything turned black. Chapter 314, Chapter 314, The Lost Raven. Unknown place, unknown time. There was a blast of white, and then, nothing. Well, there was nothing for a fraction of a second until he found himself thrown into a bunch of mud and grass. This definitely wasn't Demstrang anymore. Now, where the fuck was he? That was Harry's last thought before everything turned black. Harry woke up feeling something wet dripping on him. He tried to stop it by raising his arms, but that didn't seem to do anything. Stop. Of course, the moment he actually spoke was when he realized just how much everything hurt. By all that is holy, it even hurt to even think. Every muscle in his body screamed in agony, and his magic circuits were burning from overuse, a searing pain that pulsed with every heartbeat. Confusion and exhaustion weighed heavily on him, but underneath it all, there was a flicker of determination. He was lost and disoriented, but he knew he had to get up, had to move. And that was when he finally opened his eyes and saw a cloudy sky above him. It was raining very faintly, and it was probably going to start pouring pretty heavily later. Harry blinked several times, trying to clear his vision. As the world around him came into focus, he noticed the rolling hills dotted with patches of wildflowers and the distant, dark outline of towering trees. He slowly pushed himself up, wincing with every movement, and looked around more carefully. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth. In the distance, he saw a familiar grove of ancient oaks, their gnarled branches twisting towards the sky. It was then that a deep sense of familiarity washed over him. He recognized the landscape, the hills, and the forest. These were the hills near the Forbidden Forest. Had he traveled all the way back to Britain? How long was he even unconscious? Deciding that staying there would achieve nothing, he started walking, well, more like limping, towards Hogsmeade, barely able to cast an illusion to hide his looks, because of his burning circuits. Honestly, he was just being safe. Harry couldn't exactly risk someone recognizing him and revealing that he could somehow leave Demstrang without permission. That heist in Gringotts was already making a lot of noise and it would be easy to blame him if people knew that he could get in and out of place without being noticed, even if they didn't have any evidence. Magical Britain rarely needed evidence to send people to prison. It took almost an hour of limping, but Harry finally found himself in front of the village of Hogsmeade. His stomach growled, signifying his hunger when he stared at the familiar sight of the 3 broomsticks. Yes, that was a good idea. He slowly walked to the inn and sat down. It hadn't taken more than a minute until Madame Rosmerta walked up to him and spoke up, "You're a new face. We don't get a lot of those around here." "Yeah, I've been traveling for a bit. This is just one of my stops." "You really could have picked a better time, to be honest. Last year was a lot more exciting with the foreigners and the tourists." We made a nice bit of gold from that. It's a real shame how things ended, really. Anyway, what can I get you? Harry slowly processed her words. What had happened the previous year? Wasn't that just the hogsmeade attack? Still, he decided to just answer her question, a butterbeer and a shepherd's pie, please. She smiled at him pleasantly and commented, coming right up. With her gone, Harry was finally allowed to slowly process what happened. He started to notice the oddities slightly. There were small differences in the decorations, not much, but it was enough to be noticeable. A few pictures on the walls were of people he didn't recognize, the chairs were enchanted just a tad differently. When he used his arcane hearing, everything just felt slightly different. Like a different shade of gray. Close but not exactly the same. What the fuck was going on? Unfortunately, his train of thought was interrupted by Rosmerta finally giving him his meal and drink, which distracted him immensely. He quickly paid her with some of his emergency gold and started to listen around in the inn. As he took a bite of his shepherd's pie, a conversation at a nearby table caught his attention. A wizard and a witch were speaking in hushed tones, clearly annoyed. Did you hear about Harry Potter's latest stunt? Claims you know who is back. Honestly, the boy will say anything for attention, the wizard said, shaking his head. The witch nodded in agreement, her expression one of disdain. He's just an attention seeker. Always has been. He knew that he'd outgrow being the boy who lived one day and he's been trying to stay relevant. It's getting pathetic. Harry felt a cold chill run down his spine. Harry Potter lying about Voldemort's return. That didn't make sense. Neville Longbottom was the boy who lived, not Harry. And since when was Voldemort back? He prayed he was wrong with his deduction. He had to be wrong. He stood up and walked over to the table with the newspapers. Picking one up, he quickly scanned the front page. The headline caught his eye, Harry Potter acquitted, charges of breaking statute of secrecy and underage magic dropped on technicality. Harry's breath caught in his throat. The date at the top of the page read August 10, 1995. He didn't want to believe it, but the evidence was irrefutable. He eliminated everything else. He tried to find out if he was trapped in an elaborate illusion, tried to think that he was just hallucinating, that everything was in his head. Only to come up with nothing. What really sealed the deal was the state of this universe's ambient magic. It was different and it showed. In Harry's world, magic held scars, for the lack of a better term. The world itself had seen countless battles between the light and the dark and that left a trace, something that he just couldn't find with his arcane hearing. Magic was just different, more natural. There were no artificial sources of light or darkness anywhere, no traces of their involvement at all. It was like having a constant from always at the back of his mind, suddenly being gone. Its absence was just so distracting, especially when he finally noticed it. Well fuck. How the hell was he supposed to get back now? There were barely any mentions of alternate dimensions, let alone parallel universes in his home, and he suspected he would find nothing to help here as well. The only way out of this mess was to figure out how to do it himself. That was easy. All he had to do was discover a new form of magic, one that was probably stronger than anything he had ever come up with, and he had to do that with barely any resources at his disposal. Harry always liked a challenge, but that took the cake. Well, it wouldn't do to wallow in self-pity for no reason. He needed to quickly figure things out, and he would start by understanding what kind of world he was in. There should be a bookstore nearby, and recent issues of the Daily Prophet should be available there. When Rosmerta interrupted his thoughts once more, he already had the start of a plan in his head. So, how was the food? I liked it. I think I'm going to stay here a bit. Do you have any available rooms? That seemed to be the right thing to say as the woman's smile grew even wider. Minutes later, they had agreed on a price and Harry finally had a room and a bed for the near future, until he could figure out more about what happened, of course. The next few days were relatively tame, all things considered. It was simply him just waking up in the Three Broomsticks, going to the bookstore and learning more about the world he was in. It hadn't taken too long to figure out that he was in the world from the stories, the ones he had read in his past life. Things had gone pretty much the same way. Quirrell had disappeared under mysterious circumstances in 1992, and there was a series of petrifications in 1993, which ended with Lockhart accidentally erasing his own memories. Sirius Black had escaped that year as well, and Dementors had come to Hogwarts. The former prisoner had escaped capture once more at Hogwarts in 1994, which was followed by the Quidditch World Cup final being attacked by Death Eaters and the Dark Mark being conjured, then the Triwizard Tournament, which ended in Cedric Diggory's death and Harry Potter loudly proclaiming that Lord Voldemort was back. It was exactly like the stories, down to every minute detail. At least, that gave him a pretty big advantage on how to handle himself. There were also a few differences in magic. They were less robust. In Harry's world, spellcrafters needed to compensate for the traces of the light and dark all over the world, and so, had made spells slightly more controlled and ordered. The absence of light and dark scarring in this universe's magic meant that a few spells and potions crafted in this universe were simply different. It didn't need to be more robust, and so, it made up for it with either efficiency or just more varied effects. It was noteworthy, but hardly the end of the world. He had already come up with the blueprints of a plan to get home. A broken prophecy had brought him to this place, and so, it was only logical that another one would bring him back. Luckily for him, he already knew of a true prophecy that he could manipulate. But first, he needed resources and a place to prepare. And he could achieve that through Hogwarts. It gave him access to everything he would need for his research as well as critical elements of the prophecy. It was funny, really. It all came down to this damned castle. As much as he saw this place as a second home, Harry had some of his worst memories in this place. Albus Dumbledore's attention in his place of power would have made anyone uncomfortable. Hopefully, while being under the radar, his experience would be pretty different. Harry sat down and started drafting a letter to Professor McGonagall. He explained that he had been homeschooled in magic by his mother, who had recently passed away. He needed to get his OWLs to obtain a permit to cast magic without breaking the statute of secrecy. It was a plausible story, and he hoped it would be enough to get him into Hogwarts without raising too many questions. After sending the letter, Harry spent the next few days waiting for a response. He was a bit anxious. He had backup plans, of course, but he needed the knowledge in the castle and to be close to his counterpart in this world to manipulate the prophecy to his ends. He stayed at the inn, trying to learn as much as he could about this new world while keeping a low profile. It was strange and disconcerting, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. To his relief, a letter from McGonagall arrived quickly. She had agreed to meet him at the Three Broomsticks to discuss his situation. He was to wait for her there in a couple of days. This brought him to this situation, with him sitting at a table in the inn, and the Transfiguration Mistress looking at him with a neutral look on her face. She spoke up with a severe tone, "Harold Smith." Harry nodded. "That's me." "You must be Professor McGonagall." She gave him a small and brief smile in return. "Good. Let's get right to business, Mr. Smith. Your situation is quite unusual and there is much that we need to do before confirming your enrollment in Hogwarts." Great. It seemed like he had his foot in the door and McGonagall was seriously considering his admission. Now, he only needed to smooth talk her into doing so, without putting her off with his frankly pathetic social skills. Yeah, he had this in the bag. Chapter 315, Feline Impressions. August 15, 1995, Hogsmeade. Minerva McGonagall was having a horrible summer. Other than the constant attempts at slandering her mentor and boss, she somehow had found herself with even more responsibilities than before, something that she never expected would have been possible. One would think that with Albus losing his positions as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and the Supreme Mugwump of the ICW, he would have had more time to focus on his responsibilities as Hogwarts headmaster. However, that wasn't the case. If anything, it was the complete opposite. Albus chose to dedicate his time to lead the Order of the Phoenix, a very noble endeavor, but one that shouldn't have taken any time, especially since the Dark Lord still hadn't revealed himself, and there were no public attacks. There were a few missions here and there, but they shouldn't have necessitated the headmaster's full attention. She would have some choice of words for Albus when the semester began. Nevertheless, she essentially had the responsibilities of a professor and a headmistress, with none of the actual power to make any decisions herself. It was a pretty tricky situation to be in and she disliked it very much. She understood, really, the danger that Lord Voldemort presented. She had fought the monster before. It was like fighting an unstoppable creature that never seemed to get tired and regenerated most wounds in seconds. She could only imagine the rituals Tom Riddle had to partake in to become the monster that was Lord Voldemort. However, that didn't mean that Albus had to drop anything just to focus on fighting the men, especially as both sides were still recruiting. Albus' reluctance to face off against the Ministry bemused her to no end. He certainly could get them to stop, or even offer proof of some kind, but Albus liked the deception, liked the idea of delaying the enemy's march as much as possible. She didn't know why, but she could guess that it had to do with that blasted prophecy. He was using Fudge's aggression, deciding to weather the storm that was his temper tantrum for some goal that he didn't share with anyone. He was very prone to hide things for some obscure plans. Hiding the Philosopher's Stone in Hogwarts was extremely unprofessional, and he hadn't told her until Harry Potter almost died that he wanted to use it as a lure to confirm whether the Dark Lord was still alive or not. During the affair with the Chamber of Secrets, he also refused to call on the DMLE to investigate and temporarily close the school. He was resolute in that, and after the fiasco was over, he had spent the entire summer studying the diary that possessed poor Ginny Weasley. She didn't know what it was, but Albus had gotten what he wanted, even if it almost caused the death of students. It left Minerva in an awkward situation, running the school without any actual authority over it. This year was already off to a bad start with Dolores Umbridge of all people being appointed as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Dolores Umbridge, who she remembered being a horrid student, teaching defense, whose OWL she had even failed. It was quite clever of the minister to create a bill that would force Hogwarts professors to have certifications in the field they would teach and to be hired. It wasn't a big deal for transfiguration and charms, since masteries were available, but for classes like defense, which did not have any actual certifications, they had created one themselves. Their certification had refused every applicant bar Dolores Umbridge, hence Albus being forced to hire her. She wasn't looking forward to working with the woman. Her musings were interrupted as she arrived in front of the entrance of the Three Broomsticks, where she was supposed to meet a potential new student. It was very unusual to have applications from older students, especially in 5th year, but it did happen occasionally. She still needed to vet the boy and make sure that he was not some Death Eater or ministry plant that would hurt the students. She looked around and saw a brown-haired boy with hazel eyes sitting in the back. She walked towards him and asked, "Harold Smith?" He smiled nervously back at her, "Yes. You must be Professor McGonagall." She gave him a small and brief smile in return, "Good. Let's get right to business, Mr. Smith. Your situation is quite unusual and there is much that we need to do before confirming your enrollment in Hogwarts." The boy gave her a slight smile, "Sure, what do you want to know? Can you tell me why you're applying to Hogwarts so late?" He simply shrugged in return, "It's not really something I wanted to do, to be completely honest. As I told you, my mother died a few months back and she was my primary magical teacher. I could have just continued self-studying, but any magic I would cast would be detected as a use of underage magic. My mother teaching me wasn't a big deal since the ministry detected my magic as hers, but with her gone, the only way to lift the trace is to apply for it at the ministry, and I need my OWLS for that. I'm sorry about your mother," Minerva simply stated. His eyes got cloudy for a few seconds before replying, "It wasn't anything unexpected. She was hit by a curse right after having me and it's been eating at her ever since. She held on as long as she could. But we both knew how it would have inevitably ended." Seeing the chagrined look on her face, Minerva decided to change the subject immediately and chose to focus on the other aspect of what he revealed. First was the fact that he had no official education in any field of magic, and she couldn't really evaluate what he was taught at home in a simple interview. The other was the fact that he had no plans on staying more than a year, something that truly bothered her. She made her opinion known, "Can I ask why you're not interested in pursuing your newts afterwards? We do have a scholarship fund, and it could open a lot of doors for you if you perform well." The boy grabbed the back of his head nervously, "No offense, but I don't really like strict magical curriculum. If I could, I would have tried to apply for my OWLS now and be done with it. However, the ministry insists that I have to do it through Hogwarts." "Then how do you learn magic, then?" He shrugged, "My mother's way of teaching magic was more individualized. She always said that learning magic should be a personal experience, a way to see the world that changes over time. Don't worry, I also learned the theory behind everything, but it was always secondary to how I connect to the world." Minerva suppressed the urge to groan. She always disliked these kinds, who didn't really take magical education seriously, and just learned by feel. It was a movement that came and went throughout history until people realized that this method produced less effective wizards and witches and abandoned the culture. Still, she would give the boy a chance to prove himself. However, she doubted he could pass her tests. "All right. Considering your source of education, it falls upon me to evaluate your competence as a wizard and see if you can enter Hogwarts as a 5th-year student." The entire process took over 2 hours. Minerva wouldn't say that she was a master in every field of magic like Albus was, but she could hold her own in most. Of course, she had no time to get him to brew potions or take care of a plant, but it was very easy to see that the boy's education exceeded that of a student of the same year at Hogwarts. She wouldn't say out loud that his knowledge in charms, enchanting, arithmancy, and runes had probably surpassed her own. He was competent enough in potions and herbology, but she couldn't know for sure without a cauldron and a plant in front of him. However, it was transfiguration that fascinated her. The boy was very good at everything, apart from human transfiguration, which he refused to speak of. She had asked him, and he simply stated that he didn't trust himself not to mess up and that transfiguring another person could cause almost irreparable damage if done incorrectly. She did appreciate his caution. Minerva did have to catch more than a few reckless students trying to become animagi every year. Still, this performance far exceeded that of a 15-year-old boy, and she had her doubts. And so, while he was distracted, she had even snuck in a small age charm and found that the boy was 14 years old. It was unlikely that he was a plant by the Death Eaters or the ministry, but she would have to keep an eye on him. Afterwards, she couldn't help but ask him, "There's one final question I need to ask. Why come to Hogwarts now? You could have applied to another school in another country and be admitted, especially with the political tensions present in Britain." The boy snorted, "Look, did think about Beau's batons. My mother and I stayed in France for a few years, and it was wonderful, but she always talked about the castle. I wanted to see what it was like at least once. And I don't really care about political nonsense. If Dumbledore is telling the truth or not doesn't matter one bit to me. If he's lying then it's not my problem. If the Dark Lord really is back, then he's not revealing himself, which means that I'm safe until he starts attacking. Either way, I'm not planning on staying for long. After I get my OWLS and certifications, I want to continue traveling a bit. I've been dying to go to Greece. I read so much about it. Minerva wasn't exactly convinced. Your potential would be enough to make you a target, Mr. Smith. He grinned. Look, I get that your whole Dark Lord thing is serious here, but outside of Britain, no one really cares about it. Believe me, they barely register that there's been a civil war here and there's a reason for it. Your fight is never going to spill past Britain, because if it does, the rest of Europe will get involved and it'll be over really quickly. That's a fact that everyone knows. Minerva gritted her teeth. The war was no joke, Mr. Smith. I never said it was. My point is just that if anyone wanted no parts in it, then there's a very easy solution, and that's to move to another country until the mess is done with. Some people like to fight for their homes, she protested. And that's a noble thing. But the truth is that very few people are willing to fight, and that's not a bad thing. I, for one, am not a fighter. Oh, I can defend myself, but I don't have the instinct for it. So, you would run away and hide if your home was attacked. The boy simply shrugged. If I was a less competent wizard, I would. Fear is a normal thing. It's an evolutionary reaction to danger, one that is probably why life still perseveres. It might be a mark of a coward to run away, but it's the wise course of action if the other choice is to die fighting. So, you would have let people die in the last war? The Transfiguration Mistress growled. He shook his head. Of course not. No, I would have made a partnership with another school outside the country to admit Muggleborns and people who would have been targeted, diminishing the risk until the situation was dealt with. But I'm not qualified to do anything, am I? This is just me making theories. McGonagall turned pensive at that proposal. She disliked the way the boy just didn't want to fight, but that was his decision. What she did not respect was the way he dismissed the war, as if it was some small event and not the terrifying period where she lost so many students. However, now that she had thought about it, the idea of partnering with another school technically had merit. If Lord Voldemort started to attack people once more, giving him fewer targets would be better in the long run. She wondered why she never thought of the idea. Nevertheless, she was not there to argue with the boy. All right, it's getting late. Congratulations, Mr. Smith, on your admission to our prestigious institution. Expect an OWL with the official decision and your required materials. If you have any sort of financial difficulties, you could apply for a scholarship through the ministry. Unofficially, these are what you're going to need for the next year. I trust that you can buy them without any assistance. The boy took a relieved sigh before smiling. Yes. That shouldn't be a problem. She then continued, if you do not have an official place of residence, we could sponsor you with a temporary home until you come to Hogwarts. It was a bit of a gray area for students orphaned without blood relations. It had started during the previous war, and it pained her how many of her students found themselves without any parents overnight. There hadn't been such a situation in over a decade, and she wasn't exactly sure it would have worked considering the straining relationship between the school and the ministry. However, Albus would probably have a member of the order keep an eye on the boy. Mr. Smith simply shrugged. Nah, I'm good. It's only a couple of weeks and I do have a few things to take care of first before starting school. Like what exactly? Well, nothing really exciting. I'm just looking for a very old family ring. Chapter 316, Hero's Lament. September 1, 1995, London. The previous summer had to have been one of the worst ones ever since he received his Hogwarts letter 4 years prior. The way he had been treated reminded him of how everybody in Privet Drive turned on him just because of what the Dursleys said about him. It was hard to conceive the idea that the ministry was so antagonistic towards him. They hadn't really done any investigation on what happened in the third task, and he couldn't help but feel like Cedric deserved better than to be dismissed as some tragic accident by the ministry. That was what angered him the most. It would have been different to have people be on Voldemort's side. He expected it. But there was just something unforgiving about being so resolute in ignoring the situation, of refusing to even confirm anything Harry said. They were ready to simply ignore the death of a student, just because it made them feel better. He clenched his palm at the thought. Now was not the time to blow up. He was following Ginny, trying to find any empty compartment. So far, everything was nearly full. He hadn't really talked to Ginny much since what happened in the chamber. For some reason, she got awfully shy around him and barely spoke. However, with both Ron and Hermione being forced to go to the prefect compartment and him being Magical Britain's newest pariah due to the Daily Prophet, he was having a hard time finding one. In the very last carriage, they found Neville Longbottom clenching Trevor, his pet toad, and trying to clumsily carry his trunk as well. Harry, Ginny. I'm glad that I'm not the only one who couldn't find a compartment. Ginny answered him, why don't we just stay here? It's only Luna and some sleeping bloke there. I don't think they'll mind much. I didn't want to bother them, Neville protested. Ah, nonsense, the redhead interrupted him. Here. Let's go. She opened the compartment door and spoke up. Hey Luna. Do you mind if we sit down with you? In times like this, Harry really regretted not expanding his social circle further. He had never really noticed the girl before. Luna was a blonde with a dreamy look in her silver eyes. She absent-mindedly answered Ginny's question, of course. They all stowed their trunks and sat down in front of them. When they sat down, he noticed that Luna was reading a magazine called The Quibbler Upside Down. He just shrugged, he wasn't in the mood to really ask her about it. Ginny then asked her, motioning towards the sleeping wizard, who is he? The blonde girl simply shrugged, I don't know. I found him asleep when I got here. He seems nice though. Honestly, Harry didn't know how someone who was asleep could seem nice or how this Luna girl could have found out about it. But from the fond expression on the redhead's face, it wasn't exactly something unusual. Ultimately, the conversation somehow evolved into Neville bragging about this weird plant that his grandmother got him for his birthday. Of course, he ended up covering the entire compartment into pus, which was weirdly not the first time that Neville did that, causing them to have to clean up. Unfortunately, the smell or the loud noise seemed to have woken up the sleeping boy from before. For the first time, Harry could easily see him properly. He was wearing a muggle outfit, some jeans, and a leather jacket. He had brown hair, and hazel eyes, and also wore glasses. The boy huffed, waved his wand, and the pus disappeared. He turned towards the embarrassed-looking Neville. Please don't do that again. I'm sorry, Neville replied. The boy simply grunted and prepared to get back to sleep. Before he did, Ginny seemed to have wanted to speak with him. I've never seen you in Hogwarts before. He nodded in response, and I've never seen you in Hogwarts as well. You're a student here? No, I'm the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Harry didn't know if the wizard was being sarcastic or not. Everyone else was of the same opinion. After a few seconds, the boy groaned once more, seriously. I look like a teenager and I'm saying that I'm your new professor and you don't really care. Harry grabbed the back of his head, embarrassed. Sorry. Don't worry, that says more about the school than about you. My name is Harrod Smith and I'm a new student here. I'll be transferring into 5th year here. I didn't know you could transfer between schools, Neville commented. Where were you taught before? I was homeschooled. No one said anything for a few seconds until Harold groaned, seriously, what's with you all? This is the part where you introduce yourselves. Oh, right. Harry wasn't really used to doing that. Everyone kinda knew it was him. Still, Ginny took the initiative and introduced herself, followed by Neville, and then Harry. The boy, Smith, barely reacted to his name other than raising his eyebrow faintly for a fraction of a second. That already made him all right in Harry's books. Luna, though, seemed to have a different idea altogether. You're not from around here, are you? Harold's polite smile turned into a smirk. You're a very observant girl, Luna Lovegood. I never told you my name, she replied. You're not the only one who's observant. For some reason, the girl seemed more animated than she had since Harry entered the compartment. However, that seemed all Harold had to say on the matter since he went back to sleep afterwards. Ron and Hermione ended up returning after at least an hour. Harry had bought everyone snacks from the trolley lady, even a few extra for Harold, who seemed determined to continue sleeping. After eating his fill, Ron asked, who's the bloke? Harold Smith, Harry answered, a new student. Not really a talker, to be honest. He's pretty big for a first year, the redhead commented. His sister hit him in the head. Of course, he's not a first year, you idiot. He's transferring in. He'll be in your year. Apparently, he was homeschooled. Hermione seemed to have taken that personally. Homeschooled. That's absolutely dreadful. Why not just go to Hogwarts? It's the best school in Europe, isn't it? Surprisingly, it was Neville who answered her. It's uncommon nowadays, but it used to be a normal thing in the past. If a family is secretive or something, they can refuse to send their kids to Hogwarts. And before Dumbledore started the Hogwarts Scholarship Fund, a few people just couldn't afford to pay for the school's tuition. Now, I think most people who don't come to Hogwarts either have a dangerous magical gift or a family that's pretty traditional. The ministry has tried to stop this by making OWLS a requirement for a lot of jobs. Ron groaned, great. So, it's either a ticking time bomb or a future Death Eater. What a joy. Hermione hit him in the shoulder. Hey, you haven't even spoken to him. I call it like I see it. Hermione was about to say something but the door to the compartment opened once more, and Harry gritted his teeth at the sight of a smirking Draco Malfoy. Instead, he growled out, what is it, Malfoy? Nothing much, Potter, I was just patrolling. I'm allowed to do that, since, you know, I'm a prefect. You wouldn't really know about it, I guess. I have to say that it's refreshing to see how Weasley was chosen over you. I wonder how it feels to be Dumbledore's second choice. Are you even that? Maybe he'd have even chosen Longbottom over you. Harry controlled his temper once more, at least Ron earned his spot. Can you say the same? I know Snape is close to your father. How much did he have to pay to get you your position? I wonder if one day you'll be able to actually achieve something meaningful with your life without Daddy behind you. Immediately, Malfoy raised his wand, Crabbe and Goyle following behind him. Harry and his friends did the same. Right as he thought the first spell was about to be fired, a voice interjected, "Come on, people. I'm trying to sleep here." A grumpy Harold Smith was looking at them with annoyance and Malfoy blurted out, "Who even are you?" "Someone who is trying to have a nap in peace. Could you, wait until we get to the castle before sending spells at each other? All this fighting is so troublesome." Malfoy didn't seem to like that response. "You should be careful how you speak to me. My name is Draco Malfoy." Smith interrupted him, "And let me guess, your father is a very important man or something. Look, I've done this song and dance 100 times and I'm not in the mood to give you lessons in manners. Can you just go and try to keep a lid on your obsession with Potter?" "I am not obsessed with Potter," the blonde boy snarled. "Sure, you aren't," Smith retorted with a patronizing tone. "You came all this way without any other reason than to speak with him." "That sounds like an obsession to me." "When my father," he replied, but Smith interrupted him, again with the whole father thing. "You really need to get a grip on this thing. You'll eventually have to grow up, you know, and I don't think it will look good if you throw your father's name around when you're in your 20s. No one would really take you seriously if you did that. Now, can you go in peace, please? You can go stalk Potter or whatever when we're in the castle, and to be honest, the compartment is getting cramped." Smith closed his eyes, but Malfoy wasn't done. "You'll regret this. People tend to die when they stick around Potter. You know what happened to poor Cedric Diggory. I still remember the way his parents screamed when they saw his body. That took everyone in the compartment aback. They all knew that Malfoy was a prick, but even he had never stooped so low as to mock someone else's death. To be fair, he did make fun of the fact that Harry was an orphan, which was already pretty distasteful. But this made Harry's blood boil. He was about to cast a curse until Smith gave him a weird look. "Did you say something?" "I was distracted by remembering this wonderful dream I was having. I was lying down in a beautiful field and watched the clouds." That seemed to distract Malfoy. "You dream about watching clouds? Oh, it's such a fascinating hobby. One that a truly enlightened mind could understand." Harry had to admit that it was funny seeing Malfoy being so out of sorts. During most confrontations between them, the Slytherin always ended up with the upper hand. It was very nice to see the tables being turned. The blonde boy seemed outraged. "Are you calling me stupid?" "Oh, nothing of the sort. I just said that you were not someone with the wisdom to appreciate the art of cloud watching." Malfoy motioned to move his wand and Smith gave him a bored look. Now. I know that I might have hurt your feelings, and there's no reason to do anything rash. Tell me why I shouldn't hex you to pieces right now," he growled. "Well, I could keep droning on and on about the rules and you breaking them. I could talk about how it would dishonor your father. But I think I'm going to stick to the person standing behind you." Malfoy instinctively turned. "Who?" Harold seemed to grasp the opportunity to cast a spell that shoved them out of the compartment and locked it with a swish of his wand. He could hear Malfoy screaming and hitting the door repeatedly until the noise disappeared with another swish of Smith's wand. Ginny was the first to speak up. "That was amazing. It's nothing really. When you deal with a spoiled brat, you deal with all of them. Damn, reality is going to hit that guy very hard." Harry couldn't help but be curious. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much, just that he's obviously pretty sheltered and has an inferiority complex. It's pretty common with people who have high-achieving parents. The problem is that one day, he'll have to face the world himself, without his father there to help him, and that will be an experience that will mark the man he will become in the future." Harry spoke up. "His father is a pretty powerful man. He's also one of Voldemort's main supporters." The boy who lived suppressed the urge to roll his eyes as everyone flinched at the name. Everyone except for Smith, that is. That was another point in his favor. Smith simply shrugged. "Meh, don't really care." "You're not scared of you-know-who?" Ron asked incredulously. "Meh, anyone who has a fake name that says they're afraid of death isn't worth being scared of. It's such a silly name, really. He probably came up with it when he was a moody teenager and chose to stick with it." Harry didn't know what to say about that. Thankfully, Hermione changed the subject. "That was wordless magic, right?" That seemed to surprise Smith slightly. "Yeah. What about it? It's a pretty advanced subject, isn't it? We're not even taking it this year and it's our OWL year." "Meh, it's not that hard, really. From what I hear, it's different for every person, but I just always did it. I was taught to cast every spell without saying the incantation every time. You get used to it after the first few times." Hermione practically perked up at that. "That's fascinating. I never really expected how much the method of education could change the competence of the wizard or witch. Are there any other things that you can do differently? How should I know? I don't really have anything to compare it to. The recommended school books are a bit too varied and cover a lot of material, far more than a single school year should. Not that they're all good. Really, the defense book was one of the worst reads I've ever had. I'm not really optimistic for that class, to be honest. At least it's a good way to make sure to fall asleep. It's very effective. Just thinking about it just makes me want to doze off. The Muggle-born obviously wanted to press matters, but Smith just yawned, grunted, and fell asleep again. Hermione just looked outraged by his behavior. It was honestly pretty funny to see her so riled up. He expected that little exchange to happen many times when they got to Hogwarts. At least that was something to look up to. Smith was just so laid back and relaxed that he would automatically clash with most professors who were passionate about their subjects. He imagined the boy napping in McGonagall's classroom. Or even worse, Snape's. Now that was an amusing thought. He'd probably be the first person to love Ben's classes, though. Still, having a nap wasn't really a bad idea. When Harry closed his eyes and fell asleep, he dreamt of snakes in a weirdly familiar black corridor. Chapter 317, A Lesson in Manners. September 1, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry sighed deeply as he finally sat down in his new dormitory. Ever since he had been displaced from his universe thanks to Lily's crap, he had been planning his return. That was why he decided to come to Hogwarts in the first place. It was a nexus of magical energy and held tomes old enough to maybe even glimpse something to help with his situation. So far, all he had done was research what had happened to him. He was making a surprising amount of headway in that regard. His arcane hearing was activated during the incident underneath Demstrang, and he had heard a good part of what had happened. Now, he only needed to reproduce it while being as consistent as possible. Which meant translating what happened into some kind of arithmancy formula, and crafting a ritual or a spell to mimic it. The ingredients were simple enough. A broken prophecy, a singularity in space and time, and the dark energy released from his family crest. And, of course, a fuck ton of energy. Yeah, things were progressing but not as quickly as he would have liked. Who knew that finding a way to travel between universes would be so difficult? To be perfectly honest, he had pulled an all-nighter just before going to Hogwarts, trying to get as much done before being subjected to teen drama once more. Harry had done his best to cultivate a bit of a no-nonsense reputation back in his school, but unfortunately, it didn't follow him here. When he had taken a nap in one of the empty compartments, he had been surprised to wake up at the sight of his counterpart and a shy Neville Longbottom. It was pretty jarring seeing the confident tone wilt with every look Harry gave him. His counterpart wasn't really all that better, just filled with anger, resentment, and frustration. To be fair, he had just seen Diggory get killed and then spent months without any form of support. But Harry couldn't help but curse his luck. Why did it have to be them? He had planned on being relatively close to the boy, because of the prophecy and everything, and the fact that he still had that scar on his forehead. That was the Horcrux he had no idea how to get out, aside from, of course, getting the boy hit with a killing curse by Voldemort. It had worked for the stories, somehow. Anyway, he had begun to regret slightly his decision to come to Hogwarts. He had to be sorted in front of everyone. At least, they sorted him before the first years. That would have been pretty embarrassing. He had chosen to go to Gryffindor. Well, he cast a small compulsion for the hat to yell Gryffindor while using the cloak to hide himself from it. The hat never really knew that he was on anyone's head. It was a nice tricky use of an aspect of the cloak, one that he explored after Daphne told him about Lily's adaptation of the Veela's allure as a compulsion charm. Magic simply could not find his mind, using the same way that it couldn't detect him when he walked through wards. After all, he couldn't have the Sorting Hat blabbing to people about his true nature, especially not Dumbledore. This was what brought him to the Gryffindor common room, and his current regret to choosing this house. He was sitting in one of the chairs, writing in his journals, trying to progress even further with his calculations. This was very hard to do because of the yelling match between his counterpart and Seamus Finnegan. He released a deep breath and just cast a silencing charm, which made the yelling disappear. He conjured a bit of music to calm himself down and continued working. It seemed to have worked for a little while until Hermione Granger decided to break the charm. Harry winced at the sudden rise of noise and gave her an annoyed look. "What is it?" "You're not allowed to cast privacy charms in the common room," she replied with a superior look. Harry simply rolled his eyes. "You're also not allowed to yell at each other. I don't see you harassing Potter." Ron calmed them down, the Muggle-born continued. "Harry has been having a bit of a temper ever since the Daily Prophet started calling him a liar. Meh, this rag would print anything, really. I haven't really read it to get any news for a while." "So, you believe Harry then?" she asked with a hopeful tone. "I don't really care one way or the other. After this year, I'm leaving the country anyway." You know who never really left Britain, so whether he's back or not is kinda irrelevant. She obviously wanted to say something but stopped herself. She was about to leave, until she, unfortunately, took a small peek at what he was writing in his journal. Oh, is that arithmancy? It looks pretty advanced. It is pretty advanced and also private. Oh, come on. I could help you. I'm in first place in arithmancy and it's my favorite class. Even if the homework is a bit much. It would be a very nice training exercise before we go to class tomorrow. I'm not registered for arithmancy, Hermione. That seemed to stun the Muggle-born, and she gave him an outraged look. Why not? Because I don't need to. I'm here because I need to be registered at Hogwarts to apply for my OWLS. And I only need an OWL in Charms, Transfiguration, and Defense Against the Dark Arts to be able to apply for a license to practice magic before being 17. I only have to attend my core classes, nothing more. You're not staying past your OWLS. Harry shrugged. I'm not planning on it. But you could learn so much, Harold, and become a better wizard if you take your electives. Honestly, Hermione, I don't think I can really learn any arithmancy from your year. No offense, but I'm a little more advanced than you are. The Muggle-born wouldn't be sated, I'm telling McGonagall. She's bound to set you straight. And I'll tell her that I'm already struggling with my course load and that the big bad prefect Hermione Granger wants to force more work on me. Now that wouldn't be a good look, would it? She might even take your badge. She grabbed her prefect badge as if it would disappear before glaring at him. This isn't over, and walked away. Harry snorted. Hermione Granger was really the same in both dimensions. At least, this would have been what he imagined she would have been like if the diary fiasco didn't happen. Deciding that he didn't want to get up to the dormitory to hear another spat between his counterpart and Finnegan, he activated the cloak and phased out of the fat lady's portrait. His destination was a pretty obvious one. He needed the prophecy to be broken and he could do it in two obvious ways. Either he killed Voldemort, or he killed his counterpart, and he leaned more towards killing the mass-murdering psychopath than the angsty teen. That meant killing Voldemort, and to do so, he needed to destroy the Horcrux. He already destroyed the ring during the summer. It was simply enough sneaking in and destroying it with the basilisk fang he still carried on him since his departure from Hogwarts in his home dimension. He never really bothered to put it back after destroying the Cup of Hufflepuff, something that he was thankful for now. Still, in this case, he recast the curse on the ring and added a small illusion to make anyone think that it was still a Horcrux. It could still be useful in some other way. And it wasn't like he needed it, he still had one of his own. Now, in terms of Horcruxes, the diary and the ring were gone. The diadem would be before the next day. There were only 4 left, the locket, the cup, Nagini, and his counterpart's scar. Funnily enough, the Horcrux in Gringotts was the least guarded of them. The locket was under Fidley's charm, Nagini was always at Voldemort's side, and the scar kinda belonged to an innocent guy who was constantly under Dumbledore's surveillance. His train of thought was broken when he arrived at the Room of Requirements. He released his cloak's power to allow the room to see him and walk 3 times, asking for the Room of Hidden Things. It had taken less than 15 minutes in total to find a diadem and destroy it with his basilisk fang. Sure, there was a loud scream and a discharge of magic, but they were easily contained. Harry honestly had no idea why anyone would ever create those things. Sure, no one else had his arcane hearing and couldn't hear how horrifying it was. But there was still a sense of wrongness emanating from the artifact. Anyway, Harry returned back in the dormitory, having disappeared for around 30 minutes at most, which he used to destroy one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. No one had even noticed that he was gone. When he had gotten back to the dormitory, Finnegan and his counterpart were still fighting, and Harry just cast another privacy charm to finally fall asleep. Harry awoke when the sun rose. He was always an early riser and went to have his breakfast. He hadn't gotten out of the common room until his counterpart interrupted him. Hey, Harold. He turned towards him. Yeah. McGonagall asked me to show you around since Ron and Hermione are busy with the first years. She also told me that we shouldn't have any classes until noon, so we could take our time. I think our first class is defense with that Umbridge woman. We'll get our timetables later. You're pretty lucky. I don't think anyone in the castle bar Dumbledore and the Weasley twins knows the castle as well as I do. First, I'm going to give you a small tour of our classrooms and then we'll move on from there. And so began Harry's torture at the hand of his counterpart. To be honest, Harry wasn't exactly being fair. It was hard to make a tour of the castle interesting to someone who studied there for 3 years. He didn't really count the 4th since he was in foreign schools for the tournament during that time. Still, his counterpart was weirdly excited about the tour, which was really weird. Harry just kept humming and nodding at everything, wanting to get everything over with as quickly as possible. It was when they got to the dungeons that he was asked, "You believe me, right? About Voldemort." "Well, you do have a bit of evidence supporting you, like the Ministry not handling the investigation into Diggory's death properly, and the fact that you were obviously injured during the 3rd task." There's also the fact that no body was found when he attacked your home. You could be telling the truth, or you could be lying. In the end, it doesn't really matter, at least not anytime soon, that is. How could that not matter? Voldemort is back. There's going to be a war. Harry simply shrugged, unperturbed by the boy's rising temper. There are always wars. But I didn't say that it wouldn't matter in the long run, just not in the next year. If the Dark Lord is back, then his hiding is his strongest weapon yet. He needs to strengthen his numbers again, and that takes time. He'll want to prepare a decapitation strike and try to take out all of his opposition at once. That kind of thing would require at least 2 to 3 years, and even then, he'll need to break out his most talented followers from Azkaban first. No one really wants it to be known. The Ministry wants to wallow in a comfortable lie, and the Dark Lord wants to have no issues recruiting his new army. You need to stop looking at it like a fight and think of things from a logistics standpoint. It's how you'll understand everyone's moves and motives. Harry's counterpart didn't really have any time to react as a loud annoying voice interrupted him. Oh, Potty. What are you doing in the dungeon so early in the morning? Are you spying on us? Fuck off, ferret boy, the boy simply retorted. The blonde boy was standing surrounded by what seemed to be the Slytherin Quidditch team, Crabbe and Goyle. Other than their intimidating stature, they weren't exactly threats, magically speaking. Now you're just being rude here, Potty. After all, you're the one trying to sneak into our common room. That means we can defend ourselves, can't we? We're not anywhere near your common room, he exclaimed. Now, only someone who tried to break into our common room would know where it is. This is just us defending ourselves, right? Deciding that enough was enough, Harry raised his hand. Now. I know you're all pretty excited to see Potter here and probably have some kind of justified vendetta against him. Unfortunately for you gentlemen, we're on a bit of a tour of the castle here. So, can you wait until we're done before continuing your little spat? It would be greatly appreciated. That seemed to have stunned everyone. Both Malfoy and his counterpart were staring at him as he suddenly grew a second head. Marcus Flint just growled at him, "You should go." His counterpart nodded, "You really should. They're already being nice since they didn't just attack you too, especially after you embarrassed Malfoy on the Express." Harry rolled his eyes and prepared to leave the corridor. That was, of course, until Malfoy spoke up. "Yeah, don't worry, you can have Potter back for your little orphan club in no time. He'll be alright after a little time in the hospital room, probably. Not that anyone will care if something did happen. No one will miss him. Or you for that matter. Must be so difficult to be all alone in the world." He was right at the door when the blonde boy said that. He rolled his eyes. Seriously, making fun of an orphan? It was just so sad. Giant wooden doors suddenly materialized at each end of the corridor and slammed shut, trapping them all inside. Harry spoke without facing them. "Manners mocketh men. Do you know what it means?" he asked after turning. They looked at him, their wands raised, confused, and he smirked at them. "Then let me teach you a lesson." Chapter 318, A Change in Perspective. September 2, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry Potter didn't know what he expected when McGonagall asked him to show the new guy around. He couldn't admit that he found him interesting. His actions during the Hogwarts Express were more than enough to make him good in Harry's books. Hermione also saying that he was a brilliant wizard probably helped a bit. However, as they spoke to each other during their tour, Harry realized just how much of an understatement that was. For one thing, Smith didn't seem to care about Harry being the boy who lived. Normally, he was met with reactions of either awe or disdain. Most recently, the disdain was far more common than he liked, but not Smith. He just didn't care. Even Ron and Hermione were awed to meet him in their first year. There was always some kind of expectation there, one that was absent when he looked into Smith's eyes and that fascinated Harry to no end. It hadn't taken long to realize just how perceptive and knowledgeable Smith was about practically everything. It was different from Hermione somehow, and Harry found himself listening to him more. Maybe it was because he was surprisingly insightful about the situation. Harry knew from his friend that the boy had no plans on staying past his OWLS, and literally had no opinions on the coming war. He tried to understand it from a tactical standpoint instead of the battles. All in all, Smith looked to be some kind of scholar and adventurer, two contradicting roles that he had only seen in one other person, Bill Weasley. Harry couldn't help but think that they would have gotten along well enough. Of course, in a typical manner, Draco Malfoy and his Slytherin cronies decided to ruin things by attacking them for being too close to their dormitory. Thankfully, Harold was given the chance to leave first before their fight. It was pretty likely that a few of them would have ended up in the infirmary. That would have been a poor introduction to Hogwarts for any newcomer. Harry prepared himself to fight an overwhelming number of attackers at once as Smith walked away. Unfortunately, Malfoy decided to get the last words in. "Yeah, don't worry, you can have Potter back for your little orphan club in no time. He'll be alright after a little time in the hospital room, probably. Not that anyone will care if something did happen. No one will miss him, or you for that matter. Must be so difficult to be all alone in the world. His blood froze at the proclamation. He didn't know that Smith was an orphan too. How did Malfoy even know that? His father, probably. Or maybe Death Eater spies. Smith froze right as Malfoy finished speaking, and suddenly, wooden doors closed at both ends of the corridor. Harry was pretty sure there weren't supposed to be wooden doors. He heard Smith speak up, "Manners mocketh men." He turned and gave them all a questioning look. "Do you know what that means?" Harry didn't know what that meant, and from the looks of it, neither did Draco and his cronies. However, a smug small smile grew on his face. "Then let me teach you a lesson." Flint was the first one to break and cast a hex at Smith, who had his wand ready and batted the spell back with the speed of a bulger. The spell returned back far faster than Flint could react, and he found himself thrown back with boils growing all over his face. All of this happened in a fraction of a second, and everyone, including Harry, was just gaping at the unconcerned boy. He just gave them a sly look and asked, "Are we going to stand here all day, or are we going to fight?" The Slytherins just turned towards him with obvious anger in their eyes. Malfoy was the one who started casting this time, and the others followed his lead. Smith, once more, batted the spells towards other spells, creating explosions when they met each other, hiding him from the others. When Montague wanted to follow up with another spell, Harry noticed his hand being pushed by an invisible force right as his spell was about to be fired. The movement caused the spell to misfire and hit Warrington instead. Malfoy turned to him in surprise, only to be caught with another spell, making him grow horns on his head, from Adrian Pusey. Harry would have been smiling if it wasn't for the sheer incredulity he felt at what was happening. Especially as the dust settled and Smith was just standing there looking unimpressed. That seemed to anger Crabbe and Goyle even further, since they ran at him to punch him physically. It was all they probably knew in terms of combat anyway. For some reason, Smith didn't seem bothered, and when Crabbe was about to punch him, he leaned back and conjured some kind of weird wooden hook that grabbed his hand and redirected it to hit Goyle in the face. He then quickly batted away an incoming spell towards the Goyle, sending him flying back towards his comrades, and he put Crabbe in front of him, turning him into some kind of human shield that was hit with 3 other spells at once. Smith casually let Crabbe fall to the side and gave the remaining people a smug grin. Only Malfoy, Flint, and Warrington were still up, and they were glaring at him as if they wanted him to spontaneously combust into flames. Flint seemed to have had enough and sent a sickly purple spell at him, which he batted back once more, only for the trio to dodge this time. They gave him a smug look only to freeze as Warrington fell down, unconscious. The spell had somehow rebounded off the wooden door that Smith had conjured at the start of the fight and hit him in the back. Flint cast a weird yellow curse that Harry had never seen before, while Malfoy cast a cutting curse. This time, Smith actually shielded himself and the cutting curse rebounded back, hitting the yellow curse, which was split in half and also rebounded back at the casters. Whatever that curse was made Malfoy and Flint conjure shields of their own, which broke and knocked them back a bit. The blonde boy was about to cast another spell, only for his hand to twitch and hit his last ally with it. The older boy froze, petrified by the spell, and fell to the ground. Smith walked slowly towards Malfoy, who kept desperately casting one spell after another at him. Every single spell was countered effortlessly, redirected towards the walls. Malfoy must have gotten desperate, since he cast some pretty silly jinxes in the middle too for some reason. The new student was barely a few feet in front of Malfoy when he redirected one last spell that turned his arms and legs to collapse as if they were turned into jelly. Seriously, that was a first-year spell, and Malfoy cast the spell at a clearly stronger opponent. What was he thinking? For a fraction of a second, Harry imagined hitting Voldemort with this spell. Now, that would have been hilarious. The Slytherin looked at Smith with a scared look on his face. The new student just raised an eyebrow. From my estimation, the spell should fade in 10 minutes. That's more than enough time for you to get your friends to the hospital wing. So, that means you shouldn't have any trouble coming to our next class. It was a pleasure to meet you, Draco Malfoy. You'll regret this. The pureblood retorted. I don't think so. After all, if you do talk to anyone, you'll have to tell them that I beat you while you had me heavily outnumbered, and without me, I even cast a single spell. That wouldn't be such a good look on you, would it? Merlin's beard. Now that Harry thought about it, other than conjuring the wooden doors and the wooden hook thing, that weird hand twitch spell, and the shield he conjured near the end, Smith hadn't even cast a single spell. None of them were actually offensive spells even. With that said, Smith turned towards Harry and brightened. Oh, right. Shall we continue with the tour? Harry absent-mindedly nodded and walked alongside Smith, still stunned to silence. As he walked away, he noticed that the wooden doors that Smith conjured had disappeared while he wasn't looking. It took around 5 minutes of silence before he exclaimed, "How did you do that?" Smith gave him a weird look. Do what? You're kidding, right? Smith snorted. Yeah, I am. It was nothing, really. Just stretching a bit. You beat them with their own spells. You even made it look easy. Harry spoke up with an admiring tone. In a fight, having more people isn't always a good thing. I'd have had more trouble against 3 jewelers that know how to fight alongside each other than 20 that have never fought together before. This is a bit of an extreme example, but in a real fight, they would have tried to shield each other, maybe even have a formation and try to trap me. This was amazing. Maybe if everyone could fight like you, we'd have a chance against Voldemort. Smith didn't seem very enthused by the idea. Too bad I'm not getting involved in any fight in Britain. That perplexed Harry to no end. I don't understand. You hurt the children of his Death Eaters. Voldemort will go after you whether you like it or not. However, the new student simply snorted. If he had revealed himself, then maybe yes. He'd have had to put boundaries and show that his followers couldn't be messed with. However, he's hiding, and there's a good reason for it. No single wizard, no matter how powerful, could conquer an entire country by themselves. It doesn't matter if he's back or not if he doesn't get his forces back. You have to understand that the Dark Lord spent years before the First War, gathering followers, building an army, and gaining influence through them. He doesn't have that now, not even a bit, and it'll take time and secrecy to achieve that. So, you admit that he's back then? Harry replied with a victorious look. No, all I'm saying is that the fact that a lot of gold was spent to discredit you as much as possible, gold that could be traced back to the victims of the Imperius Curse in the First War, even if it's Fudge spending it. They don't want you talking because you obviously weren't meant to have survived the third task. Imagine if you had actually died that night, and Diggory hadn't grabbed the cup. Then you would have simply disappeared, never to be seen again. Dumbledore would have probably proclaimed that the Dark Lord was back and shut down immediately since he would have no proof. Years later, the Dark Lord would have returned, with an army at his back, and political influence in the ministry. He would have been in a far better position. Your survival and the fact that you told Dumbledore everything ruined a good portion of it. Now, he has to hurry and regrow his forces before the ministry finds out about him and declares a state of emergency. Why would that help? Smith groaned. Most of his recruits come from outside the country. There aren't really a lot of werewolves, giants, and vampires in Britain because of the pretty severe laws here. Even his followers in Britain fled the country to avoid Azkaban, and it took time to call them back. Britain declared a state of emergency would get its neighboring countries to impose more strict measures against travel to Britain, pretty much freezing the Dark Lord's recruitment efforts and forcing him to commit with the forces he had. I don't see that happening though. Harry gave him a confused look. Why is that? Because Fudge's campaign relies pretty heavily on Lucius Malfoy's donations. With an election coming next year, he can't afford to antagonize the men too much, and he also can't afford to have a crisis on his hands. He made his bet that you're lying, because either way he'd be removed from office. He knows that he's a peace minister, not a wartime one. He won't go back on any of his decisions short of a proper attack with the Dark Lord at the helm, something that is irrefutable and that the entire world would see. I can't just do nothing. Smith rolled his eyes. You already did enough by surviving the third task. Yelling at everyone about the prophet lying will achieve nothing. You can't convince them because they won't be without the ministry making a statement, and that will not happen without Fudge basically throwing his career away. Malfoy attacking you like he did, in broad daylight, is already proof that they want you to look unstable. Umbridge will be firmly on his side and will continue to make life different for you. She will bait you during class, and try to subtly discredit you. And if you let it get to you, you will be playing right into her hands. What am I supposed to do, then? Why, you need to finish the tour, of course. I'm starving and we still haven't had breakfast yet. Chapter 319, Chapter 319, A Toad's Misgivings. September 2, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Hermione Granger didn't know what to think about the new student. Harold Smith was an enigma, to say the least, and it was one that happened to be very frustrating to solve. She didn't expect much from him when he said that he was homeschooled, but he managed to surprise her. The practice slowly faded away when proper magical education was put in place because it was simply far more efficient. Even people who had a specialized field of magic had to learn the basics, which Hogwarts offered. They could learn anything else during the summer or just after graduating from Hogwarts. The idea of some boy who hadn't attended a single day of school being on the level of a Hogwarts student was absurd. And yet, he used wordless magic. Hermione had looked into it after the train ride. She might have used her prefect privileges to get to the library past curfew. It was supposed to be a Newt-level skill, something that they should learn the following year. Just displaying it on his OWLS would probably raise his grade for every practical exam. She also couldn't figure out how to do it. The Muggleborn was tempted to ask him, she really did, but she didn't have it in her to admit that she couldn't do it by herself. He was also obviously well educated, considering what little she had glimpsed from his notebook. It was beyond advanced arithmancy, and she had hoped he'd explain some of it slightly. It made her slightly jealous. Fine, a lot jealous. It didn't help that Harry kept bragging about him beating Slytherin's entire Quidditch team with their own spells. Hermione rolled her eyes once more when he replayed what happened, Ron being completely engrossed by his tale. I can't believe he did that. Harry grinned back at the redhead. I know. Malfoy even complained to Snape afterwards and the Git asked for Harold's wand. You should have seen his face when he only saw a few charms and a small conjuration. Even when Snape said that it was his fault, Smith told him that they only needed to stop casting spells. Oh, the look on Malfoy's face was priceless. As nice as hearing this story for the third time is, we're almost late for our defense class. Remember what I said, Harry? I know, he answered dramatically, don't antagonize her. I should just keep my head down and don't let her get to me. Harold told me the same thing. Again, with Harold. Hermione suppressed the urge to growl at the name. There was something wrong with that guy. He was a little too skilled, a little too knowledgeable. Like an older student. Maybe he was a spy. The Marauder map did reveal Crouch Jr., maybe it would say if Smith was an imposter too. She'd look at it after their next class. As they walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Hermione couldn't help but notice Professor Umbridge already sitting primly at the teacher's desk, looking as if she'd been waiting there for ages. She was still wearing that same fluffy pink cardigan from the night before, and of course, the pink velvet bow was back on top of her head, sitting there like it was trying way too hard to be cute. Hermione found herself irritated by the sight of it as if the bow itself was mocking the seriousness of the subject they were supposed to be learning. The whole look seemed southwest out of place for a Defense Against the Dark Arts class, and Hermione had a sinking feeling that this lesson wasn't going to be very informative. She already had her doubts about the required book, but a part of her expected the ministry to not actively hurt their education. After they all settled in, the woman spoke up in a fake sweet voice, "Good morning, children." When they all grumbled back some greetings, her eyes hardened. Now, that was rude. It's more polite to greet your professor at once. Let's try it. Good morning, Professor Umbridge. The class echoed it, and the woman clapped her hands like she was a 7-year-old girl. That's great. Now, why don't we start by talking about what you should be expecting this year in my class? As most of you already know, this is your OWL year, and considering just how fragmented your education is, I believe that it's critical that we return to the basics and strengthen your foundations. We'll be doing that through a ministry-approved curriculum specifically tailored for you. I believe you all have bought the required book. I believe it was Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhart. If you don't, raise your hands and I'll distribute some copies for the duration of the class. If you do have one, please open chapter 5 of the book and start reading. In silence. And just like that, the entire room just opened the textbook and started reading. Hermione had been afraid of this. The book was dull even for her. It kept circling around certain subjects. Slinkhart's main theory was that learning how to escape a situation was more important than actually fighting. Most of the spells mentioned in the book were used as examples of how to use them to escape bad situations. Like casting a smoke spell to escape, and which authorities to contact for every situation. Unfortunately, he was also of the opinion that curses and counter-curses were the same thing, that there was no difference between defensive and offensive spells, which he often proclaimed should only be used by qualified personnel, the ministry. Hermione looked around and saw the other students were barely paying any attention to the book. It was a boring read, to say the least. She then turned towards Harold Smith, trying to see what he was doing. The boy was, once more, scribbling in his notebook, and hadn't even opened the reference book. She wasn't the only one to notice, since Umbridge did her weird cough, hem. The boy didn't seem to care one bit and continued to write. The woman then waved her wand and exclaimed, "Accio." Hermione expected the notebook to fly out of the boy's hands, only for nothing to happen. All this accomplished is getting the entire class to look up from their books towards the teacher pointing her wand. "Mr. Smith, give me your notebook." The new student tilted his head in a confused manner. "What notebook?" The professor practically snarled at him. "Don't lie, Mr. Smith. I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about." Umbridge walked forward and her eyes widened when she saw nothing in front of him. "You hit it." "Are you all right, Professor?" he asked with an obviously fake concerned tone. "Give me your bag," the woman screeched at him. He just gave her his bag, which had nothing more than a few sheets of parchment and the potions textbook. The woman didn't seem to like that. "Where is it?" "Professor, I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. You must have charmed it somehow." Harold tilted his head in confusion, "But I didn't take out my wand to cast any spells." Umbridge seemed to realize that she was making a scene, and she gave him a severe look. "You haven't opened your book." "I already read it." "Decided to wait in silence until you give us our next task." "There are no next tasks, Mr. Smith." The boy hummed. "Will every class follow the same format? There won't be any practical classes, for every school year. Why on earth would you need to use defensive magic in my class? Are you expecting to be attacked?" This time, it was Harry who answered, "And what if we're attacked, what then? We won't be in your classroom every day, will we? What happens in the real world? And who would attack such innocent children? She replied with a condescending tone. Harry seemed to get angrier. What about Lord Voldemort? Now, that caused a conundrum. Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry had gotten baited, again. He's been having a bit of a temper since the third task. She had noticed this in Grimmauld Place, but she had hoped it would have faded away in the previous month. It made him act far more rashly. Umbridge ignored the small squeaks and commotion saying Voldemort's name and spoke up with a condescending tone. Now, I know that you have been told that a certain Dark Lord returned from the dead, and that is a lie. You have nothing to fear. The Ministry guarantees that you are safe from any dark wizards. You are welcome to see me after class. If you have any questions on the matter, please come see me after class. As for now, please continue reading your chapter. Hermione noticed that Harry obviously wanted to say something but had magically frozen in place. She thought the discussion would end there, but Smith decided to raise his hand. Umbridge rolled her eyes. Yes, Mr. Smith. Look, Professor, I don't really care if some Dark Lord is back or not. My worries were more from a logistical standpoint. You said that your curriculum was approved by the Ministry. Does that mean that measures are being taken in place for this curriculum to stick in the coming year? I'm assuming that all school years follow the same policy of no using spells inside your classroom. Well, of course it is. I assure you that the Ministry has everything in hand, and yes, Minister Fudge has signed off on everything, she answered with a sweet tone. Hermione expected him to blow up as well. Instead, he looked particularly curious. That's quite a brave stance to take. An expensive one too, I must say. That seemed to make the woman stiffen. And why would you call it that? This is simply a way to standardize your education for this class, to create order out of chaos. Yes, I wasn't talking about that. As far as I can tell, this curriculum focuses more on how to escape dangerous situations and contact the authorities. It's actually something that I find very useful and that most people will actually need. However, the fact remains that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement hires its aura based on this grade. And that means that they'll have to teach actual defensive spells from scratch, which means aura training will have to be more extensive to teach the basics of combat magic. And a population that doesn't know how to defend itself fully would also mean that the Ministry would need even more auras. So, to combat this, I'm guessing that Minister Fudge is planning on raising the DMLE's budget, a pretty significant shift in policy in my opinion since he slashed the budget multiple times in the last decade. Which I believe stemmed from the fact that Amelia Bones was a potential candidate for the title of minister, wasn't she? The silence that met Smith's proclamation was unsettling. Weirdly enough, it was the Slytherins that were looking at him with renewed light. She could understand why. Smith's concerns were valid. If the Ministry cemented this curriculum for all years, then in 7 years, there would be no qualified aura recruits, which meant that training the auras would get more expensive, resulting in an increase of the DMLE's funding. Although Hermione didn't know that Amelia Bones was a potential candidate for the post of minister. Umbridge, oddly enough, was stunned to silence, and Smith continued, there are also some international concerns on the matter. If this is the curriculum for every year, then a newt in the subject would have lower value in the international scene, which means that the Ministry would either have to offer some kind of course for graduates, one that could be recognized internationally, or it would force the recruits to not work outside the country, which would lower Britain's standing in the international scene. He didn't seem to be too concerned by the professor becoming redder by the minute. I suppose if I had any other questions, I'll just contact the Department of Magical Education directly. With the curriculum changing so much, the OWL and newt exams will have to reflect that. Who was the head of the department again? Griselda Marchbanks, right. That seemed to have been it for Umbridge. Detention, Mr. Smith. Herod didn't seem concerned by this fact. May I ask why, Professor? For disrupting the classroom. I simply asked a question on the changes in the curriculum. I did not know that it counted as a disturbance. The professor sneered at him. I do not tolerate lies in my classroom. How peculiar. I wonder which part would be a lie. If I lied about the DMLE getting an increased budget, then we'd have either far fewer auras or just far less qualified ones in a few years. If I lied about possible plans for further defense education, then any job that currently requires a defense newt or OWL would find its recruits unqualified, so that's more gold down the drain to train them. So, if I'm lying, then the Ministry will find itself in quite a dire situation in a few years. And if I was mistaken when I thought that the entire Ministry knew about the change in the curriculum and its consequences, well, that wouldn't look good for anyone involved, would it? Are you sure you want me to be lying, Professor Umbridge? The smooth way Smith delivered this little speech simply silenced the entire classroom, and Umbridge simply stated, you will see me after class, Mr. Smith. Of course, Professor Umbridge, he replied with a smug grin, after all, you still haven't answered my questions yet. Chapter 320, of Cruel Feathers. September 2, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. The smooth way Smith delivered this little speech silenced the entire classroom, and Umbridge simply stated, you will see me after class, Mr. Smith. Of course, Professor Umbridge, he replied with a smug grin, after all, you still haven't answered my questions yet. Harry was smiling as the entire classroom left the frankly boring defense against the dark arts lesson, relishing at the glares Umbridge was giving him, especially as he took out his notebook once more after his little speech and continued his research without any interruptions. His counterpart and his friends gave him worried looks, but he simply rolled his eyes. To be fair, they were all leaving him alone in the company of a woman who wanted to set him aflame with just her glare. That woman had to have some very serious attachment issues regarding Fudge, especially considering all he did was make a few comments on ways the Ministry would handle this. Meh, it didn't matter. He couldn't deny that it wasn't satisfying just putting her in her place. Finally, the last student left the classroom and Umbridge closed the door with a swish of her wand. "Thank you so much for staying, Mr. Smith." Harry simply shrugged. "You're the professor after all." The woman's smile grew. "Oh, I'm glad to know that you remember this, especially considering how insolent you were during class." "Was I insolent? I thought as the minister's undersecretary, you would have known more about his future plans for the country." "I was just preparing myself, making my plans, considering the changes he was planning on implementing. After all, he has to be implementing something to balance the scales again. No administration would be incompetent enough to make such drastic changes to the future generation's education and not plan for the consequences. A decision this severe can't be done rashly, after all." Umbridge got redder and redder the more he spoke. "You go too far, boy." "And how is that?" The woman spluttered. "You called the minister incompetent. How is that not going too far?" "I said, he would be if he didn't have a plan in place." "Are you saying that the minister made such a drastic change in his country's education, without having even considering the consequences of his decision?" "Of course not," she exclaimed, mostly out of instinct. "Then the minister is not incompetent, is he? Now, I'm more curious as to what his plans are." "You should be privy to the minister's plans, right?" "I assumed so since he trusted you for this very important job." "You must be quite the confidant." The woman preened and Harry had to stop himself from rolling his eyes. Still, her reply was at least somewhat smart. "Of course, I am one of Cornelius' most trusted advisors. However, the minister's plans are still in motion, and I can't really say any specifics. What I can say for sure is that he has more than a few contingencies in place to avoid this decision having any negative consequences to magical Britain in any way. He simply didn't publicize them because certain undesirable individuals would attempt to interfere." Harry pretended to be ashamed. "Oh, then I suppose me blurting out the possible solutions was a bad idea. Now everyone could know, especially since a lot of my classmates have family in the ministry and the Wisingamot. The entire thing probably spread all over the school." Umbridge paled at that. She probably didn't think this through. Harry knew perfectly what he was saying in the classroom and the consequences of giving suggestions the way he did. Even if it was a little speech around a few students, Fudge would be forced to pretend that he was planning on implementing one of the solutions Harry spoke of, to not look very incompetent. And that would cost gold. A lot of gold, really. Harry expected the DMLE's funding to skyrocket soon, which would increase the influence of one of Fudge's political rivals. Harry suppressed a smirk at Lucius Malfoy's gold being used to fund the Aurors that his master would fight against. He didn't expect Voldemort to be happy with the men, especially after the diary fiasco. Still, the woman was able to steel herself pretty quickly. She had to, especially with a career in politics. Her fear slowly morphed into anger, which Harry was able to analyze easily with his arcane hearing. She gave him a sickly sweet smile. "Now, onto the matter of your punishment, Mr. Smith." "I am being punished." "Well, of course, you disturbed my classroom and put the ministry's authority into question. That is a punishable offense, don't you think?" Harry really wanted to roll his eyes for the third time in just 5 minutes. The bitch was just being sadistic. No professor, other than Snape, maybe, would have punished a student for asking questions. But she was frustrated and wanted to take it out on the source of her anger, even if he didn't deserve it. He knew where this was going and decided to go with the flow. Already a small plan started to form inside his head. He could probably hit 3 birds with a single stone. He liked that. Of course, he pretended to be ashamed of his actions. "Of course, Professor. I submit myself to whatever punishment you deem to be fit. Well, since this is only the first day of school, I'm going to be lenient. You will simply write a few lines. I believe you have an hour until your class with Professor Snape, correct?" Harry nodded and took out his quill. "Yes." "Oh, you won't do it with your quill. You'll be using a special one of mine." Harry could hear the excitement at the thought of seeing him in pain. She opened one of her drawers and took out a long black quill that was unusually sharp. Harry immediately knew what it was. He could hear the malice used to create it in the first place. She gave him a sharp look. "Now, I want you to write, 'The ministry's decision are beyond my judgment.'" "How many times?" he asked. "Until the message sticks, of course." "Oh, and don't worry, you won't need any ink." Harry looked at the black quill and used his arcane hearing on it. It was a curious thing, really, a cursed version of a blood quill. They were not supposed to really cut into people's hands, at least originally. They were actually designed to do the complete opposite of that, to sign agreements in blood without having any cuts. They were outlawed long ago alongside blood contracts after people just kept binding each other, which created an entire political mess. They were already pretty expensive back then. But after being banned, they became extremely so. This quill must have belonged to one of Umbridge's ancestors, something that she either refused or couldn't sell, and instead decided to curse into an instrument of torture than anything. Yeah, Harry wasn't about to let someone have any of his blood. He discreetly transfigured one of his self-inking quills to look like the one Umbridge gave him and altered it slightly to make the ink red. With that done, he pretended that his arm hurt, and the woman just looked satisfied. Harry rolled his eyes and instead put an illusion of himself being in pain while enchanting the quill to write the lines on its own. After around half an hour, she turned to him and asked, "Hand?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "Why would you need to see my hands, Professor?" That seemed to confuse her to no end. "Do you wish to write even more lines, Mr. Smith? Give me your hands." Harry raised his unblemished hand, watching with satisfaction as the woman's face reddened in frustration when she realized nothing had happened. Her eyes narrowed, and she quickly strode forward, snatching the quill from the desk. "This isn't my quill. What did you do to it?" "Whatever do you mean, Professor?" Harry replied, his tone innocent. Her voice grew harsher. "You know exactly what I'm talking about, boy. Are you referring to that strange quill that cuts people and uses their blood as ink?" "That one." "Yes," she hissed. Harry shrugged casually. "Never seen it in my life." Her face twisted in anger, and she raised her wand at him, but her hand froze in midair. Harry smiled calmly. Now. No need to get violent. "I'll call the Aurors," she threatened, her voice low and dangerous. Harry tilted his head slightly, feigning curiosity. "And tell them what, exactly?" "I'm sorry, but I had this banned item that I cursed and planned to use on students to torture them during detention, but this boy somehow got hold of it." "What do you think they'd say? Who do you think they'd arrest, me or you? And what would that do to Fudge's reputation? After all, you are his representative at Hogwarts. Every move you make must have his approval, right?" Her face contorted with rage. "Get out," she barked. Harry's smirk grew wider as he leaned in slightly. "It's sad that you actually think you have any authority here. Your one play is gone. You'll never hurt anyone in this castle again. You won't hurt Harry Potter or his friends. We both know I could probably take you in a fight, and let's be honest, you're too broke to afford another cursed item to use on students." The defense professor stiffened, her eyes narrowing, and Harry continued, his voice soft but cutting. "Oh, did I strike a nerve? You are poor, aren't you? You probably found that quill somewhere, or maybe you even stole it. You can't even afford to replace it, can you? It's pathetic, clawing your way to the top while others, with more gold than you, were born into privilege. After all these years, you probably couldn't even buy a single cursed artifact." With each word, Harry subtly cast a compulsion charm, planting seeds of doubt and resentment deep within her mind. He knew she would feel the need to prove him wrong, to show she wasn't as poor as he implied. She would go to Gringotts over the weekend, then make her way to Nocturne Alley, intent on buying the most painful magical item she could afford, just to use it on him in another detention. It was so easy. She was too angry, too humiliated, too vindictive to even realize she was being manipulated. He honestly expected more from her, but to be perfectly fair, she was probably not used to people acting this way. She was a ministry worker and an administrator. There were rules that everyone followed and she relied on Fudge's protection when she broke those rules. She never really confronted someone like Harry, who could just ignore these rules and didn't care about making any future enemies. He didn't care that Umbridge would probably complain to Fudge about him being an enemy. Why would he? After all, he wasn't planning on staying in this dimension, was he? Why should he really care about angering some administrators? Harry shook his head in disappointment. Oh, look at the time. It wouldn't do to be late to Professor Snape's class, would it? I suppose you have a measure of luck. I heavily suggest that you don't push it. He turned, grabbed his bag and left towards the dungeons. He was smiling at the small piece of hair that he subtly cut from her while he was intimidating her. Yes, everything was going according to plan. He would probably be able to destroy the cup in the weekend. Harry hadn't really planned on breaking into Gringotts so early, but Umbridge was just so accommodating that he didn't have it in him to refuse her gracious sacrifice. He carefully put the hair in his trunk, in the Gryffindor common room, and walked down to the dungeons. From the looks of things, he was late. His classmates, Gryffindor and Slytherins alike, were sitting in pairs and looking at the professor. As for Snape, he was in the middle of a dramatic speech about their OWLS. The entire classroom, Snape included, turned to him at once. The potion master looked at him as if he was a stain on the floor, which Harry met with a smile. "You are late, Mr. Smith." Harry simply shrugged, his smile still on his face. "I'm sorry. There was this toad that asked me to find the perfect lillipad. It turns out, finding the right one is a lot harder than you'd think." The entire classroom froze at his frankly outrageous response. Even Snape looked surprised by Harry's audacity. "That will be 20 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Smith. Please take a seat next to Longbottom." Snape's lips curled into a thin, almost cruel smile as he continued, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I'm sure sitting beside Mr. Longbottom will be a fitting experience for someone with your apparent talents." Neville whispered to him, "I'm sorry, mate. You don't need to be sorry. Everything all right with Umbridge? Gran told me that she's pretty horrible." Harry gave him a smug smile. "Oh, she's horrid, but don't worry. Everything went perfectly." Chapter 321 of Investigative Bushes. September 5, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Hermione Granger watched as Harold Smith wrote down something in his notebook. He was completely ignoring Flitwick's explanation of the silencing charm. The boy casually pointed his wand at the frog in front of him, without even using the proper wand movements or incantation, and yet the frog's croaks became silent. He didn't even look at the animal, just at his notebook. He performed similar feats in every class, other than potions, of course, and it was driving her mad. No one was that good. No one could be that good. It was why Hermione thought that he was an imposter. An adult wizard, who already knew the spells required, would behave the same way. If that was the case, then he was a horrible infiltrator. Smith wasn't even pretending to struggle in his classes, which would have been what any infiltrator would do. He also wasn't using any polyjuice. She had seen him spend hours at a time without eating or drinking anything, but there were other ways to change one's appearance. She just hasn't found what Smith used yet. When Flitwick awarded Smith 10 more points for his feat, she had enough. She turned towards Harry and murmured, "Hey, can I use the Marauder's map?" "Why do you need it?" "I just saw something suspicious with Umbridge. I wanted to check on her." She didn't want to tell Harry that she was investigating Smith. They were strangely friendly. Harry always had a hard time speaking with people, and yet he somehow clicked with Smith. It was just odd, and one of the reasons she was investigating him in the first place. It was her duty as Harry's best friend, after all. To be fair, Harold already did a lot of good when he spoke up to Umbridge. 2 days later, the minister announced an increase in the budget of the DMLE, focusing on Auror training. Apparently, what he said got people thinking, and then they complained to their parents, who then complained to the ministry. It was funny that the events of a single classroom could affect the entire country in just a few days. Umbridge was in a particularly foul mood that day. She had even given Harry a detention for being distracted while reading her mind-numbing book. The crazy part was that Harold was writing in his notebook with his defense book closed at the time, and yet she didn't do anything. And what was even more odd was the fact that the professor scheduled his detention for the following week, not even during the weekend. Anyway, when they returned to the common room, Harry gave her the map and the cloak. She hid underneath the cloak and whispered, "I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good," while pointing her wand at the map. Ink spread out in the previously blank piece of parchment, revealing the map of Hogwarts. She looked carefully in the Gryffindor common room, and she saw his name, Harold Smith. Damn it. He wasn't lying about his name. But then again, it could be his real name and he's using it to infiltrate there. She groaned in disappointment and murmured, "Mischief managed." The map was a dead end. It wouldn't really reveal much. She was about to return the map and cloak to Harry, but she noticed that Smith and Neville were subtly walking out of the common room. Her curiosity got the better of her, and she followed them out. She was only doing this to protect Neville. That was exactly it. Her intentions were completely pure. Doing her best to stay silent, Hermione followed after them and saw Neville speak in a meek voice, "I don't think I can do it, Harold." "Oh, that didn't sound good." Thankfully, Harold answered him, "Maybe you're right, you can't. You have to try. You need to have more confidence in yourself. You know, confidence is a pretty important thing when it comes to magic." "Really?" The new student nodded, "Of course. There's a whole mess of arithmancy behind it, but what you feel is often mirrored in your magic. If you hesitate when you cast, the magic will be clumsy and possibly even misfire, even if you followed the instructions perfectly. But if you're sure of yourself, even if you made a small mistake, the spell will most likely just work. Of course, there's also the matter of your wand holding you back." "My wand?" For the first time, she noticed that Neville's tone turned harsh. "Yes. It's not yours. And my guess is that its wielder is still alive. I'm not an expert in wand lore, but I can tell you that using someone else's wand is a bad idea, unless you gained the ownership of the wand from them, of course." "Gaining ownership," he muttered, looking confused. If you beat someone in combat, like actual combat, not some competition, a wand can change its allegiance, submit to the new owner. It doesn't happen a lot, because people are often wary of using their enemy's wand, but there is proof of this phenomenon in history if you look for it. Neville's voice turned hesitant again. It was my father's. And people have used legacy wands before. I thought as much. I know what happened to your parents, Neville. It is something I wouldn't wish on anyone, believe me. But despite all of this, your father is still alive. A legacy wand works because it doesn't have an owner. The wand in your hand has one. It will never accept you as long as your father still breathes, and you will never achieve your full potential with this wand holding you back. It just makes me close to him. Harold's tone turned comforting. Come on, man. If you think about it, it's actually a good thing that the wand isn't yours. How is that? Neville answered with restrained anger. Because it means that the wand recognizes that there's still something left of your father to be loyal to. It means that there might possibly be a way to save him and your mother. I could be wrong, but as long as this wand doesn't submit to you, you will have hope. That seemed to have struck him silent, before he slowly murmured, you think so? Who knows? It could happen. It was honestly why I found it odd that you hated potions so much. It's possibly the field of magic that could help your parents to most. I know I would have been working on a cure the moment I got to Hogwarts. I was excited a bit, at first. But Snape. I just feel so useless. Harold nodded in agreement. I did notice that your theory was pretty good. It's pretty connected to herbology, so I'm guessing it's why you like it so much. But you do mess up a lot in the actual brewing. You just forget a few steps or get a few things mixed up. Thanks for saving our potion, by the way. I know Snape wanted to punish you for being late by partnering you up with me. It was nothing, I'm kinda good at potion. Neville rolled his eyes. You literally added random ingredients to save the potion, and it worked, somehow. You're a miracle worker. I just wish Snape wasn't so. Snape. I guess. Harold snorted. I get your point with that. That guy is a massive arse. I'm guessing he was bullied as a student and now he takes it out on other students. Pretty childish, in my opinion, and he shouldn't really have become a professor with that attitude, but you need to realize something very important. He can't do anything to you, not really. His whole scary persona is just that, a persona and nothing more. He can't hurt you without ending up in trouble. Now, what I'm most concerned about is Umbridge. She doesn't seem to have the same restraint. What happened in your detention? People have been talking but no one said anything. The new student released a chuckle. Oh, that. She tried having me write lines with a cursed quill. I just stole the quill and didn't give it back. You're joking. Neville exclaimed. I'm really not. When she said that she'd call the Aurors, I just said that she'll need to say what I stole. She kinda shut up after that. It was a pretty expensive thing too. Still, I can see her trying this again with someone else. So, try to avoid getting any detention with her. Hermione logged that small piece of information. She would need to tell Harry about it, that's for sure. He needed to be warned, especially if he could find proof that she was using something illegal or unethical to punish her students. But something else also rattled in Hermione's mind. What happened to Neville's parent? It was obviously a bit of a sore point for the boy, and from the sounds of it, it was something terrible. They weren't dead, so that was good at least, right? Still, she wasn't making any headway with her investigation. Smith was surprisingly nice to Neville, pretty understanding even, but there was something still wrong. She could feel it in her gut. Deciding that she would apologize to Neville later, she cast a small compulsion charm on Neville, getting him to ask, "What about your notebook? What are you constantly writing there?" "Don't worry, it's not a diary or something. It's a bit of a challenge, you see. My mother hid most of her stuff before she died. I think it's in some kind of hidden vault of some kind. I think she wanted me to make a spell that would open it. She was always like this, you see. She constantly made these little tests when I was young. This isn't exactly something new, but it's far more difficult than I expected. I'm making some headway, but I keep a log of everything in this notebook in case I make a mistake and need to retrace my work. I'm about halfway done, I think." Neville's voice softened. "Your mom died." "Yes, just a few months ago. I'm sad, but it wasn't exactly a shock. She was hit with a curse a few years back and we knew that it was coming. Still, it's a bit of a dick move to hide everything just before she died. I thought you would have been more broken up about it." Harold sighed. "We all deal with grief differently. This puzzle is my mother's last legacy, her last goodbye. She wasn't perfect, I know that, and more importantly, I accept that. She failed me in many ways just like I failed her in others. I will miss her. I think her puzzle was a way to distract me from grieving too much. Who knows? I gave up understanding what happened in her mind a very long time ago. Neville patted his back and Harold's expression morphed into a smile. Well, enough of this gloomy crap. Wanna go back to the common room? Nah, I need to send a letter to someone first. Neville gave him a weird smile. Who? Just a friend of my mother's. He's taking care of our dog, you see. We couldn't really take him to Hogwarts. I think my mother hid something in that necklace we got him. She was the one who enchanted it, so who knows? Fine. Are we still on for tomorrow, right? Harold nodded. I can give you your potion lesson at 8. I should be finished with my stuff by then. What stuff? Oh, nothing much, I'm just trying to find a cup. Neville gave the new student an incredulous look. A cup? There are hundreds of them in the Great Hall. Sure, there are. But I'm looking for a very specific one. He's pretty important. I think I know where it is, but I'm leaving a bit of time in case I'm wrong. And what's so special about this mysterious cup? Smith snorted. Lots. After all, it's a pretty old cup. He didn't say anything else on the matter and Neville sighed. You're not going to say anything more about that, are you? Of course not. Where's the fun in that? Let's just get to the Ollery, Neville replied with a defeated tone. Hermione couldn't help but feel conflicted. She hadn't really gotten the information that she wanted, but she had gotten enough to feel bad about her spying. Maybe Smith wasn't a spy. There was still something off with him, but she didn't know if she had it in her to intrude in his personal matters again. He had said a lot of personal stuff to Neville. Smith obviously liked to play the mystery angle, especially since he told Neville so easily about the notebook, but not Hermione. He was probably doing the same about the cup thing too. No, she would just keep a close eye on him, just from afar. If he did anything suspicious once more, she would catch him. After all, she could just use the map to see his comings and goings. Hermione only hoped that she was doing the right thing. All she wanted to do was to protect Harry, after all. Unfortunately for her, she failed to notice the slightly smug, knowing, and satisfied look on Smith's face as she walked back to the common room. Chapter 322, Chapter 322, The Grimness of Hounds. September 12, 1995, London, Earth 2. Sirius Black knew that he wasn't exactly the best portrayal of sanity ever since he escaped Azkaban. Oh, he was much better than he used to be when he just escaped. Honestly, looking back, he had no idea what he was aiming to achieve on that front. He had simply seen Wormtail in the Daily Prophet and just wanted to kill him, ignoring everything else. After all, this was the traitor. The man who killed James, who killed Lily, who framed Sirius. He needed to have his revenge. It was his right. Maybe focusing on killing the rat was a bad idea, especially since he could have done much with his newfound freedom. A simple letter to McGonagall would have done the job. Sure, she would have taken it with a grain of salt, but she had nothing to lose by just checking. In a way, it was this obsession that both saved and doomed him. The prospect of revenge was enough to give him enough willpower to escape Azkaban, but it clouded his judgment. He must have looked like a serial killer when he escaped. It was honestly baffling that Harry even left him time to defend himself. Even if the rat escaped, seeing Harry properly and talking to him had cleared his mind. On that fateful night, Sirius vowed to be the best godfather he could to Harry, especially since Dumbledore failed to protect him like he was supposed to. Not that Sirius had done a better job. His godson ended up fighting a dragon, almost drowned in the Black Lake, and was kidnapped and tortured by a newly resurrected Lord Voldemort, escaping with the skin of his teeth. Which ended up with him hosting the newly gathered Order of the Phoenix in his family home. He hated this place. It reminded him of his horrid mother, his distant father, and Reggie. He was the perfect little pureblood heir, the one that everyone always called the black heir that should have been. And what happened to him then? He died, unremembered, at his precious master's hands. His mother must have been so proud, may her soul rot in hell. He just felt stifled, and Dumbledore was starting to really grate on him. The constant dismissal of anything Sirius said, in his own home no less, was just rude. The men refused to let him out of his sight, refused to allow him to leave his house, where a bad memory sprung up with every gaze he took. Sirius was a man of action at heart and telling him to stay put was just against his nature. Yet, he did so for his godson. That was what Dumbledore always said, we're only doing this for Harry. Was it no wonder that the moment he received that letter, he was filled his doubts. Sirius eyed the piece of parchment in his hand. He was already wary about its content. Dear Snuffles. It's been too long since you've stretched your legs, hasn't it? I can only imagine how restless you must be feeling, trapped in that old house with nothing but memories to keep you company. Your Pronkslet will need more than just hope in the days ahead. There is a way to help him, to spare him from the path that lies before him. But it requires more than just sitting on the sidelines. Remember, Snuffles, in solemn times, the world holds its breath, and if you truly seek what your heart desires, for him, and for yourself, you know the words that will unlock the path ahead. However, it is one that you must tread alone. A friend. The letter had been a huge red flag. For one, Snuffles was the nickname that only Harry and his friends knew about, and also the fact that they knew that he was staying in his family home. He had almost sent the letter straight to Dumbledore, but he knew deep in his gut that the men would exclude him from it again. He needed to know, to understand who it was that knew so much about him. It had taken him embarrassingly long for him to unlock the letter's secrets. The way the word solemn was used was pretty unusual. He had done it as a joke, more than anything. Without really thinking about it, he muttered the words that had been a part of him for so long, words that once opened the way to countless secrets. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. As soon as the last word left his lips, the back of the letter began to shift. Lines crisscrossed the parchment, forming a small, intricate map. At the bottom, written in the same careful script, was a date and a time, which brought him to a pub on this wonderful night. He was watching the entrance in his animagus form for hours, trying to figure out who had sent him the letter. So far, he had seen no familiar faces, not that it was any guarantee since polyjuice and glamour charms were a thing. His entire canine body froze when he heard a cough behind him. He turned and saw a boy around his godson's age giving him an amused smile. "Hello, Mr. Black. I believe it would be more constructive for our conversation if we were to speak as humans, don't you?" Sirius hadn't even heard him with his enhanced senses, and that freaked him out. Still, he morphed back to his human form and gave the young man a sheepish look. "Well, I had to make sure that I wasn't stepping into a trap. Wormtail is working for Voldemort. They probably already know about your animagus form. Lucky for you, I'm not here to hurt you in the slightest. Why don't you walk with me?" Sirius followed him a bit as they walked in silence in the middle of London. "Who are you?" "Harold Smith. I go to school with your godson. I am here because I believe you can help me in killing Voldemort." Sirius snorted at that. "Don't you think others haven't tried that? The guy is immortal, only Dumbledore can stop him. I haven't had a crack at him yet." The dog animagus was amused more than anything. "So, you're saying that you, a teenager, want to go after one of the worst Dark Lords in history? Believe me, I fought the guy. He was a fucking monster. I saw him once kill 5 guys with a single killing curse. 1 fucking killing curse. I didn't think that was even possible. James and I barely escaped with our lives that day. Well, if I don't beat him, then Harry will have to. It's prop his eyes to happen after all. So, are you telling me that you want the boy to fight him? He's a good guy, pretty nice even if he has a bit of a temper on him. But he's kind and a bit naive, but that's part of his charm, isn't it? I kinda like him, but I don't think he's anywhere near ready to fight Voldemort. What do you know about the prophecy?" Sirius asked, panicked. "I know all of it if that's what you're worried about. It's nothing really game-changing. There is going to be a fight between Harry and Voldemort, and only one of them will come out alive. It doesn't guarantee his victory or anything. It doesn't change anything since Voldemort actively wants to kill Harry and doesn't want anyone else to kill him. Inevitably, the two will fight, and one of them will win. Call me dubious, but I don't think Harry could beat the guy, especially with his immortality thing going on." The dog animagus couldn't help but be unsettled by the prophecy. If the boy was telling the truth, then the prophecy was pretty useless. That meant that Dumbledore was using it as a way to lure Voldemort into the open somehow. He was tricking everyone, members of the Order and Death Eaters alike, by pretending that this was his ace in the hole. No wonder he didn't share the contents. It didn't really change anything. Voldemort was always going to try to kill Harry, even if the damn thing didn't exist, if only to destroy a symbol that people might rely on, or to destroy any doubts about his power from his own followers. "And you can?" Sirius answered with a dry tone. "I have already done more than Dumbledore ever did to kill the monster. I'm just being subtle about it. Well, he looks pretty damn alive right about now. I'm trying to unravel his immortality. It's why I sent you that letter, after all." "You know how he's immortal?" Sirius asked with a surprised voice. This was literally the first lead they had on how to permanently kill the monster. Maybe this wouldn't be a waste of time, after all. "Yes. Voldemort created something called Horcruxes. Do you know what those are?" The former prisoner tried to think back on the word and shook his head. "No. I'm not really surprised. I don't think even your family would sink so low. Anyway, the idea behind Horcruxes is pretty simple. It was created by this guy called Herpo the Foul, some Dark Lord in ancient Greece, where he modified the ancient Egyptian phylactery, creating a ritual to bypass the dangers of someone getting a hand on it. Instead of putting his entire soul inside an object, he split it, with a part of it living inside him, and a part of it staying in the object, acting as an anchor should he die. It's a pretty horrible thing since you'd be splitting your entire being apart, but it's pretty effective." Sirius couldn't help but be horrified by the idea of someone performing this ritual. "Voldemort created a Horcrux then. We only have to destroy it to make him mortal." "No, he created 7, Smith simply stated. 7, he exclaimed. "Yes. It's no wonder he became a mad monster. He made the first one at 16, I think. It's pretty depressing when you realize he ruined his life out of fear of death while he was still a teenager. How do we find them? Smith shrugged, 4 have already been destroyed. I destroyed 3, and your godson destroyed 1 when he was 12. It was a diary that possessed the Weasley girl and opened the Chamber of Secrets. I don't know if he told you about that or not. Harry did, in fact, tell Sirius about it during the summer. He wanted to hex Dumbledore then and there. A basilisk. A fucking basilisk. Was the headmaster out of his mind? Still, he couldn't help but be curious. What about the 3 you destroyed? I found 1 in his old family home and 1 in a secret room in Hogwarts. The other one was a bit more troublesome. I had to break into Gringotts, the Lestrange vault to be precise, to get it. It's why I'm on a bit of a time crunch. The moment the goblins realize that someone broke into one of their most secure vaults, Voldemort will break his Death Eaters out of Azkaban, and get one of the Lestranges to verify that the cup wasn't stolen. You broke into Gringotts. How the fuck did you manage that? How did no one even notice? The boy shrugged in reply, I'm just built different. Anyway, it's such a shame that the Lestrange family is left with just a small pile of gold after their immense fortune. Sirius ended up cackling at the thought. Bella is going to be so angry. I wonder what she'll do if she realizes that the family she married into is now fucking destitute. As amusing as this is, there is a reason I contacted you in the first place. You see, I tracked down one of the Horcruxes to an old cave filled with inferi, only to realize that it was replaced with a fake. Imagine my surprise when there was also a hidden fuck you letter from your brother that he sent beyond the grave. With a little investigation, I found out that his elf was there, creature, I think, and that he had the Horcrux. And since it's kinda troublesome to break into a fidely used charm without anyone noticing, I thought I'd just ask. Reggie. He turned on Voldemort. Sirius asked pleadingly. Yes, the letter says that he realized just how much of a monster Voldemort was, especially when he found out about the Horcruxes. He probably thought there was only one and that he was doing the world a favor by stealing it. Sirius wanted to believe the boy, he really did. But using his brother like that was a sore point. And when he was distressed, the last Black tended to get angry. The dog Animagus pointed his wand at the boy and snarled in anger, if you've been lying about my brother. Smith didn't seem impressed and just raised an eyebrow. All I was going to ask was for you to summon the elf. It's not really that unreasonable. Then again, you were always a rash person. I suppose I don't really have a reason to hide, do I? Not to you of all people. Sirius was about to question that last statement, however, the moment the boy's sentence ended, his face started to morph slowly. His hair turned black, and his eyes turned green. He looked slightly more different, but the similarity was there. The boy looked exactly like his godson, Harry. How? Hello, Sirius. It's a long story, but why don't we start by summoning creature? I'll explain after I destroyed the damn thing. The dog Animagus numbly nodded and lowered his wand, still trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. Chapter 323, Hounding Truths. September 12, 1995, London, Earth 2. Hello, Sirius. It's a long story, but why don't we start by summoning creature? I'll explain after I destroyed the damn thing. The dog Animagus numbly nodded and lowered his wand, still trying to figure out what the fuck was going on. Harry knew that he could have been a bit gentler with the reveal, especially considering just how unstable Sirius Black's psyche was. To be completely fair, he did spend over a decade being in one of the worst cells in Azkaban, constantly hounded by Dementors, sucking whatever positive emotions he had left after the death of his best friend. The decision to trust Sirius was surprisingly an easy one. He was distrustful of the Order because of how they were treating his godson. He also hated Voldemort and his Death Eaters with a passion, and he cared far more about his godson than he did about Dumbledore's and Voldemort's plans. If there was a chance to get his godson to be safe, to not fight a war against a far more powerful student, then he would take it without a second of thought. Sirius Black was in the perfect place at the perfect time and had the ideal motivation to not babble about Harry's plans. Harry gave Sirius a look. Call creature, please. The dog Animagus grumbled, fine. Creature. With a pop, a house elf appeared in front of them. Creature appeared with a pop, his small, hunched figure draped in a dirty rag that looked more like an old dishcloth than clothing. His large, droopy ears twitched as he eyed Sirius with a mix of irritation and reluctant obedience. His beady eyes flicked briefly to Harry before settling back on Sirius, his lips curling into a faint sneer. Master calls, Creature grumbled, his voice raspy and laced with bitterness. Oh, naughty master, thinking he can just go wandering about. Creature knew this would happen, yes, he did. And what would those other blood traitors say? Oh, they'll call him reckless, yes, they will. Foolish, thinking he can do as he pleases, just like the rest of them. The Order, always meddling, always thinking they know best. Creature's muttering faded into a stream of low complaints, but his disapproving glare remained fixed on Sirius. Harry couldn't help but be impressed by the elf's muttering. Creature definitely knew how to push Sirius buttons. He was never the sanest elf out there when Arcturus introduced them, but he was respectful and tried to be pretty helpful. Before Sirius could blow up at the elf, Harry knelt down and gave the elf a kindly look. "Hello, Creature." The blood trader greets Creature. Mistress would have had his hide if he answered back, "Yes, she would." He looks like the Potter boy, yet he is not. "That's a very good guess, Creature. You always were a smart elf. But I asked Sirius here to call you about something very important. You see, it's about the locket that Regulus gave you." Creature froze, his beady eyes narrowing as he stared at Harry with suspicion. For a moment, it looked like he was caught off guard, but then he quickly shook his head, his voice rising in a sharp denial. No, Creature doesn't know about any locket. Creature has nothing that belonged to young Master Regulus. Lies, filthy lies, trying to trick poor Creature, oh yes. Harry didn't back down. He leaned in a little closer, his voice calm but with a deliberate edge. "You see, Creature, I know the truth. I know that Regulus, your beloved master, ordered you to take him to a very dark place. A cave, hidden away, where the Dark Lord kept something very precious. He made you drink that horrible potion, didn't he? To get the locket. It was the only way." Creature's eyes widened slightly, and he took a small step back as if the memory itself had a physical presence. His hands trembled, clutching at the ragged cloth he wore. Harry pressed on, his tone softening but still firm. "And Regulus, he was so brave, wasn't he? He drank that potion, knowing what it would do, just so he could take the locket and stop the Dark Lord. But then, the lake. Those terrible creatures, they dragged him under, didn't they? He sacrificed himself, Creature. And his last command to you, the one you followed so faithfully, was to take that locket and destroy it. But you couldn't, could you?" Creature's lip quivered, his eyes glistening with the beginnings of tears. He shook his head again, but it was weaker this time, more like he was trying to convince himself than Harry. The elf's knees wobbled, and he let out a low, pitiful wail, the sound of years of guilt and grief bubbling up to the surface. Harry placed a gentle hand on Creature's shoulder, feeling the frail bones beneath his thin skin. "You don't have to carry this burden alone, Creature. I can destroy it. Right now, just like Regulus wanted. You'd be fulfilling his last wish, finally bringing him peace." Creature's wail subsided into a series of quiet, shuddering sobs. He looked up at Harry, his eyes filled with a desperate hope that had been buried for far too long. After a moment of hesitation, he gave a small, reluctant nod, before popping away. When he turned, Harry noticed that Sirius was giving him a complicated look. "You were telling the truth. I didn't think you'd be this manipulative. I'm not the Harry you know, Sirius. I thought you'd have understood that by now." Sirius' eyes widened. "Oh, are you from the future and traveled back in time to save the world and make the love of your life fall in love with you once more?" Harry stiffened. "What the fuck are you on about? Are you nuts?" "Hey, those were Andromeda's favorite books, you know. She always liked them for some reason." The younger wizard rolled his eyes. "Traveling to the past, especially one that changes events, is impossible. I'm from another universe, you idiot, an alternate plane of existence. I came here by accident, not for some weird plan to save the world." Sirius deflated a bit before grinning. "How are you sure that you're in a different universe?" "Well, for one thing, Neville Longbottom is the boy who lived, not me." Harry parted his messy hair to show his forehead. "See, no scar." That seemed to stun the older wizard more than anything. "So, are James and Lily?" The man didn't look like he wanted to finish his question, and Harry decided not to make him do it. "Yeah, Dad's dead. He died in Godric's Hollows a few days after his did in this universe. My mother is kinda complicated. Nevertheless, I still stayed in Surrey with my aunt's family, even if they weren't as horrible as they were to your Harry. They were a bit neglectful, with a few comments then and there, but not anywhere near your godson." Honestly, Harry thought that the Horcrux and his counterpart Scar must have been responsible for his relatives' behavior. The way they aggressively treated him, even if they hated him, was a bit on the nose. It was too much, too unnatural, for normal people to react this way. It was possible that the Horcrux essentially enhanced what was already there, making them more aggressive with their hatred. "So, I went to Azkaban there too." Harry snorted. "No, you weren't. Actually, Azkaban was destroyed by a vampire attack under Grindelwald's orders a couple of years back. No, you, my dear godfather, turned insane and became a serial killer, then tried to hunt me down because you had an obsession with my mother. Not that I blame you, Lily Evans is a fucking bitch. Harry, I'm sure you're overblowing things. Lily was one of the kindest people I have ever met. In my world, she killed her husband in the back to power a ritual that misfired and wiped Godric's Hollows from the ground. Sure, she killed the Lestranges and Crouch Jr. in the meantime, but she killed thousands of people for that. She's also the one who got me in this mess. That seemed to stun the dog animagus to no end, and Harry sighed. Look, I understand that it's difficult to process, but people across dimensions are not the same. For one, I was sorted in Slytherin, and my counterpart is in Gryffindor. In my world, Grindelwald led the underworld in Europe while pretending to be a prisoner in Nurmengard. Albus Dumbledore was thrown out of Hogwarts for trying to kill students whom he found to be nuisances. Hermione Granger, your godson's friend, became a spy for the unspeakable since they held her soul hostage in a phylactery. My world is entirely different from yours. The dog animagus relaxed. No offense, but your world is fucking insane. Harry grinned. Yeah, it is. So, why are you helping Harry then? Why are you going after Voldemort? With a sigh, he replied, I'm trying to replicate the events that got me here. I'm making headway in that regard, but one of the most important aspects was the fact that a prophecy was broken in the middle of it. Your godson has a prophecy on him, one that I know is a true one. So, what if I broke it? What if I killed Voldemort, someone who has never been marked by the prophecy? If Voldemort dies at someone other than your godson's hands, then the prophecy will be broken and the ritual to get me home could work. Sirius snarled, it's always about that fucking prophecy. Look, I'm probably the only one that wants your godson to be safe and can actually achieve this. Most of your people are terrified of Voldemort, and Dumbledore is playing the long game, with my counterpart working as either a weapon or a sacrificial lamb. I can end it all in practically no time. You think you can beat Voldemort? You're 15, for Merlin's sake. Harry snorted at that. I'm actually 14, but like I said, we grew up in different dimensions and I'm built different. Sirius didn't really have the chance to reply because Kreacher popped back with a familiar locket in hand. The old elf's fingers were curled tightly around it, like he didn't want to let go, but knew he had to. His eyes were still wet, but there was a new look in them, something like determination, maybe even a bit of pride. He held the locket out towards Harry, his hand shaking slightly as he did. Kreacher has brought it, the locket of Master Regulus, he said quietly, his voice shaky but clear. It was obvious that this was a big deal for him, like he was finally letting go of something that had weighed him down for years. Harry took the locket carefully and placed it on the ground. Using the only words he learned in Parseltongue from copying Longbottom's magic when he uttered them, he hissed at it to open. As the locket opened, Harry didn't give it the chance to do anything and just slammed his basilisk fang into it, releasing a loud scream and a cloud of black smoke. He thanked the privacy charms that he put in place discreetly when he started his conversation with Sirius. He gave the broken locket to Kreacher's trembling hand. Regulus' last command has now been fulfilled. Thank you, stranger. Kreacher will forever be in your debt. You can settle the debt right now if you want. All I ask is that you never speak about me or what happened tonight. I want you to respect your master a bit more. After all, I would have never fulfilled Regulus' wish without his consent first. And finally, I want you to clean up your residence. From what I have heard, it's currently in a pitiful state, and it wouldn't do to dishonor House Black by keeping it like that. It will be done, stranger, the elf muttered before popping. Sirius looked at Harry with a strange look on his face before shaking his head. Well, we just killed a piece of Voldemort's soul. That, alone, makes you good in my books. Say, I'm curious, if your father died, and my counterpart is a serial killer, what happened to Wormtail and Moony? Nothing that interesting. Wormtail lived as a rat for a while before being blackmailed by Dumbledore for his freedom. I tricked him into forever serving my best friend by manipulating a blood oath. Moony is also a creep who is also obsessed with my mother. Apparently, she was able to alter the werewolf curse after some research, making the transformation voluntary and the disease not being able to be transmitted. Sirius snorted, ignoring the lycanthropy cure thing. We're a sad bunch in every universe, huh? Now, the important part would be that none of them taught you about your legacy as a marauder, huh? Even if you're not from this universe, it's my responsibility to teach you about that. Harry raised an eyebrow. What are you getting at? Tell me, Harry, what do you feel about becoming an animagus? Chapter 324, Chapter 324, Potions Mishap. September 30th, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry Potter watched as Harold grabbed Neville's plant for the 4th time in 15 minutes and gave him an indulgent smile. It came as a bit of a surprise when they realized that the new student was some kind of secret potion master, which for some reason was driving Snape insane. Well, Harry knew why it was doing so. Harold just fixed most of Neville's mistakes right after they happened, with a weird mix of ingredients that Hermione kept saying was something only a master of the craft could do. It was weird how over the course of a single month, Neville started to be more confident, even if potions making was still not his favorite class. Snape had found himself unable to use Neville as a stress ball, and Harold's supposed punishment for his joke on his first day simply didn't work. Still, Harry couldn't help but feel a little jealous at seeing just how much care Harold was putting into making Neville a competent brewer. He overheard the new student asking, Neville, what are you trying to do? I'm just following the instructions. The shy boy stuttered back. Sure, but which instruction exactly? Adding in the syrup of hellebore. Harold gave him another smile. And what do you know about hellebore, the plant I mean? Neville immediately perked up. It's a poisonous plant that's often used in potion making, particularly in calming drafts and sleeping potions. Hellebore is known for its deep green, almost black leaves and its bright, star-shaped flowers. It grows best in cool, shaded areas, and it prefers moist, well-drained soil. The plant contains toxic alkaloids, which can have both medicinal and harmful effects depending on how it's prepared. Harold nodded approvingly. Good. And what about its effects when used in potions? Neville hesitated for a moment before responding. Hellebore is primarily used to induce calm or sleep, but in higher doses, it can be dangerous, leading to paralysis or even death. It's important to use the right amount and know how to counteract its effects if something goes wrong. Exactly, Harold said, his tone encouraging. Now, tell me, what was one of the main ingredients in that potion we're brewing right now? Neville looked at the notes and then replied, unicorn horn, porcupine quills, and moonstone. And what can unicorn horn act like in potions? Harold asked. A mild antidote, Neville answered slightly more confidently than before. Harold gave a satisfied nod before asking, and what's the rule when mixing ingredients with opposite properties, say like a poisonous plant and a general antidote? Neville recited, if they're soluble, you should cut the heat, but if they can't be mixed easily, it's best to put in some mild heat. This helps to stabilize the potion since mixing opposite elements can be tricky and might cause the potion to become unstable. He then stiffened, like unicorn horn and hellebore syrup. I forgot to remove the heat, didn't I? Harold gave the shy boy a proud smile. Exactly. Over time, these instincts should come naturally to you. Now, try to continue the potion. The boy who lived tuned out the rest of their conversation and couldn't help but feel slightly envious of Neville. He wished he had someone like that, who was patient enough to get him to properly understand magic. Instead of grumbling, he tried to look back at his potion and stiffened when he realized that either he or Ron must have made a mistake, since the potion, a supposed draft of peace, shouldn't look like glowing purple sludge. It didn't make sense, they only had to leave it to simmer for 10 minutes, and everything looked fine. He looked around and saw Malfoy giving him a smug smile. Oh, the bastard must have thrown something in his potion. He really should have paid more attention to his surroundings. Snape walked up to them with a vicious smile on his face. Weasley, Potter. I see you still cannot grasp the basics of potion brewing. Even after 5 years, you still manage to surprise me with the breadth of your incompetence. This will be another 0. You've been collecting quite a few of them this year, haven't you? Harry clenched his fists, knowing that there was nothing he could do or say to make the situation better. The potion master grinned slightly and moved over to Seamus and Dean's potion. With Snape having vanished his potion, there wasn't really anything to do until the end of class, so Harry just watched what happened around him. He noticed that Malfoy, who noticed that Snape was turning his back to him, had decided to throw something in Neville's cauldron. Harry was about to warn his housemates, only for Harold to sneakily wave his wand, getting Malfoy's hand to twitch and send it flying towards Goyle's potion, which Snape was expecting. Immediately, the potion started to glow and exploded in Snape's face, although the potion master managed to somehow evade most of the blast. Goyle wasn't so lucky and was sent flying back. Of course, hundreds of droplets of the potion flew in the air and contaminated most of the other potions, creating a small cascade of failures and unpredictable effects. Snape growled at the chaos and with a wave of his wand, vanished all of the affected potions and repaired the classroom. He turned towards Crabbe and spoke up, "Take Mr. Goyle to the infirmary." He then turned towards the classroom and spoke in a very even tone, "Who threw this?" Harry hadn't noticed him holding the small remains of a dung bomb in his hands. Had Malfoy actually tried to throw a fucking explosive in someone else's potion? He then looked around the classroom without even blinking. Even with soot covering most of his face, everyone was intimidated. He looked for an answer and for some reason, the man flinched slightly when he met Harold's gaze, but then he continued to look around until he saw Malfoy. He then continued with a harsh whisper, "Everyone out." They all left only for Snape to grab Malfoy back. "Not you." Was Snape actually going to punish a Slytherin of all people? That hadn't happened in all the time Harry had spent in the castle. Still, he shut up and exited the classroom alongside Ron. Hermione met them outside with a frown on her face. What happened? Malfoy tried to throw a dung bomb in Harold's potion, but his hand twitched and he ended up hitting Goyle's instead. That was very dangerous. A dung bomb of all things. Harry nodded. Yeah, he always stuck to small potion ingredients before. He threw one and ruined my potion. But I think he's been having a bad time in Slytherin because of what Harold did to him and the rest of their Quidditch team, so he escalated. Ron was snickering. I say it's a good thing. Malfoy's been very smug ever since you know who came back. It's time for him to taste his own medicine. And you can't say it wasn't funny to see Snape's face being blown up by a potion. This is no joking matter, Ronald. Goyle could have seriously been hurt. Harold came behind him. Granger has a point here. This could have ended very badly and could have had some very unpredictable consequences. Unless, of course, someone knew exactly the state of the potion and could calculate the small interaction with the dung bomb, including the effects of an explosion, of course. Hermione was giving him an odd look. You did that? Of course not. Who could possibly do that in less than 2 seconds? I was just joking, you know. Honestly, Snape did the right thing by punishing Malfoy. This was completely reckless, even if his hand happened to twitch and throw the dung bomb into one of the few potions in the classroom that wouldn't have resulted in a very violent explosion. Harry decided to change the subject, especially considering the way Hermione's face was turning redder with every sentence. Speaking of explosions, did you guys notice that Umbridge has been on a hair trigger lately? The boy who lived did his best not to blow up in Umbridge's class. After a few near misses, Harold taught him a small spell that got you to literally not hear a certain person. He just cast it on himself, making him unable to hear Umbridge's voice in every single one of her classrooms. So far, he was able to avoid any detentions, not that he was really afraid of them. She kept sending them to Filch, for some reason. Honestly, ever since Harold's detention with her, the woman was practically jumping at shadows. For one, she completely ignored the new student in her classroom, even if he wasn't even taking her assigned book from his school bag. Harold snorted at that. Well, hypothetically speaking, if she was spending a small fortune on cursed objects to use on students during detention, and someone somehow made them disappear every night, despite any security measures she took in place, I could understand her anger and frustration. Imagine all that gold down the drain and her sadism unfulfilled, without even being able to tell the Aurors since the stolen items are illegal. The boy who lived couldn't help but snort at that. You didn't. Of course, I didn't. How could I possibly know any of this? This is just me being silly, of course. But for real, the woman is about to burst, and I'd expect her to do something very drastic very soon. Ron looked thoughtful. Do you think Percy knows something? You remember the letter he sent me last night, right? About things changing in Hogwarts and advising me to get closer to Umbridge. Harry did remember the letter. It had made him far angrier than he thought it should have. He had never been really close to Percy, but they had been on good terms. He knew that he called his parents traitors and fools, but he never thought he'd actually tell Ron to not be friends with him. That had hurt him more than anything else. Hermione, for some reason, chose to change the subject once more by asking Harold questions about potion interactions. It was honestly pretty weird how good of a teacher he was, and how knowledgeable he was on the subject. For some reason, seeing Harold made him feel inadequate. He felt like this should have been what he was like, or better yet, what more people expected him to be like. It was talking to a young Albus Dumbledore. He knew more about magic than even Hermione, and she probably surpassed most Newt students in terms of knowledge and probably inhaled half of the school library. The way he fought, and how casual he was during the fight, made him feel untouchable. It was the same thing with Umbridge and Snape. He didn't even seem fazed when they spoke to him, despite their reputations. He was well-liked, clever, witty, and definitely powerful, and Harry couldn't help but feel inferior. Around halfway through their way to the common room, he turned towards Harold and asked, "Hey, can I talk to you in private?" Ron and Hermione gave him some questioning looks, but he just shook his head. Ron scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "We'll meet you in the common room, mate," before walking away. Harry motioned the new student to follow him, and they stopped in one of the empty wings of the castle. Harold snorted at the situation. "Are you planning on kidnapping me or something? Please teach me." Harold furrowed his eyebrow. "Teach you what?" "Ever since you sat with Neville, he's been getting a lot better in all of his classes and you know how to duel and everything. Please teach me to be like you." The new student gave him a weird look. "Harry, no offense, but you'll never be like me, and you shouldn't. Don't try to be someone else, just do your best to be yourself and you'll be fine." "What about dueling lessons? Please?" Harry asked, his voice leaking desperation. Harold sighed and nodded. "Fine. This will be your first lesson." Before he could reply, gravity seemed to have reversed itself, and Harry was pulled away to the side. Instead of hitting the wall violently, he seemed to melt into the wall and he found himself falling from the sky and yelled out, "Arresto momentum." He stopped falling just a few inches from the ground, before falling once with a thud. "Harold, what the fuck are you doing?" Now, Harry," a familiar voice answered back, making him shiver in fear. "Did you forget about little old me?" Lord Voldemort stood before him, with his glowing red eyes and serpentine face. He was grinning maliciously and continued, "You escaped our last duel through pure blind luck. There are no portkeys this time and none of my annoying little followers. Let's see if you can last longer than your father, huh?" He jumped to the side to barely dodge the bright green jet of green light that was coming at him. Holy shit, what the fuck was going on? Chapter 325, Reality and Illusions. September 30th, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. You escaped our last duel through pure blind luck. There are no portkeys this time and none of my annoying little followers. Let's see if you can last longer than your father, huh? He jumped to the side to barely dodge the bright green jet of light that was coming at him. Holy shit, what the fuck was going on? Harry didn't have time to really think about it and conjured a quick shield, which stopped an exploding charm from hitting him. Barely. It still shattered, but it allowed him to hide behind one of the walls. Voldemort slowly walked up to him and was snickering, "Are you hiding, Potter? What happened to all your Gryffindor bravado? To think young Cedric would have died for the sake of a coward like you. How disappointing." Harry moved without even realizing it and sent a stunning charm at the Dark Lord, which just fizzled out into nothing somehow. Voldemort's tone somehow got even more mocking. "Is that seriously it? That's your valiant stance? Are you truly that helpless without someone giving up their lives for you?" He didn't have time to answer as a giant snake made of shadows appeared from behind him and tried to swallow him whole. Harry didn't know why this was his first instinct, but he yelled out, "Expecto Patronum." A giant glowing stag attacked the snake head-on, and they fought against one another. Voldemort though didn't seem all that concerned. "At least you can think on your feet, huh? Let's see what else you could do." Suddenly, the shadowy serpent morphed into a giant black scythe that moved at blinding speed and impaled Harry's Patronus. Voldemort waved his wand once more and Harry conjured a shield charm that the weapon cleaved through as if it didn't exist. Thankfully, he was able to roll out of the way. Barely. He was going to die, wasn't he? He would die alone without any of his friends, without even getting to say goodbye to Sirius. Harry shook his head. No, he wouldn't. He could do this, hold the men off until someone comes, until Dumbledore comes and protects him. Voldemort snorted as if reading his mind. "Dumbledore isn't coming. No one is coming. You're going to die here, alone, unremembered. Your friends will follow, that mudblood and blood traitor alike, even the mutt you call a godfather. I'll reap them all." Harry couldn't accept that. He just couldn't and yelled out, "Expelliarmus." A red jet of light met Voldemort's green, and the world started to shake around them. The jets of light turned golden, and they started to rise in the air. He hoped that this would delay the inevitable, that he could win in a battle of wills. Only to lose his breath as he noticed that a large rock was sent his way, breaking the connection completely. Voldemort was chuckling. "You seriously didn't expect that trick to work twice on me, did you? What a curious phenomenon, priori incantatem, the brother wand effect. It's truly baffling how lucky you truly are. Unfortunately, luck will not save you now." It was then that the realization finally set in. He was going to lose. Harry didn't know why he always felt like he could improvise his way out of most situations, but to be fair to him, it did work surprisingly often. Unfortunately, he saw no way out of this. There was always this small pull, ideas that seemed absurd but came out of nowhere, and worked by some miracle. To his dismay, there were no pulls, no random ideas, nothing. And what that happened, he couldn't help but feel desperate. Harry snarled and sent literally every single spell at his enemy, every single jinx, curse, charm. Anything that might possibly work. Somehow, the spells sort of faded away into nothing, until Harry felt something press against his back make him kneel down. Doesn't this just feel natural, to kneel to your betters? Isn't all this defiance going in your veins simply bothersome? Harry snarled, never. Somehow, that created a giant pulse of magic that pushed everything away. Everything, other than Voldemort, who protected himself behind a silver shield of some sort. Then, the Dark Lord smiled. It was one of the most disturbing things he had ever seen before, and he had seen some screwed up things in his life. The smiling Voldemort kept talking. "There he is, underneath all these insecurities. You could have been a worthy rival, had you had the chance to grow past your obsession with mediocrity. Alas, I cannot allow you to live. Farewell, Harry Potter." A sickly green jet of light appeared from Voldemort's wand and hit Harry straight in the chest, and everything went black. For about 5 seconds, then he opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of a classroom in Hogwarts. A familiar voice spoke up. "That was a surprisingly good showing. You have good instincts when it comes to defensive magic and basic tactics, but you're horrible at offense, like really horrible." "Harold. What's going on?" he asked, confused before stiffening. "Voldemort, he was here. We fought. We need to tell someone." "No one was here, Harry, just me and you." "You don't understand," the boy who lived stated. "He was here, in the castle." Harold pointed behind Harry. "You mean him?" Harry turned and saw the familiar form of Voldemort and practically jumped behind a table for cover. Harold, for some reason, seemed to burst into laughter. "It's an illusion, man." The boy who lived sat up and noticed his classmate with his legs crossed and sipping coffee. "This blend is amazing. I'll need to go down to the kitchens and thank the elves." "But he took me out of the castle," Harry protested. Smith rolled his eyes. It was all an illusion, a small test and a lesson rolled into one. As he said so, the room shifted into a sunny beach, then returned back to normal. Harry couldn't help but snarl at him. "Why the fuck would you do anything like that? As I said before, a lesson and a test." I needed to see what you would do in a high-stress situation. It wasn't really that bad, to be honest. You did better than most people our age, but that's not really an advantage against an opponent like Voldemort. And the lesson? Harold gave him a very severe look. Never trust anything in a fight. If your opponent isn't a moron, they'll try to trick you. And it's often worse to assume that someone is an incompetent fighter. But my main point is that everything you see in a fight is fake and you have to question everything. Truth be told, you did pretty well near the end, but if I hadn't been trying to gauge your potential from the start, you would have lost the fight in seconds. And that's because you were afraid. Harry snorted. Everyone is scared of Voldemort, enough that they don't even say his name. I'd say I'm ahead of the curve. A sense of caution is very important, but fear is as much a weapon as it is a curse. If fear makes you act, makes you run faster than possible, jump higher than possible, or cast magic that you never did before, then your fear is harnessed properly. However, a paralyzing fear that stops you from acting, that makes you afraid of attacking your enemy, that is a flaw that can easily get you killed. The boy who lived nodded, but there was something bothering him. How did you make the illusion of Voldemort be this perfect? Your memories. There's a branch of magic called legilimency. It's a pretty obscure field, but it essentially acts as a way to invade someone else's mind. It's not exactly my cup of tea or magic that I specialize in, but it does have its uses. Voldemort and Dumbledore are rumored to be masters in the art. Snape too, apparently. He tried to enter mine in the last lesson, probably to know who was responsible for the mess. Harry stiffened. Snape can read my mind. Well, it's not exactly reading. It's more like a radio receiver of images and thoughts. I use them to craft an illusion of your worst enemy. You can train yourself to not let out any of your thoughts, but it's a pretty time-consuming art called occlumency, one that's not really suitable for teenagers, especially ones with anger issues. I don't have anger issues, Harry yelled, outraged. The new student simply raised an eyebrow and replied, "Whatever you say, Potter." Deciding to change the subject, he asked, "So, what now? Are we finally going to fight properly?" Harold had the audacity to snort at that. No offense, but you couldn't even fight an illusion that I was casting while sipping coffee. I don't think you'd be able to make me stop reading my journal in a fight. And no, this isn't a challenge. The first thing we'll be working on is your abysmal offensive arsenal. Seriously, man. Who uses schoolyard jinxes on a Dark Lord? The boy who lived couldn't help but blush at that. Hey, a disarming charm worked last time. No, you could have cast a stinging hex, and it would have had the same effect. You escaped through a magical coincidence. You got extremely lucky. I know, Harry replied with a deep sigh until he stiffened and continued, I still don't understand something. You're a good dueler, like one of the best I've ever seen. Even my fights in the Triwizard tournament weren't that technical. And yet you keep saying that you just want your OWLS and leave. Why don't you stay? Why don't you fight? You already admitted that you think Voldemort is insane and dangerous. For the first time since Harry met him, he noticed that the small joviality in the new student's eyes disappeared, and instead was something else, something that reminded him of Dumbledore after he told him that Voldemort was back. It was only for a fraction of a second, but it was still very noticeable. Smith sighed heavily. In my time in this castle, there's a single important lesson that I want to teach you. It's something that I learned by myself over time. It's not a spell, it's not any form of magic, it's just a fact of the world. Everyone is in this life for themselves. People don't really care about what happens to other people, only what happens to them. And sure, people sometimes sacrifice themselves for their children or spouse, maybe even a friend, but that love is driven by the desire to not experience life without them. I know it feels nice to be a hero, to be needed, to feel like you matter, but at the end of the day, every single wizard or witch in Britain could fight Voldemort. They know he's a monster, there's no doubt about it. People don't help Muggleborns because they value their lives better. And even if you do defeat Voldemort and become their hero, then one day, they'll throw you away when it's convenient to them. You've seen it happen this year with the Ministry, didn't you? Harry couldn't help but glare at the other boy. So, I shouldn't fight. Is that what you're saying? No, it's not. You shouldn't fight for other people. You should fight for yourself. Don't be a hero, be a winner. You asked me why I'm not fighting Lord Voldemort, and the answer is very simple, I gain absolutely nothing by doing so. I'm not staying in Britain after my OWLS. I won't be discriminated against or even really affected by his possible reign of terror, so why would I possibly sacrifice my life for him? You are going to fight him because you have to, but because Voldemort himself will not stop until he kills you. You feel angry because everyone turned on you. You were a hero, you fought a monster that they flinch at the mere mention. That's because you still consider yourself to be their hero, to become their savior. Close your heart to their words, close your heart to their possible suffering, and for once in your life, try to focus on yourself and live. Was he really doing this? Was this why he felt angry all the time? Now that he thought about it, it did oddly hurt. The whole situation reminded him of how he was treated in Privet Drive because he was constantly badmouthed by Petunia. And yet, back then, he didn't feel anywhere near as angry. He felt betrayed. Cedric had died, Harry had been tortured and had barely survived the fight, all to tell them the truth, only for everyone to deny it. It wasn't right. The way they treated him was wrong. He was trying to save them, and yet, they didn't want to be saved. He never really considered that saving these people wasn't his responsibility. Harry didn't really know what to say. The words were just stuck in his throat. Thankfully, his new teacher clapped his hand and changed the subject. Now, enough with the depressing crap. I'm going to teach you a few elemental spells. We'll practice them together a bit, then you'll do it on your own until our next session next week. If I haven't already scared you away, that is. You're on, he replied. A couple of hours later, he returned to the common room, with small burns on his uniform, and a lot of bruises. He winced as he sat down on the chair. Ron and Hermione immediately pounced at him. They were about to say something only for the Muggle-born to be horrified by his wounds. What happened to you? I asked Harold to teach me how to fight. And he said no and beat you up. Harry shook his head, and he said yes, beat me up without even trying, and then taught me a few spells. He did this to you in a friendly duel? Hermione asked furiously. Harry shook his head. No, this is what happens when I try to take a shortcut when conjuring a concentrated wind blast. Threw myself into the classroom wall. That seemed to relax them a bit, but Hermione's eyes lit up. So, what did he teach you? Is he really as good as you thought he was? It was mostly just basic offensive spells. He said that I lacked those. They weren't really too impressive, just a wind-cutting charm, a wind blast, and a fire whip. But, Merlin, I knew he was good after what happened to Malfoy and his cronies, but I never expected this. What did he do? Harry snorted, feeling slightly empathetic. He's a pretty good teacher. I can see why Neville likes him, but when he fights, it's like he's not even bothered to try. I don't see it, Ron commented. Imagine fighting someone who doesn't take you seriously enough to even try casting spells. And that's the thing, I can tell he can do all of this and more. Like, how would you feel if you taught a first-year how to duel? Would you really take the fight seriously? Ron shook his head. I see your point. Still, isn't he a little too good? I don't want to be pessimistic, but he could be a spy. Hermione shook her head. He's not. I used the map to see if he was an impersonator, but it always said his name normally. I even used an age detection charm, and he is actually 14, not 15. Harry gave her an incredulous look. Seriously, Hermione? Is that why you asked for my cloak and the map? Hey, after Moody last year, I didn't want to take any risks. Anyway, he's not some adult wizard pretending to be younger. He's really just that good. It's kinda unfair, really. Are you sure he wasn't pretending or something? She asked with a hopeful look. No. If anything, I think what we've seen so far is just the watered-down version of what he can do. Ron gulped slightly. That's bloody terrifying, mate. Yeah, he couldn't have said it better himself. He had spent just a couple of hours with the boy, and he couldn't help but feel the same. He could only hope that Harold would change his mind and be on their side when the war inevitably started once more. However, he wasn't exactly holding his breath. Of course, this feeling of hope and contentment ended the following morning when Dolores Umbridge was announced as the new High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. Chapter 326, Illuminating the Path. September 30th, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Albus Dumbledore paced around in his office, feeling unsettled. He felt the familiar weight of his long, silver beard as it swayed with each step, a comforting presence even as his thoughts churned. His eyes swept over the room, taking in the odd assortment of objects and books that had become like old friends over the years. The silver instruments on the shelves puffed out little clouds of smoke, their quiet hums a constant in the background. He glanced at the portraits lining the walls, most of them dozing off, though a few watched him with mild curiosity. It was a rare thing for him to act nervously. He was always composed, and his behavior ever since Voldemort's return was different, so much so that even the old headmasters were picking up on it. So many things weren't going according to plan. For one, Hagrid's potential alliance with the Giants was going poorly, and Remus was having a rough time preventing the werewolves from joining Voldemort. The Ministry's stance on werewolves didn't really help matters, and people who were oppressed often lashed out, and this was a grand opportunity for them to do so. There was some irony to it somewhere, since it was Dolores Umbridge who spearheaded most of the bills regarding werewolves, and now the Ministry could possibly face a mass attack from her victims. There was also Sirius Black's odd behavior. The dog Animagus had been regularly leaving the safety of Grimmald's place. The other members of the Order had tried to stop him, but they were living in his house and hadn't really cared for their scolding. Albus could understand the man's frustrations, he really could. He was feeling restless, anxious for a fight. He was always like this, rash and twitchy. He wouldn't have made it far as an Auror with his lack of tact, that was for sure. Then again, he might have matured, had he not stayed in Azkaban for over a decade. He felt slightly guilty about that part. Albus hadn't really cared about the Death Eaters, not really, after the war. They weren't exactly threats to him, and a competent department of magical law enforcement should have wiped the slate clean. What was more important was that his plan had paid off. He knew that young Severus had overheard the prophecy and that Voldemort would have hunted down the Longbottoms and Potters. He also knew that somehow, Voldemort would get past the protection, someone would slip up, and he had faith that the prophecy would take care of the rest. To be perfectly honest, he only assumed that Voldemort would mark one of the two possible children of the prophecy and that Albus would have to train the child in question to become his weapon. It was after witnessing the results of Lily Potter's blood magic that he truly understood just how much he was mistaken. His plan had worked in the most unusual way. He expected to have a weapon that he would train during a war, and instead, the war had ended, Voldemort had disappeared, and all that remained was an orphan boy with a cursed scar. He had hoped that the prophecy was completed, that Voldemort was gone. That was until Severus showed him his fading dark mark. Tom has still managed to survive somehow. And so, he went through with another scheme of his. It was cruel, but the boy had used up most of Lily's blood protection during the attack and it needed to recharge. It was why he left Harry in Petunia's hands. He modified the spell a bit to include young Harry's aunt, making the closeness of blood relatives recharge the magic, with the condition that the boy would consider their residence their home. Blood magic was finicky like that, but Albus had hoped that with enough power, the overcharged blood protection, after at least a decade near Petunia and any possible offspring of hers, would kill Voldemort once and for all. And so, he had engineered a confrontation between the Dark Lord and his prophesized enemy in the boy's first year, and it still wasn't enough. The protection had killed him once more, but the Dark Lord survived in the exact same way. And yet, after Albus had studied Tom's diary, that things started to unravel. Voldemort had created Horcruxes and Harry Potter's scar was one of them. He had thought it to be part of a spell. He was wrong. There were no documents about living Horcruxes in history. Tom had actually managed to surprise him by the depths he was willing to go to in his quest for immortality. When Cornelius wanted Dementors to be in the school, he agreed in the desperate hope that the monsters would be able to suck only the soul fragment from the boy. He had employed one to search for Harry on the train and ask if he could kiss the scar. It was driven out by Remus at the time, but the creature was still able to make his report of the event afterwards. A Dementor would not have been able to remove the Horcrux without taking the boy's soul with it, and he had forced the boy to relive his most traumatic memories for nothing, and he couldn't exactly go back on his decision with Fudge since both of them would look weird and uncertain. Albus couldn't have risked losing the people's faith in him, not when Voldemort was still out there. Nevertheless, Albus' other avenues of research came to the same conclusion, which was accelerated by Voldemort's return: the boy must die. It was a shame and a tragedy. Then again, life often was. Albus' sister had not asked to be attacked by Muggles, his father had never asked to be sent to Azkaban for what he did to them, and poor Ariana did not ask to die, trying to stop them from dueling all those years ago. He was even growing fond of the boy. He was mischievous and could be surprisingly insightful, but he was noble and very brave to his core. The world would be lesser without him, but it was just a twist of the prophecy. Now, he had to plan how the boy was going to die. He needed to die at the proper moment, definitely after his majority and at Voldemort's hand, and after destroying as many of the Horcruxes as possible. So, he needed to at least keep the war from ending for 2 years, since that would end in Voldemort's favor. He should have plenty of time to look for Tom's Horcruxes and then make the appropriate arrangement for Harry's sacrifice. He only hoped that the boy would live life to the fullest. He had so little time left. Albus was not going to taint those by subjecting him to the horrors of war. Albus had so much to do and plan that almost didn't know where to start. So, he returned to his usual method. He paced in his office and planned. His train of thought was broken by a knock on the door. Albus used the identification ward to know who it was. "Severus, please come in." It was odd, Albus hadn't asked Severus to meet him, and the potion master rarely came to him unless there was an issue of some sort. "Hello, Albus. So, what brings you to my office at this time? Do you have news of Tom's plans?" Severus huffed. He's still as obsessed with the prophecy as ever. He's reluctant to make any moves before then, other than recruitment, that is. Tom's obsession with hearing the prophecy was a double-edged sword. While it did stay his hand and stopped him from actively starting the war, giving Albus more time to plan and to look for the Horcruxes, it also gave Voldemort time to recruit and enlarge his army. It was a delicate balance, but so far, Albus cared more about the Horcruxes, which was why he made no moves to get Tom to reveal himself. The moment he did so, the war would officially start once more. However, all of this did not explain Severus' presence. "Then, why don't you enlighten me, Severus? Something unusual occurred in one of my classes today. I wanted your opinion on the matter." It involved the new student, Harold Smith. Ah, him. Albus hadn't really bothered by him, other than a quick age check and getting the wards to test his intentions when he entered the castle. As far as he could tell, the boy was a teenager who was forced to attend school to get his ward after his mother's tragic passing. So far, the boy had broken no real rules, apart from a small detention with Dolores Umbridge, which she was adamantly silent about. It took a bit of legitimacy to figure out what had happened. Apparently, the woman wanted to use some kind of cursed object as a detention, which the boy stole. And he kept doing that with every single cursed item she bought, making her lose a small fortune. Banned artifacts weren't exactly cheap, after all. She had asked Albus for permission to search the boy's trunk, but he had refused. It would have set a very bad precedent, even if she would probably get Cornelius to overrule him and give her more power in the school. However, other than this incident, there was nothing really notable about the boy. What about him? Severus simply raised his wand and extracted a memory. This happened this morning. Albus raised his eyebrow and just summoned his pensieve. Severus carefully added the memory and they both entered. It had seemed like a simple classroom, but as he observed Harold stopping young Neville from making a few mistakes without even looking. He was patient and very knowledgeable about the subject. He would make a good teacher, that one. Maybe he would hire him on day when he grew older, and Severus eventually retired. However, it was curious that the boy was able to stop him from making so many mistakes without even paying attention. Then, of course, Harry ended up having his potion ruined thanks to Lucius Malfoy's son. Albus raised an eyebrow at that, to which Severus snorted. The boy was not actively brewing the potion. He should have activated the small shield to stop any contaminant from polluting it. I taught him that in his first year. It is not my fault that he's as thick as his father. The headmaster decided against commenting on this one. He had gotten a lot of complaints about Severus' behavior, especially from Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs, but the men had always had an explanation for everything. He really was a good representative of House Slytherin's famed cunning, able to do what he wished while covering all his bases. Albus never really stopped him, since that made the Slytherins trust him, and with it, cemented Severus' position as a spy. Still, as curious as that was, Albus didn't see the point, until Draco Malfoy grabbed a dung bomb in the middle of the classroom and threw it. He noticed Harold Smith carefully using his wand to make it twitch, and hit Gregory Goyle's potion instead, creating a small explosion. It was a miracle no one was hurt. The explosion alone in a potion could have had catastrophic consequences. It was only lucky that young Goyle's potion was viscous and unreactive enough that nothing terrible had happened. That was the key word, luck. Severus commented, there were over a dozen potions being brewed, and none of them had the contamination shield activated. Had the dung bomb exploded near any of them, it would have probably resulted in at least one fatality. The only way to stop it would have been a viscous potion that would absorb as much of the blast while being so unreactive that the magic from the explosion wouldn't cause a meltdown. I checked every single potion single-handedly, and Goyle's was the safest option by far. He could have technically just created a shield around the dung bomb, but if he had missed, it would have just piled onto the damage. It took me 5 minutes to come to that conclusion after it happened. Harold Smith made it in less than a second. So, he's either a better potion master than me and had somehow been keeping track of every potion in the classroom at once, or he's a seer, Albus breathed. This was exactly what he needed, a seer to help him navigate the prophecy and plan around Tom's movements accordingly. Did fate favor him so, to giving him another weapon against Tom right in his castle? Severus continued, Albus, he also keeps writing in a personal journal. He practically never leaves it behind. Albus couldn't help but be stupefied. The boy must have created his own version of the Sibylline books, a collection of his prophecies and visions. This book alone was priceless, the life work of a seer. With that said, he murmured, I see. What do we do, Albus? The headmaster hummed, if the boy is truly a seer, then he'll be in danger. There is probably a reason why he is adamant about leaving Britain after the end of the school year, probably a vision. He'll need to be protected near us. Voldemort must not get his hands on him. But before any of that, we need to make sure that our assumptions are true first. I need you to steal his journal, Severus. Only then will we be able to proceed. Chapter 327, Chapter 327, The Defiance Consortium. October 1, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. The announcement of Dolores Umbridge's appointment as High Inquisitor of Hogwarts had come out of nowhere. Hermione Granger had assumed, after reading Percy's letter, that whatever he was alluding to would have been subtle, that she would have had to go through the newspaper very carefully over the following few days to see if they could notice anything. She didn't really have to. The Ministry wasn't even being subtle about being involved in Hogwarts affairs. They had literally put it in big letters in the Daily Prophet, which honestly didn't really make any sense. No matter how important Hogwarts was, the fact that the professor's performance was going to be investigated shouldn't have been on the front page. There were many things that citizens would consider to be more important. Fudge was very heavy-handed in his approach, and it was sad that the entire thing was routed in truth. Hermione had attended many classes that had subpar professors. Defense against the dark arts had a couple, and divination was frankly a joke probably run by a fraud. If she was completely fair, Hagrid wasn't exactly a good teacher. He could be a great tutor, and he was knowledgeable enough to be one, but he had different ideas on what a safe classroom could be, and it was hard to take him seriously, especially since he didn't exude the authority expected from a seasoned professor. It was a shame because he could have easily become a good professor with a bit more teaching experience. Unfortunately, he would probably be Umbridge's first pick, or at least, he would have been if he was in the castle. Hermione couldn't believe that she was thankful that Hagrid wasn't in Hogwarts. Was that why Dumbledore got him to stay away? Other than Hagrid, she couldn't exactly see any other staff member as a bad professor. Even Snape, while a completely unreasonable git, knew what he was talking about and was a relatively good teacher. Ironically, the worst teacher in the school was actually Dolores Umbridge. She was definitely unqualified and didn't teach anything in class, other than making them read that useless Slinkhart book. Her thoughts were interrupted by Ron's confused voice, so they gave her the power to fire any of the professors. I hope she gets rid of Snape. Life would be better without that git prowling around in the dungeons. Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes. They were in their common room and thankfully, it was the weekend, leaving them time to process any of it. She had just received her copy of the Daily Prophet and finished reading the article. She was about to retort when Smith snorted, just reading his weird journal, of course, she won't get rid of Snape. Honestly, this is just a big publicity stunt. This is an advisory role at best, to make reports and assessments of classes and a recommendation. The Department of Magical Education and the school board will decide whether or not to follow that recommendation. Snape is widely known as one of the best potion masters in Britain. Unless he used an unforgivable curse on his students, the board won't dismiss him. McGonagall is the same, a renowned master in her field, and Flitwick is an internationally acclaimed dueling champion and a master of charms. It's the same all around the castle. As long as people have a reputation, they'll be safe unless they do something outrageous. The people that should be feeling threatened are the people who aren't known masters of their field, or they don't have any certifications on the matter. The ministry could push to dismiss those, and the board will likely agree if there's a good potential replacement ready. That'll probably be the headmaster's job to do that. Still, I'm guessing there's going to be a big overhaul of the Department of Magical Education since most of the people there are friends of Dumbledore. Harry hummed in response, so, that would be Trelawney, then. Maybe even Binns. Ron grinned, oh, I don't mind seeing them both gone. It would be weird to have to stay awake during History of Magic, though. Smith rolled his eyes at that. I don't think they'll remove Binns since that would cost the school more money. How would you know about his classes? Hermione retorted, you haven't really been there since the first day. And yet, he didn't even notice. That's a win in my book, Smith replied. This time, it was Neville who interjected, I don't mind Trelawney leaving, but I think that Hagrid will be the most in trouble. Umbridge is well known in her ministry for her hatred of anything that isn't fully human and magical. That silenced the trio completely. Hagrid's nature as a half-giant was a bit of a sore point there, and to imagine Umbridge using it as a way to attack the gentle groundskeeper rubbed them the wrong way. Once more, Hermione couldn't help but be grateful that Hagrid hadn't come to Hogwarts yet. After a bit of silence, Hermione complained, that woman is really horrid. To think she would sabotage our education, in our OWL year no less because Fudge refuses to even entertain the idea that Harry was telling the truth. I honestly don't think most of our year will be able to even pass the defense practical exam at the end of the year. We need to do something about that. Harry interjected, I don't mind self-studying, to be honest. I already learned a lot when I prepared for the tournament last year. I just assumed we'd practice our magic outside the classroom. No offense, mate, Ron interjected, but you probably know all of the spells for our defense OWL. You really went overboard last year. Harry snarked back, oh, I'm sorry that I worked hard to avoid dying, Ron. Next time, I'll ask Voldemort to tone down his magic as a consideration for what I've learned in class. Neville jumped at the name and Ron flinched as well, I didn't mean it like that. Then how did you mean it, the boy who lived retorted. Hermione decided to break the tension a bit, actually, it's a pretty good idea. Harry, you're probably better in defense than I am. You could be the one teaching us. Tell you what, I'll even personally tutor you in our other classes and help you with your homework if you do. We could even invite a few other students. It'll be like a study group. Be serious, Harry protested, who would want me as a teacher? Anyone with a brain would, mate, Ron replied, no one would even say you're not good at it and everyone saw you last year during the tournament. Harry protested, Harold is better, why don't you ask him? They all turned towards the unconcerned boy who was still looking at his journal. He then turned and gave them a bored look, huh? Did you say something? Harry said that could teach us defense. The new student raised his eyebrow, I probably could. I'm not going to, though. That boy really grated on her nerves, and why is that? Well, it's pretty simple. I don't have a lot of free time. I already spend some time tutoring Neville and teaching Harry how to duel properly. I need enough time to focus on my own stuff. Hermione practically growled, "Come off it, you practically miss most of Umbridge and Bin's classes and you're not taking any electives." She was pretty frustrated with the boy. Following him around with the cloak and map didn't help. Sometimes, the boy just disappeared from the map, which was very suspicious. She never figured out how he did that, though. She hated not knowing something with a passion. Hermione did sneak into one of the lessons with Neville and had to admit that Smith was a good and patient teacher. The improvement was very evident. The formerly shy boy became more confident, his spell work became a lot better, not at the top, but somewhere in the middle of the pack, and was improving every day. She tried to do the same for Harry's sessions, but there was always some kind of protective magic stopping her. She had tried to break it multiple times and researched the ward but had found nothing that worked. The Muggle-born only knew that Harry loved these sessions with a passion and would come back exhausted but oddly happy. Yes, like I said, my time is very precious to me. The only way for me to do this would be to stop one of the sessions. So, Neville, Harry, are you willing to sacrifice your lessons for me, so that I could teach shield charms and disarming charms to a bunch of people who barely know how to hold their wands? Neville shook his head and Hermione turned towards Harry with pleading eyes. The green-eyed boy averted her gaze and spoke up, "No, I want our sessions to continue." Smith gave her a smug look, "There you have it. I'm glad that you're finally thinking about yourself first and didn't sacrifice it for no reason. Just so you know, I wouldn't have done it either way. I would have just cancelled our lessons if you said that I should teach others instead of you." Hermione couldn't help but be incensed by what the boy had just said. Had he just praised Harry for being selfish? And to think he was refusing because he said that he didn't have any time. "I thought you said that you wouldn't do it because your time is precious." "Of course, but there's also the fact that I don't want to," the brown-haired boy returned with a bored expression. "Good, you probably don't even know the spells in the curriculum since you didn't go to school before. You wouldn't even know what to teach," Hermione growled. She was being petty, but that boy just kept grating at her nerves in every way. "Whatever you say. I just think it's funny that you say that, especially since I probably crafted more spells than you learned. Why would you ever need to make so many spells?" "It's needlessly dangerous," Hermione answered, confused. The new student simply shrugged, "I don't really expect you to understand, it's a cultural thing. My family has these values. To be a mage is to walk with death. Every generation's duty is to improve on what their ancestors created, either by creating new spells or improving the ones they have. It's a pretty neat way to make sure that we keep improving, and that we don't stagnate. We take risks but are better, we become better, all in the hopes of one day finding the root of all magic, to finally master it and understand it." "The root of all magic?" Ron retorted. Smith snorted, "It's more of a theory, really. The idea is that magic has a beginning, that it came from a source, like the root of a tree. It's a singularity that contains everything that has ever happened, everything that could have happened, and everything that could happen. It's a source of infinite knowledge and power. It's barely more than a fairy tale, really, and one that would definitely be extremely dangerous if it really existed. But it's not about whether it's true or not, but what it represents, how much we can still improve our craft. And it worked. My family has created countless spells, simple and complex alike. Then why aren't your family members known in magical Britain? I'd have expected someone to notice so many spells created by one family line. Because we don't teach outsiders our spells." Hermione was incensed by that. "Do you have any idea how many people you could help by sharing your magic?" Smith immediately interrupted her, "Sure. But I'm also not going to give away hundreds if not thousands of years of effort for nothing." The boy motioned to get up. "Why are you going? Are you ashamed about losing our argument?" Smith tilted his head in confusion. "Oh, you weren't done." "I was just going to the library." "Why?" she retorted. "Oh, nothing, really. There's this weird bat that keeps following me around all the time. I'm just preparing a very special surprise for it." He didn't leave them time to process what they said and just left. Ron chuckled in amusement. That guy is a riot. Hermione though decided to use the opportunity to try to pressure Harry even further. The boy who lived was resolute in his refusal until the following week after Umbridge started making snide comments at him during her inspections. On a particularly bad day, he walked up to Hermione and practically growled at her, "Fine. You win. I'll teach you what I know about defense. Just stop bothering me about it." And they said that nagging didn't work. To be fair, Harry probably also did it to spite Umbridge, as a way to prove that he was a better teacher than her. Hermione didn't complain, though. She got exactly what she wanted. If only Smith would stop being so mysterious, everything would be golden. However, she couldn't help but be curious about a family that specialized in magical experimentation for centuries. She could only imagine the wonders that they must have come up with. Chapter 328, Dark Wings. October 5, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. If someone had said to Severus Snape that he would end up having to follow a student around in the castle, he would have either assumed they were drunk, or he would have called them a dunderhead before giving them a week's worth of detention. Unfortunately for him, Albus Dumbledore ordered him to follow the Smith boy all day, analyzing his movements. He, Severus Snape, the youngest potion master in Britain and one of the key figures in the coming war, had to follow around a teenager. It was demeaning, it was an insult to his skills. It was also not going well. He had been doing it for a few days, and so far, the boy didn't act in any particularly different way, at least not compared to other students. He went to class, went to the Great Hall, spent time with that useless Longbottom whelp, and went to bed. He went to the library once to check out books, but he saw nothing out of the ordinary then. The most infuriating part was the fact that the boy had kept his journal close to him at every time. It was also protected, at least from being summoned, and Severus did notice signs of certain alarm charms that were commonly sold by a few vendors in Diagon Alley. They were expensive and custom-made, but Smith seemed to relish in making Severus' life miserable. The potion master had even tried to steal it from his dormitory, but the boy actually slept with it in his arms. He knew that little fact because he had been almost driven to desperation. Sneaking into students' dormitories was just wrong. And Merlin, the smell alone would have deterred him. The mere thought of how he had humiliated himself by doing this only to return with nothing was driving him mad. Legitimacy on the boy's classmates didn't help either. They never saw Smith without his journal close by. Stealing it was implausible because of the security enchantments alone. He could technically disable them if he had half an hour alone with the journal, and that was pretty unlikely to happen since the boy always kept the damned book on his person. Subtlety was one of Severus' specialties. He had to be in order to survive both Voldemort and Dumbledore. All for Lily's child. And to make things worse, there were no events that truly cemented the boy's status as a seer. Then again, Severus didn't expect him to spout prophecies every hour. He had never really been in the company of a genuine seer and had no true frame of reference on the matter. Seers were rare, after all, and very dangerous. They were either cunning or simply driven mad by their visions. If their minds did not break, they often became very calculating and manipulative, and could weave webs of lies and events that would trap even the most powerful wizards without even lifting a finger. Well, the seers of old were, at least. Having seen the way Trelawney had proclaimed herself to be a seer, he had to admit that his expectations were tempered. The woman was a prophet, that was for sure. Severus himself had heard the prophecy which cost him everything he held dear. He did not doubt her powers, and for some reason, he expected Smith to be similar to her. There was no confirmed sighting of a truly powerful seer since Cassandra Trelawney over a century prior, and there was probably a reason for it. If one could see the future, they would do their best not to make a target of themselves. There were rumors of Gellert Grindelwald being a seer, but it was never really confirmed, and Albus never really said anything about it. If a seer was smart, they would simply hide in the midst of society, using their gifts subtly to enrich themselves and make sure that they would live a long and happy life. Cassandra Trelawney, though, did not do that. She was powerful enough to manipulate nations to her bidding and had more influence than any other person in the entirety of Europe at the time. People would give her fortunes just for a few minutes of conversation, and any violent attempts at capturing her ended up with the perpetrator dead before they even tried. People tried to blame it on her, of course, and they always found perpetrators. It was maddening. After 5 ministers and 17 potential Dark Lords died mysteriously, all of them from completely different sets of potential enemies and accidents, people decided to stay clear of the witch. Severus didn't know if it was a shame or not that Sybil Trelawney did not measure up to her ancestor. The boy, though, was very young and, according to Albus, wouldn't have had the time to hone his gifts properly. The potion master certainly hoped so, at least. However, if the boy truly was a seer, then subtlety simply wouldn't work. There were a few events that did put more credence in Albus' claim. For example, Severus' godson, Draco, had tried multiple times to hex the boy from the back, only for him to always dodge just a fraction of a second before it happened. It wasn't exactly proof that the boy was a seer. A semi-competent Auror could have done the same easily. But a series of narrow dodges, even when Severus used a compulsion charm on one of his classmates to stun the boy, started to grate on the potion master. Nothing was working. He had hoped that getting proof of the boy's abilities would have been enough for Dumbledore. The journal being relevant was barely more than an educated guess on the headmaster's part. He should have been satisfied with another form of proof. Yet no incident as definitive as what happened in his potion lesson occurred. To be completely fair, the odds of a possible life-threatening event, like what Draco foolishly did in his class, happening in a few days, were very low. And Severus might not be a good person, but he would not, under any circumstances, endanger his students in this way just to get a student to reveal some skill he might not even have. It also grated on Severus' nerves that he was quickly running out of ideas. The mere thought of a student beating him just rubbed him the wrong way. If the boy truly was a seer, then him outthinking Severus was technically possible. There was no shame in losing an intellectual fight with someone who cheated by already knowing the outcome. However, as a dueler, Severus had very few equals. Seeing the future or not, the boy would lose a fight. The direct approach was possibly the best decision. It was probably something that a Gryffindor would come up with, but complicated plans had multiple points of failure. It would do, as long as he did not incriminate himself, of course. Thankfully, he had an entire house to act as scapegoats. No one would really bat an eyelash at a Slytherin and Gryffindor dueling in the corridors, after all. Severus ignored the small part of his mind that screamed that this was a bad idea. It hadn't taken Severus long to find Marcus Flint designing some Quidditch tactics for their next game, and he stunned the boy. The Quidditch team captain was a perfect cover for what he had in mind. He was violent, had fought with Smith before, and was known for hexing students who annoyed him, though not Slytherins. Severus had made sure of that, of course. Severus used a vial of his polyjuice potion to morph into the student's form and walked towards the library, where he overheard Smith telling his classmates was going to spend some time there during his potion class. He waited in one of the corridors that he knew the boy must take before entering the class and had put temporary aversion wards for everyone but Smith. It had taken a few minutes until the boy arrived and Severus tried to hex him in the back, only for Smith to duck as if he was trying to tie his shoes. He gave the potion master a bright smile. "Hello, Flint. How's it going?" Severus was not in the mood to talk and just sent a small barrage of spells at the boy, who simply batted away the spells. Now, Flint, you seem tense," Smith said casually, leaning against the stone wall, his posture relaxed and confident. "Have you been hitting the books too hard? You know, stress isn't good for the complexion. Or perhaps you've been spending too much time around the dungeons, the fumes can do things to your head." His tone was light, almost mocking, which for some reason infuriated Severus to no end. The professor took a deep breath, reining in his temper. "You have something I need, Smith," he said, keeping his voice steady, imitating Flint's drawl. "Hand it over, and I'll let you walk away." Smith raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with amusement. "Oh. And what might that be, Flint?" "My latest potions essay." "Sorry, but I doubt even you could make any sense of it." He chuckled softly, a sound that grated on Severus's nerves even more. "Or maybe you're looking for that charms textbook you lost last week. You know, you should really take better care of your belongings." Severus's patience snapped. He drew his wand, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. "Enough of your games," he hissed, his voice low and threatening. "I don't have time for this. Give me your journal, Smith, or I'll..." "Or you what?" Smith interrupted, his voice still calm, even cheerful. "Hex me. Curse me. Oh, I'm so scared." He placed a hand over his heart dramatically, then laughed. "Flint, you've got to learn to lighten up. Life's too short to be so serious all the time." It was exactly then that Severus realized why his control over his emotions was slipping. The way the boy walked, the way he talked, the smug smile on his face, the way he taunted Severus. It was all so familiar. It wasn't hard for Smith's face to be replaced by an infuriatingly familiar one, specifically James Potter's face. Severus always had a tight grip on his emotions, but that loathsome man was always a sore point for him. No one ever said that he was perfect. The potion master closed his eyes and breathed deeply. No, this was not the time to lose control. The mission was more important. And maybe, if he used a few harmful curses to relieve his stress, no one would say anything. He unleashed a string of curses, each one more potent than the last. But Smith moved like water, weaving around the spells with a grace that seemed almost unnatural. His movements were fluid and effortless, as if he knew exactly what Severus was going to do before he did it. And that was when Severus felt it, pain hitting his cheeks. He had been slapped. It was a spell, he was sure of that, but it had landed. The potion master hadn't seen it, just felt it. A student landed a fucking spell on him. No one could know about this. He was about to cast another spell only to feel two following slaps. Severus just couldn't help himself. The small crack in his self-control widened and he yelled out, "Sectum Sempra." He barely had time to regret his action when the spell hit the boy in the chest, only to go through it, and he murmured, "An illusion." He cast a revealing charm, his wand sweeping through the air in a precise arc. The charm shimmered for a moment until it revealed the boy, reading his journal, looking unconcerned, the very journal that Severus needed to steal. He immediately sent a stunning charm at the boy, only for the charm to go through him once more. Suddenly, Severus found himself being thrown to the other side of the corridor. The potion master got up with a snarl, pointing his wand at the source of the push, only to find nothing there. Laughter rang out from all over the room. The sound echoed, bouncing off the walls, disorienting him. He spun back, his eyes darting, trying to locate the source of the voice. But the corridor was empty. Suddenly, Severus found himself being pulled to the ground and his wand flew from his hand. He noticed that he was bound in ropes and could barely move any of his limbs. Smith slowly walked up to him. Seriously, Flint. What were you thinking? The potion master simply growled in reply, anger seething beneath the surface. His wand lay a few feet away, out of reach, and he cursed himself for underestimating this boy. He had never seen anyone use illusions with this level of mastery. It had always seemed like a useless type of magic. Confundus charms worked well enough that no one really needed to craft elaborate illusions. It was safe to say that Severus' opinion on the matter was changed after losing a fight with a student of all things. Smith grinned down at him, a mischievous gleam in his eyes that reminded Severus far too much of Potter and Black in their school days. The ropes binding him were enchanted, refusing to budge even with his strongest efforts to break free. Now, Flint, Smith said, crouching down to Severus's level, his voice dripping with mock sympathy, you really should have known better. Trying to hex me from behind. That's just rude. I expected more from a Slytherin. You know, cunning, sly, all that. But you've been hanging out in the dungeons too long, it's dulling your senses. He smirked, and Severus felt a flash of heat in his cheeks. The humiliation of being bound and mocked by a student was unbearable. The situation itself was strangely familiar, with a smug teenager looking down on him, taunting him. But he forced himself to stay calm, to think. He could still turn this around. He just needed an opening. After all, the boy was obviously overconfident. Smith held up a book, and Severus's eyes locked onto it. His goal, the reason he had come here. The journal he needed. Smith waved it in front of his face, tauntingly. Is this what you were after? You know, if you wanted to borrow it, you could have just asked. I wouldn't have said yes, of course, but there would be no need for all the theatrics, and you could have saved yourself this little humiliation, he chuckled, enjoying every moment of Severus's discomfort. Severus saw his chance. He lunged forward, pretending to lose his balance, and managed to headbutt Smith squarely in the stomach. The impact was enough to make Smith stumble back, surprised. That was all Severus needed. He discreetly summoned his wand back to his hand, feeling the familiar weight settle into his palm. Before Smith could react, Severus flicked his wand, murmuring a silent doubling charm. It was a special spell that he had learned during his tuition. Stealing diaries and journals was commonplace in Slytherin. You never knew if you would ever need any leverage on anyone, and diaries were very good sources of private information, and there were spells carefully created to bypass common security enchantments that journals are sold with. Lucius Malfoy, in particular, was a master of those spells in school. It was almost enough for him to cow the house into submission with just the information he had collected during his tuition. It was a gamble, a bet on Smith's negligence at personally warding his journal, but it worked. The book in Smith's hand shimmered briefly, and an identical copy appeared in Severus's other hand. He tucked the copy into his robes, making sure Smith didn't see the movement. With another flick, he released the ropes binding him, only for him to be disarmed once more. This time, it was by design. He had already gotten what he wanted, after all. Smith, having grabbed Severus' wand, was smirking at him. Nice try, Flint. You almost got me there, he said, not realizing what had just transpired. He tossed Severus's wand back to him carelessly. But next time, maybe think a little harder before you pick a fight with someone out of your league. Out of curiosity, why did you want to steal my journal? I don't see why you'd really care about it. Umbridge put a bounty on it for some reason, but she can't exactly make you give it to her, since it's a personal item, and she can't exactly ban writing in a notebook in a school, can she? You seriously didn't know? The entire school is gunning for this thing. Severus wasn't even lying then. Umbridge had truly put a bounty on the journal for some ungodly reason and said that she would offer fair compensation for it. It was probably giving someone an O in her class, or something as useless. The woman definitely didn't have enough gold to throw around, especially since she lost a small fortune buying and losing banned items. Smith simply shrugged and just entered the library, leaving Severus alone in the corridor. He quickly removed all effects on his person and slowly walked to his office. Oh, he was seething at the humiliation he experienced and will definitely take it out of his students later. However, his objective was done. He now had a temporary copy of the boy's journal. Curious, he took a quick look at it, and his eyes widened with every page. He practically ran out of his office. The headmaster had to know. He was humiliated by the encounter, but it seemed to be worth the trouble. Oh, he was going to make the boy's life miserable for the rest of the school year, but at least it was over. Albus would finally get what he wanted. In all this time, he failed to notice Smith's smile widen as he walked away to the library. Chapter 329, Dark Words. October 5, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Albus Dumbledore had many faults, he would be the first one to admit that, but one of the things he disliked the most was when his plans were interrupted. Lately, he had spent most of his time trying to figure out what Voldemort had planned next and how to counter it effectively. Truth be told, Lord Voldemort was a pretty simple creature. He was a sadistic man who fancied himself to be a Dark Lord. Whatever charisma he had as Tom Riddle faded a long time ago, leaving only the monster who could only feel pleasure when he satisfied his sadistic urges. He was ruled by his fear of death, and that made him very predictable. What made Voldemort truly dangerous was the lengths he was prepared to go to just to achieve his victory. He had even thought of creating Horcruxes of all things. He had gone to Nicholas, his old mentor, with that fact. The man was one of the few people Albus trusted, and the famous alchemist had returned that trust when he asked Albus to fake his and his wife's deaths, just to take a little break from being pestered all of the time. He tended to do that when he got bored or when Pernelli wanted to relocate to another country for a century or two. The alchemist had been horrified by the mere idea of a Horcrux. It wasn't a common thing, not anymore, but desecrating one's soul was an easy way to be damned to limbo after an eternity, as well as a gradual loss of impulses and any feelings used to anchor the soul shard into the object. There was more to a soul than just a weird form of energy. It was someone's essence, their very being, and removing a part of it was like locking away an aspect of one's personality. Even the loss of something seemingly minuscule could change someone from a normal well-adjusted person to a clinical psychopath, and a psychopath into a monster. This did explain how little of Tom remained in Voldemort. Tom Riddle had died, one piece after another, fading away as Lord Voldemort grew. In a way, there was a tragic form of irony there. Tom Riddle had been terrified of death, and his countermeasures had killed him in a metaphysical manner. Killing him would be a mercy, and yet it was prophesied that a child would have to do it himself. Albus had seen firsthand the power of a true prophecy, where a magical genius failed to kill a defenseless child. But Voldemort's lack of knowledge of the prophecy was also an opportunity. The Dark Lord would not reveal himself willingly unless he heard the prophecy first, something that wouldn't really bring him any closure and wouldn't really change anything. With the members of the Order and the Death Eaters essentially obsessing over the prophecy, Albus had enough time to look for Tom's Horcruxes by looking through the man's past. He already didn't know for sure how many of them he had made. It had to be at least 3, especially since he had crafted one of them to act as a weapon. It was probably a way to attack Hogwarts if it eventually remained the last stronghold to defy him. Letting a basilisk loose on the student body would have been a good idea to get rid of all remaining opposition if they remained in the castle. Thankfully, young Harry had taken care of that possibility. His thoughts were interrupted by his office's door open, revealing a disheveled Severus Snape who looked frankly shaken. Albus tried to hide his irritation at the interruption. "Good afternoon, Severus." "Albus, you were right, the boy is a seer." "And that alone made up for the interruption immediately. Explain." "I followed him like you said, and I tried to steal his journal, but he must have seen it coming. His divination must not have registered when he was tricked or when he was dealing with an impostor because I pretended to be a student and instigated a small altercation. I made a copy of his journal when he was distracted. Look, Albus." The potion master put a familiar journal on his desk and opened it, to reveal a harrowing drawing. It was the familiar face of Severus Snape, grieving as he held Lily Potter's cooling corpse. Albus hadn't even known that this had happened. He didn't really dare to ask the grieving men, but he knew that Severus had come to Godric's Hollows, in a panic when he realized what his master had planned, that Lily wasn't safe. He didn't know the specifics, but from the young man's face, he had done exactly that. The drawing was familiar, and it had visibly disturbed him. There were others, dozens of drawings. One of a deranged Bellatrix Lestrange carving something onto an older Hermione Granger's arm. There was Harry Potter stabbing a basilisk through the mouth and so much more. One small drawing made him pale even further, and his breath caught in his throat. Ariana Dumbledore was giving him a sweet smile, as she wore her favorite dress. How was that even possible? But what was harrowing were the poems. Dozens of prophecies, each sounded as obscure and vague as the one Sybil Trelawney gave on that fateful night. One of them made him freeze completely. It read, "In 7 pieces, the dark soul lies. Destroyed by its legacy, ancient and bold. The second a locket, a cunning snare. Guarded by goblins, where thieves convene. The 4th is a ring, death's hidden gift. Destroyed by an enemy, who did not last long in the throes. The 6th is familiar, bound with dark art. A living mistake, born out of the dark. In shadows they hide, in darkness they stay. And the last of them knows not, how soon he dies." The headmaster reread this particular poem. This was exactly what he needed, and it revealed things that Albus made sure were not well known. Even he hadn't known for sure about Harry's scar being a Horcrux, and yet this was the ultimate proof. It was a surprisingly easy prophecy to decipher. Then again, most of it spoke of the past, not an uncertain future. It was like a prophecy that was rooted in the present, not the future, except for the last verse, that is. It gave him a bit of a mixture of both vindication and grief. It could be interpreted as anything really, but Albus knew the truth. Harry Potter's days were numbered. He would die as Voldemort's last Horcrux. He must. Albus decided to stop the train of thought in its track and instead focused on the Horcruxes instead. It was curious to see that more of them were destroyed than he expected. The diary being destroyed by Slytherin's legacy, specifically the Fong from his basilisk, was both scarily correct, but the fact that 2 others were destroyed, specifically a locket and a diadem. It would have made sense that Tom would have made a few enemies when he went to travel the world and learn their foreign magic. One of them could have discovered what he had done and destroyed one of the Horcruxes. But also, a son of Black betrayed him, destroying another Horcrux. It definitely wasn't Sirius or Orion Black. Maybe it was Regulus. That boy had a good head on his shoulders and had disappeared without a trace in the middle of the war. From the looks of it, Tom had gone after the Founder's legacies, and the remaining Horcruxes should be the Cup of Hufflepuff, Nagini, Harry's Scar, and Death's Ring, whatever that was. It wasn't really enough proof, but it was more than enough to spearhead Albus' preparations. He might even have time to properly counter Tom's forces this time, instead of looking around for clues for the coming months. The cup would be an issue. The goblins were probably not going to let him search their vaults without making a fuss. The ring had to be in his mother's home, a mother that had to be a gaunt, considering Tom's ability to speak with snakes. Nagini could be killed in a surprise attack, maybe Severus could find a way to poison it. Albus turned the page and froze once more. It was a drawing of a ring with a black stone. It would have been unassuming if it wasn't for the fact that a familiar symbol was carved into it. The Deathly Hallows. Death's Ring. Did Tom truly make the Resurrection Stone a Horcrux? No, he would check later. For now, he had an incredibly valuable source of information in his castle, and he needed to get its allegiance. He gave the potion master a calm look. Severus, could you ask Mr. Smith to come see me? The man nodded and left the office, probably gratified by how much Albus, himself, was shaken by the journal's entry. To think that Voldemort could have easily just abducted Harold Smith in broad daylight. No one would have cared that a no-name orphan had disappeared. No one would have even noticed, really. Albus needed to bind the boy to his side. It wasn't a nice thought, but he was an asset that he just couldn't ignore, and it didn't really have to be a bad thing. It certainly beat being tortured by Voldemort to make more prophecies. The boy would see sense. He must. It took less than 10 minutes for Severus to return with the boy, who gave Albus a dismissive look. The headmaster then gave his potion master a pointed look. Thank you, Severus. Thankfully, the man was bright enough to easily understand the dismissal in his tone and turned stiffly, leaving the room. Hello, young Harold. The boy's hazel eyes met his own. Good afternoon, headmaster. Albus didn't know how to address this. Seers were pretty tricky to deal with. It has come to my attention that you possess a certain set of skills, one that might even put a target on your back, if revealed. The boy didn't seem threatened and just looked confused. What are you talking about, sir? Your skills in divination, of course. Did you really think that no one would notice? Notice what? I'm really lost here. Albus decided to just be direct. You're a seer, you can see the past and the future. It's a very rare and valuable skill, one that I would like to see cultivated. I know what a seer is and I'm not one, the boy answered hotly. Now, young Harold, there's no need for any hostility. I know that you were probably taught to deny any accusation, to refute any claims of your skills, and for good reason. Seers are often hunted down, and forced to spew one prophecy after another. It's understandable that you are wary of talks of seers, but I am here to help you. It is my duty as an educator, after all. Who knows what would happen outside this castle? Knowledge of your skills will get out eventually and you'll need someone in your corner to protect you. The boy gave Albus an unimpressed look. Let me get this straight, you think I'm a seer, one of the people who have changed the course of history, how had made entire kingdoms submit and kneel, and your plan is to blackmail me? It doesn't really sound like a good plan to me. It would have been funny to see a teenager of all things essentially threaten him if there wasn't some merit to the threat. He remembered that Gellert was a very minor seer, and he sometimes had some visions of the future. That small thing, as well as his prodigious skill and power, had allowed him to conquer half of Europe with barely any trouble. Albus also wasn't exactly keen on letting the boy know that Severus was the one who tricked him. You're young, my boy. You do not even conceive the good you could do with your skill. But if being exploited is what you're concerned about, then you do not have to use the skill to aid me in any way. My priority has always been my student safety more than anything. The good I could do. Is that what this is about? You want me to help you fight the Dark Lord, that's if he's even alive. We both know that Lord Voldemort is very much alive, Mr. Smith. And I will not ask you to fight him. I only wish for your safety behind Hogwarts wards, far away from the coming war. Voldemort has allies in the Ministry, and if your skills were revealed, he would use those to overturn your emancipation and bind you to him. He could not do this if you were to stay here, under my protection. Perhaps, after some time, you would learn the responsibilities you have and the potential lives you could save. Albus was laying it a bit thick, and he knew it. He wasn't exactly threatening the boy, yet the hint of danger was still there. After all, he could. Just remove his support and refuse to protect the boy, and Voldemort would have him captured or killed in mere days. Lucky for the young man, he could be useful to Albus. I wonder what Ariana thinks of your talks of responsibilities, Albus Dumbledore, the boy angrily answered. Oh, and don't think this is some kind of vision or anything, your brother is a very talkative drunk, but you're not going to let up on any talks of seers, are you? Albus couldn't help but feel angry as the boy touched on something that was very sensitive to him. He immediately pushed his magic outward. It was a bit of a cheap move, but it did work more often than not. His magic suffocated the room, the pressure probably building on the boy. Many had passed out when he did that, and yet the boy didn't seem affected. He just shook his head. Well, that was obviously a sensitive spot. It's not nice when someone else does it to you, is it? You're just proving my point, you know. You haven't changed, even after all those years. You can't stand not being in control, even if you fear what that makes you. I wonder if Ariana would have liked the man you are now. I guess you'll never really know. Albus restrained his quickly rising temper and took a deep breath. You're making a big mistake, Harold Smith. It's impolite for you to be so cruel when all I have done is offer you kindness. Maybe I am making a mistake, but they'll be mine to make, which will be born of my choices. Maybe there was some concern for my safety in your offer, but you didn't even consider the fact that I had something planned for myself. However, your biggest goal in this conversation is asserting some form of control over me, to have me gradually come to your side, either through fear of being discovered or just protection if Voldemort learned of my supposed skills. It's not your fault, really, it's in your nature. I never threatened you, my boy. I just pointed out threats that already existed. The boy rolled his eyes. I know. But there are many students in the school that would be in danger should war break out. I don't see you protecting them, Professor, nor do I see you forcefully making them stay in the castle. However, I can understand the street you're in. You're fighting a war with a monster with no morals, who happens to have the support of the wealthiest families in the nation. Meanwhile, your government is practically doing its best to deny his return. So, I'll attribute this to you being frustrated and seeing an opportunity, and I'm going to pretend that this meeting never happened. I will pretend that all that happened was a simple rash decision, nothing more. In exchange for that, you will not attempt to pressure me like this again. I cannot promise that I will not act rashly should I feel threatened, after all. Do we have an agreement? The headmaster inwardly sighed. This was probably the best that he could get. The boy was definitely a seer, that was for sure, even if he never admitted it. The book was damning enough, but that last little speech was enough to confirm any doubts. He was a seer, but he also knew his value and was confident about handling most of his coming obstacles. The boy was right. He had seen the diary and acted rashly without really thinking things through. Albus probably shouldn't have lost his temper at the end, but Ariana was a sore subject, and he reacted rashly. Nevertheless, despite his denial, the boy would end up serving him. Logically speaking, a teenager, even one with a powerful gift, would still find himself in danger once Voldemort declared war openly, and he would come to him begging for the offer once more. On that fateful day, Albus had no plans of being as generous as he was today. Even if he didn't get an immediate result, he could still win in the end. The fact that the offer was there and Albus didn't push after it was refused would make it the first option the young seer would think of when he became inevitably threatened. He just needed to research how to better handle seers when that fateful day came. Perhaps Nicholas would be of service on that matter. He must have encountered a few in his long life. Albus relented, deciding to plan for a confrontation much later. We do, young Harold. A shadow of a smug smile appeared on the boy's face for a fraction of a second until he turned and motioned to leave but spoke up with his back towards Albus. One last piece of advice. Stop thinking so much about the future and talks of prophecies and visions. Trying to control the uncontrollable will only result in disappointment, pain, and sorrow. With that said, the seer left the office. Albus shook his head at that last piece of advice. There was a certain truth to it, but the prophecy wasn't about Albus, and he wasn't exactly meddling in it. Still, the boy's words about Ariana remained. What would she think of him if she saw him now? He didn't notice that he had opened Harold's journal once more and was staring at the drawing of the resurrection stone. Chapter 330, The Soaring Raven. October 18, 1995, London, Earth 2. Sirius Black stood, flabbergasted, as he watched the alternate version of his godson suddenly burst into a flock of blackbirds, ravens his mind supplied, which all flew around him for a good minute, before turning back to the strange yet familiar face that met him. Harold Smith, he preferred calling him that to avoid being confused in his head, didn't act like he ever expected Harry would. He didn't like to talk much, outside of magical theory, and always looked at the world with a calculating gaze, which reminded him uncomfortably of Albus Dumbledore of all people. It was hard to see him as a teenager. The fact that he was actually younger than his godson was baffling, to say the least, but he had a mind for politics, often just predicting the Ministry's next move when it came to their decisions, and even sometimes Voldemort's moves. There was a certainty to the way he spoke that just made Sirius trust him. To be perfectly honest, he had only entertained the idea of talking with the boy because he said it would help Harry. He had no idea at the time what kind of ally he had just made, and how much he would grow to like the young man. Whenever Sirius spoke to the boy, he was reminded of James and Lily. It wasn't like Harry, where he could see James' nobility and disregard for the rules, where he could see Lily's kindness and her charm. No, when he looked at Harold, he saw James' mischief. Even if he did it, the crap he pulled with that Umbridge woman was more than proof enough, and Lily's wit. He quickly learned not to mention the redhead in the boy's presence. It was a bit of a sore point, and it made him wonder just what the fuck did she do to him that made her such an uncomfortable topic. Still, what really set the boy apart from the others was his skills when it came to magic. Case in point, did you seriously just learn the animagus transformation in a month? It took us 3 fucking years. Honestly, he didn't think that doing it was even possible. Sirius had decided to teach the boy the animagus transformation if only to get to know him and make sure that he wouldn't really try to leave for a while, if he wanted to learn the magic, of course. It should have taken the better part of a year, maybe 6 months if he managed to do all of the steps perfectly the first time. A month was just insane. The steps were deceptively simple. Keeping a mandrake leaf for a month, then use it as an ingredient to a pretty tricky potion, which would have to be left undisturbed in a dark place until a lightning storm. Until then, he would have had to chant an incantation at every sunrise and sundown, before finally drinking the vial on the fated day. As far as he knew, there were no lightning storms happening in Hogwarts, and Minerva had learned to make a census of the students on this day to catch anyone trying to achieve this, probably hoping that they wouldn't hurt themselves by somehow messing up any of the steps. To be brief, Harold shouldn't have been able to perform the ritual in slightly more than a month. And yet, here he was, transforming into a raven of all things. The boy seemed unconcerned by Sirius' incredulity. That sounds like you're the ones who were at fault there, to be honest. It's an interesting ritual, now that I understand it slightly. It's pretty neat how it circumvents the normal dangers of human transfiguration. I probably should have done it years ago, but I really quite had the time or was just focused on other projects. Seriously, how the hell did you do the ritual without a lightning storm? Harold snorted. Whoever said that there wasn't a lightning storm? I checked, there wasn't one in Hogwarts, the dog animagus replied. But there was one in Dublin that happened yesterday. I just put the potion there and performed the chants every night there as well. I knew that there would be a storm there, so I accelerated things a bit. So, you really are a seer. I thought that you played a prank on Dumbledore and tricked him into thinking that you were. Harold rolled his eyes. Dumbledore's been blabbing, I see. Well, it's not really something I care about people in this world knowing about it, but yes, I am technically a seer. To be perfectly honest, I never really had any real control over it. I just got visions randomly and I couldn't really interpret it. It was kinda dangerous being a seer at my home, especially with Grindelwald running about. Visions could interfere with one another, and believe me, he's so good with it that he could actually change other people's visions. He did that to me once when I was dreaming. He altered small things in my vision, things that he just didn't want me to see. I've been taking a chance here to learn to control it a bit better. Guessing where a lightning storm would be wasn't that hard, but it's one of the few times I was able to purposefully use my gift. It's been hard but still rewarding. Sirius tried to ignore the idea of Gellert fucking Grindelwald running around, but he couldn't help but shudder. Still, a weird idea came to him. What about talking to this world's Grindelwald? He was known to be a seer too. He could give you pointers. Harold looked at him like he was stupid. Seriously? You want me to break into Nurmengard, talk to one of the most dangerous Dark Lords in history, for a magic lesson of all things? The dog animagus simply shrugged. Hey, he's been in there for half a century, and I doubt he could even cast a levitation charm there. This has to be one of the stupidest things you've ever said to anyone. A grin appeared on Sirius' face. You didn't say you wouldn't do it. For fuck's sake, Black. I'm not going to fucking break out a Dark Lord for a magic lesson. Seriously, what's wrong with you? Fine, he relented. Can you at least teach me the trick with turning to multiple birds, though? I didn't think it was possible. The idea of morphing into an army of dogs and attacking Death Eaters was a very pleasing one. Harold rolled his eyes. I'm not transforming into multiple ravens, just one. The rest are either illusions or just conjurations. What the point of it, then? Theatricality and deception are powerful agents, the boy replied with an amused tone, making Sirius think that he was missing something. Nevertheless, he chose to change the subject slightly. So the whole thing with Dumbledore, then, was all fake, right? Not really. He tried to get Snape to steal my journal, the one with the calculations, to get me home, probably because I stopped the Malfoy brat from killing half the classroom when he tried to throw a dung bomb in an unstable potion. So, I just switched the journal with another one, which I filled with bogus prophecies and information about the Horcruxes, and put a wild goose chase for Dumbledore, since it should have been enough to get the men off my back. I don't know why he's so obsessed with having me in his corner, but so far, he's playing the long game. I think he wants me to go to him for help. Sirius suppressed the urge to flinch at that. Dumbledore had said in a meeting that he was letting Fudge take a bit more authority over the school, and it was no coincidence that the following day, the Ministry created educational decrees that were enforced in the castle, allowing Umbridge to gain more control over the school, control that she was using to try to make Harold's life miserable. The dog Animagus tilted his head slightly about that. Apparently, the next decree gives the High Inquisitor authority to alter the punishments of students as they saw fit. You need to be careful. She's probably going to target you or Harry with that. Harold waved his hand in dismissal, the toad practically obsessed with me. I have to admit that it was fun messing with her. I don't really get to indulge that side of me a lot. Things are always so serious. But trust me, I can take it. And it's better for her to be focused on me instead of your godson. The guy is practically building a rebellion of all things. A rebellion? Sirius asked flabbergasted. Oh, nothing much. It's just this study group to learn defense, but they had their first meeting a few days ago and around 30 people showed up. Umbridge is kinda unpopular as a professor and the students are pretty worried about passing their standardized exams, especially since the Ministry refused to comment about changing them to match the new curriculum. Sirius couldn't help but burst into laughter. He made an underground defense class. That was such a James thing to do. I know. I've been training him up a bit myself and he has potential. He's not really as good as most of the older students, but he's miles ahead of his classmates and has a good mind for improvisation and making plans on the fly. He'd probably make a good Auror, and might even become head of the DMLE one day. I think this will be good for him. He's a bit skittish around people he doesn't know well. The boy didn't seem concerned by the matter. I guess I should get things started then. I'm done with the calculations and finished all of the preparations necessary. I'm ready and Samhain should be a good time for it. No offense, but Samhain is less than 2 weeks away. You're telling me that in just a few days, Voldemort will be dead for good. Sirius tried to do his best to hide the sheer incredulity from his voice but failed. Yes, he simply replied. And you'll be gone? Sirius asked, trying to stop the sadness from spilling into his voice. Is there any way you could stay? Harry shook his head. I can't. Why? You could be happy here instead of your insane world and the constant target on your back. You could just beat Voldemort, and we could live together, just the three of us, Harry, you, and me. We'd have a blast at it. Harold shook his head and released a sigh. He looked oddly older when he did that. I'm tempted, I really am, but I really just can't. It's not because I don't want to, but because I genuinely can't. Traveling between universes isn't really a stable thing. I don't belong here. The presence of another alternate of mine in this place doesn't really make things any more stable. Sirius couldn't really help himself and asked, how so? Imagine the universe as a human body. When it feels like an invader, there's an equal reaction to stopping it entirely. After all, they could mess with a lot of things since their arrival hasn't been accounted for. Fate could be derailed, the laws of nature might become skewed. Certain beings, more akin to gods and demons, could easily cause massive damage if they found themselves in this plane of existence. Now, me, I'm a tiny little mortal, maybe a little smarter than the usual sort, maybe a little more talented, so I'm a little blip on their radar. I could have theoretically passed by. However, the way mine and Harry's souls are interacting. There's a reason why Harry subconsciously trusts me, and there's a reason why I took pity on him enough to help him. And that interaction is like a massive beam of light in the middle of the dark. Even if we never met and I landed somewhere halfway around the world, I would have been evaporated in seconds. The only reason I wasn't is because of this. The boy opened his palm, and a raven made of shadows appeared in it, flying away, before disappearing into his skin once more. The dog Animagus, flabbergasted, asked, what was that? My family's legacy, a way to partially anchor myself into the world. I didn't even notice it doing anything until I delved deeper into my research on going back home. I've put off using it for years. I don't even know why. Was I afraid of what I would become if I did? I've been slowly mastering it in my time here, and I can see its usefulness. I'll even be using it on my trip back home. I'm getting better at it, but I still have a long way to go. Still, I could theoretically stay if I somehow merged my soul with Harry, which is not only very dangerous, and never been done before, but would kill us both whether it worked or not. Whoever that remained will not be either of us, just a stranger with our memories and made of patches of our soul. We wouldn't even be granted an afterlife, just nothingness. Yes, Sirius had to admit that it sounded horrible. No, he would miss Harold, more than he thought he would, but he wouldn't sacrifice Harry to get the boy to stay. No, it was even worse than that. He would have to sacrifice both his godson and Harold to end up with a stranger with their face. Still, he decided to change the subject. So, what now? The grin on the young man's face made him shiver. The first step is for the goblins to finally realize that someone robbed one of their vaults. That ought to make things interesting and finally get the ball rolling. Chapter 331, Chapter 331, The Opening Move. October 20th, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. The room was dimly lit, the flickering candlelight casting long shadows that danced eerily across the walls. Harry found himself standing in the center of a grand, yet cold, drawing room. The air was thick with a sense of power and malevolence, making every breath feel heavy and deliberate. He loved it. He reveled in it, even if he didn't know why it was so. Harry's eyes darted around, his senses on high alert. He recognized the room from somewhere, a distant memory tugging at his mind, yet he couldn't place it. It felt familiar, yet not his own. A figure stepped into the light, a man with long, pale blonde hair and a haughty demeanor. Lucius Malfoy. He bowed deeply, his movements precise and practiced, oozing with the kind of servile respect that bordered on fear. Lucius Malfoy was practically kneeling before him, and there was no mistaking the sadistic pleasure he felt at the head of such a distinguished family acting to subservient to him. "My lord," Lucius said, his voice smooth and deferential. "You summoned me." Harry could feel his thin lips curling into a smile that was devoid of warmth. "Lucius," he hissed, "I have entrusted you with the recruitment of my forces. It's time for you to show me why I allowed you to have this privilege." The blond man's scared expression slowly morphed into a confident one. "Greyback has succeeded in bringing a large majority of Britain's werewolves to your cause, my lord. Crabbe and Goyle have been training them into a relatively competent fighting force." "A large majority?" Harry asked, with his irritation slowly growing. "Not all. A small number of them did not wish to fight. Dumbledore's pet werewolf has been trying to convince them to fight for him, but they seem reluctant in general. I'm getting Fudge to push some more anti-werewolf bills to slowly bring them to our side, but changing legislation is a slow process. The fury slowly abated. Keep me informed on that front. What of the vampires and the giants?" "A complete success in that regard, my lord. McNair has successfully enlisted the giants to your cause, but transporting them here will also take some time without arousing too much suspicion. The Carrows were able to recruit some vampires from the continent. They should arrive in a few weeks, my lord." "Good," Harry replied, feeling pleased. "What of the goblins?" He relished as Lucius got more uncomfortable as he broached the matter. "As neutral as ever, my lord. They do not wish to involve themselves in the matters of wizards. They will only fight if they see a threat to their monopoly. Although, there have been some whispers of discontent lately, especially with the recent break-in." That got Harry to freeze, with fear slowly creeping in before being swallowed back into his endless rage. "Someone broke into Gringotts. And you did not think to tell me?" "My lord, I have only learned of it this morning. The goblins have tried to keep this as quiet as they could and already have a suspect, although I do not know who that is. I thought you would not care about this matter, especially since it has almost concluded." The irritation swelled even more in Harry's mind, and he needed to let it out. "Crucio." Lucius collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing in agony as the curse took hold. His mouth opened in a silent scream, eyes bulging with pain. Harry watched with a twisted sense of satisfaction, relishing the sight of Lucius writhing at his feet. The power coursed through him, electrifying, intoxicating, making him feel invincible. "Do not presume to decide what I will or will not care about," Harry hissed, his voice low and dangerous. He held the curse for a few moments longer, savoring the control, the absolute dominance he had over Lucius. Then, with a flick of his wand, he released the spell. Lucius crumpled, panting, sweat pouring down his face, his eyes filled with fear and pain. "My lord," Lucius gasped, struggling to his knees, his voice hoarse. "Forgive me. I did not mean." "Silence," Harry snapped, cutting him off. "You will keep me informed of everything, do you understand?" "Yes, my lord," Lucius whispered, his head bowed, his body trembling. "I swear it." Harry stepped closer, his eyes burning with intensity. "Now, tell me everything you know about this break-in. Leave nothing out. I want to know every detail, every whisper, every suspicion." The men visibly stifled a yelp of pain and got up, shakingly. "Of course, my lord. Only the goblins know which vault was broken into. I only know that it was one of their highest security vaults and that it was emptied bar a small pile of gold. The goblins think that it was an inside job, as only a goblin could open the door, but there were traces of a wizard or a witch being involved, hence the desire to arrest them." Harry's thoughts wandered slightly. Could it be that someone figured out his secret? No, his Bella was still in Azkaban, and she wouldn't have betrayed him to anyone. But what if it was someone seeking to hurt him? He couldn't exactly break into Gringotts without revealing himself, and that would ruin the anonymity that the Ministry had so graciously given him until he was ready. No, it was foolish to make enemies out of the goblins and reveal himself for a possibility, especially without knowing the contents of the prophecy that had caused his fall the first time. He needed Bella to know for sure. It would seem he would have to accelerate this part of his plans. At least, he'd have some competent help. Maybe Lucius would stop failing him with a little competition. Still, there was still something on his mind. Lucius, years ago I entrusted you with a diary. I wish to see it. The man's hesitance in answering irritated him enough to delve into his mind. He got past those pesky little protections easily enough, and a few flashes of memory revealed themselves. It was of Lucius slipping the diary into a little girl's cauldron and of Harry Potter showing him the destroyed book. It was easy to realize what had happened. White-hot rage coursed through him, and he exclaimed, "Crucio!" Suddenly, the room began to fade, the shadows stretching and distorting, the walls melting away. Harry's heart pounded in his chest as the darkness closed in around him, suffocating and cold. He tried to move, to scream, but his body was frozen, trapped in the grip of the dream. And then, with a gasp, Harry sat bolt upright in bed, his heart racing, his breath coming in ragged gulps. He was back in his dormitory at Hogwarts. He relaxed slightly. What the fuck was that? It all just felt so real. He still had a headache, and his scar was burning more than usual. He grabbed his wand and whispered, "Tempus." He had almost missed breakfast. He quickly changed and ran to the Great Hall, where he sat next to Hermione, Harold, and Neville. The Muggle-born quickly ran to him and asked, "Where's Ron?" "Still asleep." "I tried to wake him up," Harry lied, "he just wouldn't get up and I got hungry." Neville rolled his eyes. "I can understand that. You woke up half the dormitory when you kept screaming last night. Most of us barely got any sleep." Harry suppressed his guilt slightly at that. "Sorry." Thankfully, Harold waved him off. "It's fine." "Are you all right, though? This must have been one hell of a nightmare." "Yes, just a nightmare," he whispered while motioning to rub his burning scar. He stopped himself, but he noticed that Hermione gave him a meaningful look. Whatever was being said was interrupted by loud yelling from outside the Great Hall. The entire study body was frozen into silence as Dolores Umbridge ran through the doorway while yelling, "You can't do this to me, Cornelius. Not after all I sacrificed for you." The Minister of Magic looked awkward as he tried to calm the woman down. "Just come with us, Dolores. I'm sure that this is all a simple misunderstanding. There's no need to make a scene and make things difficult. If you're innocent, then nothing is going to happen. I have faith, after all." "Are you listening to yourself, Cornelius?" the professor yelled. "I did not rob Gringotts. It's impossible to even do that." "Wait, what?" Someone had robbed Gringotts. Honestly, the only person he heard of ever achieving this was Quirrell. But that man was possessed by Lord Voldemort and the vault itself was empty. As much as he hated Umbridge, he couldn't really see her being able to break into Gringotts. She would probably lose to Harry in a duel, and Harry didn't think he could ever break into the bank. Ever. The mere thought of it was insane. Another voice spoke up and Harry realized that it was a goblin that he couldn't see before. "Madam Umbridge, our investigators found dozens of the stolen artifacts in your office and a small pile of gold in your home. Your hair was found inside the vault that was broken into and you were present at the bank on the day of the theft, and the goblin that showed you to your vault was also the one who opened the one that was robbed. That is evidence enough to make you a suspect." Cornelius continued, "And even if you're guilty of this heinous crime, we can decrease your sentence if you give up any fellow conspirators." Another voice spoke up from behind them. "That's not likely. My Aurors found a fortune worth of banned items that were cursed. We can use her wand to see if she is responsible or not. Either way, the possession of these items alone, especially in a place with children, would get you a few years in Azkaban." The woman who just spoke walked into the room. She had red hair, wore a monocle, and the expression on her face reminded him of McGonagall slightly but more hardened. He remembered her from his trial. She was one who was impressed that he could cast a corporeal Patronus. She was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "Cornelius, it was Dumbledore. He framed me. He did all of this. You said it yourself that you think he's trying to take your place as minister and rule Britain. What better way to hurt you than taking me out of the game? Honestly, do you think I'll even be capable of breaking into Gringotts of all places?" Harry had to agree with her, even if he didn't think Dumbledore was responsible. It just wasn't something the headmaster would do. But Umbridge was definitely framed when it came to breaking into Gringotts. What could she really have done to bypass the probable countless enchantments that protect the vaults? Make them read the books in silence while she sneakily got past them. He stifled the urge to chuckle at his inside joke. It wasn't even a good joke, really. But the sheer absurdity of the situation just made it funny. He didn't think Umbridge could break into a trunk, let alone a high-security vault. However, Amelia Bones wasn't deterred. "The Gringotts robbery is a goblin matter. We were just assisting them while collecting their evidence, but they will be the ones to say whether you are guilty or not." "A crime against Gringotts is punished by Gringotts," the goblin retorted. "Please Cornelius, you can't let the little beasts take me." "Do not worry, Dolores, you will remain in the ministry's custody until the goblins come up with a verdict. If you truly are innocent, then you have nothing to fear." The woman with the monocle wasn't to be deterred and spoke up, "Yes, afterwards, we'll have all the time in the world to talk about the artifacts we found in your room." When she heard this, Umbridge took out her wand and pointed it at Amelia Bones, only to be hit with a stunning charm and fall unconscious. Damn, Harry hadn't even seen the woman take out her wand and he couldn't help but be impressed. With a flick of her wand, she levitated the former professor and walked out of the Great Hall with Fudge and the Goblin following her behind. The entire room was silent, as if it was still processing what happened, or just assumed that it was some kind of mass hallucination that they all experienced. Harold was the first to speak up. "That was fun while it lasted, but I guess we'll be having a new defense professor now, huh?" Chapter 332, The Falling Darkness. October 21, 1995, Nurmengard, Earth 2. A thunderstorm raged outside Nurmengard, the sound of rain hammering against the ancient stone walls, muffled but relentless. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the darkened sky, casting brief, jagged shadows through the narrow, barred windows of the fortress. The low rumble of thunder echoed through the corridors, mingling with the constant drip of water seeping through cracks in the stone. The air inside was damp and smelled of mildew, a musty scent that clung to everything. Harry could feel the chill of the storm even in the deepest parts of the prison, the cold seeping through his clothes as he navigated the winding passages, completely invisible. He hadn't planned on coming there, not at first, but with his plan coming to fruition just a few days later, he couldn't really help himself. He wanted to know what the difference was between his world's Gellert Grindelwald and his counterpart there. To be perfectly honest, he had been pretty surprised with how this Dumbledore differed from his counterpart. The Dumbledore in Harry's world was an egomaniac who always thought he knew better. He wanted to be a hero, to save the world himself, and thought that he was the only one who could do it. He justified all his failings as necessary sacrifices for his utopia and was prepared to commit one atrocity after another for his ultimate goal. Using the resurrection stone subtly allowed Harry to get a glimpse of this world's Dumbledore's soul. It was hard to describe, but it was like he had a small summary of the man's personality. He was very similar to his counterpart. He thought he knew better than most people and was also very stubborn with his convictions. He craved control, but the difference was that his role in his sister's death had obviously marked him far more than his counterpart in Harry's world. He feared power and authority yet was very drawn to them at once. It was a paradox that described the man best. He seemed to be of the opinion that people should be allowed to make their mistakes. His reluctance to fight Voldemort, at least in the start of the war, was because he believed that this was a monster of Britain's creation and that it was Britain's responsibility to fight him off. He simply expected Tom Riddle to want to conquer magical Britain, not Voldemort. He did not know that his former student had fallen so far into depravity and had turned himself into a monster. He did not create Voldemort to act as a pawn for his plans, like the men in Harry's dimension. No, he simply let things spiral out of control because he didn't want people to rely on him and for him to fail them, just like Ariana had and died because of it. The man had obviously fought Grindelwald because he thought he was responsible for the man's actions because he had helped him plan for his war, only to change his mind at the last second. And now, he was falling into bad habits as he was trying to salvage the situation and do his best to beat Voldemort. It was sort of sad, to be perfectly honest, and with that said, Harry wondered how Grindelwald differed from his counterpart. The Champion of the Dark was a very mysterious figure in his world, one without many weaknesses and pressure points, and the potential knowledge he could give Harry alone could one day save his life. Harry moved quietly, his eyes scanning the walls, which were lined with flickering torches struggling to stay lit against the draft. The stone was etched with various runes, their glow dim and unsteady in the shifting light. There weren't really many guards around and Harry could see why. The entire fortress was a far better warden for a magical prisoner than an entire squad of highly trained wizards. It was ingenious really, how the runes somehow mixed with the odd black stone that the prison was built in, which destabilized any form of structured magic. Anyway, the result was the same, no one could cast any magic in the fortress, it would fizzle out in mere seconds anyway. Being a guard here is the same as being unable to cast any magic for hours every day. No sane wizard would even agree to that, after all. At last, Harry reached a heavy iron door, slightly ajar, the sound of the storm louder now, as if it were right outside. Harry used his invisibility cloak to phase through the door and appear on the other side, finding himself in a small sparse cell. The room was dim, lit only by a single enchanted candle whose flame flickered with each gust of wind that found its way in. In the center, on a plain wooden chair, sat the familiar face of Gellert Grindelwald. The once feared dark wizard looked up as Harry entered, his pale face drawn and tired, but his eyes still sharp, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He was dangerous, there was no doubt about it, but he didn't exude the primal sense of danger that his counterpart in Harry's dimension did. He spoke with a raspy voice that was obviously not used often. I wasn't expecting any visitors anytime soon. Well, I couldn't really help myself. I have to say, your taste in decoration is one to be desired, even if the enchantments are a masterpiece. Did you seriously carve the runes on every single stone in this place? Because that would have taken a long time. The old man chuckled, oh, years and years. No one really appreciated the effort involved. It was always about how terrible it is, how horrible I was to make it, but never the magic behind it. Harry couldn't help but be amused by the former Dark Lord's complaining. People never really cared about how something was made, only the consequences of its creation. As horrible as this fortress was, the magic involved in creating it was brilliant. Yet, people didn't study it because it was associated with Grindelwald as if he would suddenly break out if they tried to understand it. Still, the Dark Lord's sharp eyes met his. You look familiar. You're a Potter, aren't you? I remember fighting a Potter once a few decades back. He had the same hair and almost the same face. His eyes were brown though. He's one of the few that survived for long enough to escape, a commendable effort. Yes, my name is Harry Potter. And why have you come, Harry Potter? Do you wish to mock this old man for his suffering? The young wizard simply shrugged, not really, you see, I happen to know that you have a certain set of skills, a certain form of sight to be more precise. I happen to be the same and was wondering if you had any way to train that particular skill. Grindelwald snorted, you came to a Dark Lord, one of the most despised men in Europe to ask for magic lessons. I also wanted to take your measure. You're not how I expected you to be. You're too relaxed. Did you expect me to jump at you and spew my rhetoric? It's too late anyway, the Muggles have progressed too much for us to conquer them. We all know that war is inevitable and the more we wait, the lower our chances are. It's already too late. But what do I care? I'll be dead when the chaos starts anyway. You know, it was this cursed sight that got me to do this, all those countless visions. I thought that my cause was so righteous because I saw it. I failed and I accepted that a long time ago. Albus won our battle, and he deserved the right to make his choices, as cowardly as they are. Harry nodded to himself. Grindelwald always had a point when it came to his war, and it was probably why his cause was spread all over the world. There was a reason it was called the Great War, after all, what about the sight? Will you help? I have kept a journal of my exploration in the subject which included training methods that I developed. It's in one of my old caches where I kept the things I consider to be private and sentimental. I'm inclined to give it to you for one simple favor. He waited in trepidation for the men to continue, I want you to kill me. That brought Harry short, what? Yes, as unusual as this is. I want you to kill me. Do you have any idea how much torment I experience every day? I see everything, the horrors and the beauties alike. I saw him too. He's so powerful, so strong, so much more than a mere human could ever be. And yet he's a monster. I thought he was to be my fate, but I was wrong. It took me embarrassingly long to see that. I've been inside his head for so long and even worlds apart, he still keeps pushing me towards committing chaos, to break out from this impossible prison and open my heart to the darkness. The men took a deep breath and continued, he's been there since the beginning. There was never supposed to be a war, not at the start. We planned on creating a paradise for our people, a place of true magic, that we could lock away and protect from the Muggles. But I just kept seeing so much pain and suffering, the destruction of our people that I just couldn't take it. I saw war in my future, in every future, and assumed it was the right way to approach the problem. I assumed that it was my fate to be the magical world's liberator. I can see now that I was mistaken, that I have fallen into his trap. And now, every time I close my eyes, I see horrors. I see a monster that would burn the world, that would sacrifice billions of lives for his victory. And I saw you, fighting him, trying to stop him, the master of death, the lord of space and time. I saw it all, Ragnarok and the ashes that follow. Harry's blood froze as he heard this. What are you talking about? Gellert Grindelwald. You're Gellert Grindelwald. He created a ritual, projecting his sight towards us, his counterparts, blinding our sight with the endless horrors that he had seen, pushing us towards a war that we were unknowingly fated to lose. And as we all ended up in this cursed prison of our own making, he hijacked our sight to supplement his own, turning us into puppets that are powered by his sight. He forces us to experience war, to see the horrors of his own making, to see the destruction he brought. It's impossible to see across universes. The energy required alone would kill anyone foolish enough to even try, and even then, the amount of knowledge would overwhelm its caster, Harry retorted. The men simply grinned, the light and dark exist across time and space, and have traces in the void between worlds. Even then, he does not use us to see across dimensions, but more as a way to supplement his own sight, make it more refined, and his visions more accurate. He cannot see what I have seen now, but I am cursed to see his world until my dying day. Seeing Harry's doubtful look, the former Dark Lord took a deep breath and continued, I saw you fighting him once and lost to him, badly. You used some kind of enchanted gun against him and actually landed a hit. He was impressed, more than anything, but he only spared you because he saw another way to use you. That's not a good thing. You need to be better, much better, if you ever hope to stop him. His cause is righteous, but his execution is filled with horrors, and that makes him more dangerous than ever. My journal will add a new weapon to your arsenal, in exchange for you to end my torment. Let me die as I am supposed to. Kill me. Let my life end with a measure of dignity. I am ready. The question is, are you? This changed a lot. Grindelwald, the one from Harry's world, had always been scarily good at planning things. He was always dozens of steps ahead of anyone, and it had always baffled him how he managed that. He thought that it was the decades of preparation the champion of the dark had ahead of everyone else, but this was a more sinister option. If even a fraction of this was true, then Grindelwald's prowess as a seer, enough to even affect Harry's own vision, was because of his counterparts more than anything. This was a ritual on a scale that Harry never thought could ever be possible, and definitely carried and maintained by the dark. No, he needed to verify things first before making any assumptions. If Grindelwald could somehow use his counterpart's sight, then it wasn't hard to assume that he could influence them, that this could be a trap from a man in another universe as well. Harry stood there, frozen, as he watched the men basically beg him to die while he was slowly trying to process the information that he got. All right, we have a deal. Where is this cash of yours? The relief on the man's face almost broke Harry's heart. He had no doubts in believing that the men had to be suffering from something. Still, the former Dark Lord spoke up, in Godric's Hollows, specifically in my Aunt Bathilda Bagshot's house. You'll find everything in a secret room I made above the attic. Harry nodded. Goodbye, Gellert Grindelwald. Goodbye, Harry Potter. Thank you and good luck. You're going to need it. Those were the last words of Gellert Grindelwald before Harry touched him, allowing his crest to manifest itself. In a single second, the man had turned to ash with a soft smile on his face. Harry immediately turned into a raven and phased out of the cell, his mind occupied by Grindelwald's revelations. Chapter 333, Chapter 333, The Dangers of Grief. October 23, 1995, Grimmauld Place, Earth 2. Gellert Grindelwald was dead. Albus Dumbledore knew that the moment it happened. He could feel the oaths between them being nullified, the foolish promises that they made in their youth that they never broke. In a small dark corner of his mind, Albus relished his new freedom. He had gotten so used to the invisible shackles that bound him that he had forgotten what it was like to live without them. No one knew for sure what happened, Albus included. The ICW didn't even know that he was dead and had presumed that he had escaped. Most of the countries in Europe were in a state of emergency, scrambling around, trying to stop Gellert's inevitable rise, unknowing that it was very unlikely to happen. This brought him to the Order of the Phoenix meeting, where his subordinates were still scrambling around like headless chickens. Alastair, as usual, was looking around in paranoia and growled, "We need to act, do something. First Voldemort and now Grindelwald, that's no coincidence. Do you think he broke your old enemy out, Albus, hoping to use him against you?" The headmaster hummed, "I do not believe there is anything Voldemort could offer that would have made Grindelwald work with him. He'd have rather stayed in his cell." "And how exactly do you know that?" Sirius Black asked. Albus suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. The former Azkaban inmate was looking better, even if he tended to protest more of Albus' moves during these meetings. He didn't know what the Animagus sought to achieve by that, but he let it go. After all, they were already intruding in his home and there was no need to push things for no reason. "Still," he answered, "because I know Gellert Grindelwald. There's a reason why people call him one of the worst Dark Lords in history, and that's because of what he fought for. Voldemort is a monster, he relished in the suffering he brought. However, Grindelwald was different in this regard. He hated taking wizarding lives but thought them to be a necessary sacrifice for our survival. His was built, not on some nonsensical ideology but out of primal fear. He thought that the Muggles advanced too quickly and that they would be able to pierce our protections and exterminate us. He thought that his conquest of the Muggles was a necessity, and that was a very popular idea. Survival is a far better cause than sadism and domination. There's a reason why Grindelwald was able to get so many men, and that was because people thought he had a point. A man like that wouldn't work with Voldemort in 1,000 years. Severus confirmed his deduction. The Dark Lord was not involved in this, he was just as surprised as everyone else. He didn't seem to like the possibility of having competition. He has accelerated the recruitment and is preparing for some kind of attack, but I have not been privy to what it was. He has been rather private and quick to lose his temper after a conversation with Lucius Malfoy. Severus had told Albus about what happened to Lucius Malfoy. The man had been tortured for hours and had almost lost his mind under Voldemort's wrath. He still trembled from the damage from the Cruciatus curse. The Dark Lord had probably let him live for his resources, nothing more. The Potion Master had no idea why it was the case, but Albus did. With the public knowledge that someone had successfully broken into Gringotts, it was perfectly understandable for Voldemort to check for one of the Horcruxes he had on hand. After all, according to Harold Smith's prophecy, the cup of Hufflepuff was supposed to be in a Gringotts vault. It probably wouldn't have taken long for him to find out what happened to his diary, hence the wrath. Albus knew Voldemort well enough to predict that he was probably planning on seeing if his Horcrux was still safe. Since he was preparing for an attack, he must not have any access to the vault he put his Horcrux in, which likely meant that its holder was in Azkaban. Bellatrix would be Albus' guess. She was one of his most zealous followers and she truly believed her master to be more akin to some kind of deity than a mere human. Voldemort was probably gearing up to attack Azkaban. Albus wasn't really going to stop him. It would cost him too much in terms of manpower without really achieving anything. The Dementors were likely to even join Voldemort's side anyway and he was not going to sacrifice his people's lives needlessly. There was also a positive side to the coming breakout. If Bellatrix was free, then the cup was vulnerable, after all. However, the Gringotts heist had caused the advantage they held to get smaller with every passing second. The moment Voldemort freed Bellatrix, she would be in Gringotts, removing Voldemort's Horcrux from her vault, since the Dark Lord had evidently lost trust in the bank's security. It was consistent with his behavior and constant fear of death. That gave Albus an opportunity to steal it when she exited the bank. That was probably going to be the Order's highest priority in the near future. But that also meant that Voldemort was probably going to check for his other Horcruxes. With the diary, locket and diadem destroyed, and his plans regarding the cup being already in place, the only ones left that could be dealt with were the ring, Nagini, and Harry himself. He couldn't do much about Harry and Nagini anytime soon, so the ring it was, specifically Death's ring. He wasn't sure about what it was until he saw a familiar symbol carved onto the stone in the Smith boy's drawing. He couldn't deny that he was drawn to it, to finally get the answers he craved about what happened that night, to say goodbye to Gellert one last time. Albus was so lost in thought that he barely registered the familiar Cat Patronus appearing in front of him and spoke in Minerva's voice. "Albus, Minister Fudge is in your office. He wants to see you." Albus suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. That man was truly useless. He had an inkling of what that was about and was in no mood to entertain the men, not after what he had done. Still, he got up and addressed his order. "It appears that we'll have to shelve this meeting for another time. I will be contacting you with the next meeting's date." 10 minutes later, the headmaster entered his office and saw Cornelius sitting down trying not to wilt at Minerva's stern gaze. The sight was so comical that he had to restrain himself from bursting into laughter. "Thank you, Minerva." The woman quickly noticed the dismissal in his tone and nodded, "Headmaster," before leaving. Albus walked to his desk and sat down. "What can I do for you, Cornelius? I was under the impression that you wanted nothing to do with me." "Nothing has changed. I won't stay here for long. There's just been a bit of pressure from the Wisengamot for certain assurances." Well, wasn't that an understatement? Britain was probably the only country in Europe that hadn't declared a state of emergency, and that was for the same reason why Fudge refused to even consider Voldemort's return. The mere idea of a war just terrified the men to no end. There was a nugget of wisdom in all that cowardliness. War was a very terrible thing. Still, the Wisengamot was probably pressuring him to get Albus to make some statement promising that he would stop Grindelwald should he ever come to Britain. There was no need for him to do anything, really. Gellert was dead, after all. The mere thought removed all the amusement he felt at Cornelius' obvious nervousness. Gellert's death hadn't been natural, else his body would have been found. Someone had killed him, someone Albus didn't know about. The mere thought of it was as unsettling as it was infuriating. Suppressing his feelings, Albus decided to humor the minister nonetheless. "Assurances? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me, Dumbledore. You know perfectly well that I'm talking about Grindelwald. Will you fight him when he comes?" "Now, why would I ever do that?" And just that statement made Fudge freeze in shock. "What? You see, you made it perfectly clear that you don't need me anymore. You removed most of my political power, not that I care much about it, to be honest, and you've done your best to slander me for the crime of warning you of a threat that you should have at least investigated. You said it multiple times that I'm an old senile man well past my prime. I will act only as headmaster of Hogwarts and will defend the castle from any attackers. However, I'm afraid that the rest of Britain is your responsibility, isn't it, Cornelius?" "You would let Grindelwald kill us all?" the minister asked with shock in your voice. "I'm doing exactly what you asked. I'm letting you deal with your problems yourselves." "How dare you?" Albus gave the man a look that got him to visibly shiver in fright, stopping him from even continuing his sentence. "How dare I? Are you serious? You brought a horrible woman to this castle, hoping to assert your dominance for some reason. You chose a woman who barely knew any defensive magic, but also happened to be a thief and brought dark artifacts into a school. Now, I'm having to look for a new defense professor with no preparation because you decided to put politics into my school's administration. If you thought you'd find any help here, then you are severely mistaken. Dolores was acquitted by the goblins. They think she was used as a scapegoat. What of the cursed items in her office? Were those planted as well?" That shut the men up completely. Albus had very little patience left for the men, but he had to admit that Harold Smith's scheme had worked perfectly. From what the headmaster heard, the boy had stolen every single artifact she bought and instead of taking them or destroying them, had hidden them in her office behind some basic wards. It barely took 5 minutes for the Aurors to find the stash, and they had no trouble proving that she had bought those things. According to Kingsley, it had taken an afternoon in Nocturne Alley for the DMLE to have more than enough proof to convict the woman. There was a trial set in a couple of months, and the horrid woman's chances were very slim. Still, if Albus didn't know that the Smith boy was a seer, he would have been suspicious by then. It was all too perfectly planned. From what he could guess, the boy had known that the theft would happen and that Umbridge would have been implicated in the theft anyway. Maybe he had even somehow arranged for her to be implicated as well, which was a far more worrying theory, even if it was unlikely. Nevertheless, the boy used this to arrange for her artifacts to be discovered when the Aurors inevitably investigated her. This type of long-term planning wasn't something that was commonly seen in teenagers, and it sort of impressed Albus how everything just went perfectly. His thoughts were interrupted by Cornelius. "I may have made a mistake sending Dolores here, but you don't have to take it out on the innocent citizens of magical Britain." "Then why don't you say that Grindelwald is dead too? That ought to calm them down." "Is he?" Albus shrugged. "Who knows? But that's your problem, not mine. Goodbye, Cornelius." "Now, wait just a minute," the minister replied. "I said goodbye, Cornelius," he sternly replied. The minister gulped and meekly left the office, leaving Albus with his thoughts. He probably shouldn't have been so blunt with the fool, but to his defense, he had gotten a bit short-tempered ever since Gellert's death. There were just so many unanswered questions. After a while, he found himself opening a familiar journal, and staring at a certain ring. Maybe that could give him his answers. He just had to know what happened, and he would have had to go after it eventually. He knew the risks. Seeking the Hallows had brought him more grief than anything else. However, the need to understand, to get his answers, was too strong. He could speak to Ariana, finally knowing what happened that night. He could speak to Gellert, say goodbye, and know how he truly perished. It would remove a Horcrux from the board as well. Didn't Smith's prophecy say that the ring was Voldemort's mother's home? He already knew where that was. After a few minutes debating with himself, Albus finally steeled himself and operated to Little Hangleton. Chapter 334, Disturbing the Pond. October 23, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. The world was going to shit. At least that was what Severus Snape was thinking as he brewed a bubbling potion in his office. It was a variation of the Wiggenweld potion that should be far more potent and heal very major wounds, even limiting certain magical effects from spreading, like a jinx or a curse. It would have probably been worth its weight in gold if he sold it to St. Mungo's. Healing potions were very varied, but they were also horribly expensive to make, in terms of both time and ingredients. Nicholas Flamel's equally miraculous and mysterious elixir of life aside, the most potent healing potion in history was the famed panacea, which was regarded as a myth until its discovery a couple of centuries back by a cursebreaker in an expedition in ancient Greece. They had only been able to get mere droplets, but merely touching the potion was enough to regenerate limbs. No one knew how it was made, and potion masters spent almost 2 centuries studying it, unable to make heads or tails of the droplets that they were allowed to study, let alone replicate the feat. Still, it created an arms race of some sort towards healing potions, which still continued till now due to the heavy demand. The issue was never if a potion could be brewed to get a certain effect, it was mostly about if it was even worth brewing. A potion that took a year to brew, whose effect faded away a few days after it was brewed, and cost thousands of galleons in terms of ingredients alone to make, was simply not worth making. A complex potion that didn't take long was always preferable to a simple one that wasted too much time. It was the same in spell crafting. Most spells could theoretically be created, but if the magical cost exceeded most people's magic, then it was a pretty useless spell to make. Severus had gotten his potion mastery by creating a variation of the Wiggenweld potion that staved off the spread of dark magic. It was an invention that was used almost entirely in Europe and that had gotten him a fair bit of gold, as it was commonly used in law enforcement. It was funny, as much as everyone kept calling him a Death Eater, he had probably saved more Aurors with his invention than all the members of the Order combined. If he wasn't chained in this war between Dumbledore and Voldemort, he would have retired happily, investing his gold into creating more potions. Now, he was trying to modify it further to remove all magic, which would make this potion far more useful in a hospital and would certainly net him far more gold. It was a project he'd been working on for a couple of years, which he used to calm himself from the antics of the useless dunderheads he had to teach. Now, he was using it as a distraction from the way the world was slowly going to shit. The Dark Lord became far more short-tempered after the Gringotts robbery. Severus could still hear Lucius' screams as he was tortured, almost to insanity, because he gave him the news. For some reason, the Dark Lord became increasingly insistent on breaking his loyal followers from Azkaban, so he guessed that he was afraid that someone had robbed something that he entrusted to one of them. It was probably one of the Lestrange brothers or Bellatrix. They were the ones that were the most devoted to his cause, instead of using it as a way to indulge themselves or as a way to gain more power. Of course, if Dark Lord's temper was afire after the robbery, it became an entire inferno when the news of Gellert Grindelwald's escape reached him. Everyone was forced to work to their bones organizing forces, training what was essentially an army, just in case Grindelwald came to Britain. Thankfully, Severus' role as a spy spared him from much of the Dark Lord's mood. His position, as dangerous as it was, granted him an odd form of protection, with both Voldemort and Dumbledore wanting to protect him as their prized asset. The only silver lining was the fact that the Umbridge woman was gone, and wasn't that a relief? It had Smith's fingerprints all over it, and Severus was glad that he didn't antagonize the boy too much. He was certainly a ruthless one. Nevertheless, the woman's absence was very well received by students and staff alike. The idea of this useless woman judging his skills as a potion master and a professor grated on his nerves. So far, there haven't been any replacements for the post of defense professor or the High Inquisitor position. Dumbledore was still looking for one, and Fudge was obviously trying to find his own candidate to push as well. Both of them had a hard time finding any. For some reason, people didn't want to be in the middle of a spat between the ministry and the headmaster, while also staying in a cursed position. Anyway, Severus was using one of his few moments of privacy and calm to relax and work on his own potion. Imagine his surprise when Dumbledore appeared in his office with a loud crack and raised his left hand at him. He whispered in a rough but pained tone, "Severus." Any reply he had was stifled by the sight of the man's hand. He was wearing an odd ring, obviously cursed, and the flesh around it was slowly shrinking and turning black. A withering curse, then. He tried casting a counter curse and blanched as he realized that it wasn't working. This must not have been a usual withering curse. Damn, he'd need to analyze it quickly. As a quick measure, he grabbed some of the potions that staved off the spread of dark magic and pushed it into the headmaster's mouth. He quickly summoned his dragon hide gloves and carefully grabbed the ring from the man's finger. The blackened flesh had thankfully stopped spreading when he removed the curse, and the potion had worked enough to buy him some more time. Severus then took a deep breath and waved his wand, trying to detect what it was. What he saw made him shiver. This wasn't a normal flesh-withering curse, but an ancient Egyptian variant that was created before even wands were created. He had read about it once, out of curiosity, when he was allowed access to the forbidden section of the library after he became a professor. It was based on a ritual that required a human sacrifice, and the spell did not act as a physical spell would, but actively infected the user in a metaphysical manner. The hand was dead. If Albus had somehow grown a new one, it would have also had the same curse. Even if he used a prosthetic, it would wither and die as well. It was a form of magic that Severus frankly didn't understand, and the only reason the potion even worked was because the curse was using dark magic to spread. Severus gave the headmaster a pitying look. "There's not much I can do about this, Albus. I definitely can't heal what's already been damaged, only delay the curse's spread. You must have realized by now what this curse is. The curse of Anubis. It's very different to experience in person, I have to say. What possessed you to put on the damn ring? You must have known it was cursed." It wasn't exactly hard to figure out. Dumbledore sighed, a faint smile tugging at his lips despite the grim situation. "Curiosity, my dear Severus, and perhaps a touch of arrogance. I thought I could handle it, that I could unravel its secrets without consequence. I underestimated its power, and now it seems I must pay the price." His eyes, usually twinkling with mischief, were dull, reflecting the weight of his burden. "Can you help me hold it at bay long enough to take care of some unfinished business? You'll need to take my potion regularly, but the curse will start adapting to it. It's hard to make an estimate, but if I don't figure out another potion that works of different principles that would stave off dark magic, I don't see you lasting more than a year. Even if I do figure something out, I'll need to keep looking at new ways of stopping the curse since it would adapt to anything over time. It'll be a race against time, until the rest of your days. An apt punishment, don't you think?" A voice answered from behind them. With blinding speed, Albus jumped and cast a white spell that Severus had no idea what it was, towards where the voice was. His eyes widened as he recognized that it was Harold Smith, the resident seer that he had tricked. The spell was about to hit the boy, only to go through him. The headmaster's eyes widened as he felt his wand fly from his arm, thanks to a spell from his back. Severus also noticed that he couldn't move either of his arms or legs. Damn it, he hadn't even felt a spell. Was the boy using an illusion there too? That theory was proven to be incorrect as the boy casually grabbed the wand from the air. For some reason, Dumbledore looked shocked at that. "What have you done?" The boy looked smug for a fraction of a second as he touched the headmaster's wand. "I have to say, I kinda understand now why people have fought wars over this thing. So much death, for this little thing here. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to attack you, I just assumed you'd come to see me in the future, so I decided to get through this early. So, Dumbledore, how was your trip? You knew that the ring was cursed. You knew that I would be drawn to it, that I wouldn't try to resist the compulsion charm. You knew that this ring would be my end." "I did," the boy agreed but did not give him any justification. "And yet, you let it happen. Why?" Smith snorted at that. "Let it happen? I warned you not to trust prophecies foolishly. I warned you not to meddle and that it wouldn't end well. It's not my fault that you ignored them, after all. But don't be too heartbroken about it. I didn't exactly kill you. If I hadn't said anything, you would have found the ring somewhere in June all on your own. All I did was give you a little push. Even then, you were practically asking for it, getting Snape of all people to steal my journal. Severus couldn't help but ask, but why? Why do any of this? Why kill the headmaster? That's the thing, I didn't do anything. You were the one who stole my diary. Dumbledore was the one who took the prophecies inside as gospel. I also didn't make him go get that ring, and I definitely didn't make him put it on. His current state is nothing but the results of his decisions after all. I didn't choose any desired outcome, it was all you. I just knew what was going to happen before it did and didn't stop you. Who are you to decide who lives and who dies? Severus growled, visibly getting angry at the boy's nonchalance over killing him. Who do you think you are? You're no god, just a brat who sees the future. And what right did Dumbledore have when he meddled in Harry Potter's life? What right did he have when he left him with those horrible people, where he was treated like trash? What right did he have when he raised him as a lamb for slaughter, a martyr that would die at the proper moment? It was the best out of far more horrible options. I had no choice but to do that. I didn't want to, but the boy must die either way. The prophecy says so, and you see yourself what his scar is. My choices, as difficult as they were, always were made with the greater good of the magical world in mind. It is my burden because no one else wants to do it. And what makes you think that what happened today isn't for the greater good? Smith retorted, actually causing Dumbledore to freeze and gape. You're joking, right? The potion master retorted, you doomed us all with this. Without Dumbledore, no one would be able to stop the Dark Lord. He will take over this country and maybe even start a war with the continent. Now, Professor Snape, there's no need to be so defeatist. I told you that Dumbledore was always going to die anyway. You were going to be faced with the exact same dilemma in a year, I just made it happen a bit sooner. Who knows, maybe the power of love or whatever would kill Voldemort accidentally. Or maybe, this would get the man's ass into gear, and he'll actively start to fight Voldemort. People tend to get things done when they're dying. The boy looked at their incredulous faces and smiled in amusement. Don't worry, I don't expect you to understand, not for a little while, at least. Although I have to say, you're taking this remarkably well. Sure, your song is ending, but at least you won't be alone. You'll have them to speak to, and I think deep down, you think that your dying in exchange was a worthy trade. Now, I came here to give you a few simple answers. No, you won't be able to be cured of this curse, not ever. You will also find no comfort in the stone, even if it's something you think you crave. My advice to you is to make a choice on how to spend the rest of your life. You could retire and do something you enjoy for once without catering to other people's expectations, or you could do your best to save this nation from Voldemort. Choose one. You don't have enough time to make compromises, and do it decisively. Try to die without regrets. Dumbledore nodded solemnly, even if his eyes were very focused. I see the wisdom in that. No one knows something's true value until it's gone forever. What of my wand? I think I'll keep it. One hallow for another. It seems like a justified trade, isn't it? This wand will cause you nothing but sorrows and death, the headmaster commented. I know, but I'll take my chances. Anyway, live your life, Albus Dumbledore, and live it well. After all, you know what they say, to a well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. And with that done, he simply left, leaving a perplexed potion master who barely understood half of the conversation and a solemn Albus Dumbledore who was preparing himself for the inevitability of his death. Chapter 335, of Favors Ode. October 25, 1995, Wiltshire, Earth 2. The manor loomed ahead, an opulent testament to wealth and power, its gleaming white walls bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun. The sprawling estate stretched before him like a small French palace, with perfectly manicured gardens and ornate wrought iron gates that framed the grand entrance. Towers rose from each corner, their elegant spires piercing the sky, while tall windows glistened like crystal, reflecting the rich greenery that surrounded the estate. The facade was adorned with intricate stone carvings, each detail seemingly designed to impress, if not intimidate. It stood in stark contrast to the rugged English countryside that surrounded it, a symbol of grandeur and exclusivity nestled in the heart of nowhere. Yes, that was exactly what Harry imagined a Malfoy's residence to be. He hadn't seen its counterpart in his own universe, but he imagined it was much the same. It was funny, really, that the Malfoys, who were chased out of France, liked to showcase their French ancestry so much, even when its current patriarch was practically the most influential man in magical Britain. Nevertheless, it also happened to be where Voldemort was hiding. It hadn't been hard to sneak in a little tracking charm on Snape's clothes, which he hid by using the man's own signature, making it seem like it was some charm he cast himself. He then noticed that he went to this manor extremely frequently, meaning that this was where the Dark Lord was holed up. It made sense. Lord Voldemort relished in his control over powerful men with old families, and what better way to show that than to stay in a Malfoy's residence as a semi-permanent guest. Anyway, Harry had a plan to execute, and it didn't necessitate him staying in the night. He was almost ready to go home, and time was of the essence. He couldn't have any unforeseen surprises. Deciding to just go through with it, Harry quickly turned into a raven and used his invisibility cloak to bypass the wards. It was something that he noticed he could do after experimenting a bit. He had wanted to be able to cast magic in his avian form, but for the life of him, he could not. There was just something fundamentally different between this form and the human one that made him unable to shape magic into any precise form. However, his invisibility cloak was an artifact bound to him and was activated using his soul. Even as a raven, his soul was still his own, and thus he could use the cloak without issues. Flight, invisibility, and intangibility were already an overpowered combination, even if it would have been amazing to be able to create portals while he was flying. Still, there was something fundamentally different about flying on his own power. There was a raw sense of freedom in it, a connection to the wind and sky that no broomstick or enchanted object could replicate. The beat of his wings felt instinctive, natural, as if he had been born to the air. Every gust of wind brushed against his feathers, and he adjusted without thought, weaving effortlessly through the treetops. The weightlessness, the speed, it was exhilarating, and for a moment, he forgot the danger he was in. But the urgency of his mission quickly pulled him back to reality. He swooped low, skimming just above the ground as the manor's grand silhouette loomed larger in the distance, his sharp raven eyes scanning for any signs of movement. There was no room for error, especially considering how close he was to achieving his goal. As he flew invisibly into the air, he activated his connection to the resurrection stone and focused his arcane hearing to only hear the souls around him. He didn't know if a raven could flinch, but he was pretty damn close. Almost every single person in the manor held some form of darkness. Their souls were filled with malice, rage, and sadism. They were actually happy that the monster was back, that they would return to torturing and killing the people they thought to be lesser. And of course, there was Voldemort himself, whose soul was just as broken as the men in Harry's dimension. However, Harry didn't care about that, he was looking for someone else entirely. He traced back any connection to Voldemort and finally, he found her. Nagini. The giant serpent was napping in the garden. It was surprising how complex her soul was. It wasn't human, but it could have been before it was influenced by her own nature as a snake. There was also a portion of a soul that was not hers but was fully integrated into her own soul. It was definitely done more properly than the one in his counterpart Scar. It was far more rigid, far better connected. To be fair, his counterpart's blood protection could have done its best to destabilize the Horcrux in his Scar. It didn't matter either way. Harry quickly turned back into a human and froze time around the sleeping snake. Afterwards, the only thing that remained was for him to craft his spell and be done with it. It wasn't much, just a small enchantment that would kill her if he activated it. It was easy to hide it with the signature of Voldemort's Horcrux. All in all, the whole thing was just around 10 minutes of work, and he had guaranteed that he could destroy Voldemort's most protected Horcrux. Harry quickly deactivated the time-freezing charm and turned back into his raven form. Nagini stiffened in her sleep, suddenly waking up and looking around. She must have felt something, but she quickly rolled back into herself and continued to sleep. Well, that was his mission complete. Just as he made his way to leave, he noticed something. An animal with a human soul was moving around the garden. It must have been Wormtail. An idea sprung into Harry's mind, and he quickly considered its viability. He quickly used the Elder Wand to conjure a glass jar and enchanted it to be unbreakable. The wand made his conjuration to be almost permanent, and Harry understood quickly enough why this wand was so sought after. The Elder Wand was lesser than the one in Harry's dimension. All of the Hallows were, really. Oh, they were beautiful artifacts, don't get him wrong, but they weren't otherworldly. For example, Harry's cloak was far superior to that of his counterpart. He discreetly studied it and found that there were no magical bindings on it. It was just an invisibility cloak that worked very well, and whose enchantments anchored the very concept of being unseen. It didn't let anyone phase, like Harry's own, could, or just walk past wards. The stone was similar. It was very cleverly designed, it was an elaborate predictive artifact that took one's memories of someone and predicted what they would have been like after death. It didn't use any soul magic. It was a fake, but a very clever one at that. Harry never really got to study his world's Elder Wand. Dumbledore had safeguarded it very well, and his connection to the light just made it very hard for Harry to use his arcane hearing to analyze the man's possessions. However, the wand in Harry's hand was a very powerful magical sponge, of some sort. It actively stored the user's power. It was very imperceptible, but the wand itself grew magical reserves of some sort, which the user could tap into to overwhelm any spell. The longer the wand was used, the more powerful it became. It was also a very clever design, probably meant to be passed down into a family, making each generation more powerful than the previous one. It was a very powerful artifact that he didn't regret taking from this world's Dumbledore. He regretted a few things about how he spoke with the men. He was a bit confrontational with the men. It was unnecessary, but every time Harry looked at the men, he saw his own version of Dumbledore, of the men that had tried to kill him, that had destroyed lives trying to create a fake utopia. He would admit to being biased against the men, at the very least. It was only the fact that this Dumbledore was not protected from Harry's arcane hearing that he understood that they were fundamentally different. It was truly a wonder just how much the light warped Dumbledore into a monster, while his counterpart, while very manipulative and had his own share of control issues, was a relatively good man. Oh, he made some very disturbing choices and would have never stopped preparing the world for Voldemort, even if Harry had killed him. He was inflexible when it came to his plans and his belief in prophecy. He would have believed that Voldemort would return and would have continued molding Harry's counterpart into the necessary martyr, just like he planned. It was his nature, his very core. It was the main reason why he didn't regret the man's incoming death. The world needed to move on, and Dumbledore was an anchor to the past. When he left, he would leave a world without Voldemort, Dumbledore, or Grindelwald. It would be a new world without any major magical superpower. The future would be in the hands of the next generation of wizards and witches. Even in Dumbledore's case, it was a good death, as far as deaths go, even if his companions, Grindelwald and Ariana alike, would have been nothing more than elaborate illusions from his own memories of them. It gave him time to make up with his brothers and for him to put his affairs in order. In a way, he was also free from the responsibilities of the Elder Wand, which was a very formidable weapon that he feared falling into the wrong hands. As proof of that, while the jar Harry conjured wasn't permanent, it would last for centuries. The unbreakable charm could only be overwhelmed with hundreds of spells cast at once. Still, it wasn't the time to admire his work. Harry flew towards the rat Animagus and turned back into a human. He cast a small sleeping charm, and the rat fell unconscious. He quickly put him into the jar and locked it firmly, before walking away. Once he left the property, he conjured a portal to his meet-up with Sirius. The dog Animagus had proved himself to be a very valuable ally. His tutelage when he learned the Animagus transformation was very valuable, but also pretty personal. It was what he expected an older friend to be like. The man was scarred by his time in Azkaban, but that made him treasure his friends even more. The last Black transformed from his form easily enough, so, how did it go? Very well. The snake should die the moment I activate the enchantment. I can't believe you snuck into Voldemort's stronghold and put a curse on his familiar. I wish I could have come with you. It would have been better than staying in that horrible home, he grumbled. Harry rolled his eyes. It was an enchantment, not a curse, and the Death Eaters know your Animagus form. You'd have been caught in minutes. Let's be honest, stealth is not your strong suit. But to make up for your lack of excitement, I got you a little gift. Sirius grinned widely. Please tell me you nicked one of Malfoy's artifacts. He kept bragging all about them when we were in school. No, something a bit better, Harry responded while taking out the small jar. Is that? The former inmate asked. Yes, Wormtail, in the flesh. I caught him in his form when I was getting out and decided he would make a nice goodbye present. The grin on Sirius' face was bloodthirsty and Harry stopped him. Sirius. I didn't bring him to you to kill, even if he deserves it. You could kill him later. No, I brought the rat here because once I'm done, when Voldemort's dead and I go home, you'll be able to use him to get your freedom and get custody over your godson properly. I think a lifetime together is far better than a single moment of satisfaction, don't you? That made the dog Animagus freeze. I could take care of Harry. With Voldemort gone, you wouldn't even need to stay in your childhood home. You could buy a new house just for the two of you, even take him on a vacation. Rome was beautiful in my universe when I went there. It probably would be here too. Maybe even take him to a beach in France. All you have to do is use the opportunity that I'm giving you on a silver platter. There's no need to be reckless. Won't Voldemort find him? He'll notice that Wormtail isn't around, and he can track down his followers. I enchanted this jar myself. It'll keep Pettigrew in a very deep sleep, almost like a draft of living death. No form of scrying will ever detect it as long as the lid is closed, and it's going to be unbreakable. As for Voldemort, he'll probably assume that Pettigrew ran away and he'll try to hunt him down. It would make sense, after all, the rat's a known coward. Sirius gave Harry a grateful look. I don't know what to say. It's nothing. Just a small show of gratitude. The last couple of months were strangely relaxing, all things considered, and I am glad to have known you, Sirius Black. You're saying goodbye, aren't you? Harry nodded. You always were sharper than you looked. I don't think it's likely that we'll ever see each other again, and this was the best way I could see to repay you for your help. Have a good and long life, Sirius Black. You too, Harry, the man retorted. Harry smiled and thought back to his plan. That was Nagini handled, which left Harry with one final loose end, specifically his own counterpart Scar. Thankfully, he had a plan. Chapter 336, Chapter 336, The Last Round. October 29, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. In Harry Potter's humble opinion, things had changed too much in just a few weeks. Umbridge was arrested for robbing Gringotts of all things, Grindelwald had apparently escaped Nurmengard, and Albus Dumbledore hadn't been in the Great Hall ever since his fated enemy's escape. Most people thought that he was out searching for Grindelwald, trying to defeat him before the Dark Lord raised another army and brought Europe into another war. Funnily enough, ever since the news of the former Dark Lord's escape became well known, attendance for his new defense club almost doubled. He had to stifle a bitter chuckle at that. It was funny that people stopped harassing him about saying that Voldemort was back when another Dark Lord escaped too. Maybe now they were finally beginning to understand what he'd been warning them about for the past year, even if it was about another Dark Lord. The fear in their eyes was palpable, and Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction, despite the gravity of the situation. But deep down, he knew this wasn't what he wanted, not validation born out of terror. The Daily Prophet stopped slandering him. After all, Fudge couldn't really deny Grindelwald's return. He'd have been mocked on the international scene if he did that, and the ICW was definitely not going to let that stand. Instead, he increased the funding of the DMLE, which started a hiring spree, and organized patrols all over the country to provide security. The problem that came with that was that Aurors weren't exactly free to come to teach at Hogwarts, and the students found themselves with no actual defense professor ever since Umbridge was arrested. There were rumors that Dumbledore was going to teach the material himself, but Grindelwald's escape made him busy as well. Harry couldn't really blame the headmaster. If he had beaten Voldemort and put him in prison, only to find out that he escaped years later, he'd be busy hunting him down too. Not that he could beat Voldemort. What happened in the third task was proof enough that he couldn't. The only reason he escaped was through pure luck because their wands were brothers. Nevertheless, it was time for the part of his day that he looked forward to every day, his lessons with Harold. The new student was a fountain of information, both magical and political, and Harry could feel himself getting better with every session. For some reason, he felt some kind of kinship with Harold. It was something that he couldn't really put into words, but he wasn't really a trustful person, the Dursleys saw to that. However, the moment his eyes met Harold's, he knew that he could trust the other boy. And boy, was his trust rewarded. Harry was taught magic that he never even heard about, and learned elemental spells and dueling tips that made him a far better fighter than he had just a couple of months prior. And yet, Harry knew that he barely scratched the surface of what Harold could teach him. It was more than a little intimidating to see someone his age be this powerful and this knowledgeable. This was also the guy who got Fudge to arrest his undersecretary. Harry had no idea how he pulled that off, especially how he got the goblins to think she robbed Gringotts. Seriously, who thought that was even plausible? Nevertheless, the woman was mostly arrested because of the artifacts Harold kept stealing from her, only for him to have hidden them in her own office. Deciding to focus on the task at hand, Harry walked to their usual training room and found the other boy sitting in a chair. "So, what are we doing today?" Smith gave him a sympathetic look. "We're not doing magic today. I'm going to ask you for something weird and I need you to trust me enough not to blow up in my face." "You're making me uncomfortable, Harold. What is it?" "I need to study your scar for a bit. It's sort of important." Harry stiffened at that. "What do you mean important?" "I have a theory about what it is, and if I'm right, and I hope I'm not, it's going to be a very dangerous thing." His scar being dangerous? What was he on about? Sure, it has been faintly stinging ever since Voldemort returned and the dreams were very unsettling, to say the least. But it was a very good Voldemort warning system, even if made it unbearable to be in the man's presence for long. Still, he had lived for over a decade with this scar, and he was fine. Even if he wished it could be removed somehow, the symbol of his parents' death for his sake. However, his gut told him to trust Harold and it hasn't been wrong yet. "Fine, but what's your theory?" The other boy nodded and started to wave his wand. Harry felt some small tingles on his forehead but nothing really uncomfortable. As he did this, Harold spoke up. "What do you know about your scar?" "Dumbledore said that it was a connection between the two of us, that it has a bit of Voldemort's talent, which is why I'm a Parselmouth. I can sometimes feel when he's near, or when he's angry. It burns when I do that." He isn't exactly wrong about that. Your scar is a connection between you and Voldemort, but that's not it. It's far more than just that. Harry couldn't help but gulp at that. "What is it?" "You have to understand that when he tried to kill you using the killing curse, it backfired. The killing curse affects the soul itself. It forces it to leave the body, which causes the victims to die instantly. However, Voldemort did something to stop his soul from leaving. I heard rumors of him bragging about being immortal, and his being back is proof enough of that. The things that anchored Voldemort to life did a good enough job to stop him from moving on, even if he was barely more than a shade, but the spell still pushed his soul out. Like an elastic band, most of his soul was pulled back into the material realm, but a part of him was ripped apart by the impact. This small piece of soul, which didn't have anything to anchor, was about to fade away. It needed a living body, another soul to power it, and Voldemort's body was already gone. Instead of dying, in just a fraction of a second, it sought out the only living thing it could find, a small baby who had a small scar on his head, a scar that was linked directly to his soul due to the nature of the spell that caused it. As Harold spoke up, Harry felt the air he breathed become more oppressive. He wanted to say something, but his mouth just refused to say anything. Thankfully, the other boy wasn't looking for a response and just continued. Normally, the soul shard would have sucked your small unformed one completely dry and starved itself out of existence. It would have killed you both. But your mother's sacrifice was powerful enough to stop it, a very potent form of blood magic that was made to protect you directly from Voldemort, and the small piece of soul still counted. It made sure that the two of you were separate, even if the soul shard took a small fragment of your life force to sustain itself. So, Voldemort can't die as long as I have it. Yes. I was currently trying to see if the scar was the actual soul shard, but it was just its physical manifestation. If I were to cut that piece of skin and regrow a new one, the scar would still be there. It's even a bit worse than that. Your mother's sacrifice was to protect her child from Voldemort. That last part is very important. It created a limit on the protection, making it far more potent as long as you're a child, but if I had to guess, when you're 17, the magic would start to slowly disappear, and with that, the soul shard will suck your life force dry. Harry's hands were clammy, and can't you remove it? You're a very special case, Harry. No one has ever been in your position. An accidental soul shard unsuccessfully possessing a baby thanks to a powerful blood-anchored sacrifice is not something that happened before. Ever. The only good thing is that your mother's protection is potent enough to keep you and the soul shard's connection to your own soul to be spotty at best. Normally, you'd have needed to die for the piece of soul to be destroyed, but I have a plan. Like a drowning man seeing land, Harry grasped into the small hope offered to him. What is it? It's a long shot, but it should work. You need to be hit with a weakened killing curse by Voldemort. Harry couldn't help but burst into laughter at that. Wouldn't that, kill me? The other boy shook his head. Normally, yes. However, you have to understand the ritual Voldemort used for his rebirth. He used your blood to trick the protection that he was a part of you. It circumvented the protection, but it's still there. After all, its purpose isn't to protect you from yourself, just from Voldemort. The trick is that by doing this, Voldemort also anchored you to his survival. Your blood protection wouldn't let your soul depart easily while a part of it still existed elsewhere. Unfortunately, a fully powered killing curse would just overwhelm the magic and kill both of you. Voldemort would be robbed of his new body, and you would be dead. Now, a weakened killing curse, if it's not strong enough to kill two people at once, that's something that you could theoretically survive. Now, what would happen if someone tweaked the protections a bit, made it so any killing curse would hit the scar first, and then go through you? The soul fragment would be like a paper-thin shield that would be destroyed by the killing curse first, and if you survive the rest of the curse, then you'll be free of it forever. It's all very far-fetched, Harold. And how exactly are you planning on tweaking my mother's blood protection? Harry asked. He knew that the other boy was a very good wizard, but what his mother did baffled experts from all over the world. Like this, he returned before he pressed his palm quickly into Harry's chest. It burned, that was the first thought in his head, which spread all around him, like fire in his veins, before being localized to his scar, which burned as well. Somehow, the stinging he felt since Voldemort's return faded away slightly, and the burning cooled seconds later. When he opened his eyes, Harry noticed a small raven tattoo on his right arm. What the fuck was that? Harold simply shrugged. I have a passing understanding of blood magic. I added the redirection logic towards your scar in exchange for reducing the protection by a year. I also created a small barrier between you and the scar. It's not much, but it's enough to spare you the pain if you meet Voldemort again. Harry felt betrayed by that. You messed with my mum's protection. Yes, but I did it to give you your best chance at survival. Now, you only have to be hit with a low-powered killing curse. It would be better that Voldemort himself cast it. The blood protection was made against him. Even if his body is seen as a part of yours, his soul is not, and neither is his magic. Your protections are just more efficient against spells cast by him. Even if it's just a small percent, you'll still have a far better chance at survival. Yeah, Harry replied sarcastically, because all I have to do is let Voldemort kill me. And even then, I have to hope that he somehow messes up the spell he cast 1,000 times. For some reason, I don't see him holding back when he tries to kill me. I'll handle the spell's power, so don't worry about it. You're absolutely mental. I'm going to Dumbledore. He'll fix whatever you did to my mum's protection. Harry felt himself being frozen slightly. Dumbledore's plan is to get you to kill yourself, hoping that fate would somehow save you. When he could move again, the boy who lived cast a spear of lightning at his former friend, which dissipated into nothing. You're lying. How do you know I am? You're trusting Dumbledore without even thinking about it. Have you ever considered that you don't even know him, who he truly is? I know him enough, Harry responded. No, you don't. And you shouldn't trust him so easily. But that's beside the point, I'm giving you a chance at actually killing Voldemort. Not in a decade, not in a year, not even in a month, just a few days. All I'm asking you is to go along with a plan that could save thousands of lives, and maybe even your own. There would be no war. Your friends would all be safe in the castle and wouldn't end up fighting for you, wouldn't end up dying for you. I'm giving an actual chance at living a normal life without experiencing war. You're asking me to kill myself. Smith rolled his eyes. I'm asking you to be logical about things. Your options are to either get hit with a killing curse now with a high chance of survival, get hit by one later, fight a war and probably be hit with a killing curse with a lower chance of survival, or just stay alive for a few years until your mother's protection fades away and you die, for real this time, as the soul shard drains your life force dry. The more you wait, the lower your chances of survival are. What I'm proposing is your best option. They're all pretty bad, but this is the one you have the highest chance at surviving. Just stay away from me. Harry yelled. The other boy gave him an exasperated look. I don't have time for this and I can't afford to let you ruin months of work because of your childishness. This is exactly why I wanted not to tell you anything, you're so damn short-sighted sometimes. You know what, maybe he'll be able to convince you. Harry barely had any time to think before his housemate turned into a raven. Hundreds of the same birds encircled him until he couldn't even see the room's walls. Slowly, as the birds dissipated, Harry realized that he wasn't in the castle anymore. He heard a crack signifying that someone apparat, and a familiar voice that got him to freeze. Harold. I just got your message while I was in the middle of a meeting, so you better make it quick. Nothing much. I just need you to convince your godson to go through with my plan. Harry's here, his godfather ran with an excited tone. However, Harry didn't have any of it and pointed his wand at the two of them. Stay back. Sirius raised his hands. That's not exactly the welcome I expected from you, Harry. Well, I didn't expect you to be betraying the order. Betraying the order? Harold and I are working to kill Voldemort. Permanently. Harry rolled his eyes, and that includes me being hit with a killing curse too. Sirius turned towards the other boy and glared. Seriously? When you said you had a plan to destroy the Horcrux in his scar, I expected it to be better than just firing a killing curse at him. In the meantime, Harry's godson walked in front of him, as if he was guarding him from danger. For fuck's sake, Sirius. I'm not going to fire a killing curse at him. What I'm talking about is a tweaked version of the killing curse that's too weak to bypass his mother's protection while destroying the Horcrux. I can give you the fucking arithmancy. It's his only shot at surviving past his 20s without his mother's protection. We'll talk about this later, Sirius replied while still glaring only to soften when he looked at Harry. I'll ask the specifics, but if Harold says it's the only way, it probably is. If only he didn't keep these kinds of secrets. Smith took offense to that. Hey, I didn't keep it a secret. I told you exactly what was in the scar and I had dozens of different plans depending on my analysis of the scar. If I wanted to lie, I wouldn't have said anything and just tied him up somewhere and tricked Voldemort into killing him. His chances of survival would have been lower since there's a bit of willpower needed to not succumb to death, but it was still a viable option. And you and I know that if I would spent a lot less effort if I wanted to kill him. I know you mean well, Harold, but you should have told me about this plan in particular. I'm just being efficient. I could have just as easily arranged for him to be hit with a killing curse anyway. I came to him and spoke to him honestly despite the fact that I was taking a risk if he refused. I'm risking my own life because it gave your godson better odds at survival. You know what will happen if I'm still stuck in this place if I don't go home. So, excuse me if I wasn't delicate and thoughtful enough to care about both your feelings when I'm fucking risking my own hide to save his fucking life. You're seriously saying that I should trust that guy? Harry asked with a sarcastic voice. Harold seemed amused by that question. I'm the person you can trust the most. After all, I am you. Harold's face slowly morphed when he finished speaking. His brown eyes and hazel eyes turned into a familiar black shaggy hair and his mother's green eyes. In front of him was an almost exact version of himself staring back at him impatiently. However, what drew Harry the most was the distinct lack of scar on the boy's forehead. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What the fuck?" Chapter 337, Conflicting Doubles. October 29, 1995, London, Earth 2. In front of him was an almost exact version of himself staring back at him impatiently. However, what drew Harry the most was the distinct lack of scar on the boy's forehead. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What the fuck?" Harold seemed annoyed for a fraction of a second before sighing. Look, Sirius, why don't you clue him in? I need to finish up my preparations. Fine, but the three of us will have a proper conversation after we're done. After giving him a faint nod, the other boy left, leaving Harry with his godfather. He would admit to still being flabbergasted by what he just saw. Padfoot, what the hell is going on? What is this place? This is a nice little house in London that we warded. We've been using it as our headquarters since Grimmauld Place is under a Fidley's and Harold can't get in. As for the whole situation, he's not lying. It's pretty complicated and I admit that I don't really understand how it happened. Harold tried to explain it, but I could barely keep up for the first couple of sentences. I was completely lost afterwards. But he's telling the truth in full. He really is you, just a different version. A different version. The dog Animagus grinned, a different universe where things are different. He wants to go home. He's planning a ritual to do that on Halloween and he needs to kill Voldemort for that to work. I know it sounds far-fetched, but it is the complete truth. And he's angry because I won't go through with it. That he'll be stuck here. No, he's angry because he will die if he stays here for so much. To be fair, he wasn't exactly gentle with it. He's been a bit stressed the closer we got to Halloween. He's put a lot of effort into this, months, really, and he's more than a little nervous. It took me a little while to understand him and he's not really good with people and he doesn't like not knowing things. He put so much effort into his plan to go home and he's pretty frustrated that it all hinges on someone else's decision. He could sort of understand why Harold was so brusque with him if it was all true. However, Harry couldn't help but wonder if the boy who he befriended at Hogwarts was nothing more than a mask to get him to make this decision. Are you sure he's not pulling your chain, Sirius? He could be a metamorphmagus like Tonks or even use Polyjuice to look like me. His story is a bit far-fetched, and that's downplaying it. Sirius shook his head. I wish he was. It would have been a lot simpler. Unfortunately, he knew things that no one else did, things about my dead brother. He also proved to me that what he said about how Voldemort survived wasn't wrong. He literally destroyed a part of Voldemort's soul in front of me. I was pretty convinced after seeing that. There are other objects that are like my scar. Harry yelled, his heart beating heavily. Yes. He didn't tell you about that. There are 7, including your scar. You destroyed one of them in your second year, a diary, I think. We've been hunting the others. There are 2 left, your scar and Voldemort's snake. We have the snake covered, the only issue we have is your scar. So, he wasn't lying. No, he wasn't, Sirius answered solemnly. To be honest, I've been having doubts since you can apparently see through Voldemort's eyes sometimes. That's not normal. I didn't know what the hell it was, but a partial possession, connected to another soul, could be possible. I'm not exactly an expert in soul magic, but it does make a lot of sense. So, he was right. For Voldemort to become mortal, I have to die first. Harold's familiar voice retorted from behind him. No, that's exactly the point of me telling you. I'm literally giving you a way out, the only way out, really. The main point is for you not to die. Sirius commented, something that you could have said something about. Seriously, Harold. You want him to tank a fucking killing curse? A heavily weakened one, yes. I can't exactly whip up a ritual out of nowhere to remove it. I'm not a miracle worker. And it wasn't like this was my main plan. It depended on what I could find when studying the scar. Thankfully, the soul shard wasn't as well integrated as the one in the snake, but it's not as spotty as I'd like it to be, not enough for me to easily try to separate the two without killing you. Ironically, the killing curse is the safest option in the bunch. If I can weaken the spell significantly, you could theoretically survive it. It'll depend on your will mostly. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing, especially that Sirius was nodding. He turned towards his godfather outraged and yelled out, "You're seriously thinking about this? He's talking about me being hit with a killing curse. For fuck's sake, man. What's wrong with you? I'm giving you everything you want on a silver platter. I'm giving you a world without Voldemort or Grindelwald, and where Dumbledore won't interfere in your life. You'll be free to do what you want and live how you want. If this works, you won't have to go to the Dursleys again. You could just stay with Sirius, actually, live with him after the Ministry clears his name." Clears his name? Harry mumbled. What was he talking about? Sirius gave him a wide smile. "We have Wormtail. Harold gave him to me as a goodbye present. After Voldemort is dead, we can give him to the DMLE to clear my name. I'll be free, Harry." That struck Harry speechless. He stared at Sirius, trying to process the enormity of what he just heard. Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, was alive and in their hands. The man who had betrayed his parents, the real reason Sirius had been locked up all these years, could finally face justice. It seemed too good to be true, like a dream Harry had wished for but never dared to believe in. You mean it?" Harry stammered, his throat suddenly tight. "You really have him?" Harold nodded this time and spoke up, "Yes. I found him while on a mission in Malfoy Manor. I decided to take the opportunity in front of me and it worked. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I broke into Gringotts and Malfoy Manor, fought undead snakes, and Inferi. There was even a dragon protecting the vault in Gringotts. I got the Ministry to be so distracted with Umbridge being arrested and Fudge running around worried about Grindelwald coming for them when the man is dead. When was the last time you saw a bad article written about you in the Daily Prophet? I handled most of the heavy work for you. All I'm asking is for you to be brave, to let the men hit you with a simple spell. All I'm asking is for you to trust me enough that the plan will work, that the thing in your scar will be gone. Can you imagine Voldemort being finally gone from your life forever, in just a few days? No more attacks every year. No more bad dreams. No more burning scars. Just Harry. Isn't that nice? It did sound awfully nice. But something about it gnawed at Harry. Everything Harold was saying, the infiltrations, the battles, the manipulation of the ministry and the media, it was incredible, almost too incredible. And that's what made him hesitate. Could he really trust this plan? Could he trust Harold? The idea of Voldemort being gone, truly gone, without a trace, was like a weight, lifting from his chest, but the mention of the killing curse, the soul shard, it made him uneasy. He couldn't help but shiver every time he remembered that sickly bright green light. Sirius put his hand on his shoulder reassuringly. How risky is it? It's more likely than not that he would survive, and believe me, those odds are very much in his favor, especially compared to your odds if he actually ends up fighting a war against Voldemort. The thing is that he'll need to choose to return to the living and not stay dead. It's his willpower that will decide whether he lives or dies. It will depend entirely on him, nothing more. There's a reason why I arranged for everything to go well for him. I built him a life worth coming back to. He'll have you, his friends, his family, and no Dark Lord threatening them. He could just enjoy his years in school, date a few nice girls and actually live. It's also why I decided to tell him about it. Choosing to sacrifice himself to kill Voldemort, the very risk he's knowingly taking, makes it far more likely that he survives. Harry didn't look convinced, but the other boy continued, you're going to have to get rid of the Horcrux eventually, and those are the best odds you'll ever have of living past it. You could be lying, Harry protested weakly. However, instead of replying, trying to convince him again, Harold put his wand to his temple, like Dumbledore did when he used his pensieve and waved his wand. Immediately, their surroundings morphed into the familiar office of Severus Snape, where a pained Dumbledore was being treated by the potion master, who was also arguing with Harold. He could hear his housemate's voice like a faint echo, and what right did Dumbledore have when he meddled in Harry Potter's life? What right did he have when he left him with those horrible people, where he was treated like trash? What right did he have when he raised him as a lamb for slaughter, a martyr that would die at the proper moment? Dumbledore's voice was slightly harsh and resolute, something that Harry never heard before. It was the best out of far more horrible options. I had no choice but to do that. I didn't want to, but the boy must die either way. The prophecy says so, and you see yourself what his scar is. My choices, as difficult as they were, always were made with the greater good of the magical world in mind. It is my burden because no one else wants to do it. The illusion stopped and faded away into nothing, yet Harry remained frozen. He could not put into words just how betrayed he felt. His chest tightened as the weight of those words sank in, the boy must die. Dumbledore, the man Harry had trusted, who had guided him through everything, had planned for him to die all along. He wasn't meant to defeat Voldemort, just to be another sacrifice in the war. Harry's throat felt dry, and his hands trembled slightly. He had known Dumbledore kept secrets, but this. It was worse than anything he could have imagined. Sirius looked absolutely furious, and he kept cursing up a storm until he transformed into his dog form. He quickly ran out of the house, and Harry could hear his angry howling in the middle of the night. His godfather hadn't come back completely from Azkaban, and sometimes it was easier to process his emotions as Padfoot than it was as Sirius Black. Harry couldn't blame him. He wanted to turn into an animal and howl angrily at the world and his headmaster's betrayal. Meanwhile, Harold watched him closely, his face impassive but his eyes sharp, as if waiting for the realization to fully settle. You see, he said quietly. This is your other choice, which would be trusting Albus Dumbledore, a man who obviously never had your best interests at heart. I'll admit that my motives are selfish, but I've been nothing but upfront about everything. I'm your only shot at living a full life. You're asking me to gamble everything, Harry muttered, his voice hollow, the weight of the decision crushing him. Harold stepped closer, his voice calm, almost coaxing. I'm asking you to take control. For once, to choose your own fate. No prophecies. No martyrdom. Just Harry, alive and free. Harry clenched his fists, feeling the heat rise in his chest, but not from anger. From fear. From hope. From the possibility that he might actually survive this nightmare. You don't have to decide right now, Harold added, his tone softening. But time's running out. Voldemort's not going to wait, and neither will Dumbledore's plan. Harry's mind screamed in a dozen different directions. His heart pounded in his ears. Could he do it? Could he trust Harold and defy the path that had been laid out for him? I need to think, Harry whispered, voice barely audible. Harold nodded. Just don't take too long, Harry. The war waits for no one. Now, I believe you should catch up a bit with Sirius, when he comes back, at least. You probably have a lot to talk about. I'll take you back to the castle later. Just give me an answer by tomorrow. And he did just that, the following day. As he entered the Great Hall and watched Dumbledore's empty seat, he couldn't help but decide to take the gamble. He walked up to Harold and spoke up, "I'm in." "You were right, I can't keep running anymore." Harold nodded, looking visibly relieved. "I'm glad to hear that. The plan should go through tomorrow." "You've made the right choice, Harry." "Out of curiosity, what would you have done if I hadn't said yes?" Harry couldn't help but ask. "Get some rest, Harry. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow." Chapter 338, Cornering a Snake. October 31, 1995, Azkaban, Earth 2. Lord Voldemort had no idea why he was feeling nervous. He hid it, of course, from his followers. It wouldn't do for them to doubt their mission. However, there was something wrong. He could feel it in his bones. He would never admit it, but Lucius' confession to the diary's destruction, just after the reported Gringotts robbery, had unsettled him to the state of his Horcruxes. He didn't rush in, of course. If his secret was discovered, then it was safe to assume that Dumbledore was watching his every move. There was no need to physically see his Horcruxes, not without confirming the fact that the cup was stolen from Bellatrix's vault first. And with Nagini safe, there was really no reason to worry. Tonight, he would break out his most faithful followers, and in a few days, he would know if someone had discovered his greatest secret. Lord Voldemort and his followers landed near the prison's entrance and waited. He could feel their shivering, the cowards, at the Dementor's presence. He did not suffer such. His soul was not whole, and the creatures could not deprive him of it. It was an accidental countermeasure of his immortality and how he was able to bargain with the creatures in the first place. They waited for a few minutes and Voldemort used this time to admire the fortress before him. It was built by the Dark Lord Acristes, as a safe place to conduct his experiments. The island itself hadn't even been discovered until the man's death. In many ways, he admired Acristes for his constant desire to push magic to more extremes. There were rumors that the man was the last master of soul magic, and it was a shame that he didn't leave a tome or grimoire behind. However, he was also a failure of a Dark Lord. He had no ambition beyond his research, no desire to change the world or to make his mark in history. With amusement, Voldemort thought Acristes was what would have happened if a Ravenclaw decided to become a Dark Lord. He wiped any trace of amusement from his face as he noticed the dozens of Dementors floating down to meet him. Seeing the questioning body language that the creatures expressed, he decided to speak up. "Why do you hesitate?" Voldemort's voice cut through the cold, low and commanding. "You know who I am. You know what I offer. What I have offered in the past." He stepped forward, his eyes gleaming like slits of crimson in the dimness. The Dementors circled closer, their ragged breaths creating an unnatural chill in the air, but he did not flinch. "You have served the Ministry, kept in chains by those who think they control you. But I can offer you freedom. I can offer you the world beyond these cold walls. Serve me, and you will feast on the fear, the despair, and the very souls of those who dare to oppose us. Together, we shall reshape this world in darkness." The Dementors hovered in silence, their cloaked forms swaying as if they could taste the power radiating from him. Voldemort smiled, thin and cold, knowing their hunger was already drawing them to his side. "The Ministry would have you starve in this forgotten fortress," he continued. "But I will give you purpose. In my new order, you will thrive." He paused, letting his words sink into the void-like consciousness of the creatures. "Choose wisely, for this is your only chance. Either ally with me and rise, or be left in this miserable fortress, starving yourselves, unable to even claim a single soul, forever." The Dementors looked at one another and bowed at once, letting him pass. For the first time since entering Azkaban, Voldemort smiled, "You will not regret this decision. Await my message when I am ready, and you'll be able to leave this place and feast to your heart's content. As for now, I have a few faithful followers to free from this place." It went as well as it could have. In mere minutes, the Dementors had followed him and Azkaban was unofficially his. He slowly walked into the fortress, his followers looking at him in pure awe. There was no need to be hasty. He was not some common criminal seeking to attack the prison. The fortress was his own. As Voldemort, his dear Nagini trailing behind him, and his followers moved deeper into the fortress, the air grew thicker with the oppressive chill of the Dementors, who now hovered silently in the dark corners of the prison, awaiting their next command. Voldemort's smile remained fixed on his face as they passed through the desolate corridors. Everything was falling into place. But then, a sudden, frantic shout echoed through the stone halls. "Stop! In the name of the Ministry!" A squad of Aurors, patrolling the prison, had spotted the intruders. Their faces, once hardened by the grim duties of guarding Azkaban, now twisted in terror as they realized who stood before them. One of them screamed an uncontrollable burst of fear in the presence of Voldemort's cold, serpentine gaze. His followers stepped back instinctively, readying themselves for battle. "You," the lead Auror gasped, his voice trembling. You're supposed to be dead. Voldemort's red eyes flickered with amusement. I have defeated death, he whispered, his voice carrying like a deadly hiss. The Aurors, panic overtaking their judgment, raised their wands and launched a barrage of spells at him, but they were no match. With a flick of his wrist, Voldemort conjured a shimmering, dark shield that absorbed their feeble attacks. Fools, he muttered. With another flick of his wand, a green light erupted from its tip. Avada Kedavra. In an instant, the lead Auror crumpled to the ground, his life extinguished in a flash of sickly green. Another attempted to flee, but Voldemort's wand struck out again. Avada Kedavra. Another lifeless body hit the stone floor. The last Auror, trembling, tried to scream for help, but no sound came. Voldemort's smile deepened as he silenced him with a mere thought. With a final, graceful motion, he finished the last of them off, their bodies scattered on the cold, unforgiving floor. The Death Eaters watched in silent reverence as their master lowered his wand, the green glow fading as quickly as the lives he had just taken. Pathetic, Voldemort remarked, his tone indifferent. He turned to his followers, who stood frozen, admiration and fear mingling in their expressions. Come. There is more to be done. Voldemort continued his steady pace deeper into the fortress, unfazed by the fallen Aurors, as if their deaths were of no more consequence than a flickering candle being snuffed out. His followers trailed behind him, silent and awestruck. They reached the maximum security wing of the prison, where his most faithful followers, the last members of his inner circle, were kept. Voldemort stopped at the entrance to the wing, his eyes scanning the rows of cells, his voice rising above the hollow silence. Free them, he commanded his followers, his tone sharp as a blade. These are my faithful, those who never faltered in their loyalty. They deserve to be at my side once more. Go. The Death Eaters moved quickly, their wands raised as they began blasting apart the locks and doors that held the prisoners within. Cries of shock and disbelief echoed through the corridors as long-forgotten wizards and witches stumbled from their cells, blinking in the dim light, some too broken by years of imprisonment to understand what was happening, until they saw him. Voldemort stood, tall and dark, the very image of their salvation. As the other Death Eaters worked, Voldemort turned his attention to one cell in particular, Nagini slithering behind him. It was at the far end of the hall. He could still feel her, after all this time. The prisoner inside was more than just a loyal follower, she was his most trusted servant, his fiercest warrior, his unspoken voice, his weapon on the battlefield. She was the main reason he had even come to Azkaban. Bellatrix Lestrange. He walked toward the cell with slow, deliberate steps, a faint smile playing on his lips. The Dementors that once guarded her had drifted away at his command, and now there was nothing to stand between him and his most devoted servant. With a mere flick of his wand, the heavy iron door creaked open. Inside, Bellatrix sat slumped against the wall, her once wild hair now matted and tangled, her face gone from years of confinement. But her eyes, they burned with the same devotion that Voldemort had always admired. She looked up, and for a moment, she seemed uncertain if she was seeing a dream or reality. But then her lips curled into a manic smile as she struggled to her feet, her voice hoarse from disuse. Master, you've come for me. Voldemort stepped into the cell, his smile widening ever so slightly. Did you doubt I would, Bellatrix? It should have been a joyous moment. He had achieved his goals. This mere effect would demoralize the very few people who believed Dumbledore, to show them that his influence, which they had spent years trying to remove, could return in just a single moment. His followers, whom they imprisoned, could be free whenever he wished. He even had Bellatrix with him, and after a few days of recovery, she would be able to go to Gringotts and check that the cup he entrusted her with was still in her vault. Then why was he feeling nervous? Why did he feel that something was wrong? Then he heard it, from the silence of Azkaban, a simple whistling tune. It could have been a prisoner lamenting, but the sound reverberated all over the prison. Then a large bolt of lightning hit just outside of the fortress, the thunder overwhelming any sounds. It was then that he noticed him, having appeared out of nowhere, still whistling. He was wearing a silver hooded cloak that seemed to glow with the moonlight and hid his features. The most disturbing thing was that he was holding a familiar wand. He had crossed it enough times to recognize it with a single. It was Dumbledore's. The man spoke in a smooth voice, well, well. If it isn't Lord Voldemort himself. In the flesh. The Dark Lord hid the unease he felt at the man's presence. Thank you. You know me, but I do not know you. How can anyone not know you? The red eyes that people fear so much, the serpentine look, and of course, for those who can tell, your mangled little soul. Voldemort stiffened at that last comment. You tread dangerous grounds. Did I? Was that supposed to be a secret? Well, you can't blame me for not knowing. It's not my fault that you wear your abomination of a soul so proudly. You talk too much, the Dark Lord uttered and cast one of his fastest killing curses. A jet of blinding green light flew towards the intruder, only for him to dodge it barely. He noticed the man was still standing unconcerned. Now, that was uncalled for. You're so easy to anger and still very impulsive. You will not survive this night, stranger. The man's tone turned amused. Everyone thinks they'll be able to defeat me. But in this world, no one has beaten me yet. Everything has a price, Tom Riddle. How blind you are that you cannot see that. Voldemort was about to reply, only to notice that the man was not looking at him, but at Bellatrix, whose skin was slowly getting darker, until it slowly turned to dust. The last words she ever spoke were, "My lord." She never got to finish until she disappeared, just like that, dead. Lord Voldemort could barely process how quickly things went when his followers started attacking the mystery wizard. He dodged a killing curse from Lucius, and beheaded Rookwood with a flick of his wand, only for the man's head to turn into an explosion, blowing up the captains of Greyback's pack. Nott was impaled by a spear of black ice and banished into Robustan Lestrange's cell, where both men were swallowed by a dark sphere. All of this happened in less than 2 seconds, and Voldemort decided he would not waste more followers' lives. That man knew more than he let on and would die by his hand. He gathered his magic and conjured a giant beam of darkness that swallowed the man's entire body. He kept powering the spell more than he probably should have. The upper half of the fortress was destroyed by the attack, which was a feat that had never been done before. He was so sure, only for the dust to settle with a man standing behind a white shield that pulsed and banished the darkness away, including the dementors that accompanied him to the cells. The man looked at him unbothered and wiped some non-existent dirt from his silver cloak. At this moment, a small part of him resurged, one that he had tried to hide for decades, the last remnants of Tom Riddle as he stood alone and afraid in Muggle London as bombs flew down from the sky. "Who are you?" "Oh, Tom. I'm disappointed. Don't you recognize me?" The man removed his hood and revealed a familiar face with a very familiar scar. "Potter." "Yep. Now, Lord Voldemort, what did you say about beating death again?" Chapter 339, Chapter 339, The Deadly Foe. October 31, 1995, Azkaban, Earth 2. "Oh, Tom. I'm disappointed. Don't you recognize me?" The man removed his hood and revealed a familiar face with a very familiar scar. "Potter." "In the flesh." Now, Lord Voldemort, what did you say about beating death again?" Lord Voldemort wouldn't admit it, but the casual way that Potter was holding himself, the magical prowess he exhibited made him anxious. He was different to how he acted in the graveyard just months prior, a boy who was traumatized at the death of his schoolmate, trembling with his life, and still cast a disarming charm of all things at him. And yet, the boy in front of him had killed half a dozen people in less than a minute and was looking at him with an amused expression on his face. Still, as big of a progress Potter would have made, he was still only a boy. If anything, it emboldened him and made Voldemort think that he was foolish at being nervous. "You're a foolish boy, Harry Potter, to come all this way to challenge me. Brave, perhaps, but foolish, nonetheless. There is no Dumbledore to save you now, no mother is willing to sacrifice herself for you. You're all alone." His followers understood his unspoken command and stood down, wanting to watch their lord kill the boy who had been the cause of his defeat over a decade prior. He had trained them so well. "Do I look like I need anyone to protect me?" the boy answered with a snort. "Unfortunately, none of you will survive this night." "It's nothing personal, really." "Well, that was a lie. It is a bit personal. We have a score to settle, don't we, Tom?" "Tom Riddle is dead," Voldemort snarled. "I am what remains." "Yes, Tom Riddle could have been a man that I could respect. You, on the other hand, are a madman, a powerful one, perhaps, but your mind is as fractured as your soul. Did you truly think there were no consequences to what you have done?" The Dark Lord stiffened and sent a killing curse at the boy, who just dodged it by tilting to the side and conjured a giant blade of wind that Voldemort was able to shield against, but that bisected McNair and a few of Greyback's men before he could stop it. "Are we done playing yet?" Voldemort did not answer and decided to send a rotting curse this time, which the boy batted away carelessly. He conjured a beam of fire, that the boy just turned into smoke with a flick of his wand, before disappearing into the smoke. He felt his breath hitch as he was banished back a few feet. He hadn't even seen the spell coming. With a snarl, he pushed his magic to push the smoke away, knocking down his followers as well. He expected Potter to have been taken by surprise as well, only for him to reappear in the same spot he was in with a smug grin on his face. "Is that all you can do? Are you the man who was said to be Dumbledore's equal, who terrorized an entire country and brought it to its knees? I have to say, you're not living up to the legend." Voldemort conjured a bolt of black lightning and sent it at Potter as the boy progressively walked closer to him. The spell fizzled out in mid-flight and his opponent chuckled, slow. He conjured a green glowing serpent that snarled at his opponent, which also promptly faded away. Sloppy. The boy just kept walking forward and Voldemort cast a ball of darkness at him, which his opponent predictably avoided by slicing it into 2 halves. However, that allowed Nagini to attack him from the rear, only for her to be sent away with a casual flick of the boy's wand, ignoring the protections that the Dark Lord had personally cast on his familiar. Sad. Voldemort tried to take him by surprise by casting his earlier beam of darkness. The boy wouldn't have the time to conjure any shield while being that close, only for him to be hit with an invisible wind cutter on his wand arm, making him stop casting by the sheer surprise. Thankfully, his ritual-enhanced body resisted the spell and healed the damage in seconds, but that gave the boy a chance to conjure some kind of shadow scythe from the end of his wand. He was only able to shield against it partially, the tip of the scythe scratching his chest, cutting up his cloak and a bit of his skin. Voldemort was frozen when the wound just didn't close up and kept bleeding. The boy followed up by conjuring a giant hand of light to press down on him, and Voldemort was able to top it in time with a quick shield, but he was still sent flying back by an oncoming spell that took him by surprise. The Dark Lord hadn't been outmatched like this for almost half a century. His heartbeat became stronger and faster at the realization that in front of him was a foe he never battled before. The boy's smile widened at the realization. "Is that fear I can see in your eyes, Lord Voldemort?" "You're not Potter," he stated, and he was right. Harry Potter had never exhibited a single sign of this type of prowess. His followers had observed the boy ever since he stepped foot in Hogwarts. He was a mediocre student who was moderately more powerful than the average wizard. He wasn't a prodigy, he wasn't a powerhouse like Dumbledore or himself. And yet he kept escaping, kept surviving. He had thought that the prophecy was the reason he still lived, for only the hands of fate could have saved that boy so many times. Perhaps I am not. Why does that matter to a dead man? His followers thankfully understood the unspoken command and started casting at the impostor before him. If anything, the boy's grin widened, and he slowly walked forward towards them. He redirected a blood boiler from the Rodolphus Lestrange towards Lucius Malfoy, only to dodge a dark cutting curse that he somehow caught with a golden rope and use it to cut Avery in half and decapitate the last Lestrange. Just like that, a magical line over 1,000 years old was gone, ending at the hand of the monster before him. To make things worse, he cast a spell onto the man's head that made it explode in shards of ice that cut through dozens of men. Fenrir Greyback seemed to try to run and kill the boy physically, only for him to burst into hundreds of ravens, and the werewolf to be impaled by hidden stone spears. The ravens reformed into the boy once more, and with a flick of his wand, the infamous werewolf had turned to dust. With their pack leader dead, the werewolf stood there, frozen in shock, and that gave the boy more than enough time to get the roof to drop down dozens of spears that impaled most of them. The rest had died with a giant wind cutter. Slowly, the boy walked forward, ducking under a purple spell from Dolohov, which he hit with a cutting curse on the wrist, cutting his hand off entirely. The fake Potter casually made the hand merge with the stone, which appeared behind Yaxley, and broke his neck. Dolohov was then finished with a quick piercing curse to the heart, having barely enjoyed a few minutes of freedom. Meanwhile, Voldemort stood there, frozen by the carnage of the death of his followers. Most of his followers had died in less than 20 seconds. Deciding to cut his losses, he conjured fiend fire. If his followers would have died anyway, then what was the point of trying to save them? He had enough followers at his back, and Nagini had sneakily slithered to safety behind him. A giant serpent of hellish flame surged into the wing and incinerated it completely, including Potter. For full measure, he waited a good minute before recalling the fiend fire. He expected the boy to have finally died, only for him to freeze as dozens of ravens made of darkness appeared from thin air and entered his followers' chests, ignoring any shields. For a few seconds nothing happened, and he thought that it might have been a trick. That was until black smoke came out of their mouths and they fell to the floor, dead. Voldemort found himself being thrown away, his wand leaving his palm into the air and falling down. Right where the wand landed, a swarm of ravens appeared once more and merged back into his opponent, who palmed his wand silently. The Dark Lord's fears were confirmed when the wand burst into ash in his hands. He couldn't help but mourn his oldest companion, the wand he had used in his rise to power, that comforted him in those cold dark times in his first years in Slytherin. It was proof that he was special, and just like that, it was gone. The downed Dark Lord looked around and saw a prison wing filled with corpses. He was the only survivor, bar Nagini. His protections must have held up against the ravens somehow. The boy spoke up casually. "It hurts, doesn't it? To see something precious to you being destroyed. It's a special kind of pain, one that people do not forget easily. How many lives have you taken? How many children have you orphaned? How many husbands and wives became widowers through your hand? And all for what? For obsession over power and fear of death." These words, if anything, made Voldemort even more furious. "Spare me your sanctimony. You just killed hundreds of my men. You've just ended family lines. How are you better than me?" The fake Potter tilted his head slightly, his eyes cold and unwavering. "I don't need to lecture you, Tom. Your legacy does it for you." Voldemort's body trembled, not from fear, he told himself, but from rage. His gaze flickered to the ruins of his wand, the ashes slipping through his fingers. Power. Legacy. Immortality. They were supposed to be his. Yet here he stood, cornered, wandless, watching as everything he had built began to crumble around him. He tried to apparate away, to activate the hidden portkey that he kept in case of emergency, only for them not to work. He wasn't being blocked, not with a ward that he could overpower, at least. No, the spell itself refused to be cast. Space refused to be warped to let him out, all because of the being in front of him. "What are you?" he couldn't help but ask. The boy ignored his question. "What was it you liked to say again?" "Oh, right. You have beaten death, right? You haven't even come close, really. Do you think your little trinkets will protect you against the natural order of things? I am the consequence of your fear. The shadow of your sins. You tore yourself apart to live forever, but all you've done is carve out the path to your own undoing." Then his opponent did the unthinkable. He threw a wand at Voldemort. He recognized it. It was Harry Potter's wand. It was strangely familiar, but he still remembered what it looked like from the graveyard. The fake Potter gave him a dry look. "Pick it up. You're too pathetic to kill like this." Voldemort didn't need to be told twice. He palmed the wand, ignoring the small burn he felt as he did so, and overwhelmed it with his magic, and yelled out, "Avada Kedavra." A jet of green light raced towards his enemy, only to freeze in the air. Voldemort stared at the killing curse which was still cackling in energy and saw the fake Potter having done nothing but raise his hand. He couldn't help himself and muttered, "This is impossible." The boy snickered, "Oh, honey. You have no idea what's possible." Suddenly, the killing curse started to fizzle slightly, its energy slowly being sapped out and swallowed by a dark sphere of some sort. The moment the killing curse was swallowed up, Voldemort felt a burning pain all over his body and everything went black. Chapter 340, No Place Like Home. October 31, 1995, Azkaban, Earth 2. Suddenly, the killing curse started to fizzle slightly, its energy slowly being sapped out and swallowed by a dark sphere of some sort. The moment the killing curse was swallowed up, Voldemort felt a burning pain all over his body and everything went black. He watched as the Dark Lord fell unconscious, meaning that the killing curse had struck Harry's counterpart. It was a very tricky thing to achieve, to get Voldemort to cast with a wand unsuited to him, one bonded not just to any wizard but one that saw him as his mortal enemy. It was a wand that was asked to kill its owner and that alone made the killing curse weaker both in terms of energy and conceptually. Harry had also weakened the spell even further by warping space and time around it. When he froze that spell in midair, it was still going forward into very stretched space, and for entire hours. It was almost the best he could do without severely straining himself. This was, of course, due to one of the fundamental laws of magic. Spells got weaker the longer they stayed in the air and the further they traveled. It continuously lost fragments of its energy the longer it remained unattached to any source of power, like a person. By the time the killing curse had gone through the portal to hit Harry's counterpart, it could barely be counted as one. From the few diagnostic charms he could use, there was a discharge of magic from the scar and the boy was still alive. Well, wasn't it nice when plans worked out? He'd been very invested in making sure the other boy was still alive after the Horcrux was destroyed, and it worked. That was a strange sense of accomplishment. He had literally orchestrated someone surviving the killing curse with just his magic and did it in a relatively reliable way. That alone would have made him a very well-known figure in the magical world if he published that knowledge. It was all just built on a few theories created from small snippets of what happened in the stories from his previous life. Voldemort sent a killing curse at Harry using a wand that belonged to him, and in his foolishness, he also used himself as an anchor to his enemy by using his blood in his resurrection. If Harry had chosen to move on, to die, Voldemort would have lost his body once more. He would have survived because of his last Horcrux, but his body, which he had crafted using Harry's blood, would have been destroyed. Harry smirked as he noticed that Voldemort was still breathing, if very weakly. The man had technically been hit with his own killing curse, conceptually at least. He summoned his counterpart's wand from the Dark Lord's hands and sent it through a portal to Sirius. He prepared for the second part of the plan, only to feel Nagini leaping at his back. Harry used his cloak to phase through it and the snake continued forward towards its master, who he was expecting would wake up soon. His suspicions were proven to be correct. Voldemort rolled into one of his servants' corpses and grabbed one of his wands. He sent volleys of exploding curses at Harry, which he redirected or just phased through. When Nagini reached the Dark Lord, he turned into smoke and jumped out of the window. Unassisted flight was something that was pretty useful theoretically, but it was insanely hard to maintain. Harry never really thought about replicating it. He didn't really see the point other than showing off. You couldn't exactly control your movement and cast spells at the same time, and portals were far more useful as an escape strategy. To prove his point, Harry warped space in front of the flying Voldemort, making him land on the fortress roof. He quickly created a portal and moved through, still whistling faintly. He noticed Voldemort was rolling over the ground, with scratches all over his body. Nagini was in a similar state, hissing around him. He stiffened when he heard the whistling and shakingly got up. "I've enjoyed the chase, Tom. But I think we've reached the end now, you and I." He tried to apparate again, but Harry stopped the space from warping around him. Now, we both know that running from me will achieve nothing. The men looked around frantically and saw nothing. Harry knew exactly what he was looking for. You came out here, hoping the Dementors would come to your aid. Tough luck, they're a bit indisposed. Harry never really wanted to deal with the Dementors. He never took the time to study them properly since he hated being around the creatures. However, he knew enough to know that they weren't exactly alive and killing immortal creatures was pretty hard. Instead, he settled for the best great thing. There was a cavern underneath the fortress, a small place without any entrances or exits. He created a portal around every single Dementor and brought them here. They'd probably escape eventually, but it wouldn't be any time soon and Harry would be there to really care. The Dark Lord looked at him in anger. Do you think this will achieve anything? I have beaten death before and will do so again. Next time, I will be ready. Harry chuckled at that proclamation. The men had the audacity to brag after being so outmatched. There was no reason to say anything, it was just his pride. At least Harry would have some fun ripping all that bravado out. You're talking about your little trinkets. What were those things again? Oh, right, a diary, a locket, a ring, a cup, a diadem, and this charming little thing here too, right? The Dark Lord visibly froze, and Harry snapped his finger and activated the curse he put on Nagini days prior. Immediately the snake started to thrash, before slumping, dead. The monster watched in horror as his familiar died and with it a portion of his very soul. The displaced wizard just raised an eyebrow. Did you really think that those trinkets would protect you from me? The men cast a spell at him, only for his entire hand to freeze and his wand to turn to ash. The Dark Lord then glared at him, his red eyes glowing in anger. You're not Potter. I know you're not. Why are you doing this? I haven't done anything to you. You're right. You haven't. Dabbling in soul magic isn't exactly something that affects me. You're not nearly that important. There's already a punishment in place for people who screw the natural order the way you did. But you couldn't help yourself. What did you say again? Oh, right, you have defeated death. You can't blame me for taking that personally. You're... The Dark Lord stiffened. See, now you're getting it. I arranged for you to come here, on Samhain. It wasn't really that hard, just a few whispers here and there, pushing you to free your followers today. There were a few lies in that statement, or at least, some misdirection. Voldemort had used Samhain to break out his followers because of the increase of ambient magic during the day. Azkaban was cut off from all ley lines because of a ritual by Christie's. Ambient magic is often generated by ley lines which were absorbed by wizards to cast magic. It was what made it an attractive place for a prison since the inmates couldn't use any magic wandlessly. Certain days of the year like Samhain and Beltane had an increase in magic on a global scale, enough to make it possible to cast magic in Azkaban. Voldemort was never going to meet the Dementors from a position of weakness, hence the fact that he chose Samhain to break out his followers. All Harry had to do was just push him to do it sooner and not put it off, by making his heist a public affair and framing a high-profile woman for the crime, even if he didn't think it would stick. Why do all of this, then? If you are who I think you are, why not just kill me and be done with it? Voldemort asked. I deserve to have my entertainment as well, Tom. You were a good distraction, I'll admit to that. I haven't seen an abomination like you in a good while. There's barely any of Tom Riddle left in that thing you call a soul. Voldemort rolled forward, trying to take Harry by surprise, and without even a wand, he sent his strongest telekinetic blast towards his enemy, who just casually conjured a shield that stopped it with a loud bang and sent the Dark Lord flying back slightly. That was actually kind of impressive, at least the power of it. He had been slightly disappointed with his fight with Voldemort. The man's counterpart in Harry's dimension was far more impressive. To be fair, he was also fighting a version of Dumbledore that was far stronger than this world's version of the man. They might be close in terms of raw power, but there was a big difference in terms of technique and cunning. The difference in power had made Voldemort fight smartly, and use every trick in the book to surpass Dumbledore, even if he had failed. In this world, Voldemort could match Dumbledore through brute force and so, didn't really use anything other than that. There was no subtlety to technical fights, just sending killing curses and large-scale spells. That difference meant that the fight was shorter than Harry expected, and he had to buy some time until the ritual was ready. He chose to use that time by scaring the life out of Voldemort. Still, Harry summoned the men to the center of the ceiling. The humbled Dark Lord knelt up, and Harry gave him a dry look. Did you really think that I didn't see any of this coming, that I didn't know you would try to escape through the window and land on the roof of this cursed place? All of this happened because you didn't even bother to learn one simple lesson. And what's that? The Dark Lord rasped. You can't cheat death, Tom. Voldemort just burst into hysterical laughter but didn't reply. Harry didn't bother saying anything else. It was time. Harry took out the Elder Wand and used it to conjure some unbreakable chains to bind Voldemort completely. He then channeled every drop of power that was stored within the wand and sent it towards the clogged ley lines. Thousands of years of stored magic being channeled made the wand heat up, and Harry gritted his teeth but just kept pushing it further and further, until finally, like a dam opening up, magic rushed out of the ley lines, sending backlogged magic throughout Azkaban. Normally, it would have destroyed the entire fortress, but Harry had spent weeks carving out small runes that directed the magic towards the roof, specifically, towards the exact same spot the Dark Lord stood. The magic made the chains glow. The bindings became powerful enough to overrule fate itself. It was just for a couple of seconds, but it was more than enough for Harry to conjure an ice spear enhanced by his resurrection stone and impale the Dark Lord through the heart. The prophecy was broken. Voldemort had died, but it wasn't at the hand of the child he marked. The energy released started to power the actual ritual. The world itself screamed at the blasphemy that had just been committed. Breaking prophecies wasn't a normal occurrence and could only happen in very specific circumstances, ones that were definitely not common. Thousands of runes were lit up, starting from the prison roof, moving down the walls and towards the island itself. This had been the culmination of months of calculations, weeks of actual carvings in the night under his invisibility cloak, making sure to get everything just right. The glowing calmed down and retreated back towards the roof, specifically towards Harry himself. The searing energy coursed through Harry, hotter and more intense than anything he had ever endured. Clutching the Elder Wand tightly, he willed it to act as a conduit, its ancient magic meant to hold and direct untold power. The agony grew unbearable, but Harry pushed through, releasing everything in one desperate burst. The fabric of reality itself tore open before him, a dazzling array of shifting, swirling lights filling the void. In that moment, space, time, and entire worlds collapsed into each other. With a final surge, Harry was pulled through the shimmering rift, vanishing into the swirling storm of colors beyond, leaving behind a prison devoid of dementors, the chained corpse of a Dark Lord impaled in the heart with a black spear, and corpses all over the maximum security wing. Chapter 341, A New Dawn. November 1, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Sirius Black paced in his dog form, right next to Harry's bed. To say that the previous day was nerve-wracking would be an understatement and a half. Seeing his godson being hit by that familiar sickly green light was horrifying, even if it was under controlled conditions. It was weaker than Voldemort's usual spell. Hell, it was weaker than any killing curse he had ever seen. It glowed just a bit less and it just felt lesser, for lack of a better word. Sirius could hardly guess how Harold achieved this. He had accepted the fact that the boy understood magic better than he ever did, despite the age difference, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that it actually worked. Harry was hit with the spell, and his scar bled some kind of weird black goo, but he was still alive, nonetheless. His godson had survived the killing curse for the second time. Now, if only he would wake up. Sirius had panicked a bit and just grabbed his unconscious godson and snuck him back into his dormitory in Hogwarts. He let the boy sleep in his bed and kept vigil over him in his dog form. It was late enough in the night that all of his housemates were asleep, so no one noticed anything amiss. He didn't even know what happened to Harold, if his plan worked or not, if Voldemort had died or not. He was mainly concerned with his godson at the moment to really pay attention to anything else. The whole thing was a bit anticlimactic. He expected to see some kind of change or something. All that happened was some weird portal opening up and a killing curse came through it to hit Harry, before closing. That was it. There were no celebrations in the streets, there were no loud noises of explosions and death, just his godson's faint breathing. Breathing whose rhythm changed slightly. Sirius perked up and saw Harry slowly sitting up. He jumped at the bed and licked his godson's nose. Harry giggled before stiffening, probably remembering what happened the night prior. It was almost dawn and Padfoot walked out of the dormitory, Harry groaning as he followed the dog Animagus around. They walked down, mostly in silence, until they found themselves near the Black Lake. It was early enough that no one would notice, so Sirius shifted back into his human form and enveloped his godson with a hug. "I'm so glad you're all right." The younger wizard yelped in pain. "I'm happy too, but everything hurts." "Is there something wrong?" the dog Animagus asked, panicked. "No, it's fine, Padfoot. I just feel sore all over. It was like I just had an intense Quidditch workout, only 10 times worse. I guess being sore isn't a bad thing after being hit with a killing curse." "How was it, being hit with the curse?" Harry shrugged. "Not that bad, to be honest. The Cruciatus was far worse." "Did it work, by the way? Is the soul shard gone?" Sirius nodded. "Yes. There was some stuff that came out of your scar, and I cast a dozen dark magic detectors. The wound is still cursed, but it doesn't have anything close to the magic that was there before. It'll probably start properly scarring, but I don't think it will ever go away." The boy's shoulders visibly relaxed at his statement. At least that part of the plan worked. "If anything, I don't have to die anymore. And I'll stop screaming whenever Voldemort is around. I do feel better, lighter for the lack of a better term. I'm not as angry as I was yesterday. I don't feel like I'm about to blow up at any time. I guess that's already an improvement. Do you think he did it? Do you think Voldemort is really dead? I don't know. But we'll find out eventually. As for now, let's just celebrate the fact that you're free from that scar. That's already a massive thing. And Voldemort's Horcruxes are all gone, except for maybe his snake. That alone makes a massive difference, even if Harold's plan failed. It'll be odd not seeing him every morning. I've only known him for 2 months, but it feels more than that. I know that we had some disagreements, but I hope he's still alive somewhere. Sirius hummed, I hope so too, kid. They stayed in silence, watching the surface of the Black Lake for what must have been hours. They didn't speak until the familiar form of Hedwig flew down at them with a copy of the Daily Prophet. I didn't know you were subscribed to the Prophet, especially after how they treated you. I'm not, Harry simply replied, before gasping as he saw the cover image, and Sirius followed him as he saw it as well. It was of Voldemort being impaled by some kind of spear, to the heart, whilst chained, on top of the familiar form of Azkaban. Dark Lord dead. Mysterious death at Azkaban leaves Wizarding World stunned. By Rita Skeeter. In a shocking turn of events, the body of a figure resembling he who must not be named was discovered late last night on the roof of Azkaban Fortress, chained and impaled by a spear. The discovery comes after what authorities are calling one of the most violent and mysterious attacks ever seen in Wizarding history, leaving the public reeling with questions about the fate of the Dark Lord, the Ministry's denials, and the security of Azkaban itself. All inmates housed in the maximum security wing of the prison were found dead, or are presumed to have perished in what investigators believe was an out-of-control fiend fire. The Aurors on the scene described the wing as completely ravaged by the magical fire, making identification of some of the deceased difficult. The exact cause of the fiend fire's release remains unknown. However, even more unsettling than the mass deaths of the inmates is the discovery of bodies that do not belong to Azkaban's current prisoner roster. Lucius Malfoy, once accused of supporting you-know-who during the First Wizarding War, but never convicted, was found among the dead, despite not being an inmate at the time of the attack. His presence at the prison has raised serious questions. Aurors also identified Fenrir Greyback, the notorious werewolf and one of the Dark Lord's most feared followers, among the corpses. Greyback was also not an inmate at Azkaban, leading many to wonder what brought him and Malfoy to the fortress. Several other individuals not listed as prisoners were found at the scene as well, further deepening the mystery. We are investigating how and why these individuals were at Azkaban, said a senior Auror close to the case. None of them were incarcerated, and their presence raises serious concerns. We're looking into every possibility. The discovery of the figure bearing a striking resemblance to you-know-who, chained and dead atop Azkaban, has sparked a whirlwind of rumors and fear across the Wizarding world. Despite the Ministry's long-standing denial of the Dark Lord's return, this gruesome scene has called into question the Ministry's official stance. We are exploring all possibilities, said a Ministry spokesperson. While the body found may look like he who must not be named, it's important to note that this could be the work of an imposter seeking to exploit his fearsome reputation. We are treating this as one possibility, though we must not discount any other avenues of investigation. This aligns with statements previously made by Albus Dumbledore, who warned of such tactics following young Harry Potter's account of the events during the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. Minister Cornelius Fudge, who has been under increasing pressure since last year to acknowledge the Dark Lord's possible return, declined to make any specific comment, stating only that the investigation is ongoing. However, with several of Fudge's political allies, including Malfoy, now dead, speculation is rife about the deeper implications of this attack. Among the many questions raised by this horrific event, the fate of the Dementors remains one of the most troubling. The creatures, once loyal guards of the Wizarding prison, have vanished entirely, leaving no trace behind. Their sudden disappearance, paired with the unprecedented attack, has led to widespread speculation that Azkaban may no longer be the secure fortress it once was. It's not just about the bodies we found, said an Auror involved in the investigation. It's about what we didn't find. The Dementors are gone, and whatever took them has left nothing but death in its wake. As the Wizarding world reels from this catastrophe, many are left wondering whether this marks the end of an era or the dawn of an even darker chapter. Sirius stared at the cover of the newspaper with awe in his eyes and murmured, he actually pulled it off. Harry seemed to be in a daze as well. Voldemort is gone. I'm free. He'll never go after me again. He'll never hurt anyone else again. Sirius couldn't help but burst into laughter. The fucker is dead, finally. And didn't you see? His Death Eaters are dead too. Holy shit. I knew that Harold was good, but this is absolutely mental. For some reason, Harry wasn't smiling with him and his godfather grabbed him by the shoulder and comforted him. What is it, kid? Is it wrong that I feel cheated somehow? I've always thought it was going to be me, that I would be the one to kill him. I didn't like it, but it was who I am. I'm glad he's dead, I really am, but I fought him so many times. Without that, I don't know if I'm special anymore. Sirius gave him a sad smile. Of course, you're special, Harry. You're one of the bravest, most ingenious men I've ever met. You're not defined by Voldemort. You never were, and this is your chance to prove that. Thrive without having to fight him. Become someone that's amazing in his own rights. Harry smiled slightly at that before suddenly bursting into laughter. I still can't believe that they have Voldemort's body on their hands and they're still not saying that he was back. The dog Animagus could see the humor in that. Fudge is grasping at straws here. The event was public enough that everyone would have known about it eventually. There were just too many deaths and most of them were backers of his. He's never going to say that he was wrong. That's an easy way to be kicked out of office after the shit he pulled. At least, the way he's been slandering you is gone. Imposter or not, no one would blame you for freaking out, especially after seeing the Diggory boy die in front of you. You saw Voldemort kill him and warned people. Whether that was an imposter or not, isn't important. What's important is that no one will think you were lying. The younger wizard looked hesitant for a moment. I don't know. It feels sort of cheap to just pretend like Voldemort never came back, that Cedric died at the hands of some copycat. Harry, Cedric is gone, and it wasn't your fault. The monster who killed him, who also killed your parents and countless other people, is dead. That's the main point. His biggest supporters are dead. Hell, even Greyback is dead, and I know that Moony will be over the moon because of that. You're free now. There is nothing that is forcing you to do anything for anyone. You are no longer responsible for saving everyone. Your life is just as valuable, if not more valuable, than other people's, and you need to accept that. It's time for you to finally think for yourself, decide on the man you want to become, find a dream and pursue it. I don't know how to do that. Ever since I stepped foot in the wizarding world, my entire life revolved around Voldemort. That's pretty sad, now that I say it out loud. Sirius grinned. Tell you what, the first thing would be to find a new place we could live in. I hate Grimmauld Place, and I know you hate the Dursleys. With Voldemort gone, Dumbledore will have no justification to leave you with them. Harry smiled widely at that. That alone makes being hit with a killing curse worth the trouble. Come on, we've been here for hours, and I don't want to miss breakfast. I'm starving. Sirius nodded. Sure. Don't let me keep you. I'm just glad you're all right now. We'll talk later. I'm expecting another order meeting about what happened last night anyway. The younger wizard agreed and walked back to the castle. Sirius was prepared to turn back into a dog and sneak out of the school, only for a small letter to materialize before him. Dear Sirius, I enchanted this letter to appear when you're alone after reading the newspaper I arranged to be sent to Harry, so don't panic. It was supposed to reassure him. I hope it did. It would be very embarrassing if something went wrong. I hope nothing did, at least on your end. I don't really like teary goodbyes, so this would have to do. My time in your universe was brief, but I enjoyed it. It was a nice break from the craziness of my universe. It was a privilege to get to know you properly, and I am glad that you have trusted me, even when my plan was for your godson to be hit with a killing curse, and I want to repay that trust. I'm leaving you with a trunk filled with everything I stole from the Lestrange vault. I have no idea how goblins mint their galleons, and I have more than enough gold for myself in my own dimension. Anyway, I also trapped the Dementors in a cave that I enchanted to experience time very slowly. It wouldn't have worked normally, but an energy surge like the one I planned ought to keep the enchantments up for a few centuries or millennia. So, unless some idiot breaks them for some reason, you shouldn't see Dementors in a while. I hope that gives you a measure of closure in the fact that you won't see one anytime soon. Anyway, a few parting words. Never be cruel or cowardly. Never give up on your dreams, and never give in to serving others. Smile widely, laugh hard, and never ever stop being kind, even if you need to temper it a bit with some self-preservation. Now, I didn't just send you the letter to say goodbye. There's a small piece of information that I wanted to share, which you can act on however you want. Albus Dumbledore is dying. He tracked down one of the Horcruxes and accidentally got himself cursed. Thankfully, he contained it well enough, but he won't live past a year. I know this because I hunted down that particular Horcrux before him and had to reapply the curse in case Voldemort came back to check on it. Thankfully, when I did so, I decided to make a small change, a way out. I have attached instructions on how to remove it. It's not exactly a cure, it would just stop the curse from spreading permanently. Now, with me gone, I'm leaving you a choice. You can either save Dumbledore or not. I agree that my experiences with my own Dumbledore are making me biased, so, I'm letting you make the decision instead. I pray that you can live with whatever choice you will make. Goodbye and good luck. Harry. Sirius stuffed the letter into his pocket, heart pounding with a strange mix of emotions. He had barely noticed the passage of time by the time he arrived back home. The house was quiet, creature nowhere to be seen, and the faint creaks of Grimmauld Place echoed through the halls like ghosts. He didn't have time to process the magnitude of Harold's message, not fully. Save Dumbledore or not? The more logical choice was to save the men, and yet something niggled in his head. Of course, that was when Dumbledore sent a Patronus to everyone to gather for an order meeting. Chapter 342, Chapter 342, The Morning That Follows. November 1st, 1995, Hogwarts, Earth 2. He didn't have time to process the magnitude of Harold's message, not fully. Save Dumbledore or not? The more logical choice was to save the men, and yet something niggled in his head. Of course, that was when Dumbledore sent a Patronus to everyone to gather for an order meeting. Sirius spent a bit more time than he expected in the order meeting room, waiting for the other members to arrive. He barely noticed the passage of time, as he pondered on his choice. The difficult part was over. Voldemort was dead and Harold had left. He was strangely sad about the latter. He had grown to love the young man, his godson's counterpart. There was a cleverness to him, a sense of assuredness that reminded him strangely of his own grandfather Arcturus. Merlin's beard, he hadn't thought about the men for years. He had died a few months after Sirius ran away from home, right after his wife perished after years of fighting dragonpox. He wasn't even allowed to come to the funeral, even if he wasn't particularly close to the men. His mother feared him and tried to limit their contact. But from the few days he got to experience with the men, he was scary and pretty expectant of his descendants. He was probably the only black he knew who had a proper sense of humor. Harold reminded Sirius of the men. He was terrifyingly intelligent, had everything planned to every minute detail, and had a dry sense of humor that he only showed Sirius after they got comfortable with each other. Harold played everyone like a fiddle, including bloody Voldemort himself, and that alone made him worth the friendship they built. He kept his promise. Harry was safe now. Voldemort and all his most powerful Death Eaters were dead. It was a massacre on a scale that Sirius had never seen before, an entire faction wiped out on a single night. And yet, something still niggled in his mind. Why didn't Harold just heal Dumbledore? If this really was an innocent mistake, then he would have just removed the curse himself. And if Dumbledore happened to be some hidden monster, then he wouldn't have given him the option to even save him. In the month since they met, Sirius had gotten a good picture of Harry. The young man would have killed Dumbledore if he was a threat, without even caring about anyone's opinion. That was how Harold was. So, why give him the option? Sure, Harold might have been biased when it came to Dumbledore, but there had to be another way. At least, he didn't let Harry choose. That would have made Sirius mad. The boy had just gone through enough, especially sitting there and waiting for a killing curse to hit him. He was so caught up in his thoughts, that he didn't notice Moony shake him slightly. Oh, hey, Moony. Sirius turned and saw that almost everyone was there and had taken a seat. They were only waiting for Dumbledore to arrive. The werewolf tilted his head with a worried expression on his face. Are you all right, Sirius? I don't think I've ever seen you so focused. Ever. Very funny. It's been a while, mate. I have some butterbeer in the fridge if you want to hang out later. It's the good stuff. With the kids in Hogwarts, Molly finally stopped yelling at me whenever I put some alcohol in there. Remus snorted at that. You did have it coming. Seriously, what were you thinking? I was thinking that it was my fridge and that maybe the kids deserved a couple of nights of fun. Well, you certainly made an impression. I didn't know Molly could turn that red without some kind of magic. So, why do you think Dumbledore called us here? Sirius shrugged. If I had to guess, it would be the fact that Voldemort and most of his Death Eaters were found dead in Azkaban. Lupin choked. What? I know. I had the same reaction this morning, Sirius replied while tossing him an issue of the Daily Prophet. He watched, suppressing the urge to burst into laughter, as Remus' eyes got wider and wider the more he read the article, until he mumbled, Greyback's dead. Yeah, so are most of his captains and Voldemort's entire inner circle. And well, Voldemort too. That seemed to be the exact time Dumbledore showed up. He entered the room with an intense look on his face, and sat down. Good morning, everyone. The murmurs in the room died down instantly as Dumbledore raised a hand. Thank you all for coming, he began, his voice carrying a weight that drew everyone's attention. We are here to discuss the article in today's Daily Prophet. As many of you have read, last night, there was a disturbance in Azkaban. Is it true, then? Kingsley asked, his deep voice cutting through the silence. Did Voldemort really die? Dumbledore sighed and folded his hands on the table. Let me explain. Late last night, a surge of magic from Azkaban alerted both the Department of Mysteries and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. When they arrived, they found the prison in chaos. The Dementors had vanished without a trace, leaving the place eerily empty. Gasps rippled through the room, but Dumbledore pressed on. More concerning, the maximum security wing, the one housing the highest-ranking Death Eaters, was destroyed, almost as if by fiend fire. They found the remains of many Death Eaters. Some were inmates, but many were people who were found innocent under the Imperius defense after the First War. They wanted to break out the rest of his inner circle. Moody growled, his magical eye spinning wildly. It would make sense, Dumbledore replied gravely. However, this entire situation makes me feel nervous. The DMLE is still working on identifying every victim and will continue investigating the scene. Even the Department of Mysteries have agreed to lend their hands, but they're having trouble using their time turners to get past the magical surge. However, this did confirm that whatever that magical surge was, it happened after the massacre occurred. And Voldemort? Tonks asked, her voice quieter than usual. Dumbledore nodded. The body of a man bearing a striking resemblance to Lord Voldemort was found impaled and chained on top of the fortress. The DMLE is running every test they can, and so far, the bodies, including his, appear real, at least as far as their scans can tell. Is he really dead? Bill Weasley asked, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Could it be over? Dumbledore's expression darkened. I fear it is not, he said slowly. Though this appears to be Voldemort's body, we must remember that the prophecy foretold that only Harry could defeat him. That has not yet happened, and until it does, we cannot assume that Voldemort is truly gone. Sirius, leaning forward, snapped, so you're saying he might still be out there? Do you have any proof beyond a prophecy, Dumbledore? Dumbledore met his gaze. The prophecy is not to be taken lightly, Sirius. It has guided us through these dark times. Until Harry has fulfilled his role, fate will not be so easily thwarted. Then he's not dead, Remus said quietly. No matter what the prophet says. Indeed, Dumbledore replied, his eyes sweeping across the room. It is impossible to stop fate, especially when prophecies are involved. We must prepare for what comes next. Sirius couldn't believe it. Was Dumbledore really not going to address this? You're joking, right? Voldemort's body was found dead by everyone and you're not even considering the fact that he might be dead. I hope he is dead, my boy, Dumbledore replied, but I don't find it likely that luck was so much on our side. We already got extremely lucky 14 years ago, when his curse rebounded on him. I do not think we can afford to rely on luck once more. Everyone agreed and Sirius was getting frustrated. It might be because he knew for a fact that Voldemort was dead, that they were free of the monster forever. It might be because he knew how the Dark Lord cheated death and knew that his Horcruxes were destroyed. But this entire meeting was rubbing him the wrong way. He was going to blow up at him, only for the unexpected to happen. However, of all the people who spoke up for him, Snivelyous wouldn't have made the list in 1,000 years. However, the potion master of all people spoke up, the dark mark is gone. It was burned off yesterday, in the middle of the night. I knew that there was a raid last night and I was told that I was to be called in afterwards with dozens of healing and nutrition potions ready, yet I was not summoned. The Dark Lord might have perished. Even after Godric's Hollows, the mark had simply faded but was not fully gone. Not, like it is now. As much as I hate to admit it, Black might have a point. The Dark Lord might be dead. Dumbledore gave the man a dirty look. I have had the misfortune of assuming that Lord Voldemort made mistakes in the past and I have paid heavy prices for those assumptions. This could very easily be a trap, a way for Voldemort to get us to lower our guard, making us think that he is dead, that his followers are gone, only to take us all out at once. This might be a trap, not for the Ministry, but for us, for the Order of the Phoenix. Another proof of this is the disappearance of Harold Smith. Wait, what? Almost all Order members were looking around in confusion, but a few had incredulous looks on their faces. Harry's friend in school. Yes, a new student. He also happened to be a very powerful seer. He was hoping to run away from the conflict that he predicted would start in June, by moving to France. He was an extremely hesitant young man, but I was able to get him to open up about a few of his prophecies, which greatly aided me when it came to anticipating Voldemort's movements. However, yesterday was the last time the boy was seen by his classmates and my attempts to find him were very unsuccessful. This brings us to two possibilities: either the boy ran away, knowing that something bad was coming, or he was taken by someone who knew of his abilities and was powerful enough and knowledgeable enough to kidnap him from Hogwarts itself. There is no reason for him to give up on his OWLS, which he needed to be accepted as a citizen in magical France. It was a very nicely constructed argument. It was completely wrong but pretty logical. Harold was a seer, but getting his OWLS was just his pretense to be in Hogwarts to make sure that everything went according to plan. He had no plans on actually staying until the end of the year, and that alone brought down Dumbledore's arguments in seconds. He could see everyone slowly starting to be convinced. Unfortunately for Dumbledore, Sirius wasn't having it. You're telling us that because some teenager disappeared, that Voldemort is still alive. We're talking about a teenager. They're not exactly the most stable bunch. I ran away from home when I was around his age and Voldemort attacked Diagon Alley right after. That doesn't mean I was some kind of seer. You need to accept that we might just be that lucky, Albus. Someone might have killed Voldemort, or he got himself killed in some kind of ritual. Voldemort is still alive, Dumbledore retorted loudly, his magic slowly suffocating the room. He's still out there and I will refuse to even entertain the possibility of him dying until I have personally seen Harry Potter slay him himself. You're serious about that, aren't you? Sirius asked, feeling his breath leave him at the realization. The prophecy is very clear. My main purpose is to prepare young Harry for that confrontation and perhaps even weaken Voldemort beforehand. Harry Potter must strike the final blow. Fate has mandated so. Sirius nodded and the magical pressure lessened, and the rest of the meeting was barely more than a haze. He understood now why Harold left it up to him. Harry's safety was his responsibility. Sirius had promised James and Lily that he would protect him. He would have fought Voldemort to save him and sacrificed his life for him. But that was easy, that was what he expected. He never thought that he would ever need to betray the trust of a man he genuinely respected to make sure that his godson was safe. He couldn't let Dumbledore keep pushing Harry to become the martyr he was building him up to be. He couldn't let the men influence him, making his life revolve around Voldemort once more, especially since the Dark Lord was dead. As long as Dumbledore lived, he would meddle in Harry's life and push him to become the savior he wanted him to be. After the meeting was over, Sirius took out the piece of parchment that held the counter-curse to the one Dumbledore was suffering from and burned it with a flick of his wand. He would protect Harry from everyone, light and dark alike. It was his duty as his godfather. Chapter 343, An Interesting Life. May 5, 1997, Hogwarts, Earth 2. Harry watched as the sun set before his eyes. He was at the exact place where he and Sirius hung out the morning after Voldemort died. He liked to sit there and remember that for as much as life could suck sometimes, it could have easily been worse. If Harry hadn't trusted a boy he had just met, then Voldemort could have been out there, alive, threatening people, killing innocents, and going after Harry again and again, until one of them was dead. It was funny how even almost 2 years afterwards, no one believed that the man who perished on top of Azkaban was actually Lord Voldemort, other than the Order of the Phoenix and a few people who were well connected to Death Eaters, that is. But with most of the high-ranking Death Eaters dying in the Azkaban massacre, the remaining Death Eaters didn't have anyone to bail them out. Funnily enough, Harold's disappearance was relatively unnoticed in the entire thing. The only ones who seemed to care were Hogwarts staff and Dumbledore. They kept investigating the boy's disappearance for months and Sirius even told him that he had Order members hunting down any leads that could help them find him. Harry didn't know why they cared more about his counterpart than Voldemort and his Death Eaters dying, but he stopped really listening to the Order after the Azkaban massacre. Still, there was something freeing about Voldemort finally being dead. It was hard to put it into words, but it felt like a weight had come off his shoulders. Ever since his first year, when he realized that the man who had made him an orphan was still alive and would still hunt him down, he knew deep down that he would be in danger until either of them died. It was something that he knew in his bones, and when he woke up and saw Voldemort's corpse on top of Azkaban, it was at this moment that he knew he was free, that no one would hunt him down. It was strange to be grateful to another version of himself. He wished he knew properly from the beginning so that they could compare their lives. For example, Harry wanted to know why the other boy didn't have a scar on his forehead, or how he was so good at magic. He might be a bit envious about that. The boy had killed a Dark Lord, a man that fought Dumbledore to a standstill, at his age. That sort of power was just inconceivable. Not that people accepted the fact that Voldemort was back in the first place. But Harry didn't care. After all, nothing could ever compare to the feeling of freedom he felt whenever he thought about his enemy's demise. Even though everyone agreed that the body didn't belong to Lord Voldemort, Fudge was still removed from office. It was very simple. Even if Voldemort hadn't come back, Cedric Diggory had died and they should have investigated Harry's claim, if only to be thorough. The death of Hogwarts champion was attributed to the fake Voldemort, and Fudge, in his paranoia, had allowed the boy's murderer to go unchecked and caused the death of dozens of upstanding citizens. Apparently, the Death Eaters who died were considered victims of the Voldemort copycat, and they were under the Imperius Curse and were ordered to attack Azkaban. They broke free of the man's control and tried to rebel. They fought valiantly and were able to kill him, but they all perished. The man was also responsible for banishing the Dementors using some supposed dark magic. That was the story, anyway. Harry still burst into laughter whenever he thought about it. The sheer incredulity he felt at the thought of any of those cowards, who kneeled before Voldemort, kissing his robes, actively defying him, was just so outlandish. Either way, there was a lot of political tension since many of the traditionalist families were ended, or significantly culled in the aftermath of the attack. He still felt bad when he remembered seeing Draco Malfoy breaking down when he got a letter from his mother telling him about his father's fate. The Ponce stopped bothering him afterwards, thankfully. Harry never considered how killing Death Eaters would impact their families. Anyway, Amelia Bones ended up being voted in as minister, and she quickly rounded up whatever remnants of Death Eaters, the ones that were too low ranked to participate in Azkaban's raid yet still held on to the rhetoric and tried attacking people. It seemed like a golden age in Britain was upon them, with a competent minister. Dumbledore's death, however, shocked the world. It was a few months after the Azkaban massacre, and it came out of nowhere. The cause of death was attributed to a very old and dark Egyptian curse, one that couldn't be countered. It seemed like Dumbledore was able to resist it, but eventually succumbed to it. Harry did remember seeing the man's hand turn to barely more than bones with blackened skin on it. He had asked the headmaster about it, only for him to touch this ugly ring with a weird black stone and say something about him foolishly letting his guard down, changing the subject right after. To be honest, the headmaster kept avoiding Harry until around a month before his death, when he saw him around once a week, asking if his scar hurt and if he had dreams of Voldemort. Harry had confusingly told him that Voldemort was dead, but the man remained resolute in his convictions and told Harry to always keep his guard up. Anyway, the man's funeral was an international affair. Everyone from all over Europe came to see the man off, having made more than a few acquaintances over time. People spoke of him, of his bravery against Voldemort and power against Grindelwald. No one spoke of the sad, regretful old man that Harry could see beneath the eccentric grandfather facade. No one really cared about the headmaster's death, not him as a person, but as the second coming of Merlin. Still, why the man left him a golden snitch of all things in his will, Harry had no idea. He still played with it sometimes whenever he was bored. The headmaster had also asked him to pick up a prophecy in the Department of Mysteries, but when he went there, he was told that the prophecy orb had mysteriously disappeared. He didn't really give it any thought after that. He never really liked divination all that much. The only good thing was that Snape disappeared after the funeral, and Professor Slughorn returned to teaching out of respect. The man was a bit too interested in Harry's fame, but he was a good teacher and that was more than enough for him. A few weeks after, Sirius surprised the world by revealing Peter Pettigrew's survival, and after months of expensive court proceedings, he was a free man, and he immediately adopted Harry. The decision was met with some resistance from both the Ministry and the Order, who wished to follow Dumbledore's wish of leaving him in Privet Drive, but Sirius was an adult, and he was Harry's godfather. That was the start of a split within the Order. Most had given up after months of inactivity and became convinced that Voldemort was either dead or had given up. There was no reason to upend their lives if there wasn't going to be a threat, after all. A few decided to follow Moody and kept running useless missions, hoping to find a trace they could follow. In 2 years, they found nothing. It was also when Harry started distancing himself from the Order. There was no reason to stay with his hateful relatives if there was nothing to protect himself from. And Harry did remember Harold saying that he reduced its duration for a year, so it wouldn't have been working anyway. That decision alone was the reason for many of the fights he had with Ron and Hermione, who wanted him to follow Dumbledore's orders, even when the man was dead, and that also ended up with a lot of visits beneath the shade of the tree by the Black Lake. He tended to come here whenever he got frustrated because as he imagined the future that could have been, he couldn't help but feel grateful for what he had. Which brought him to the subject of his current ire, Ron Weasley. It had to do with Quidditch of all things. Harry had been the captain of the team since Angelina retired, but he decided to step down from the team entirely for his last year to focus on becoming an Auror. Bones' new requirements were pretty strict, and he would need to dedicate a lot of time to get the scores he needed. Ron hadn't liked that, but what drove him absolutely mental was the fact that he recommended Ginny as captain over him. The redhead had his sights on becoming a professional Quidditch player, but honestly, while Ron was good for a school game, he wasn't exactly professional material. Ginny was good, scarily good, and it would bring more attention to her when the scouts came during the school matches. It was just more practical, but Ron saw it as a betrayal. Hermione didn't want to get between them and just avoided the matter entirely. It was just so stupid. Ron could apply himself a bit and get a proper career. Quidditch was a short-term career, and it only paid off if you joined the bigger teams, something that was unlikely to happen. A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. "Something on your mind, Potter?" Harry instinctively raised his wand before relaxing at the familiar voice. "Nothing much, Greengrass. Ron's just being a prat." "So, business as usual, then," Daphne snorted. He hadn't paid much attention to Daphne Greengrass before. One of his biggest regrets was how closed off he'd been during his years at Hogwarts, especially toward the Slytherins. Malfoy was a bit of a prat when they were younger, though he'd mellowed after his father's death, but the others. They were just regular witches and wizards, albeit from wealthier families. The only notable thing he remembered about the girl standing before him was the gossip about Malfoy asking her out and getting rejected. There were rumors of her brawling with Parkinson afterwards, but he wasn't sure how true they were. Still, Harry could see why Draco had been interested. Daphne was striking, with her smooth skin, wavy blonde hair, and piercing blue eyes. Feeling awkward around pretty girls, as usual, Harry stammered, "So, what brings you here?" "Not much. I come here to think." "Looks like we both had the same idea. Care to share what's on your mind?" Harry asked, trying to shift the focus away from his awkwardness. "Only if you go first," she replied with a teasing smile. Harry sighed. "Nothing too dramatic. Ron's trying to go pro in Quidditch, and I gave up my spot as captain to focus on Auror training. I recommended Ginny for the job instead of him." Daphne raised an eyebrow. "Ah, so you're discouraging him from the Quidditch dream." "Makes sense. Even if he gets picked, he'd probably end up with a short career on a low-ranking team, while Ginny's got real potential." That's actually quite cunning of you. I'm impressed. Harry smirked. Hey, don't sound so surprised. The Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, you know. I can be cunning when I need to be. That seemed to catch her off guard. Seriously? You? Yeah, Harry admitted. Back then, I didn't know much about the houses, except that no one seemed to like Slytherin and Malfoy was in it. So I asked the Hat to put me anywhere but there. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't really told anyone about that before. It wasn't a secret, but it wasn't something he went out of his way to share either. It felt strange, how easily he could talk to Daphne, someone he barely knew. Your turn, he said, turning the conversation back to her. Daphne hesitated for a moment before speaking. My parents want me to join the family business. We're in trading, and my father expects me to take over one of the branches in France. But I want to be a healer. I can't do both, they're both too demanding. That's rough, Harry said sympathetically. How badly do you want to be a healer? She met his gaze with determination. More than anything. Then go for it, Harry said firmly. If you follow your parents' path, you'll always wonder what could have been. What you could have become. The family business will still be there if you ever want to come back to it. But being a healer, that's something you'll regret not chasing. Daphne gave him a soft smile. Thanks, Potter. I needed to hear that. You're not half bad, you know. Harry grinned. Neither are you, Greengrass. They sat in comfortable silence for a few moments before Daphne broke it with a question. I have to ask, was the Dark Lord really back, like you said? Harry felt a lump form in his throat. Yeah, he answered quietly. He was. And he's dead now. For good. Harry nodded. He was the body they found chained up after the Azkaban massacre. No imposters. He's dead. And he's not coming back. Daphne looked thoughtful for a moment. What really happened? In the last task of the Triwizard Tournament, I mean. Harry exhaled slowly. You know, after I told Dumbledore that night, I never really talked about it. Not properly. Only Ron and Hermione know the full story. Daphne's smile turned playful. Are you going to tell me, then? Maybe, over dinner, Harry said, surprising even himself. There's a Hogsmeade weekend coming up, after all. For a split second, Daphne looked taken aback, but then she smiled widely. Are you asking me out, Potter? Why yes, I am, Miss Greengrass. A story and dinner, she mused, her tone light. That sounds like a good deal. I'll see you on Sunday, Potter. With that, she stood up and walked away, leaving Harry sitting there with a dumbfounded grin. He murmured to himself, I can't believe I just did that. As he sat there, the crisp breeze tugging at his hair, Harry felt a strange sense of relief. The weight he usually carried, of past burdens, of responsibilities, of losses, felt a little lighter. For the first time in a long while, he wasn't just the chosen one or the boy who lived. He was just Harry, a boy who had just asked out a pretty girl. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Anne, I put in this scene because I saw it recommended in your comments and I thought it would be hilarious. Saul Croker had been the head of the Department of Mysteries for nearly a decade, and it often felt like he was trying to herd a flock of magical chickens, except these chickens had the potential to accidentally unravel reality and cause untold chaos. That was the price of gathering the most inquisitive witches and wizards in Britain and keeping them from rocking the proverbial boat too much. Surprisingly, it worked. Ever since the department's founding, there had been fewer Dark Lord uprisings, and even when one did crop up, it didn't come with a horde of researchers dabbling in forbidden magic. The Azkaban massacre, however, had been one of the department's most infamous unsolved mysteries. Nearly half the department had transferred to the time room in the aftermath, obsessively working to create something that could bypass the space-time anomaly that had occurred there. Croker had his doubts. To him, it seemed like a lost cause, but it kept them busy, and most importantly, kept them from accidentally destroying the world. It had been over 2 years since the massacre, and they were no closer to answers. Until today. One of the unspeakables assigned to the time room entered Croker's office, his face pale but excited. Sir, we found something. Croker suppressed a groan. What is it this time? We found a way to bypass the anomaly, by observing a mirror plane we anchored with time sand. It's still hazy, and there's some residual interference from the anomaly, but we can finally project what happened during the Azkaban massacre. Croker raised an eyebrow, doing his best to mask his surprise. He never expected they'd get anywhere, not with this mess, much like the hopeless mystery of the Veil Room. But curiosity gnawed at him. You've watched it? The unspeakable shook his head. Not yet. We're waiting for your go-ahead. Croker stood, heart beating a little faster. Right. Let's see this. An hour later, Half the department gathered in the ritual chamber, a room made entirely of time sand. The sand was consumed within seconds, swirling in the air like mist, before coalescing into a hazy projection of Azkaban. Croaker watched, feeling the tension thicken in the room as the image sharpened. There he was, Lord Voldemort, striding through the prison with his followers, freeing Bellatrix Lestrange. Then it happened. A figure appeared, stepping into the scene with a casual, terrifying grace. Death itself. Croaker's stomach twisted as he watched the figure methodically slaughter every person in its path with a detached efficiency that made his skin crawl. The carnage was too smooth, too effortless until only Voldemort remained. What came next defied everything Croaker thought he knew. Voldemort cast a killing curse, only for the spell to stop midair, as though frozen in time, and it was somehow absorbed, which also knocked Voldemort unconscious. And then, with almost disturbing ease, the figure chained the Dark Lord on the roof of Azkaban like a puppet. What followed was a ritual so foreign, so eldritch, that Croaker's mind struggled to grasp its intricacies. A spear of energy materialized, piercing through Voldemort, and snuffing out his life in a single, final blow. The moment the projection ended, every unspeakable in the room was violently thrown back, the magic radiating from the scene too much for even the most seasoned of them to bear. Croaker staggered to his feet, his mind spinning. He had never seen magic like that, something beyond comprehension, beyond reality itself. And then the realization hit him like a sledgehammer, the figure's face. It was Harry Potter's face. One of his subordinates, pale and trembling but at least not vomiting, approached him shakily. What do we do now, sir?" Croaker's voice felt heavy in his throat as he responded, "We have no choice. We make it our mission to ensure that this creature is never awakened again. Harry Potter must be protected at all costs. We must ensure he lives a long and peaceful life." The unspeakables nodded, though their expressions were filled with dread. They understood the gravity of the situation. But Croaker wasn't fooled. He knew his team. In a few weeks, they'd be back to creating abominations, poking at the very edges of existence, forgetting the lesson they'd just witnessed. He sighed inwardly. Really, being the head of the Department of Mysteries was a curse in itself. No wonder the last director had gone mad. Chapter 344, The Land Between. Unknown place, unknown time. With a final surge, Harry was pulled through the shimmering rift, vanishing into the swirling storm of colors beyond, leaving behind a prison devoid of dementors, the chained corpse of a Dark Lord impaled in the heart with a black spear, and corpses all over the maximum security wing. It was impossible to describe his journey home. Reality itself was unraveling around Harry, slipping through his grasp as he struggled to make sense of the chaos. He had a plan, though calling it a plan was a stretch. Really, it was a gamble. He was using his own magical signature as an anchor, trying to trace it back to its origin. But it was guesswork at best. If he was being honest, he didn't fully understand the bizarre magical event that had hurled him into another universe in the first place, not after just a few months of work. Oh, he was going to study it mercilessly when he got home if he got home. As for now, he was doing his best to replicate the event to guide him back. It was reckless, insane even. But if the only other choice is a slow and painful death in another universe, then it was the best he could do. The universe twisted around him, bending in ways that defied logic, like the very fabric of space was being torn apart. Blinding colors, some too intense to look at, others muted and dull, streaked past him in a disorienting blur. Shapes morphed into otherworldly forms that seemed wrong, as if they shouldn't exist. It wasn't just strange, it was disturbing, like his mind was rejecting everything it tried to process. He closed his eyes, deciding to let his arcane hearing fully guide him. It was oddly comforting that even as the laws of space and time were rendered useless in the void between worlds, his single most valuable skill, the ability to analyze the workings of magic, of the universe itself, as songs, made sense. He followed his soul's song, trying to see anywhere it could resonate. He was using it as a magnet, as it tried to return to its source, to its home. He didn't know if he was moving. Space and time were meaningless in this cursed place, and yet he felt the pull get closer and closer. He heard his very soul sing in a way that it hadn't had ever since he found himself in another universe. His presence in the void was an anomaly, and it showed as his protections were slowly eroded by the chaos around them. Harry gripped the Elder Wand tighter, the ancient wood scorching his palm as he used it to power through them, enhancing his own magical circuits, which burned with agony. The pain was unbearable, like every nerve in his body was set ablaze. He felt like he was being torn apart from the inside, but he couldn't stop. He had to focus. Home. He clung to the thought of Daphne, of everything that had brought him this far. That was his anchor, the only thing holding him to any semblance of reality. Then, just as he thought he would lose himself to the madness, the chaos around him began to fade. The storm of colors dulled, the lights dimming into softer, muted shades. The wild motion slowed, becoming a drifting haze, like a dream fading on the edge of waking. The strain on his body lifted, the searing pain fading into a dull numbness. The furious buzzing of the wand diminished until it was just a faint hum. Everything quieted. Harry finally opened his eyes and noticed that the kaleidoscope of color had disappeared, giving way to an expanse of cold, lifeless gray. Not the comforting gray of a foggy morning, but an empty, oppressive void that stretched out endlessly in every direction. No sound, no shapes, just a bleak sea of mist and ash. It felt like the universe had simply stopped. Even time itself seemed frozen. Harry floated there, suspended in this strange nothingness, the weight of his journey pressing down on him. As the silence dragged on, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. This wasn't home. This wasn't anywhere. No warmth, no life, no sky, no ground, just endless gray. For the first time in his life, Harry opened up his arcane hearing and found utter and complete silence. He sighed, the sound oddly echoing in the stillness. Brilliant, he muttered, glancing down at the wand in his hand. Absolutely brilliant. Suddenly, the ground beneath him solidified. He was no longer floating but standing on something unnaturally flat and cold. A voice echoed from the void, soft but ancient, as though worn down by centuries of time. That you are, Peveril, that you are. Harry whipped around, eyes darting in every direction. Who's there? Where am I? He demanded, trying to keep his voice steady. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a low chuckle trailing behind it. You are everywhere, and nowhere. You are at the beginning, the end, and the middle, all at once. Harry rolled his eyes, frustration bubbling up. Vague riddles. Really? Could you just, not? There was a pause, and then the voice chuckled again, this time sounding amused. I suppose you're right. It's been an eternity since I've spoken to anyone. Sometimes I forget mortals prefer things more straightforward. Very well. You are in the borders of your material plane, the shield that protects your realm, and I am its protector. Did you truly think that you could just come through when the light and the dark failed to do so for eons? A figure materialized from the mist. It wore a black hood that seemed to swallow the very little light that was in this place. It was thin, almost bony, really. The air grew colder, just a bit, and Harry felt this intuitive sixth sense, one that warned him of danger against his person. Even to his arcane hearing, he only heard hundreds of small whispers and a coldness that he knew no fire could ever stave. There was only one thing he could think of that could make him feel like this: are you death? The figure tilted its head in amusement more than anything. Death? Did you seriously think that death would ever come to meet with you? You're just a single soul that belongs on a single planet, that's in a single realm of existence, that's in a single universe. You've seen a fragment of the multiverse, just a cup of water to the eternal ocean of existence and possibilities. Sure, you navigated it quite well, even if you bumbled around like a child. Still, you're pretty young to have achieved that. Not bad for the Lord of Space and Time, I suppose. Nevertheless, death is a primordial being, the very concept of the end given form. You're still some uppity mortal. It'll be like you trying to see a bacteria. To be fair, there were legends about the first one having actually met the entity, but that doesn't matter, not anymore. So, who are you then? He asked. The black cloak morphed away and revealed a face that made Harry's blood turn cold. He stared at a familiar face, black hair, and striking green eyes that glowed with power. The resemblance was unsettling. They looked alike, almost too alike, except this man was older, his face sharper, a bit more angular, in a way. Harry tensed. It's not polite to wear someone else's face. The figure raised an eyebrow, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I'm not. This is what I looked like before I ascended to this place. I might have had a bit more muscle on me, but brute strength means nothing in this place anyway. Still, you should be more respectful, considering I'm your ancestor. Ancestor? Harry frowned. You called me Peveril, but Ignotus had gray eyes, not green. The man looked thoughtful for a moment. Ignotus. Now, that's a name that I haven't heard in a while. I was around your age when I first met him, just as you are meeting me. Back then, I still thought I could escape my fate. Harry's mind raced. Who are you, then? The man's expression shifted, becoming more serious. I was once known as Mordred Pendragon, though that name holds little meaning now. I'm simply this realm's guardian. Harry blinked, caught off guard. Mordred. As in Arthur's son. The knight who betrayed him at Camlin. Mordred's face darkened. The same. Though the tales don't tell the whole truth. The Battle of Camlin wasn't about a throne or betrayal. It was a war between light and dark, between Merlin and Morgana. And I was caught in the middle. The battle that destroyed Camelot, Harry murmured. Mordred nodded. It was more than that. It was a fight for the fate of the world. My mother tried to break open the prison of the World Serpent, and Merlin refused to stop her, even at Arthur's behest, too busy trying to bind the Fae to his will as he prepared for what he thought was the start of Ragnarok. I worked with the Lady of the Lake to trap them both. She fought for her people's freedom, and I hoped to delay the end of times. In the end, I made a choice. I let Arthur kill me as I killed him. My victory was prophesized, you see, and yet I sacrificed everything, to power the phase ritual. I wasn't supposed to have died, you know. I was prophesized to rule over Camelot. My mother thought me to be nothing more than a pawn, to be her general in the coming war. She never expected me to defy her, and my sacrifice broke one of the greatest prophecies in history. It was enough for the Fae to seal both champions' connection to the light and dark. They Fae killed them in their weakened form, empowered by my sacrifice, but not before they were banished from this material plane. We sacrificed much to kill the champions of light and dark, to wipe the slate clean and stave off Ragnarok. I paid the price with my very life. That should have been it, but fate had other plans. And now you're here, Harry said, understanding dawning on him. Mordred's gaze softened. Now I'm here. And so are you. We share the same curse, Harry, the curse of heroes bound to Ragnarok. Harry's grip on his wand tightened. I'm no hero. Mordred smiled knowingly. I said the exact same thing. But destiny doesn't care for what we think we are. The path you're on, it's the same as mine. You're following in my footsteps, whether you like it or not. Harry protested, and how is that? You're fighting the champions of light and dark as I did. You hold the Peveril crest as I did, you gathered most of the Deathly Hallows, as I did, as Ignotus Peveril did, as his predecessor did. We were all given a choice. We were to bow to fate's wishes, to let Ragnarok occur, purging most of humanity. We all refused, and we all ended up here, in this place, protecting the barrier the gods created against the light and dark, waiting for the next hero of Ragnarok to take our place, or the cycle to end. I refuse, Harry replied with a dry tone. Oh, my dear. Fate doesn't take no for an answer, especially since you killed the world serpent. Ragnarok will happen. The prophecy is now in effect. My predecessors, as I just circumvented it, made sure it didn't begin. For you to escape it, you'll need to break it, and I don't think there's anything in the material world that can do that. I don't think your planet will survive from the backlash alone either. Harry prepared to say anything, only for a raspy voice to speak up from all around him. When the serpent falls and silence reigns. A legacy reborn as the gods descend. From death's embrace and broken vow. In their hands, a future we fear to trust. Death and fate, now intertwined. A silent world, cold and unforgivingly serene. This prophecy, in whispers cold. So the new may rise, untainted by what has been. The last Potter couldn't help but shiver as he heard it. What the fuck was that? The full prophecy is Ragnarok. The fates wish to cleanse the world, to start over. We all refused. And now it's your turn. You'll be faced with the same choice. I have to say I'm not envying your position. Harry shook his head, his voice low but firm. No. I'm not going to play along with some prophecy, and I won't let myself be dragged into a war that promises nothing but ruin. Dumbledore and Grindelwald can go fuck themselves. It's not my problem. Mordred's smile was sympathetic but weary, as though he had heard it all before. I said the same. We all did. But this isn't just a war, Harry. It's a cycle, a curse that binds us all. You think you can refuse, that you can walk away. But the moment you activated your crest, your fate had already been predetermined. The fact that you killed the world serpent doesn't really help. Harry's fingers tightened around the Elder Wand, his mind racing. There has to be another way. I won't let the world burn because of some ancient script written by gods that don't care what happens to us. Mordred stepped closer, his presence imposing yet almost comforting in its familiarity. There's always a choice, Harry, but none of them are easy. You either break the cycle or let it consume you. Refuse, and you'll end up here, like me, watching the world teeter on the edge, powerless to stop it. Or you'll let Ragnarok happen, and the world will burn. My song is ending, Peveril, whether the story continues or not will be up to you. Harry felt the weight pressing down on him again. He wanted to scream out his frustration at the world but he restrained himself. I'm not like you, Harry muttered, half to himself. I don't have to follow your path. Mordred's eyes softened with a deep sadness. No, you don't. But every path you take will always lead to this place. There's no running from it. You'll always have to make that choice eventually. I personally don't really care all that much, to be honest. Either way, my watch will end, and I'll be at peace in death's hands. Harry stood there in the grey void, the oppressive silence around him somehow louder than the prophecy that had just been recited. The world seemed smaller and darker, as the weight of inevitability pressed harder. He wanted to fight it, to scream against the injustice of it all. But for the first time in a long time, he felt truly powerless. And yet, in that powerlessness, something stirred. Wasn't he also powerless when he stood up to Dumbledore as a first year, Wasn't he also powerless when he was imprisoned in the gardens of Avalon? He would figure a way out like he always did. He must. A spark of defiance burned deep within him. Do you think I'll just bow to the whims of fate? Mordred simply shrugged. I don't care. I did my job. I told you your destiny, as Ignotus told me mine. Do with it what you will and eventually, you'll learn, as I did, about the futility of circumventing fate. Go forth, O Lord of space and time. I am curious as to how you'll fare against it. At least this promises to be entertaining. Harry barely had any time to think about those worlds until he fell down some weird hole, and everything went white. In a blink of an eye, he found himself in a familiar series of mountains, surrounded by snow. He was in Demstrang. He could feel it, the sense of belonging, the familiarity of the world. He was back home. Chapter 345, Finding Home. March 28, 1995, Demstrang. In a blink of an eye, he found himself in a familiar series of mountains, surrounded by snow. He was in Demstrang. He could feel it, the sense of belonging, the familiarity of the world. He was back home. Harry lied there in the snow for what felt like hours, just relishing how it soothed his burning magical circuits. The journey alone was grueling, but it had been worth it. The slow deterioration of his magic because of the sheer wrongness of living in another universe was finally gone. It had been an experience and a half, one that he didn't wish to repeat anytime soon. Perhaps after a few decades, he would try again and find a way to bypass this side effect, to finally explore what's out there, to see a glimpse of the infinity of the multiverse. For now, he simply relished just not being under some kind of slow death sentence. After all, there was a reason why he took such a high risk as his method of travel. It could have so easily gone wrong. Replicating a complex magical incident, an accident really, from what he could remember from the magic, was definitely a gamble. Oh, it took months of work and experimentation to make things stick, and a lot of planning just to simulate the similar forces that were at play. Still, now that he had no death sentence on his head, he could finally appreciate the small vacation he had in another universe. It was hard to see his counterpart being this painfully naive, but it was expected from a boy essentially raised as a pig for slaughter by Dumbledore. It was nice to actually get to know Sirius though. The man was a bit childish and more than a little damaged from his stay in Azkaban, but he was very loyal and generally just nice to be around. It was a shame that his version of Sirius had been an insane serial killer. The dog Animagus had a point. If he compared both universes, then Harry's was definitely on the crazier side. Anyway, his stay in another universe, while thankfully brief, was a breath of fresh air. And he liked to think he left the country better than it would have been if he hadn't appeared. He stopped a war, killed Voldemort's supporters who had killed dozens of people each, and ensured that his counterpart would live a long and happy life. It was exactly what he hoped someone would do for him. And wasn't it ironic that he had just freed his counterpart from a prophecy, only to find out that he was saddled with one of his own? He sincerely hoped that meeting Mordred was some kind of hallucination that he experienced from the sheer chaos in the void between worlds. He refused the idea that he was destined to chain himself as some protector for refusing to let the end of the world happen. No, he had enough of prophecies intact or broken. His mere presence in the world was an aberration. He knew that ever since he found out he could remember his previous life. His mere existence was a crack in the wall, an unforeseen variable in the tapestry of existence, and that gave him options. But now was not the time to think about useless prophecies and the end of times. It wasn't the time to think of Dumbledore or Grindelwald. No, he wanted something far more important, far more primal. He wanted to go home. He wanted to see Daphne. He didn't know where she was. He didn't even know how long he was gone. The rules of space and time mean very little in the void between worlds. Deciding to bite the bullet, he grabbed the Elder Wand and flicked it while muttering, "Tempus." He had been gone around 4 months, which was around the same duration he stayed in the other universe. There had to have been some kind of magical implication to that, but he was too drained to really make them. Instead, he focused on Daphne and decided to go to the best place he could find her, Hogwarts. With a flick of his wand a portal opened to Hogwarts. It had been far easier than it had been during the Gringotts heist. He had to set up an entire space-time anchor in both schools to cut down the cost of making a portal, especially between 2 points of space that were so far apart. But now, he wasn't even thinking as he cast the spell. He instinctively knew that he could do it and it worked. His growth and understanding of space and time had reduced the cost of opening the portal, and of course, there's the fact that his magic just felt denser, more potent for the lack of a better word, since he came back. He would get enough time to analyze the effects properly, once he saw Daphne again. He missed her terribly. Her counterpart in the other universe looked so much like her, but there was also so much that was just different. She wasn't as hardened, for the lack of a better term. Her sister was still cursed, and she wished to become a healer, but she wasn't willing to sink to the depth of magic and experiment with things she did not fully understand, not like his Daphne. It was probably because she didn't have access to any kind of really dangerous magic, and to be honest, he didn't know if that was a good thing or not. Would Daphne have been the same if Harry hadn't met her? Would she have become as jaded, as obsessed with saving her sister, if he hadn't given her hope that she could do just that in the first place? He didn't know, and to be honest, there was nothing he could really do to affect any of this. His Daphne was still her own person. She made her own decisions, even if she was influenced by his presence. There was nothing he could do to undo whatever harm that might have caused. He wasn't sure he even wanted to. There were many things he admired about Daphne, and her willingness to dedicate herself fully to a singular goal was admirable, to say the least. Harry wondered how she fared without him. He had disappeared after entering in a fight, severely outnumbered. He didn't know what conclusions she could have jumped to, and how she might have felt. He would have been devastated if he was on the other side. Still, there was nothing more he could do but try to find her as quickly as he could. He jumped into the portal, arriving in Hogwarts, relishing returning to the castle. Oh, he had missed it very much. There were small differences between it and the one he stayed in the other universe. It didn't feel as alive, as filled with magic as this one did. There was a distinct lack of history there, not so much magical, but the sheer conceptual idea that this was a place of protection, a place of education, a true safe haven for all magical children. That was the message imprinted in every stone of the castle, one that was probably enhanced by both Gryffindor and Slytherin, who were champions of the light and dark at the time. And yet, there was something muted as he arrived. The students ignored him, of course. He didn't think most of them could see past his privacy charms, but there was a lack of joy that was spread around the castle, a lack of wonder and amazement. Students just walked around with their books, silently, with a very few faintly speaking to one another discreetly. What the hell had happened there? The incident in Demstrang, if it could be called that, should have happened in another school. It shouldn't have affected them at all, and yet it somehow did. No, something else happened, something that made people wary of speaking with one another, made people afraid of standing out, something that sucked the happiness out of Britain's magical children. He felt it in the air, a tension that clung to every corner of the castle like a fog. The warmth of the Great Hall, the usual hum of excitement over Quidditch matches or upcoming exams, was absent, replaced by an eerie silence. Even the portraits seemed subdued, whispering to one another in hushed tones as if they too were afraid to be overheard. Whatever had cast this shadow, it wasn't just the usual fears of a dark spell or a cursed artifact, it was something deeper, something that had struck at the very heart of their world. Harry walked around to his common room, seeking to speak with either Blaise or Tracy. They would know where Daphne would be. He was so preoccupied that he didn't realize that someone had noticed him, someone who he definitely didn't expect. As he entered one of the deserted corridors, he heard a yell, "Harry! Is that you?" He turned and saw who spoke up to him, Longbottom. "I can't believe you're alive. Everyone thought you were dead. You just vanished during the task," and Greengrass looked inconsolable for some reason. "What happened?" "It's a long story, pretty complicated, but to be brief, I was involved in a magical accident and was trapped someplace. I was just able to get back." "Speaking of Daphne, where is she?" "I'm guessing she's with the tournament delegation, but shouldn't you have been there too?" Neville looked uncomfortable for some reason before speaking up. "It's a bit of a long story too. Gran decided that she wanted me back home, and since I already did the task in Demstrang, my contractual obligation is technically gone. Well, I had to pay a hefty fine, but people didn't really mind me leaving anyway, especially because of the ruckus I caused." "What did you do now, Longbottom?" Harry spoke up, feeling slightly exasperated by the other boys' consistent antics. Well, that wasn't really fair. Longbottom seemed to have become Fate's stress ball, especially when he compared him to Harry's counterpart, who also happened to be the boy who lived. He would be a hypocrite if he said that Harry didn't have a hand in what happened to the boy, especially after the mess that was the Chamber of Secrets. Now, he realized how much of a fuck-up that was. He shouldn't have killed the world serpent. He could have probably managed something. Well, not really. He didn't really know about its existence in the chamber in the first place and dealt with it the only way he could at the time. If he could go back in time, he would have done things differently, but unfortunately, actual time travel was far beyond his reach and was most likely impossible. The boy who lived gave Harry an incredulous look. "You really don't know? I thought you might be messing with me or something. You're probably the first person I spoke to since I came back, and the castle just feels wrong, depressing, even. Everything is quiet, there aren't any students messing around. People don't laugh anymore, not really. And the pranks, the duels in the courtyards, they've all stopped. It's like everyone's waiting for something bad to happen." "Well, you're scarily right. Ever since the war picked up, things haven't been the same here. A lot of people lost their parents in the war." Harry gave the boy a confused look. "War? What war? I was only gone for a few months. How was this enough time for a war to start here?" "Well, the night you disappeared, Voldemort came back. Dumbledore refused to come back to Britain, even after the ministry cleared him of all charges that were pending against him. But then Voldemort found himself being opposed by an army of weird werewolves that called themselves the Lycans. They could turn to wolves at any time and are stronger, though they don't infect people. They're led by this woman they call the Red Witch. Ever since she came out of thin air, this entire country has been in an all-out war. The last Potter froze at that. Seriously. What the fuck had happened in the last few months? Chapter 346, Chapter 346, The Hero's Bane. March 28, 1995, Hogwarts. The last few months of Neville Longbottom's life had been pretty horrible. Ever since Voldemort came back, everything changed. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it before, he just never really accepted it. Ever since that fateful day in his first year when he learned that his parents' murderer was still alive, he knew this day would eventually come. His mother's protection had killed Quirrell, after all. But somehow, he always imagined Voldemort's return would be a distant threat, something far off that didn't feel real. Then came the third task of the European tournament, and everything went sideways. Voldemort kidnapped him right in the middle of the competition, tearing him from the safety of the best protections the International Confederation of Wizards could offer. Using Neville's own blood, his mother's protection, Voldemort made his terrifying comeback. The pain and confusion of that moment flooded back to Neville. He barely managed to escape, poisoned and exhausted, his body screaming in protest. It was all thanks to Hermione, really. He would have died, if it wasn't for her. She held back fucking Voldemort on her own to distract them. For some reason, the Dark Lord kept comparing her to Lily Evans. It took a couple of minutes to remember who that was, Harry Potter's dead mother. Was she really such a fearsome witch? He could somewhat understand why the Lestranges had to burn down an entire town to take her out if she was. It would explain a bit why Harry was such a freak of nature when it came to magic. He must have inherited it from her or something. The thought lingered in Neville's mind, mixing with his admiration for Harry and his lingering feelings of inadequacy. Anyway, when he regained consciousness, he was asked what happened and admitted that Voldemort was back. Even with Hermione backing him up, there was still some backlash from the British ministry, which lost a lot of face as one of its troublemakers interfered in one of the tasks. Fudge had started raving about how he was an attention-seeking liar, which would have hurt if Neville could even care about any of that. To be completely honest, now that his mortal enemy was back, Neville knew that he was going to be hunted down for the rest of his days. Everything else just felt smaller. He had joined the tournament hoping to bring some measure of honor back into his name. Even if he wasn't a Longbottom anymore, not that anyone knew about him being disowned, he was still a wizard. Even without a 1,000-year-old legacy behind him, he held traces of their magic within him. His blood did not change, only his crest did. He was the product of a family line of talented and powerful mages that spanned thousands of years. He had his potential, he had just lost his crest. And already, the knowledge he assimilated from his scar before it was sealed, was more than enough of a head start to mark his name in the annals of history and leave a new legacy behind him. The tournament was a good step at that, and he had even won his task. But as his reputation was being tarnished once more, he stopped caring. Voldemort was back and public opinion meant nothing in front of pure brute strength. Not that the slander lasted for long. His grandmother didn't even get to rip into Fudge properly because a few weeks later, Voldemort revealed himself in response to a large, coordinated attack against him. Neville wasn't sure of the specifics, but hundreds of enhanced werewolves, which called themselves Lycans, attacked the homes of known Voldemort supporters from the First War and massacred them to the last man. Apparently, there was this bombing in a town called Little Hangleton that really messed the monster up. There were rumors that most of his inner circle were dead. Corbin Yaxley, Crabbe Sr. and Goyle Sr. were found dead in their homes, with bite marks and deep scratches all over their bodies. Electo Cara was attacked and killed in Nocturne Alley in broad daylight. It didn't help that the attacks were brazen. The Lycans did not even bother to hide as they killed wizards whose family lines were probably older than the English language. There was also not who hadn't been seen since the attack started. A few people thought that he'd been assassinated, but there hadn't been any confirmation. Karkaroff, who Voldemort said had helped him come back, remained with the tournament, probably scared shitless to join his master, especially as his followers dropped like flies. When Voldemort returned to Britain, he found almost no wizarding support. The few who remained loyal to him were systematically taken out in a way that eerily mirrored his own style of dealing with enemies. Eventually, he was baited into revealing himself in a dramatic attack where he fought the infamous Red Witch, who, to Neville's surprise, he hadn't even heard of. She teamed up with a dozen Lycans for an assault on some village called Little Hangleton. Very few of the Lycans survived as Voldemort himself was there, but the witch fought him long enough that half a village ended up burning to the ground, the flames illuminating the night sky like a funeral pyre. At the end of the day, there was no way Voldemort could hide his return to build up his forces, and he found himself in a difficult position. It was strange. There weren't even any wizards in the fighting, though many got caught in the crossfire. Nobody wanted to pick a side, fearing torture and death from either the terrifying Dark Lord or being ripped apart by the endless waves of Lycans. The fear hung thick in the air, suffocating and unyielding, and that atmosphere was mirrored in Hogwarts. In the end, Voldemort simply brokered an agreement with the Dementors to serve as his army. They quickly left Tartarus, Dumbledore's prison, without question, since it wasn't as steeped in suffering as Azkaban before it was destroyed, of course. The sheer desperation and agony that occurred within the fortress was sucked into the castle's very stones, and it made it a very nice place for Dementors. Tartarus didn't have any of this, and the Dementors obviously hungered. They were put in place by Dumbledore, but without the former headmaster, there was very little they could do to make them stay there. Thankfully, Hogwarts was safe. Well, as safe as it could be. Apparently, McGonagall had activated some very powerful wards that were made in case the castle was attacked. It had taken around 2 weeks to power them fully, but it literally did not allow anyone to enter or leave the castle. Neville's grandmother had insisted that he come to the castle and not stay with the delegation, since that made him a lot safer, and he already performed a task, as it was required by the tournament rules. She bent the rules a bit to make it so that he could leave, and he remained in the castle ever since. Anyway, Britain had gone to shit in the last few months, and even Harry Potter wouldn't have been able to fix it, not that he was there. He disappeared somewhere in Demstrang during the third task. It was widely believed that Voldemort killed him, but no one knew for sure. Greengrass looked inconsolable but didn't say anything about what happened. So, wasn't it a fucking surprise to see him in Hogwarts of all places? During a fucking lockdown, even. That meant that he had been in the castle for months without saying anything, which was even weirder since he said that he was trapped somewhere. The fact that he didn't even know the basics like Voldemort's return did give some credence to the matter, but Harry tended to be very tricky. He was dozens of moves ahead of any opponent he faced. Neville stopped trying to understand him a very long time ago. And so, as Neville explained to him what little he knew of the situation, he couldn't help but wonder what the hell actually happened to Potter. What sort of magical accident could have ever taken someone like Harry Potter off guard? He always seemed so invincible, untouchable, even when he was just a first year. Harry stayed completely silent as Neville finished, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Finally, he asked, "So, what are you going to do? Are you going to help me fight Voldemort?" Harry hesitated for a moment, then said, "Tell me again about the Red Witch." Neville rolled his eyes. "Why are you so concerned about her? She's obviously on our side. She's literally fighting Voldemort. Just humor me. What did she look like?" "I don't know. Other than her red hair, no one knows what she looks like. That could just be a charm to make her hair pop or something." Harry frowned, his brow furrowing in thought. "What about her motivations? Did she attack anyone other than Voldemort and his forces?" "Oddly enough, yeah. There were a few ministry officials who died too, and a few Wisengamot members from across all sides. But she wasn't there, it was just the Lycans, and no one really knows what they can do. I remember hearing that Dolores Umbridge, the minister's own undersecretary, was a casualty, which isn't really that surprising considering how much she hurt werewolves with her proposed bills. The extra measures that business owners had to go through to legally hire a werewolf, as well as the expenses necessary, made it impossible for one to get a job anywhere. Fudge's administration has been going to shit with every attack, not that anyone really cares about politics right now. People just want to be safe." Harry looked thoughtful. "So she's using this chaos to clean house and remove her main opposition. I hoped I could have stopped her, at least. Yeah, a lot of people have been caught in the crossfire between her forces and Voldemort's. All the Ministry can do is try to contain it while hiding everything from Muggles. Fudge refuses to deploy the Aurors, insisting they protect wizarding settlements instead. It's a total stalemate. Voldemort doesn't have enough support to wage war beyond his own magical might, and the Red Witch obviously can't beat him or else she would have already done it during the attack. He's literally never been so vulnerable. Sending more forces always ends up with Voldemort killing them. She just targets anyone that even thinks about joining him." Neville noticed that Harry looked quickly at his scar. It was barely for a fraction of a second, but it made him flinch. His scar was proof that as long as he lived, as long as it existed, then Voldemort couldn't die. It was a horrible prospect, one that he hoped would have been solved by the time Voldemort returned. But it hadn't, and now he was faced with a choice. Every day, Neville woke up and saw other students crying over dead family members. Every day, he watched the castle grow darker, hope fading away because of him. Sure, there was no guarantee that the war would end if he were dead, but it sure would make things simpler. It would make the end of the war even closer. Deciding to change the subject, he spoke up, "Yeah, it's been a rough few months. At least I killed Voldemort's snake though." Well, Hermione did, but the look on his face was priceless. Apparently, the unspeakables trained her a bit while she was being healed in the Department of Mysteries. You should have seen her. It was amazing. Harry immediately stiffened. She killed his snake. Are you sure? Yes. She dragged the thing into fiend fire. I don't know anything that could survive that. I suppose it was only right. Things have changed a lot. But enough of that. Tell me about Daphne. What happened to her? Well, that made a lot more sense. Greengrass and Potter were close, honestly, they were a bit closer than most of the students who were in a relationship. There would have probably been a pool on when they'd get together, if everyone wasn't scared shitless of Potter getting offended. Greengrass. She's not in the castle. She was inconsolable back in Demstrang. No one could get through to her. She cried all the time, and her parents got permission from McGonagall to stay home. It was a whole thing since she hadn't been in any task in the tournament. I think they agreed about her joining a task later or something, but I really don't know. Her sister was visiting her when the war started, and the wards closed with them outside. I don't think I heard news about them being attacked, and I overheard Davis and Zabini talk about her sometimes. I think they're in contact, but I'm not really sure since I don't think either of them could really bypass Hogwarts wards. There were a few that bragged about it, but they've mostly been full of bullshit. I don't know what to tell you. I haven't been spying on the girl. So, she should be at home. As far as I know. I could be wrong. Like I said, we're all locked here, and we don't have any contact with the outside world. And it's not like you'll be able to see her either, not until the wards are lifted. I'm sorry, man. I really am. The other boy actually snorted at that, before saying, yeah, I'll take my chances. Anyway, I'm off to see Daphne. I need to tell her that I'm alright. By the way, thanks for the help, Neville. Oh, and I'd appreciate it if people don't know I'm back yet. I have a few things to take care of first. Off to see Daphne. Things to take care of. Neville responded, feeling incredulous at the thought. Did you not hear a word I said? We're all trapped here. Take care of yourself, Neville. Voldemort will come for you. Be ready for him. Before Neville could process Harry's words, dozens of ravens appeared out of nowhere, swirling around him like a dark storm. He reached out, desperate to stop him, but his hands went right through Harry, who vanished along with most of the ravens. Neville looked around, bewildered, but saw no trace of him, only the echo of his words hanging in the air. Did he seriously know a way past the wards? How? This little act reminded Neville why he sometimes really hated Harry Potter. But something about the encounter niggled at him slightly. Harry Potter knew about the Red Witch before she ever revealed herself. He knew her enough to be worried about her, to consider her a threat. No, he seemed to dislike her, more than anything. Had she been the one responsible for his disappearance, or were they working together? He always considered Voldemort to be his greatest enemy. But what if the Red Witch was just as bad? He'd been sympathetic to werewolves before, especially how much they were ostracized. It reminded him of how people turned on him so easily, but what if they weren't looking for justice? What if they weren't fighting Voldemort to protect their reign of terror or for some kind of equality? Shaking his head to clear it, Neville realized he couldn't shake the feeling that the worst was yet to come. If he was right, then his country was being seized by two hostile forces, and people were dying, not for some grand purpose like saving magical Britain, but for conquest, pure and simple. For some reason, that was even worse than a fight between good and bad, between a monster and the people. He sincerely hoped that he was wrong. Chapter 347, Fated Reunion. March 28, 1995, Hogwarts. Harry Potter disappeared from Hogwarts feeling conflicted. For some reason, the entire country had gone to shit in the few months he wasn't around. Voldemort returning wasn't something he expected, but he had prepared himself for it. The option was always there, especially as the Horcrux in Neville's scar was still intact. The good news was that Voldemort's return wasn't without some severe losses on his side, mainly his serpent Nagini. Bar Longbottom's scar, that was the Horcruxes gone. Nagini would have been pretty tricky to track down, and to be honest, Harry didn't even know if the snake was even a Horcrux in this universe. Still, as far as he could tell, Longbottom was the only reason Voldemort was immortal, and that alone was a problem. When Neville channeled the scar, he directly made a connection between himself and the soul shard, which wormed its way into his very soul, bypassing his mother's protection, through the boy's family crest. This deepened the bond between Neville's soul and the Horcrux, making it more robust, less flimsy than the one he just destroyed in his counterpart scar. It was still theoretically possible, but the killing curse would have to be a lot more powerful for it to work properly. It would have to be a perfect spell, with just enough power to spread the curse between the two of them, without killing either, but with the connection between the soul shard and Neville's soul being severed. The sheer precision required alone was beyond insane. No, it was literally impossible. The margin of error was so small that any small variation, even something as benign as some extra gases in the air, might change the spell enough and make it too weak to remove the Horcrux, and the lack of any planned air would simply kill them both. Only an act of God, or more appropriately, fate, would save Longbottom. The prophecy wasn't destroyed, it still held power, so it was possible. It just wasn't even close to being probable. It was the true power of fate to make a slim idea of chance work. It was humbling in a way, but also terrifying. No, he would not think of Ragnarok. He had more important things to focus on. Daphne. What had she been up to? Longbottom had told him that she was in her family home and hadn't been seen since the task. He sincerely hoped that she wasn't involved in the war in any way. Voldemort really couldn't have picked a worse time to come back, and publicly at that. Voldemort was a terrifying wizard, extremely talented, and able to fight Dumbledore to a standstill many times. He had literally gone through enough rituals to empower an army but connected them brilliantly to be able to carve himself a body that could channel enough magic to blow up a village. It was some of the homunculi of old, which were rumored to have been created by an extinct family in Germany. He didn't really remember the name, but he remembered being impressed by them. They were created by a mixture of alchemy, fleshcraft, and blood magic. In a way, they were essentially a new breed of magical creatures that were enslaved and used as weapons by creators. They could channel magic in a way that was far superior to any wizard, who was limited by the efficiency of their magical circuits and had to be careful not to strain them. Like most oppressed races, they inevitably rebelled and massacred their entire family, but barely got to enjoy their victory as they perished a few years later at the hands of the light champion of the time, Charlemagne, who saw them as a threat to his conquest of the German lands. Apparently, the battle was a fierce one and the champion came very close to dying, even ending up severely wounded. But nevertheless, the homunculi were dead. The few survivors, if there were any that probably perished from natural causes. They weren't designed to live for long and were purposefully sterile. Anyway, from the tales, he could infer that Voldemort found rituals to mimic their physiology somehow, and coupled with his genius, was able to somehow stand up to Dumbledore for years. He was a terrifying foe, and Lily obviously played him like a fiddle. She probably wouldn't be able to match his spell for spell, but Voldemort's power waned significantly without any followers. With Lily essentially being in control of half the country, she was probably already observing every single potential threat and used her lichens, which he assumed was an army of werewolves that were as strong as Remus Lupin, to massacre them. Harry didn't know where she was planning on going with this. It was safe to assume that she knew about the Horcruxes since she probably had a report about what happened to Hermione. However, she probably had no idea how many there were, or what happened to them. It was obvious that there was more than the diary considering that it was used as a weapon, not as an anchor for Voldemort to revive himself, but Lily was running into this blindly. She was probably hunting down his Horcruxes and hoped the attacks would delay him enough to kill him. She was probably taken by surprise by Voldemort's return. The only good news is that Lily was obviously not powerful enough to just defeat Voldemort. He hadn't really been sure about the effects of whatever he had done back in Demstrang, but it must have done something. Harry remembered how that dimension felt, like a mixture of heat and ash, a world of suffering, decay, and rot, something that his mother wanted to master, to channel into the material plane, even at the cost of killing her own son. If she had that kind of power, she would have easily destroyed Voldemort. At least, she should have. He wouldn't have died, of course, but he would have lost his body. This was a power that Lily Evans had planned on using against Dumbledore. It was her net of safety and yet she wasn't using it, and the simplest reason would be because she couldn't. Harry couldn't help but feel a small thrill of vindication at the thought. Lily Evans had betrayed everyone and everything for this power had fought him, her own blood, and sacrificed him for it, only to lose it in the process, while he was still safe and sound. He had hoped that the backlash would have hurt her as well, but something seemed to have worked. What he had done was a blind strike at best, a hope for survival, and it worked. Demstrang still stood, there wasn't a massacre, only Voldemort's return, and most importantly, he was still alive. He didn't know for sure how the backlash affected Lily's dimension. He had no idea what could have happened, but he only wanted it to hurt her. If he had any doubts about Lily before, they had disappeared after the events of the third task. He knew that the reveal of her working with Dumbledore was bad, but that Hermione had purposefully presented it to break their alliance. They had both overreacted to the news, but the situation was still technically salvageable. But what happened in Demstrang sealed the deal. Lily Evans was an enemy and would remain an enemy. However, now was not the time to think of Lily and Voldemort. No, he had a much more important goal. Daphne. He needed to see her. He needed to show her that he was all right. He also needed to know she was all right, especially considering what Neville said about her. She hadn't been seen since the third task, and the rumor was that she was in her family home, grieving. Harry quickly turned back from his avian form as he arrived at the Greengrass family home. To be honest, it was probably rude to just arrive while bypassing the heavy wards so easily, especially since they probably cost a lot of gold to power properly. They were pretty old, it seemed like Hogwarts wasn't the only one with strict wards that could be activated in dire times. Thinking back, he had been in the mansion exactly once, during dinner back in summer. Her father was such an asshole. And her mother kept embarrassing Daphne at every chance. It would have been a surprisingly fun dinner if only the Greengrass patriarch hadn't been there. God, that felt like an eternity ago. It was before the bullshit with the European tournament and the broken prophecies. It was even before Lily had even revealed herself. Any thoughts were completely interrupted as he heard a very familiar song with his arcane hearing. His heart stopped and his breath completely caught in his throat. The soft, haunting melody floated through the air, a mixture of frost and nature, like a small forest in winter. It was far less fast-paced than it was before he left. A small tear appeared in Harry's eye. He could feel the sadness that it evoked, the sheer magnitude of the heartbreak. It was Daphne's song, in the garden. She was using her magic, her family crest specifically, to grow a small garden of flowers around her. Harry walked, entranced, towards the garden, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. He had missed her, in the last few months. He had done his best to stifle the feeling while he was away. It would have been impossible to concentrate on a way back if he kept thinking about her. Her song immediately soothed his own, letting the tension that he didn't even know existed, fade away into nothingness. As he stepped closer, the vibrant colors of the blossoms seemed to sway in time with her gentle melody, almost like they were dancing just for her. It was a slow dance, as mournful as the blonde's song, but there was so much beauty to it. Seeing her there, focused and serene, warmed his heart in a way he hadn't felt in a while. He noticed the hint of sadness in her eyes, a slight crease in her brow as she concentrated on her magic. It was clear she was trying to find comfort in her work, but Harry just found himself just staring at her, watching her work. She obviously noticed that someone else was there. "I thought I told you to leave me alone while I'm practicing." "Daphne," he simply said, his voice barely above a whisper, not wanting to break the spell of the moment. However, that was enough for whatever magic she was maintaining to unravel. She turned with pure shock in her eyes, which quickly morphed into happiness and disbelief. "Harry." He just stared at her as the emotions on her face kept changing. "Is this real?" Harry nodded, and funnily enough, the whirl of emotion settled on anger. "Where were you?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "I thought you were dead." The ground shook for a bit, but that was it. "And then Lily came out, saying that you died. I looked for you. I spent weeks looking for any sign of you until I had to leave Demstrang because my parents were worried about me. This is beyond cruel, Harry. Why would you make me go through this?" She was slowly tearing up as her voice cracked under the weight of her emotions, and Harry could see the pain etched on her face. Each word felt like a dagger, but it paled in comparison to what he could hear with his arcane hearing. He could feel her very emotion in a way that was truly raw, and she was definitely underplaying the agony she felt when he was gone. He wanted to reassure her, to show her that it was an accident, that he missed her every day, but words failed him. It had never really happened before. He always had something to say, a clever little retort for every criticism, valid or not. But he very rarely found himself truly speechless. Harry didn't know where the urge came from. It was probably because he couldn't quite find the words, but he found himself closing the distance between them, reaching out to cup her face gently in his hands. With a sudden surge of determination, he leaned in and pressed his lips against hers, pouring everything he felt into that single moment. When he would look back at it later, he would undoubtedly say that it was the best decision he ever took in his life. Chapter 348, The Emerald Pond. March 28, 1995, Greengrass Manor. It took Daphne embarrassingly long to realize that she wasn't dreaming. It was a pretty recurrent one, where she imagined that Harry was still there, that he would just appear from thin air, twirl her around, and kiss her. It was too good to be true, but she always felt mournful when she woke up and faced reality once more. However, there were a few imperfections that didn't occur in her dream. For one, Harry looked exhausted, definitely not his usual pristine self. He was slouching slightly and was practically covered in sweat, the usual sharpness in his movements being strangely absent. He didn't look like one of those conquering heroes. Instead of a conquering hero, he reminded her of Tracy after an intense Quidditch match, disheveled and worn out. It was all too real. The way her heart raced, the heat of his breath against her skin. What she was feeling was too real. As he leaned in, everything around her faded into the background, like one of those cheesy novels she'd read embarrassingly too many times. His breath was warm, and it sent butterflies fluttering in her stomach. When their lips finally met, it was soft at first, awkward and clumsy, just like she'd imagined it would be, but also thrilling in a way that made her heart race. This was real. Harry Potter was kissing her and all it took was almost 4 years of pining. If she was being honest with herself, she had her doubts over the years. She had been in love with Harry ever since she was 11, and it definitely was a rocky road. There were countless dangers. She was petrified by a basilisk, saved Hogsmeade from an attack from the Azkaban escapees, escaped a small army of vampires during the Quidditch World Cup, and that's not to mention what happened in the European school tournament. He was probably more comfortable with her than anyone else, but he never showed any romantic interest towards her. He never showed any romantic interest in anyone, really. She waited for years, hoping he would return her feelings. Everyone knew that she fancied him, even students in other houses, and if Harry wasn't a bit of a social moron, he would have known as well. But she knew exactly what she was signing up for. It took 4 long years, but it was worth the wait. It was even worth his disappearance for a few months, which she was definitely going to yell at him for. He better have a good explanation, because if he didn't, she would make him pay for the grief he caused her. Hell, she might even do it even if he had a good explanation. She hadn't known if he was even alive. Hell, Lily had told her that he had died, that he had sacrificed himself to buy them time to escape, and just uprooted them into the middle of the wilderness, before slumping down, shaking and shivering, and falling unconscious. It was weird because they weren't exactly on speaking terms with the woman because of her alliance with Dumbledore. Nevertheless, Daphne knew that the redhead looked visibly troubled and miserable, and she, herself, was in complete shock about Harry dying to really do anything. Daphne Greengrass found herself alone in the wilderness, while just being told that her best friend, the person she was the closest to in her life, was dead, just like that. He died for her, to give her time to escape. What she was escaping, she had no idea, but by the time Lily woke up, hours later, she looked surprised to see Demstrang still standing for some reason. Longbottom proclaiming that Lord Voldemort was back didn't help matters. Daphne spent weeks trying to find any traces of Harry, any sliver of hope. The only thing she found in Grindelwald's secret room was rubble since the ceiling collapsed. There was no sign of what happened to Harry, and Lily wouldn't tell her anything, having disappeared the day after Harry's presumed death, probably to prepare for her fight with Voldemort. And yet, Harry was still alive. She had lost hope after months, but she wasn't the same. The world felt grayer, and her magic mirrored her feelings. The sheer realization that she was holding him, in her arms, so very real, returned the color back to the world. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted and both were gasping in exhilaration. Daphne found herself getting lost in his green eyes. She always liked them. They reminded her of the trees outside her home, where she used to play with Astoria, before she got sick, of course. Harry's lips turned into a roguish smile. I don't suppose that makes up for the date we never got to have. Daphne hugged him tighter. For the date, yes. For making me think you were dead for months, not so much. Where the hell were you? And don't you dare say something as ridiculous as you were doing it to keep me safe. A letter would have been all I needed. Instead, I mourned you. Do you have any idea what that was like? As she spoke, everything she had been holding back, the misery, the pain, the suffering, came spilling out. It was no secret that she was angry. No, she was furious. If he had done something as asinine as keep her away for her own protection, like some self-sacrificing idiot, then he wouldn't get off lightly. She still clung to the possibility that it hadn't been his decision, as unlikely as it was. Because if he abandoned her, left her to grieve for months by choice, she didn't know if she could forgive him. Harry shook his head. No. But to be fair, I wasn't exactly in a position to send anything. Believe me, I would have if I could. Oh, really? You, the great Harry Potter, the magical prodigy, couldn't find a way to let me know you were still alive? Daphne asked, incredulity dripping from her voice, though a flicker of hope sparked within her. Do you know what happened that day? Daphne shook her head. Not really. Lily just grabbed me from the corridor and operated me to the middle of the mountains, saying something about you sacrificing yourself for us. Then she started trembling and passed out. She wouldn't say anything afterwards. I suppose I would be ashamed as well if I were in her place. She's the reason I had to do it in the first place, and she wouldn't even own up to it. She destroyed the sword, and the magical release from the broken prophecy was contaminated with one of my spells. It would have killed everyone in Demstrang. I managed to ask Lily to get you to safety. I ended up doing something reckless, but it was the best I could do given the situation. It caused a breach, and I found myself somewhere else. I didn't even know if Demstrang still stood until I was able to come back. Where were you? Daphne asked, curiosity creeping in, making it hard to stay angry. He grinned mischievously. Believe it or not, an entirely alternate universe. She released a disbelieving snort. You seriously expect me to believe that? Hey, it wasn't exactly the same. For once, my counterpart was the boy who lived, not Longbottom. He had a bit of a martyr complex too. There weren't any light or dark champions. It was calmer, in a way. I spent months trying to recreate the event that brought me there. I couldn't exactly contact you. Hell, I just came back today. You're probably the second person I've talked to. Who was the first? Harry looked sheepish. Neville Longbottom. Daphne couldn't help but giggle. The boy who lived himself. Oh, should I be jealous? Come on, I just went to Hogwarts to speak to Tracy and Blaise since I assumed they would be there. The first person who noticed me was Neville. I'm surprised he broke my privacy charm so easily. I guess I wasn't really trying very hard, and he must have gotten better somehow. He told me he heard rumors you were in your family home, and here I am. I have to say, I was surprised by the state of affairs in Britain. I never expected a war to break out because I was just gone for a few months. Daphne huffed. I'm still not convinced you're not bullshitting me about the whole other universe thing. Harry puffed up, handing her an old wand. Hey, I even got a souvenir. This was the wand that their version of Dumbledore was using. It's pretty old, a nifty artifact. I kind of understand why so many people were killed for it. And if you're not convinced, I don't mind projecting a few of my memories. The blonde rolled her eyes. Fine, maybe later. You'd have probably come up with a better lie then, confirming the theory of the multiverse. It honestly sounds like one of those weird novels you like to read. Hey, don't diss my books, he protested. Now that I think about it, I must have had a counterpart there too. What was she like? Different. Very different. I didn't talk to her, not really. But she wasn't as open as you, a bit cold to everyone, and didn't really socialize much, at least as far as I could tell. She wanted to be a healer, though. That much I know for sure. Daphne's face became thoughtful. Huh, what about her Astoria? I'm guessing she's cursed too, but I'm not sure. It felt weird to pry into your counterpart's affairs, to be honest. How has Astoria been, by the way? Better. Lily came a few times every week to continue teaching me blood magic. She said it's what you would have wanted. I didn't know about what happened in Demstrang, and she was my last connection to you. Harry's jaw tightened, but he took a deep breath. Did it help Astoria? A smile spread across Daphne's face. She had been worried about him being angry over her lessons with Lily. Now she understood, Lily must have felt guilty, thinking she had killed Harry. I found a way to halt the progress of her curse slightly. It's a temporary measure, but it should last a few years, enough for me to study the curse properly. I've gotten a lot better at it. I'm glad, he smiled. And if you want to continue your lessons with Lily, I won't be opposed. Daphne interrupted him. Continue my lessons. She almost got you killed. Do you think so little of me that I'd accept being taught by someone who did that? Who caused you so much pain? No, I have the foundations and can figure the rest out myself. What about Astoria? I bought myself enough time for some proper research, and I can work on extending it as well. I don't need her around. My parents were already hesitant about her coming here, especially with the war going on. It would have made me a target. Harry glanced at the sky for a second. Wouldn't it be nice to just leave this mess? We could go to a deserted island somewhere, build a small home, just the two of us. Isn't that moving a little too fast? She answered with a sly grin. I think we've moved slowly for too long. Well, unfortunately for us, we can't run from our problems. I still have Astoria to heal, and I still have to compete in one of the tournament's tasks by contract. Harry furrowed his brow. Seriously? Yeah. It's part of being a delegate. There are 2 tasks left, one happening in a few weeks in Greece, and another here at Hogwarts, although I have no idea if that will remain the case with the war going on. What about after the tournament? You'd compete in just one task, hopefully, the next one. I have a feeling the last one will be the one where Dumbledore's plans come to fruition, and I'd rather we be as far away as possible from this mess. What, you're not planning on stopping him? Daphne asked, shocked. There's more to life than worrying about Albus Dumbledore and his plans. When I was away, I realized it wasn't my responsibility to stop him. Lily or Voldemort can deal with him if they want to, but I'm done chasing after him. No more heroics, at least not for me. Daphne smiled softly. I'm glad to hear that, but trouble seems to find you anyway. Still, it's a nice dream, us alone somewhere far away from these messes. I don't know about building a home, but I wouldn't say no to a vacation somewhere warm. She barely finished her sentence before a blonde missile zoomed toward him. Harry. Harry gave Astoria a tight hug and turned to Daphne. You weren't kidding about her getting better. Whatever she was going to say next caught in her throat as she saw a familiar redhead standing at the garden's entrance. Harry. Harry's face blanked completely, and he spoke in a neutral tone. Hello, Lily. It's been a while. Chapter 349, Red and Green. March 28, 1995, Greengrass Manor. To say that Harry was tense would have been an understatement. The moment he heard her voice, everything just came back. He was back in Demstrang, holding back a corrosive magical release that would have wiped out the entire school and its surrounding land, while Lily Evans declined to help, choosing her own hide over her son, refusing to sacrifice herself for him. There was nothing wrong with that last part. Both of them had a hand in the creation of the singularity, and if the tables were turned, Harry would have chosen himself too. That alone was proof that they were still acquaintances at best. If Lily saw him as her son, she would have gladly died for him, and if he saw her as a friend, let alone a mother, he would have probably done the same. He definitely would for Daphne, without question, without hesitation. There was some irony to it. Harry's counterpart would have done anything to spend a day with either of his parents. He wondered what that boy would have said if he saw the monster she could have been in another life. Then again, this Lily wouldn't have refused to step aside to save her son. This Lily would have burned down the world to save her own skin. Harry didn't begrudge her from saving herself. What he hated the most was the way she pretended to mourn for him, the way she apologized. She had chosen for them to be enemies for her own selfishness, for her own power, and she pretended like it was a hard choice, as if it was something that she regretted after doing it again and again. No, he had enough of that. He spent months being confused about Lily Evans' motivations, her goals and dreams, and he realized something very important. He didn't care. It all just seemed meaningless, so small, from the outside. She betrayed him and destroyed any potential relationship with her own son, for power. It was all so small in the grand scheme of things. He gave Daphne a reassuring look, showing her that he had no plans of blowing up before speaking up. "Hello, Lily. It's been a while." She didn't look as sharp as she used to be. That was probably an effect of the war she was waging against Voldemort. It was funny, she wanted to take over Britain and had probably already done so, but she didn't really count on something like this happening. She probably wished she could have consolidated her power through the pure strength she would have acquired with her ritual. If she had enough time to prepare, if she had time to properly put everything into order, Voldemort wouldn't have been able to do anything. She would have found a way to bind the Dementors to Tartarus, culled any dark creature that would have joined Voldemort, or even light creature that would have joined Dumbledore, manipulated the political scene to her liking, and taken over the country fully in a few years. Voldemort wouldn't have been able to get any foothold in the nation and would only have had his pure strength on his side, compared to a very efficient military force that she would have trained to repel invaders. Things were definitely not going according to the Redhead's plan. She didn't have enough time to prepare for any conflict, and it showed. The Redhead gave him a weirdly vulnerable look. "How did you survive? The fact that Demstrang didn't turn into a crater didn't give you a clue that I might have pulled something out of my ass to survive. It's weird how I always seem to make any breakthroughs when I'm under pressure. I assumed you redirected the blast somehow. But the sheer energy alone should have killed you. I didn't dare to hope." Harry released a mirthless chuckle. "Hope for what exactly? What did you expect me to do if I survived?" She stayed silent at that, and Harry continued, "You know, I almost believed you when we met for the first time. Even though I saw your handiwork firsthand with the monster you turned Sirius Black into, I still believed for some reason that all you wanted was to get close to me. I just didn't see any motivation, any reason for your behavior if you weren't interested. You could have done this while hidden entirely, went through the entirety of your plan without me even knowing you were there, but you specifically tried to hide in plain sight, knowing that I would catch you. I thought it was your way of showing that you cared, somehow, and I was willing to entertain the idea. Do you know why? Hope. I hoped that I wasn't alone, that someone out there could keep up with me. I knew that I didn't need someone to take care of me, not after being alone for so long, but there was more to being a mother than raising a child. I hoped that one day, we'd be close enough that your absence during my childhood would become nothing more than a distant memory. It was a doomed hope, one that I never even admitted to myself, but it was there. I hoped, and it was my biggest mistake. I did want to get to know you, Harry," she protested. "It was why I even came to see you." "Oh, I don't doubt that you care, in your own twisted way, but not nearly enough. It was curiosity, not affection, that drove you. Because you didn't burn down Godric's Hollows for me, no matter what you say to yourself. You did it because you saw an easy way to get what you want. James would be gone, his bloodline would live through me, and you'd get your power up and kill your attackers. You didn't expect the human aspect. It was always your biggest mistake. You didn't count on the sheer grief that Sirius Black would have felt. Why would you? You could barely feel anything anymore. And that's why I think you never came to see me out of love, but curiosity. And to satisfy that curiosity, you came to me, when I was alone, and you gave me hope. You cannibalized that hope, and abused it utterly, like you did to Remus Lupin and Severus Snape. You gave them hope too, and now they're barely more than your puppets. You literally twisted an entire race to your needs using the exact same thing, giving you an army. It's funny how much people forget just how dangerous hope could be. It works so well because everyone craves it, even if they deny it. I didn't want to accept the fact that I craved that someone would keep up with me, would see the world as I do, and that I wasn't truly alone in the world. You took advantage of that, and I can only blame myself for falling for it. We can start over, Lily spoke up. I can make this right. You and me, against the world. Here you are, doing it again, playing on a desire that I didn't even know existed, pressing a pressure point that I denied for years and years. You want me to help you fight Voldemort. Did you even consider the fact that I don't want anything to do with you, not anymore? Are you really asking me to join you when you ran away after almost causing an international incident where thousands of miners would have probably perished? Are you really asking for help after you left me alone in Demstrang to deal with the consequences of your actions? You really are a bitch, Lily. The redhead's face froze as if it was made of stone before she asked in a neutral tone, so, enemies, then. I thought I told you that I wanted nothing to do with you. Hell, I want nothing to do with Britain in general. You and Voldemort can go enjoy each other's company. I'm not this country's babysitter. How do I know you're not planning on taking revenge, that you won't change your mind? She asked with a clinical tone. Harry noticed that Daphne had blanched at that question, but he simply gave the woman a smug smile. Now, why would I do that when I already have taken my revenge? What are you talking about? I like to think I'm a logical guy, but sometimes, I can be very petty. There's a reason why you haven't just beaten Voldemort, didn't you? Something isn't working right, is it? She glared at him. You did this. If you mean your little performance issues, then yes. After all, the singularity had to go somewhere, and you were such a good target. Surprising, isn't it, just how much damage a thing like this could do, even shatter dimensional barriers. I can feel it now, your connection to it, and it feels spottier than you expected, doesn't it? You probably thought it was just a temporary thing, that after a period of adjustment, things would work as they should have. Sorry to burst your bubble, but it's not. What did you do? Harry's grin widened. Nothing really. I didn't even know what the result would have been. I just wanted to remove the singularity. The impact was powered by a prophecy that was thousands of years old being broken. It was more than enough to make a small hole near your connection to the dimension, and energy is leaking out to the void between worlds. It's a slow process, and would probably take years, but here's the thing, the more you use the energy, the wider the hole gets. You can't channel the energy properly, can you? That's because most of what you try to use just gets swallowed away. Oh, you can use a small % of a %, but nowhere near what you could have become, and even then, the more you use it, the more the gap widens, the faster your dimension is drained, and the less energy you'll be able to use afterwards, and we both know what that means. Don't think I didn't see the way you bound yourself to that dimension as well. I'm guessing you were hoping to use it as some elaborate method of immortality. Too bad someone fucked it up for you. Harry was chuckling in the end, and Lily's form was surrounded by a cloud of ash in her anger. He smiled, not seeing her as a threat. Don't be so sensitive, Lily. Fix it, she growled. I can't. That's the beauty of it. It's a singular event that never occurred before and is almost impossible to replicate. This isn't something that can be repaired. I don't even think that Dumbledore or Grindelwald together, enhanced by the light or dark, could do anything about it. Oh, you should see the look on your face. It's funny, isn't it? You worked all your life for this achievement, got married for it, killed your husband for it, massacred an entire town, took over a small country and betrayed your only son, only for it to disappear like breath on a mirror. The redhead moved to cast something, only for the ash around her to dissipate and gasp in exertion. Harry gave her a smirk. Oh, I forgot to mention that I can block your connection to it if I want to. What do you want? She growled at him. With you? Nothing. I told you, I already got my revenge for what you did, for almost killing me, for betraying me. I took away what you treasure the most, corrupted it, made it lesser. I turned your ambition into your greatest punishment and I'm all right with that. I want nothing to do with Britain, your conquest, or Dumbledore's plan. I'm done. However, this is a bit of a reminder, if you try to get back at me by hurting anyone close to me, then I'll take away your connection to your dimension permanently. I will make you feel the void in your heart for every second of every day you stay alive. I will put you in a place so dark, so unknown, that you would never be able to escape, and only after a lifetime of emptiness would I give you permission to die. Do not talk about me, do not think about me, do not concern yourself about my affairs in any way, that is all I want from you. As far as you're concerned, I died back in Demstrang. Do not test my patience. She turned to Daphne with eyes pleading, only for the blonde to snarl, you almost got Harry killed for no reason. I can't believe I let you stay in my home, near my sister. I want you to leave and never return. She moved to speak only for Harry to sneer at her, get the fuck out my sight, Lily Evans. I hope to never see you again in this lifetime. With a flick of his hand, Lily Evans disappeared into a small portal that Harry made which would take her to Diagon Alley. He hoped she would heed his warning. He wasn't joking when he said that he wouldn't blink twice before just killing her. The only reason he hadn't done so was because it wasn't worth the chaos it would cause since she was in control of half the government. He had already beaten her in every way that mattered, he had already gotten his revenge. Destabilizing a country for some closure wasn't really worth it. If she actually threatened anyone he cared about, then all bets would be off. Daphne gave him a worried look. Do you think she'll come back? Probably, but hopefully it won't be in a very long time. Then a soft voice spoke up, Daph, Harry, what was that about? Oh, yeah, Astoria was there. He forgot about that. That was bound to be very awkward to explain. Chapter 350, The Long Way Round. March 28, 1995, Greengrass Manor. Probably, but hopefully it won't be in a very long time. Then a soft voice spoke up, Daff, Harry, what was that about? Oh, yeah, Astoria was there. He forgot about that. That was bound to be very awkward to explain. Harry watched as Daphne gently let Astoria know a few snippets of what they experienced in the last few years. The younger girl's poker face was impressive for a 12-year-old. Then again, he killed the world serpent when he was her age, so that kinda put things into perspective. Still, her neutral expression was obviously making Daphne uncomfortable. To be fair, where Daphne tended to be reserved, Astoria was always outgoing. It probably had to do with her curse. Not the magic itself, of course, but the acceptance of one's mortality, especially for a young child, would put everything in perspective. Everyone handled it differently, but one of the common ones was the idea of not caring about the consequences of their actions. No, it wasn't that exactly, it was more like the lack of care of offending someone. She didn't hesitate to do something that she liked because she stopped caring what other people thought about it. This was probably one of the few times where he saw Astoria looking very serious. It reminded him very much that she was still Daphne's sister, still her father's daughter. In the end, the girl just gave them both a good look, so, let me get this straight. Harry's mum is still alive somehow despite Godric's Hollows being burned to the ground, and she's the Red Witch from the paper. Over the course of last year, she's been sneakily taking over the country in Dumbledore's absence, and now that you know who is back, they've been fighting. For some reason, she pretended to be a fake unspeakable during the tournament to somehow use the power of a broken prophecy, because those are a thing too, to somehow gain power, and almost got everyone in Demstrang killed. Harry stopped it but was trapped for a bit, while everyone else thought he died, but now he's back and the two of you are dating. Harry nodded, sounds about right. The girl then continued, and also, the woman happened to teach you blood magic, which you agreed to because you wanted to heal me, and the fact that I'm better because of what you learned from her and secretly have been using to heal me. It was Daphne's turn to nod, yes. The younger girl raised her hands in exasperation, you're all fucking insane. What even is your life? Language. Daphne reproached. Are you out of your mind? I'm bloody 12 not 5 and this situation deserves a few cuss words. Do you have any idea just how mad you sound? If I didn't know you any better, I would have asked Mom and Dad to get you to St. Mungo's. Hey, it's not that unbelievable. Harry protested, doing his best to suppress his growing grin. Not unbelievable. Demstrang, one of the biggest fortresses and schools in Europe, was almost destroyed, and with it, half of the diplomats and academics in the continent. It would have crippled the entirety of Europe and probably caused another great war. The last Potter nodded, that sounds about right. The young girl just raised her hand and growled, you know what, I'm going to my room. Hopefully, this is all a fancy dream or a hallucination. She just walked away without saying anything else. For the first time since the encounter, Harry felt slightly hesitant. He didn't expect her to just run away. Is she going to be all right? Yes, she'll be fine. Astoria is stronger than you think. She just needs a few hours to process everything. She'll probably be madder at me than you, to be honest. Why? Daphne looked away for a bit, because we used to be inseparable when we were younger. Back then, we did everything together and shared everything. It was the only way to have any sort of fun in the house. Mum does her best, but she can be very strict when it comes to our lessons. And Dad was, well, Dad. We used to travel a lot to find any possible cure for Astoria's curse, and they were both stressed, especially when the gold started running a bit dry when a few of our plants ended up dying without Dad being in Britain to take care of them with his crest. I haven't really had to hide anything from her before Hogwarts, and I didn't want to involve her with our shenanigans afterwards. You know what she's like. She would have jumped at the chance of having an adventure without even caring about the dangers or her health. Harry said nothing because there was nothing he could say to comfort Daphne. What she said was true and he couldn't change the past. Still, he let Daphne hold him tightly as she revealed that and decided to change the subject after a few minutes of silence. So, how were the tasks I missed? I have to say that I'm kinda curious. I didn't go there, Harry. Did you forget? Oh, I remember. I just assumed you read about them in the paper or something. The blonde rolled her eyes, fine. As I said, I don't know the specifics, but the fourth task was in Nebelheim. It was just a standard dueling tournament, really. Pretty boring, compared to the other tasks at least, but it was almost a month long. It's probably the event that got the most gold, since tickets were relatively cheap until the final round, and they apparently got businesses from all over Europe to rent shops in a marketplace that they built especially for the event. They really organized everything very well and it paid off big time. I can't believe I'm saying this, but the Weasley twins ended up stopping Hogwarts from sinking in these rankings. One of them came in 3rd and the other 5th. I think Diggory was 9th as well. I don't remember which position Johnson held, but she was somewhere in the top 20. McGonagall looked definitely happy about the results. However, there was a curious case of theft during the finals. They're still investigating what happened, and keeping everything quiet to avoid the scandal, but Dad heard that it was actually 2 artifacts that were stolen, specifically, Meginger and Horn. Harry froze at that, Thor's Belt of Strength and Heimdall's Horn. I remember reading about them when we researched possible prophecies for each school. The belt was prophesied to be used to kill the last of the giants, and the horn was said to herald the start of Ragnarok. My thoughts exactly. Dumbledore obviously used them for another magical release of some sort, but I don't know any more that you do. The newspapers didn't have any other information on the matter, and neither do my father's contacts. What about the 5th task? A chariot race. The champions were tasked to build and enchant their own chariots and race them across the country. They were penalized if the government needed to intervene to preserve the statute of secrecy. The race actually started without them having any chariots, so they had to decide whether to focus on building the chariot, or just wing it to save some time. Delacour actually won that one, France's second victory. And how did Hogwarts do? Harry asked, knowing that there was a reason she omitted the whole thing. We came in last, Daphne answered while looking a bit embarrassed. It was a bit of a scandal. None of the delegation had taken the enchanting new elective, so they essentially used normal charms constantly, which sometimes failed, and by the time they were halfway through, everyone was too exhausted by the casting to do anything else. They waited for hours for one of them to recover enough to continue the race. McGonagall was in Hogwarts at the time to make sure the wards were maintained and left the decision-making to a vote. Diggory won, of course, and personally chose the teams without even considering that they needed enchantments. To be fair, the nature of the task was announced to be a race and nothing more than that, so he probably gambled on the fact that it would be a short one and lost. Anyway, it's not that big of a deal. We're now tied in second place with the Greek, a far cry from the projections at the start of the tournament. And the broken prophecy, he asked. I have no idea. We never really researched prophecies in Spain. The only notable thing that I could find was the sudden death of the Duchess of Alba, but that might be a coincidence. Harry hummed. He expected this, a bit. He hadn't known of Nero's prophecy back in Rome. There were so many prophecies, some hundreds if not thousands of years old. There was no reason for Dumbledore to be obvious when breaking them. Still, it wasn't his problem. Not anymore. He was done trying to save Europe from whatever they were planning if no one else was going to care anyway. He was going to get Daphne to fulfill her obligation to the tournament and have her and her family stay as far away from Britain as he could. He wouldn't involve himself with the light or dark once more. He would be far away from their machinations. After all, he couldn't make a decision about Ragnarok if he wasn't there anymore. No matter what Mordred said, he would not be this prophesized hero. He refused. Instead of showing how much the thought unsettled him, he gave the blonde a bright smile. So, I'm guessing we're going to Greece in a few days then. Daphne nodded. I suppose so. So, you're to reveal to the world that you're still alive then. Harry thought about it and had to admit that the blonde did have a point. The only advantage he got from the whole mess in Demstrang is that everyone thought that he was dead. Daphne's grief was proof that it wasn't some kind of hoax, and both Dumbledore and Grindelwald had no reason to suspect that there was any trick to it. Any use of clairvoyance would return no sign of him for months. That was his way out, to finally escape and leave this place, build his legacy somewhere else far away from Europe, well, away from the champions of light and dark. More than anything, now that I think about it, it would be better to just remain hidden. So, you're not coming then? Harry shook his head. Of course I am. Do you seriously think I would leave you alone in Greece of all places? Then how are you planning on staying hidden? You haven't exactly been subtle so far. You said that you talked the Longbottom and Lily also knows that you're alive. I can get Astoria to not say anything, but I think the cat is already out of the bag. To be perfectly honest, Harry wasn't exactly worried about Lily or Neville blabbing. The boy who lived was stuck in an impregnable castle and no one would really take him seriously if he said anything, especially with no connection to the outside world. Lily, though, well, he didn't think she would do anything in fear of retaliation more than anything. Harry already showed her that he could easily block whatever remained of her connection to her dimension. Still, he could go and visit Longbottom just to make sure he wouldn't make a mess of things. No, he could hide his survival without too much trouble, as long as there wasn't a giant spotlight there, and the European tournament was definitely that. Ideally, he wouldn't just go to Greece with Daphne, but actually compete alongside her in case something happened. To compete, his name would need to be in the delegation. From the looks of it, anyone who hadn't taken their OWLS yet had returned to Hogwarts after the war started, apart from a few people at the request of their parents. Harry looked at the Elder Wand in his hand, an idea slowly taking place in his mind. Yes, this could work. A small smile started to grow on his face. He was about to tell Daphne about his plan, only to notice that the blonde looked nervous for some reason. I don't like the look on your face. It always makes me worried. What? He answered with a fake indignant look on his face. There's nothing wrong with my face. You're doing your, I have an insane idea that might just work, face. Tell me I'm wrong. Harry snorted. Hey, my ideas are perfectly reasonable. So, you do have an idea, then? Fine, he groaned. I have an idea, but I'll need a bit of preparation to pull it off. I guess I'll have to talk to Arcturus sooner than I expected.